Good morning, good morning. Smite Tony starting in 5 minutes. Give me a minute.
Happy Saturday, Smite fans. It is semifinals day here at Smite Summer Masters. Gore is happy about it. I think that was a happy sound.
Yeah.
Unsure.
That was a ha-ha.
A ha-ha sound. A
really
ha-ha
high
happy
pitch.
sound. It's a great Saturday. It looks like we're on an island here. And you at home can be on an island as well, hunting or, I don't know, searching for the beasts of Maravala Island. Free this month with Prime. I hope you're not hunting beasts in that game. I don't know. I should play it and find out because I'm a primer and I can play it for free this month. And you at home can play it for free as well. A whole slew of other games for free as well as in-game content for Smite and Paladins, free subscriptions to your favorite streamers, and so much more. All of that with your Prime membership. And thanks to Prime for being with us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League and with us for Smite Summer Masters. My name is Dolson, the man with the happy laugh here on Saturday morning. Gormizer joins me, and Gore, a day that we thought may have like 1 or 2 3-game sets ended up being mostly 3-game sets.
I'm still convinced that yesterday didn't end and it's all just kind of blended together. There was definitely, I got like some sleep in between, but that's about it.
Let me tell you about some beasts, and they're the ones living above me in my apartment complex and how I couldn't sleep because they were just stomping around
I
all
did
night.
wake up at 7:30 because someone above our bedroom dropped something heavy on the floor, so that was fun.
You know, it's nice living on the ground floor and like just taking Ramsey out immediately, but also people coming and going on like Friday and Saturday nights and parking their cars and playing loud music. A little less fun. At any rate, we're here and we're excited. we're excited for Summer Masters. It is semifinal Saturday. What matchups do we have?
Start of the day.
I know. We got to keep it together, Gord. It is minute 2 of our day. Camelot Kings versus Tartarus Titans is your first semifinal, and then Oni Warriors and Jade Dragons your second semifinal. Honestly, the direction of these 4 matchups, I think, may be expected. Oni Warriors sneaking in above the Bolts is probably the biggest shakeup as far as our semifinals go. And so I'm excited to see how these 2 semifinals break down. Remember, best of 5s. And also worth mentioning, from this point forward, all players will be playing from home for player and staff safety. And so the Camelot Kings, Titans, Oni Warriors, Jade Dragons will all be logging in from home. And
Speaking of apartment living, that's how we tie it all together.
That's how we tie it all together. We bring it back. So yes, for player and staff safety, the remainder of the matches will be played remotely throughout the course of this weekend. But talk to me a bit, Gore, here. 2 semifinals, best of 5s.
Weird.
Potential for another lengthy couple of sets.
Yeah, so I was talking to Mifflin about it last night, like as we closed the show, and it feels like 4 games, and I feel like 4 games for both of them. I know a lot of people out there want 5, and honestly, I kind of want 5, and I could see Kings Titans probably pushing there, but I don't know why. The air in the atmosphere today is telling me that we got 8 on the horizon. I couldn't tell you anything else about it.
Do you think it's a 5 and a 3 or a 4 and a 4?
That's, you know what, 5 and a 3. That's my predictions up top. In that order too.
And I said this yesterday on the Oni Warriors death segment. Phase 1 and 2 started with were still the conversations of what Oni Warriors are we going to get today. Like mid phase 2, we stopped talking about that because they were just consistently so good.
Yes.
You know, like top 3 team in the league. Feels like
now
we've
we're
gotten back
to
to what Oni Warriors are we going to get today. Looked great yesterday. Hopefully they'll be able to push a competitive set and maybe grab themselves a finals berth up against the Jade Dragons. But we are not there yet. We've got a semifinal to get through first. And what a matchup it is. The Camelot Kings versus the Tartarus Titans. And the solo lane matchup in this one you do not want to miss. Variety up against SOT. When you talk about role player for your squads and dynamic players, both of these players have to come to mind, Gore. And for the Kings, Variety, you know, he likes to dictate his own picks a good bit of the time. But he has earned that right because of how he plays them.
I think there's a lot of portions of their set yesterday that some of which is won just because Variety exists in the map and is able to kind of exude a force that otherwise wasn't necessarily being super dealt with. And that, again, is just the big deal to me. I think being able to look at what this team was able to accomplish in that matchup and being able to, I believe, the RDO that he had played, as well as, if I can remember some of the other ones, the Bologna? No, that was on the other side. The King Arthur. We got, of course, the Ratatosker. Things that allow you to get incredibly aggressive and kind of showcase, I think, a lot of strength. And like you said, and you know, like it's overused as a joke at this point, probably, but like he has a very wide variety of gods. Like he is maybe the most accurate player name that gets thrown in there. And it is this really fun thing to watch because, you know, like he pulled out this RDO yesterday, and it was that question of, okay, well, game number 1 you were playing Rat and you were getting super aggressive and being able, or sorry, Tier, you were playing super aggressive and getting in there, but eventually he started getting blown up. And then in game 2, it's like, well, you're RDO, so you're trading some of the I can be aggressive, but he didn't. He just kept being aggressive. He just kept blinking in, leading the way as the RDO. And so it is going to be fun to watch it, to see what kind of picks we see out of him. You know, we've been talking a lot about like the King Arthurs. We've been talking a lot. I think RDO, when King Arthur's in the meta, you have to kind of keep her in the back of your mind just in case. But your Cullens, your Ratatoskers, your Osiris is like the list just keeps growing and growing as the weeks have gone on.
6 different picks in the last 6 games for Variety. He's not repeated a pick in his recent performances. On the flip side, SOT has consistently been playing this King Arthur 4 out of the last 6 games on King Arthur, but still a player who you never quite know, right, with the Tartarus Titans, and that's a good thing. You know, SOT, the type of player that'll keep you guessing, and has similar consistency to Variety, but maybe more of a propensity to run it down in a good way for his team.
And I think it's interesting. Yesterday we got an incredible showing from the Valks, and by no means do I want to take anything away from them, but we also saw like he started his set after getting like 30 different ratios on a tweet he made, and that has to be a little rough on the mental going into a competitive set. So I'm wondering if today maybe a little more in the zone for him, but also, like you said, it's one of those things that we've seen a lot of consistencies. I think this meta, actually, if you go back towards when there was a lot of hunters over there, Sop was just absolutely insane. Uller was a must ban against the Titans, not because of Cyclone, not because of Paul, but because of Sot of all people on the other side of the map and the presence that he can exude. And again, matching Variety, I think, in terms of at least God pool, maybe not exact God to God parity, but a lot of similar picks and then some that are fringe picks that only work for that player. I expect that this is going to be a really fun one to watch because Variety has been an absolute force for his team given the right circumstances and most of the wins that you see. If the Kings are winning, Variety's having a great game, like almost every single time. And bad news is that they've been having a lot of great games as of late. Whereas for Sot, very similar. The Titans are capable of finding wins without them, but they have been such an integral force for them that I expect that this solo lane matchup, both pick and ban wise and literally play on field, is going to change.
Well, Gora, with both of these two, I think, if you look at picks and bans, which we'll be able to take a look at for game number 1 here soon, there are a couple of God picks that for each of them that you probably consider banning out throughout the ban phase. But to your point, always something a little deeper in the pocket for both of you. If you ban out the King Arthur, you ban out the Bologna, there's still so much more to look at. RDO, Xingchen, all the stuff we already listed for Variety over there for the Kings. Also, I want to give you your podium now to talk about that fun milestone that we've got in this.
It's actually funny because I can tie it together really well. We've been talking about Variety. This is probably not the typical numbers. I don't normally like talking about the deaths column because it's just kind of like, oh, hey, like
Myth
it's very similar about like loss columns, right? Where it's just kind of like, man, is getting your 250th loss really something you want to celebrate?
You and Myth are two opposite humans, and
nah, we want positives around here. That being said, Variety is number 4 on the death list total for SPL, and the only reason I mention that is because all time. And the only reason I mention that is because Aurora on the Titans was number 1 for so long, and I was just flipping through all the different milestones in the rankings to find that Twig overtook him at some point. Like this year, recently, had to take him over, and is about 50 deaths ahead of him. So if Aurora dies somewhere up around 50 times, and
it's a 5-game
Twig
set,
just does not die at all, then they're going to be looking pretty solid and tied.
Yeah, Aurora just needs to die 10 times per game, and
Twig just needs to have 5 deathless games.
And it somehow still needs to go 10 or 5 games full. If Aurora's going 0-10, I am hard pressed to see how that happens, but we'll leave it open for the opportunity. Lancelot left open, and Lancelot first picked here. Now, for other teams, you might still look at this and say, all right, this could be a jungle pick. Heck, for the Titans, I might be thinking this is a jungle pick if you see the Lancelot locked in for layers. I tend to think Lancelot Variety when I see the Kings lock in Lancelot. Twig has been loving the Nemesis, Hunbats, Ratatoskr, Najah, and Lancelot solo has really been forged into victory by Variety here lately.
Yeah, and honestly, he's tanky. He's got a nice large cripple field, good engage, good disengage if he needs to. And I think it's something, Charlie talked about it in the jungle specifically because how fast the horse can get you around, and not something that we're foreign to seeing, right? I think Layers played it yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised if Twig was capable of playing it. But at the same time, I think that mobility, while it's a little stinted in the solo lane because, like, where are you running to? For the first portion of the map and match, yeah, you're not probably going to be using that too often.
You cannot hit what
Maybe
you
around
cannot
like even
see.
level 8, like all of a sudden you have faster rotation power and things like that. And we've talked about that a lot on the other side of the map, in the duo lane, things like that. That's why like Chernobog has been so high priority, things like that. So I would not be surprised if this goes solo, we start seeing maybe Variety getting active a little bit more often. It's also the Kings. I won't be surprised if we don't see Variety say his name for 25 minutes. Like it's something that I think that it's very possible. 18 minutes in, there's a single kill because that's the pace of game that they're good at. And it's the pace of game that they can control because they get a lot of macro play in the meantime.
Yeah, and then we'll suddenly start saying his name a whole lot from like 25 till the end of the game. One of the two.
They make it up. It's that balancing point. It's like you would have said it like 15 times by now, so I'm going to make you say it 30 times in 20 or 10 minutes.
That's right. All right, so the Tartarus Titans are able to draft themselves some consistency in their first three. Khepri, been one of the most popular support picks over the last couple of weeks. First pick worthy for sure. Ratatoskr and Merlin end up being the next two. So, Gore, you get some great utility here with the Scarab's Blessing, of course, stalling out team fights.
Yeah.
If Lancelot jumps on his target, Chernobog knocks down a target. Of course, Scarab's Blessing there for that second wind in a team fight. But I think you kind of cover a lot of bases here if you're the Titans with your first three. You get good initiation, jump in with the Ratatoskr. Also late game burn and shred scaling with this Merlin. So I think the Titans have touched on a lot of their needs here in their first three picks.
And honestly, I think that, like you said, you've got good engage. This Khepri pick has just been a pain, I think, for pretty much everybody. And it was, for a long time, the matchup. Like, okay, they got Khepri, we're going to grab Yemoja. Yemoja was forgotten and kind of left by the wayside for a majority of yesterday. I don't know what it was. Like, for the King sets, she was banned for every single game. But for some of the others, unbanned, unpicked throughout all 10 that come through of both. So it was impressive to see the lack of maybe balancing that comes out. And it's that weird thing where it's like, Khepri has good control, good roots, decent teammate safety, and then just a res. Like, that's the big one, is having that on top of it. Yemoja has good healing, Riptides can be solid, like better control, I think, in the middle of a team fight, but the res outweighs the heal whenever you're looking at that, and so Khepri's definitely been like a force to be reckoned with. Still here, I think that Yemoja has been phenomenal. Like, she's one of the best supports and most pick supports since she came out for a good reason. And so seeing this here for the Kings, I think it kind of gives me hope for them, just because I know Genetics is incredibly good at Yemoja, and even though you're going up against a Khepri, you've got this.
I am feeling similar levels of confidence, I think, for both drafts here so far, and for all of the reasons you touched on there, Gore. And interesting mid lane ban. You gotta remember it's Big Man Things. Discordia has kind of taken over a few teams' pick and ban column as far as mid is concerned, and then Kukulkan, that has been so popular on a couple of teams, and really one of them, of course, being the Camelot Kings around these setup style picks, a River's Rebuke, a Riptide, a Stun, Lancelot, Cripple, things like that. Stuff that the Camelot Kings love to knock down with that Kukulkan ultimate. So I think smart from the Titans here on a couple of bans. And then the Kings, Gore, I think sensing that this is a Ratatoskr jungle for Layers, will ban out King Arthur and Bologna. Still leaves open Kilcullen. Great value Kilcullen, the name brand King Arthur, as we've been calling him.
Great value King Arthur.
That's right. Yeah, I got it backwards.
He's the store brand.
Store brand King Arthur. Still looks good, though, over in the solo lane. As I mentioned to Miff yesterday, store brand oatmeal is still pretty good, so I'll take it.
In fact, most of the time, I prefer it. That might be growing up having eaten exclusively store brand for a long time.
Are you preferring this store brand?
I don't know. It feels like in this matchup specifically, like with the Lancelot locked in, it feels like Lancelot in general has a decent matchup into the King Arthur. Like, King Arthur is just kind of a lane bully. He can out-clear you. He can out-bully you. He's just going to kind of control the lane.
What kind of priority
So I
is
feel
that?
like this was one where it's like, okay, what's going to give Variety the most irritating lane to deal with? And I think that's the King Arthur and the Bologna. Is the Kukulkan still probably on that list? Yes, but I think to much less of an extent than the other two. As far as a matchup goes, I still think we're going to see him be oppressive. When it comes to late game team fights, I think Kukulkan still has a really good impact when played properly. So I think that one's going to be an interesting balancing point, but Lancelot still very powerful right now.
Yep.
And so while there might be some like growing pains early on, I think they'll be in an okay spot.
Gore, if I look at the Titans draft in its entirety, that is about as standard, and that's a good thing in this case, so as well-rounded and standard of a Smite draft as I've seen in a little while. I mean, a Capri standard shred and burn mage in the Merlin, Jabalanque.
You've got
nice
the one of every
ADC.
class.
You got one of everything, right? Which is surprising considering it's the Tartarus Titans playing it. What do you think this composition wants to do, though? What does a standard comp get you? It seems like there's some good objective burn, potentially some good team fighting, very well-rounded.
I was going to say well-rounded might be the best way to describe it because it's got everything, right? You need engage for a team fighter for gank school. You've got Ratatosker, semi-global presence. You need to burn objectives. While you don't have secure the same way, you do still have Merlin, so like killing off Gold Fury is going to just happen faster for your team. And it's not like they have like wild secure on the other side. If a Fear No Evil is available, that's not necessarily used as a secure, but it is used as a, hey, you stay off my objective, we're going to take that. So that is something that maybe the Titans would have to be worried about. But outside of those specific
Jasmine,
things
what are you
that
doing?
are, I would say maybe a little early game, although Merlin's all game.
My cat's being
oriented.
weird.
You've got really good teams,
Jazz.
right? You've got the Capri who can
Come here.
res as well as really good CC from
What are
him,
you doing
great
over
CC
there?
and control from a Cucullin, and then
Crazy?
good damage and engage coming from a Ratatosker, good damage from a Merlin, great damage from a Shibalanke, especially the later the game goes, and then the ability for Cyclone to turn off the lights anywhere on the map. If you're going for a gank on solo, it's like a 2.5-man gank all of a sudden, just if Cyclone decides to throw that ult out just for the help that it can have. He'll get an assist on it. That can help farm up specifically against the Chernobog. It's not going to match the global presence in one sense. Like, Chernobog being there is better than just, hey, you can't see for 6 seconds. Or not even 6 seconds, like a second and a half. And so all of a sudden it is, you know, something that helps you keep up without fully keeping up or fully committing to it. But like you said, late game, you got a lot of good damage. You got decent clear. I think it's a well-rounded comp that's going to accomplish good Smite.
Gormizer, an expected and an incredible matchup here in semifinal number 1. Camelot Kings, Tartarus Titans, game 1 with J-Mac and Trelly.
Thank you so much, Dave and Gore. Jumping into our first game of semifinals Saturday, and it is a rematch back from Masters 1, Trelly. The Camelot Kings, the Tartarus Titans facing off. Last time is the Titans who came out on top in 3-1 fashion. But the Camelot Kings have been on the rise ever since that Masters. Came into this event, number 1 seed coming into week number 1, still coming through number 1 seed into week number 2. They're going to need to reprise that. They're going to have to play their best Smite to go up against the hot Tartarus
They almost
Titans
lost
team.
yesterday.
No doubt. They want to come out swinging and make sure that game 1 you're riding that momentum. So I expect to look at these junglers. And first thing I do is look at the relics. Captain Twig, he's got Blink. Layers also has Blink. Both of these junglers want to get active in the early. And honestly, surprising that so many Aegises and Blinks are picked up when the Fear No Evil is available for Captain Twig. We're going to have to see how active this Fear No Evil can be on the map because, you know, forcing out beats is usually the name of the game. It's just Cyclone Spin with that beat, so not too much respect put towards the Hunbats in the early. I think Captain Twig has some avenues to get active just because of the relics alone.
We'll see where he decides to put that pressure. Mid would be perfect. As mentioned, Paul does not have those purification beats, so no CC immunity to try and react or deal with that Fear No Evil. He's just going to have to depend on hoping that he's got the flicker distance to do so. Meanwhile, pull in from Aurora on towards Netroid. We'll get a little bit of poke onto the Hunter of the Camelot Kings. It's a Shell versus a Meditation, so Genetics going for the Ultra Sustain route, where Aurora trying to get a little bit more of that team-oriented defense and via way of his Relic.
Yeah, the Meditation is going to help out a ton. We've just seen so much early aggression in the meta currently. When you have a Meditation, it sort of thwarts that a little bit. If Aurora and Cyclone found any avenue to get aggressive, they're like, wait, but they have 2 health bars, their mana's never low. Of course, Genex doesn't have that problem, but Netroid can always be topped off with the auto attacks from Genex as well as the heal. So I don't imagine too much pressure showing up in this dual lane unless, of course, it's looking at a purple buff invade. Kill-wise, it's just not going to happen with the way that the Kings have itemized. But again, you gotta look towards that solo lane matchup. Variety did get the Lancelot a pick that he's been liking quite a lot in that solo lane. Up against Budget King Arthur in the form of Coca-Cola and SOT wants to get active as well.
Budget King Arthur.
It really just depends on how often you're getting these items stacked up, right? Soul Eater from Variety, that's gonna be a big power spike, but SOT happy to just grab a Sovereignty, get some HP 5, and then every time you can transform, you wanna get active. Layers is showing some presence on this side of the map, looking at that blue buff.
Blue buff invade. Should go over
Uh-oh.
towards Layers
I'm
of
at
Variety.
slate.
Find the sneaky shot to steal it away. He does
Got
not.
it.
That's a blue buff down for the landslide, and that's going to put a hurt on his fight. It's going to put a hurt on him for now, pushed back by SOT. But not level 5, so no ultimates available towards either of them. So for now, Variety will just have to go back to base. Got his teleport up, so he won't lose out on too much. But not having that blue buff means that for the next couple of minutes, Variety is definitely going to be hurting in the mana department, not going to be able to box
Yeah,
as
that
often as
sucks.
he wants to.
Yeah, Captain Twig was on the speed buff. Layers walked past the speed, walked past the back, said, hey, I'm going to make sure I'm at that blue spawn right away. And I think Twig realized, hey, I'm actually not close enough to even get to that buff, so I'm just going to farm up. Sorry about your mana, bro. Like, good luck next time. Get a totem if you want some MP5. Has not happened. It's been always going over towards the Tartarus Titans. SOT's been confirming that one. So, Variety not going to be able to spam as many abilities. However, does have the teleport, came back in, and got a mana potion. So, that will help with just trying to
man,
get towards
my
soul,
nose.
trying to stack up that item in the lane. But you really can't spam your abilities as much as you would like to. And just because of that invade alone, I don't think there's any reason for Twig to hang around right lane anymore. I mean, it's just going to be so difficult to poke out SOT. It's going to be so difficult to get this Kakulin low. Variety can't just throw out his abilities as he'd like.
Captain Twig aiming for that level 5 mark, so use that Fear No Evil and try and put that first real big damper into the HP, maybe get that first kill online for the Camelot Kings. Now, level 5 has been achieved. Now it's just a question of, is he going to go back in and maybe pick up some cooldown or anything like that before he goes for a fight, before he tries to get things started. At least for now, it's tier 2 Mace. Keep your eyes on Captain Twig and where he puts his first rotation.
Yeah, I usually like seeing the Jotun's Wrath just because you can use that Fear No Evil pretty easily, right? You know, there's always the Crusher start or the Brawler start if you're feeling the healing. But just Jotun's means you can throw out that ult every second that you really want to whenever you have it. It's available. Layers is going for this blue buff again, but the ult come through.
Ult is there by Captain Twig, one by Variety. A dunk in will get the tree out of Layers. Blue buff secure for Variety. SOT will get his ult and transform. Maybe a re-engage by Layers, but I don't think he recognizes Genetics is nearby. So instead, Layers will go back towards the tier 1 tower instead. And now it's the Camelot Kings who can make an aggressive play up by the blue buff.
Yeah, Layers is hiding around the wall here with Love to try and confirm that blue, but the Camelot Kings don't have the timer. They don't know exactly when it's coming up, and they don't want to sit there any longer. So SOT will get at least the XP and the gold from that blue buff, and yeah, it's going to help out the rage a little bit when you're healing. So that's going to be good for the Tartarus Titans. We're seeing a small surge of gold over towards the Tartarus Titans as well. Not going to be the biggest deal. It's nothing massive. It's just farming the map a little bit better, so with some successful invades and better lane clear all around. Aurora finally has rotated out of that duo lane, sitting in mid with Paul at the moment, whereas BMT kind of by himself, just sitting in the lane, trying to do his red buff. It takes so long to clear this by yourself, but hey, you can't wait for Captain Twig, because he's at his speed, and that's more important to a jungler. That speed buff is key. You want to make sure you're on that at cooldown. If you lose that, I mean, game's over.
I mean, that's the jungler's lifeblood.
Oh, yeah.
If they don't have their speed buff, it is just not a fun day. They're going to let you know that they're not having fun. But all jokes aside, Captain Twig does go back, picks up Crusher first, so not going to go for the cooldown, just going for some extra burst damage on this Hunt Bats. We saw that first Fear No Evil at blue buff. That was just to secure the buff for Variety. Maybe try and get a kill if possible, but Variety is a little too far away with that Grand Joust to really land home. So now where will Captain Twig go? Beads are up for Cyclone, so not the easiest target, especially with the Shibalanke ultimate. Makes it hard to go. So you think that Captain Twig tries to put a little bit of pressure on Paul, or maybe even Aurora, who has stepped very far forward. Three
By
of the
himself.
Kings here. River's Rebuke. Some decent body blocks hold him back for a while, but Aurora should go down, even with a Scarab's Blessing. To hold him out for a little while longer, he will drop right into the ground. It's first blood to Big Man Tings. On the opposite side of the map, Captain Twig and Variety almost find a pick on towards Layers, but with that ultimate, able to get out.
They did use the Fear No Evil, and it looks like Variety held on to the Joust just in case there was some chase down there on the Layers. First blood does go the way of Big Man Tings over Aurora, stepping a little bit too far up to try and grab that obelisk. Actually, it looks like Genetics is going to steal him right back, so that steal will be in vain. The Trebuchet is not going to go the way of the Tartarus Titans just yet. And now the slow does hit for Captain Twig, and here comes the Joust field.
Joust is in,
shit.
but Variety is low on mana. Not many abilities left to his name. And With Layers coming back in on the blink, it could be Variety going down instead. The Tartarus Titans have turned this team fight back and found their first kill of the game. Captain Twig just far enough under the tower for Layers and SOT not to commit.
Yeah,
Layers got
chasing
there
SOT
fast.
just a little bit too far. Didn't have the damage or the mana to confirm that kill. And great rotation by Layers to make sure to help out the solo laner. Now evening up the kills, but the gold lead certainly in favor of the Tartarus Titans. And you know, the first blood bounty going to BMT was massive, but like I said, the farm throughout the map has just been better for the Titans. SOT's got a level lead. Captain Twig trying to get aggressive on the Layers, but the ult's not up, and one stun should be enough to thwart that gank attempt. And you know, you're seeing the XP lead through and through. Captain Twig's a level up, but SOT's a level up as well. Where are you going to use that aggression? It looks like just going back to the farm game. No more fighting. You got 2 more minutes before Pyro spawns in, and no one's looking at a Gold Fury.
Gold Fury completely off the menu, at least for now. That's saved at least for the main course. Right now, we're still getting through the appetizer stage of our meal, Trelly.
Of course. Wait, is Pyromancer the appetizer, or is these fights the appetizer?
I think Pyromancer is the appetizer in this case.
So is this just like the drinks? Like
You're
is,
sipping
away?
Yeah, this is like you go to like the Olive Garden, they give you like your first round of breadsticks kind of thing.
Okay. So this is the appetizer before the appetizer.
Yeah, this is the free appetizer, the chips at the restaurant kind of thing.
Okay, I understand. So I think both of these teams excited for the appetizer to come in a couple minutes. Camelot Kings, I have to imagine, will be on point with this Pyromancer spawn. Doesn't mean they have to pull it, but vision will certainly be down in about 1:10 on this side of the map, just making sure that objective is always going to be looked at. With Layers having through the Cosmos, it's never an easy objective to pull. Whenever Rat goes into the sky, DPS sort of has to stop, but a good stun around the wall means Captain Twig's get low.
Does overhand smash
Get
on
low,
Layers.
low.
That's going to deter Layers from going any further forward for now. British Scorpion started up by the Kings. Layers is sticking around, but not a chance that he goes in against 3 different players. Variety has been getting the worst end of these trades in solo lane. SOT, with his first full defense item, has mitigated so much of the pressure that Variety tried to get earlier on in this game. Variety just cannot catch a break right now up against this Kakulin, struggling.
Layers is going in.
To find anything. Layers will dunk in to the right side, finds the root. To joust is out by Variety, and that holds them off. Genetics should be able, with Captain Twig, to find SOT. Scare's Blessing does get the Soul Later back, but Netroid is rotated,
no
but a Riptide
way.
accidentally doesn't catch him in time. Instead, it's Layers who does go down. SOT makes it out, but Aurora should not, because all 5 of the Camelot Kings are here. Aurora goes down. It's the 2nd kill for Big Man Tings.
I mean, the Titans used everything to try and save SOT there, but they lose Aurora and Layers in the process. Here comes that appetizer. Pyromancer has spawned in, and already 3 seconds in, the Camelot Kings were on point with that DPS. Paul might be able to throw some over the wall, but he's a little too late. Camelot Kings will grab 2 and the Pyromancer.
Camelot Kings. And this is the method of play that we were alluding to yesterday, Charlie. I mean, we were watching the Camelot Kings. It's like, man, these guys are just taking weird fights. They're not fighting over objectives like they normally do. Like, what is going on? This is what we're accustomed to with the Camelot Kings, a team that will not take a fight until there's something to be fought over. What happens? Right before 10 minutes, Camelot Kings go straight to solo lane, pick a fight that, well, obviously they were losing at that time and needed some help, but then they win the fight, Pyro's right there, and they can grab the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with the gank on a Variety, but whenever that jousting field is available, diving tower, it's never easy, right? I mean, Layers was full HP, but SOT tanked that tower up for way too long, was 1 HP. And of course, the Riptides in from Genetics weren't able to grab SOT, but killing Aurora and Layers in the process. And a great Scarab's Blessing by Aurora as well to make sure that SOT didn't go down to the Fear No Evil. Just meant that all-out
Thought he had
aggression
it with the
from the
Riptide,
Camelot Kings still
but
paying
nope.
off in the kill department. Still, though, that gold, it's not in favor of the Camelot Kings just yet. The Tartarus Titans have been able to keep their farm up consistently. Paul hasn't been rotating out of lane too much, so been able to farm up pretty well. BMT does have a bit more gold in that department, but I think most of the gold probably sitting on these side lanes, right? Whereas Cyclone Spin has not left. You know, Netroid's been able to fly in with that Nightmare trying to join these fights, but Cyclone just sits farming, as well as SOT has been able to outfarm Variety for the time being. So that's where that gold lead is sitting at currently.
Roar did end up missing that abduct on Genetics, and you can see the level of poke that can get thrown right back out at him for missing that ability. But Netroid down. It's level and a half Cyclone Spin. make it a little difficult for any kind of ganks in the duo lane. But with Genetics coming back over, should be able to ease at least the pain of trying to go through a purple buff. Cyclone, Layers, and Aurora are here. But it seems that they don't want to take a fight with the Emoja. Phantom Shell not available towards any of them yet. Would be difficult to try and fight into River's Rebuke.
Yeah, Genetics upgraded into Cloak of the Aesthetic very early on. That meditation upgrade with the cooldown resets. Usually you'd see and wait until about 12, but early on was the case. SOT did knock Variety off the horse, but the root missing means no more aggression on this side of the map. Once again, whenever there's a slow moment, you always got to look towards these globals. You're looking at Layers. Where is this through the Cosmos going to land next? Again, no sort of pressure in that soul lane anymore. SOT's going to de-transform, and after that, no more kill potential. I think Layers wants to hit level 12 before getting aggressive again. Fear no evil. Never something fun to fight into without beads. So I think smart call just to wait until level 12 before any more aggression comes through. And still that Gold Fury has not been looked at. We've seen some wards thrown down, so just some 50 cents, no sentry wards just yet. Haven't really been going for any sort of aggression on that left side of the map. It's been vastly untouched.
Man, can I just applaud Paul for a moment for the level of confidence that he has to go 12 levels without purification beads against a Hunbat and a Yamoja. And not only that, live through those first 12 levels without having any aggression thrown towards him. Maybe that's a bit of a slide over at Captain Twig and Genetics for not trying to punish this Merlin, but the fact that Paul just ran from level 1 until 12 without beads against this composition, not dying at all, that's a pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a Paul strategy. Captain Twig does blink in, but Sacred Monkey Toss is going to land. Netroid is there with Cyclone Spin on the dash.
Cyclone Spin uses the ultimate.
Oh, you might
It's
be
not
dead.
going to get very far. Netroid crashes back in, and it's Captain Twig to slam down the hammer. Pick up the 4th kill of the game for the Camelot Kings. And now immediately, the Kings could go towards this Gold Fury, but a full rotation from the Tartarus Titans and missing Variety means that it will not be the objective the Kings go for just yet.
Yeah, I really did think that would be an immediate gold pull, but with SOT making that rotation over, it's still a 4v4 situation. Layers goes to the sky and will be just fine, just in time, a timeout, that Fear No Evil. You are getting an ult for an ult, but Fear No Evil is one of those ults you'd love to have during a team fight. Aurora is going over and fighting versus 3, but here comes SOT. I don't think there's going to be any fight after the fact. Layers is gone on the right side of the map, so Tartarus Titans are going to let this one go.
Captain Twig can go back to base. Both he and Layers have started stacking up Transcendence in their second slots in the jungle. So waiting for a little bit later in the game before those two really come online with their power spikes. Meanwhile, mid laners are starting to finish up some of their big power spike items. Warlock Staff's already done. Mirrodin finished for Big Man Tinks, now working towards Soul Reaver, where Paul working on some of that anti-heal. Not a whole lot of team sustain, just really Genetics on this Yamoja. But Variety with that Soul Eater, we've seen what he can do in 2v1 situations when he's got a bit of a lead.
Oh yeah, if you're able to just spam Lancelot's abilities with the Soul Eater into no anti-heal, it's always going to be a good time. Tartarus Titans, though, are going to make the pull onto the Pyromancer. Variety's here very early on, but it's burning fast.
Pyromancer low. Tartarus Titans do secure it. Despite the Variety's best efforts, the Camelot Kings not able to stop the Titans from grabbing that objective. And now we'll push the Tartarus Titans very slightly back, at least as far as gold lead is concerned. XP sitting pretty even, slightly up for the Camelot Kings, 16 minutes. We are at a dead even state between these teams, passing around these objectives, passing around this neutral farm. Does not seem that either team can find that standout, that breakout lead. I think, Trelly, this Gold Fury might be the one objective to do so.
Yeah, I do think the Gold Fury would be the one that tips the scales in either team's favor. As we see, the Trebuchets have been mirrored as well. Not in the same lane, but one on the side of both of these teams. Paul, double Riptide, forced to Aegis early, and now trying to get aggressive onto BFT.
Twig goes in. Beads from Paul.
Panic beads.
I think he was expecting the Fear No Evil instead of the Monkey Toss. And instead, because of that, Paul is now down both of his relics. Will have to play very passively and very far back during some of these fights. Aurora's going to have to be there to make sure Scare's Blessing can keep him up. Cyclone Spin will turn the corner just to see his purple buff stolen away. And the Tartarus Titans, once again, SOT rotating out of lane and
Maybe at
grouping
15
up
level
towards the
start
Skull
using
Fury.
beats though.
SOT's on this side of the map, which means Variety either clears that wave and comes over, or continues to get pressure over in that lane. In Paul's defense, Captain Twig did blink in extremely menacingly. Just didn't use the ult, just threw the monkey toss and looked at him and said, "Go ahead, beads." And Paul's like, "Okay," and just used the Aegis previously against the Primordial Onslaught from BMT, and now the beads are down. So this is the time for the Camelot Kings to try and get aggressive. If you can find an ult onto Aurora, who doesn't have any relics at the moment, besides the shell, and Paul, like if they are stacked up, you could get some real value out of that Fear No Evil. Certainly have an opportunity to try and get a pick onto Paul. But it looks like, again, Variety is comfortable in lane. Just sitting over on that right side of the map. You would love your solo laner to go for a play like that. And I'm thinking the Camelot Kings are fine with this slow style of play because they're so confident in their team fight. They don't need to force these objectives early on. They know XP-wise, they're going to hit level 20 first in most of these lanes. Gold-wise, they should be able to climb ahead if they keep up at this pace as well. So they are going to send out the mid-trebuchet and try and get a little bit of pressure with that. But with the three-man rotation towards mid, Aurora, Layers, and Paul should be able to make quick work of it.
Yeah, something that the Camelot Kings have gone on record saying is that they're very confident in their team fight stage more than anything else, just because each player on their team individually knows the role that they're supposed to play in the team fight. They know what they need to do to make sure they can win their fights. Now they're going to have to put that to the test up against Aurora and Cyclone, with Layers on the way. Not willing to commit to the ults, not willing to commit to the fight just yet. Camelot Kings biding their time for a perfect pick. Maybe they can find it here with Genetics finding a Riptide, a Fear No Evil on Aurora, who will get himself back alive, but he's right into the River's Rebuke and will use his shell to get back out as well. Now both relics down, Layers crashes back in. Variety has to joust his way on out, and they full 5v5 on the left side. Variety and Aurora, the only two low.
Paul is full HP though, rotates into this fight late. No real ultimates available for either one of these teams, but it looks like the sustain route is in favor of the Camelot Kings. If they let Genetics heal up, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go for a re-engage. It doesn't look like that is the call though. Go for the red buff, stay back, keep your eyes on this Fury just in case the Tartarus Titans go for a pull. But the Camelot Kings are just heading over back to right lane, continuing to farm, not even for a moment, but SOT is going to pull this objective. They realize, hey, the Kings are over on right, we're going to go for this.
Troid's here. Genetics and Big Man Tings join in. The Gold Fury has been leashed. A Riptide drop by Genetics to try and catch out Cyclone Spin. The Camelot
Genetics is
Kings
gonna hang
have
out
held the Titans away from the objective. Variety still on the right side of the map. So it's only going to be
And a
4
top
versus
bar.
5. It's only going to be 3. And the Tartarus Titans get the Gold Fury. But they don't really get much off of that as far as the gold lead is concerned. They've only just bumped it back up to their side by a couple hundred gold. Meanwhile, Variety is just going to continue his split pushing, his solo farming over on the right to make sure the Camelot Kings stay in this.
Yeah, I'm surprised Variety was not able to grab that tier 1 tower and right, but it should go down with one more minion wave if no one rotates over. Just good play by the Titans there, sticking around that objective, recognizing, hey, Twig and Variety have left. Like, this is a 3v5. It was still a bit of a coin toss, but as long as you're able to body block the Primordial Onslaught from BMT, the bubbles from Genetics are not doing that much damage. The steal potential wasn't too great. The Tartarus Titans were able to grab that Fury, as the next objective spawning in should be that Pyromancer here shortly. And that's why we're seeing the Captain Twig, as well as all of the Camelot Kings, posturing towards the right side of the map. Netroid's not going back to lane. Heading over towards this Pyromancer immediately, and they're going to start the pull.
Roar's here. Shell back up in 4. Bead still down for 40. So Roar doesn't have all of his safety tools back up just yet, in case there was too much of a commit. Netroid was on the middle of the map and is now teleported back in left. He's not only boxing in Cyclone, but make sure to keep that wave at bay. Camelot Kings with yet another Pyromancer, yet another objective. Pulled the gold lead back to himself. But Charlie, we haven't really seen a huge full-on breakout 5v5. It's been picks that grab ults from one way or the other.
Okay.
It's going to continue with that same trend. Captain Twig beads and ults are down, and so is he. Layers crashing off the tree. Finds the damage necessary to pick off the jungler. But what can the Tartarus Titans get from this pick?
I mean, Paul played that about as well as you can. Knew that the blink was available, but did not let it happen. If Captain Twig held onto that ult a little bit longer, maybe would be sitting just fine. But that's the benefit of turning off the lights. Twig had no idea who was around him, didn't know when Layers was going to land, just had to drop the Fear No Evil and hope that the blink could come out after the fact, and that's not the case. You're asking where the Tartarus Titans won. I think this tier 2 tower and left could be the option, but it looks like Variety is not going to let that one happen.
Variety and Genetics the frontliners of the Camelot Kings holding back the Titans. But Fury is still down for 2.5 more minutes, so nothing to gain there. Pyromancer down even longer than that. So the Titans will have to settle with just this tier 1 in the left side of the map. Maybe they can grab something elsewhere across the map, but with those Lizards pushing up by big man Tings, keeping it difficult for the Tartarus Titans to really make a move on either portions of the map. And we saw what happens if Aurora gets isolated, had to use the Scarab's Blessing on himself earlier on, had to use the beads to get a Fear No Evil to even get that ability off, and then had to use the shell right after. Is that the same kind of method that the Kings have to take when they start approaching these jungle fights?
I mean, I can't imagine that picking Aurora is going to be too easy at the moment. Once Netroid gets, like, you know, upgraded starter item and maybe a bit more CC online, you could look to win a fight that way. But if you're using Fear No Evil and River's Rebuke on Khepri, the fight after the fact is not going to be going too great for the Camelot Kings. And also Aurora
That's true.
played that engage perfectly, right? I mean, he used the ultimate, revived himself, used the beads to Fear No Evil, then Phantom Shell down and was able to escape that way. So he's at the point where he's got plenty of tank stats. Relic Dagger is up, so these relics are consistently available for Aurora. I just don't imagine it's going to be too easy to get a clean pick onto Khepri. That Fear No Evil needs to be hitting at least 2 targets. Now the Camelot Kings are on the right side of the map, trying to get aggressive in the jungle, get a little bit of vision. We're at Fire Giant territory. I don't think that'll be pulled before the Oni Fury, but one pick, a big fight where someone has to retreat. Either one of these teams have the DPS to try and pull the objective this late into the game. So you gotta always make sure there's some vision on this side of the map. With the global presence from Netroid, I don't imagine he's gonna have to make that rotation over. Can sit in lane, try and get that tower if possible. Whenever the Camelot Kings need, Netroid could always click 4 and fly over and help in this right side of the map.
For now, Camelot Kings just trying to figure out where they can make their mark known, figuring out where they can put some of their damage out to try and find any advantage possible to get started on this Fire Giant. Leaving Netroid alone in left, he'll be able to farm up. He has hit level 20 now, so a nice little potential power spike for him once he does go back to base, upgrading that starter item to himself. And Variety on this King Arthur does have his Bluestone upgraded, so we're starting to approach 6 slots for a lot of these players in the lobby. We haven't really broken out of this gold lead of any kind. I mean, 1,000 here or 1,000 there, back and forth between the teams. And it's the Camelot Kings who pull the Fire Giant. Aurora and Layers are here. Variety gonna try and zone Layers out, but you can only zone a rat for so long. Fire Giant down to 20% health. The Fear No Evil dropped early. The River's Rebuke doesn't get the kill. The Camelot Kings do get the Fire Giant. Layers has the ultimate on top of him. He'll be revived. Back over to Aurora in a swift escape for the Camelot Kings. They grab the fire
Layers
and they
almost
get
had
out.
it.
That is a clean disengage by the Kings. In a situation like that where you use all your ults on the objective, worst case scenario is that they, you know, the Tartarus Titans are able to force a fight. But that is not the case. They will be able to grab the Oni Fury, but the Camelot Kings are not slowing down. They didn't back. They're on the right side of the map going for this tier 2. If all of the Titans wait to get this objective, that right side bird might not be too long for this world, and it looks like that is the call. Lizards are dropped, and Variety's charging in before the Tartarus Titans can even respawn.
Variety's there. Netroid's batting away at the health bar. Phoenix goes down. And Layers is here. Genetics might be the only one caught out amongst this. Does get knocked up by SOT. The root doesn't find him. And now it's Variety and Netroid. The front line zoning through, but Netroid so low in HP. The Camelot Kings have not only snuck a Fire Giant out, they've also taken 2 towers and a right side Phoenix. And now is the time where the Camelot Kings will decide to make their retreat.
Yeah, BMT was zoning the rest of the time. Just that tornado alone. Not going to be easy to run into that one. This is a late game Tiamat. And the Camelot Kings are able to go back.
Dangerous.
Sitting over and right, possibly looking for a 1v1 opportunity on the Cyclone Spin. If he sits here a little bit longer, he certainly will get that opportunity. No one from the Tartarus Titans are on this side of the map. I'm curious how much damage is about to be done here, and it looks like everyone's flying in. Cyclone Spin, you're going in the ground.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin, it's just a matter of who gets it. It's Captain Twig this time, but the brunt of that damage done by Variety on this Lancelot, a pick that he has gotten time after time in the solo lane, and it has worked out time after time for the Camelot Kings. Captain Twig goes in with the monkey toss, finds some decent damage against SOT, and the Camelot Kings with a one-man advantage should be able to push at bare minimum this tier 1 tower. Could go for a tier 2 as well.
Yeah, there's no way the Titans can step up to the tier 2. That Phoenix is the only place they can really look for some defense. There are some Oni minions pushing left, so if they wanted to go left side, the Camelot Kings would have to go clear that way, but they're more focused on this tier 2 tower, and Variety already riding the horse into the back line.
Netroid out there. Tower doesn't stand much of a chance in the back line. Fear no evil
no
catches
way.
a roar. And that's the beads and the Phantom Shell burned away by one small play out of Captain Twig, who has been making nothing but big plays this entire game for his team.
And that was a massive ultimate. Getting both Rugs from Aurora is going to be big if the Camelot Kings want to try and re-engage for this left side bird. We already touched on those Oni minions. They are batting away at the tier 2 tower, which means
It's
this
like 2
siege
ultimates, though.
will be stalled out a bit longer. Only about 1:10 left on this Fire Giant buff, but the Camelot Kings got plenty, right? I mean, this is the first Fire Giant of the game. You're expected to get some towers down. Maybe you take a crack at a Phoenix, but usually it's not going down when the game is this even. But because the Tartarus Titans went for that Oni Fury, the Kings used that pressure, got that Phoenix easily, and then got the pick on the Cyclone spin. Only about 45 more seconds. I imagine tier 2 tower and get out's the play, unless the Tartarus Titans step up a little bit too far.
Titans will just have to let go of the tier 1. Cyclone and Aurora, along with SOT. Yeah, they're going to give up the tier 2 tower as well. So Camelot Kings, with their Fire Giant buff, have swept every single tower and a Phoenix off of the map.
Jeez.
And have extended that gold lead to nearly 8,000 now in their favor.
It was like an even game.
I'd say that's pretty good.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
With one fell swoop, I mean, one single objective, we were sitting at a dead even game, and now you see the stair-step climb there that the Camelot Kings have been able to make in such a short amount of time. With their 4 minutes of Fire Giant buff, it was non-stop, constant farming and taking these objectives.
Yeah, I actually have been seeing this more recently lately. Big Man Tings grabs the Bancroft's Claw last item on the Tiamat. It's one of those picks that you can get benefit out of if you just hold on to it until the end. The shielding is going to help you out for some survivability, but also last item just helps you out with some damage. You know, usually Bancroft's, when it was in the meta, was one of those items you get first, and then maybe you'd upgrade it towards later once these glyphs come out. But now it's fitting pretty well into the end of these builds here. And it's just nice to see on the Tiamat. BMT has been having a fantastic game, sitting about 2-0 at the moment. Hasn't been able to die just yet, and even more survivability is going to go in his favor. But now it's time for the Camelot Kings to look at the enhanced Fire Giant. Should be touching down here
Bancroft's
shortly.
Claw.
With only one bird down, and actually just spawned back in. The Tartarus Titans should be able to send that Trebuchet, clear these fire minions out, and I imagine should feel confident enough to step up towards this objective.
They're going to need to step up this time around. There are some minions pushing the left side from Big Man Tings. That's going to cause some problems, at least keeping the minions back there.
You guys can't trebuchet though.
Variety at the front line for the Camelot Kings. Galloping around on his horse, waiting for an opportunity for somebody to step in. SOT is the one to step up first, but the enhanced Fire Giant was pulled, and it's at half HP. Layers has gone up onto the tree, will crash back down towards mid, and that's a big win for the Camelot Kings, because that is one major ultimate now down for the Tartarus Titans.
Metroid used the ult as well just to make sure they were able to see where Layers was going to land. And now the enhanced Fire Giant's being pulled once again. SOT trying to frontline
BMT's
here,
just zoning,
but
man.
BMT is just zoning the rest of the Tartarus Titans out. The enhanced Fire Giant was dropped and reset. Genetics will have to sustain to keep everyone topped off for this engagement.
Jeez, dude.
Just really depends. Where's Captain Twig going to go in? Is this a Fire Giant commit? Are you looking for the fight? SOT backs at this point, has to upgrade the teleport. That's got to be the go button.
BMT, though, in danger. Captain Twig in the back line. Does find Cyclone Spin, but now it's Captain Twig who is in danger. Rouge
knock
comes
up.
through, but it will not save him. SOT finds one pick, and SOT is full HP in the back line, fighting against Netroid. But now the Camelot Kings on the retreat. Netroid cannot find the autos he needs. Layers dashes in. Netroid dashes out, and the revive will get it back in. SOT has found the double kill. SOT looking for the triple kill as he will de-transform, runs right back in, needs one more hit on Genetics, but Paul will grab it. But now Big Man Tings back in because everybody
Holy
else
shit,
is
dude.
so low. Double kill for the mid laner of the Camelot Kings. They turn the fight back.
BMT's
BMT is not
ridiculous.
afraid of anything. It looks like Variety is going to try and chase down Layers on the horse, but Big Man Tings has to deal with the Trebuchet, has to not lose that tower. Variety is still chasing out Layers. No way But the chase will ensue too much longer, though, unless Layers goes for this speed buff. Has the ultimate available. The second he sees Variety, he has to dash away. That jousting field's not going to be enough to close gap, but they're going to go for it anyways. Gets the ult. Close, but not going to net a kill.
Very
Layers
close.
goes back to base, and it's going to take quite some time for Variety and BMT to get either one of these objectives. Captain Twig spawns back in, but not going to be at this enhanced Fire Giant just yet. So a net wash. 20 seconds for SOT to come back, 15 for Paul, and Genetics is about 8 seconds away. This is going to be another 5v5 team fight while Cyclone Spin heads over and grabs that Primal Fury in the process. But SOT goes massive there. I mean, what a goal deficit to fight into. I said the Titans should feel confident fighting for the objective, and they should, but just a 5v5 team fight around the objective should not have felt that confident, and it looked great, even off a great start of Captain Twig, finding a pick where Aurora wasn't even about to scare him. Blessing, this Fire Giant's getting burned, and only Layers is close by.
Quarter health. Layers and Aurora to try and steal it, but the Camelot Kings grab it, and once again, the Camelot Kings will make their swift path out. Not a full retreat, though. Pyromancer is up, so you might as well grab an extra little prize with the Fire Giant. But now where will they go? Do they push up the left lane? Do they push up mid? Seems the call for a couple is to at least go back to base.
No
Spend up
lizards.
some of that extra gold that they've been saving
Okay, my
up.
lizards too cute.
Teleport for Variety finish up. Blink upgraded for Captain Twig.
Too cute, I
So
say.
now-
Does Variety get red? Let's see it. It looks
Seems
like
to-
Variety
wow,
gets
there is-
red.
It's the consumed one.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, who's getting the second red buff? I was curious if it was going to be like, you know, Twig grabs it, doesn't want the speed. Genetics could pick it up, but give Variety the second red buff, and now you're going to see even more damage in the backline. The Tartarus Titans are not hiding underneath their Phoenix. They are grouped up at this Primal Fury, looking to set up an
That's
ambush
pretty dangerous.
somehow. They don't have a Fear No Evil go button. It's usually going to be an abduct from
It's like
Aurora or some sort of knock-up from
1/3
SOT.
more
Variety
power.
is going to be the first one to walk in.
He will graze on by. Realizes that there's quite a few in the jungle. He'll walk over a ward. Monkey toss in the back line for Captain Twig. Finds Paul, but
What?
Paul turns it right back around. Captain Twig is the first one gone in the fight. Variety dives into the back to try and find Cyclone
Damn.
Spin. But the two frontliners of the Tartarus Titans are holding back the Kings, if only for an extra moment. Dash out is good by SOT because he transformed, but the Riptide holds it back a little bit longer. The stun just off the mark. And the Camelot Kings are still pushing forward.
Yeah, they're feeling confident here, and it looks like they're going for that mid-Phoenix. The minions are walking in. Paul's low, but not low enough that he can't clear the minions out, and Layers going up in the sky.
Metroid pushing at the Phoenix. Layers misses the ultimate at the back end of the fight, and the Rivers will zone away a few. And now it's Variety to go on the solo mission to find Layers, but that Phoenix ate about half of its health with just a few autos from Netroid, but the Camelot Kings down a man cannot continue.
Yeah, Captain Twig gets absolutely deleted in that fight. Hits a massive Fear No Evil, but Paul just clicks beads and returns the damage, and that's all it really took. The Camelot Kings still were feeling confident, tried to push in, but without your jungler, without Captain Twig, without Fear No Evil underneath that Phoenix, even with EFG, a 4v5 is a tall task, and now it's time to go back to base and figure out, do you have enough time to go for a second push here? Enhanced Fire Giant will be up for a little bit longer, about a minute 30, and it looks like Netroid is pushing up mid lane. That's the only Phoenix that's looking kind of weak, right? Phoenix also weak, but has been healing up for quite some time. And it looks like that will be the call. One more siege, one more group, and pushing up the left side of the map. SOT and Paul missing out on beads, so Captain Twig should be able to get a little bit more value this time, but I don't think your job as a Hunbats with this build, this full damage build with no Aegis, is to be the first one in. I mean, let Variety go to the back line, get some beads out, get some escapes, and then you can blink in. But if you're a 1v5 as a Hunbats, what just happened can easily happen again. Paul has the damage to return and just say, I don't even care about your role. We're going to delete you before the fight starts.
Camelot Kings with 30 seconds left on their Fire Giant buff will now group around the Phoenix for one final push before they'll have to go for a reset. Can they find the opening that they need to break open the base of the Tartarus Titans once again? Remember earlier on, right side Phoenix went down, so there is still that as a fallback option on a later siege. The Camelot Kings are gonna stick around. 10 seconds left. on Fire Giant. Rivers Rebuke up by Genetics to open the door for Netroid and for Captain Twig, but it's a dive in the back by Layers. Captain Twig low,
Save the trebuchet.
but Captain Twig is out. Instead, it's the Trebuchet that's going to pat away at the Phoenix's health bar.
Variety's in the back line, does do a little bit of damage. The Phoenix drops down and the Camelot Kings, they want to go on retreat here. I don't imagine the Titans have too much chase down, but they are surging forward. SOT's looking a little worse for wear.
Oh, Variety,
SOT hit
okay.
by the Joust, and the ultimate expended for the solo laner, but it's Aurora who needed it most as Netroid puts down the support of the Tartarus Titans, and the Camelot Kings now with a 5v4 are feeling confident enough to go for the mid lane Phoenix as well. They have the 1 minion there, and that is more than enough for Netroid to get his opportunity to shut down another Phoenix. Only the right weakened bird still left standing.
Yeah, Roar unfortunately pays for SOT's crime, steps up with way too little HP, baits out the Scarab's Blessing, and then Aurora's the one who really needed that revive. The Camelot Kings get 2 Phoenixes off that play. The first one was guaranteed, but that second one I think only happens if they grab that pick. Enhanced Fire Giant already touching back down here shortly. Cyclone Spin and Layers are close. This is going to be another 4v5 situation. It's not easy to fight into this. If they just stall, if Camelot Kings wait for Fire Minions to push in, there's no way the Tartarus Titans are able to keep everyone around this objective. They have to deal with those Fire Minions.
SOT, the lone front line for the Tartarus Titans at the Fire Giant. Gets pulled by Genetics and Netroid. Captain Twig will deward in enemy territory. The Variety is looping around the back to Cyclone Spin, and Paul will dismount off the horse to disrupt Paul. Joust in the back line. Captain Twig is there. Fear no evil. Will keep Paul away. Netroid needs a little bit of help. Big Man Tink needs all the help, and Netroid will be there to give it for him. Layers goes down.
Wow.
SOT goes down. Double kill for Netroid and the Camelot Kings. They may not even need the Fire Giant if they can find one more pick.
I mean, the fact that BMT lives there is an absolute
Right?
crime, but that's Bancroft's claw
I really
for you.
thought
That's the
BMT was
shielding
dead.
and the sustain from Genetics. Has just been spamming that heal, even into a ton of anti-heal. 2 down for the Tartarus Titans, cannot defend this Enhanced Fire Giant. The base is being broken a little bit by some minions. And now it's time for the Camelot Kings to charge up the right side of the map. You're going to be missing all of your ultimates for some time. I mean, it's a 5v3. It is not easy.
Horse looks funny
to
when
hold
it's
the
running
base
in
up
place.
against EFG. It's going to be a tall task to ask in Variety. Already charging in with the horse. Going to be the first one to break the base.
Keeping himself pressed against the wall so he doesn't have to trot too far in enemy territory. Right side Phoenix gone. 15 seconds on Layers. Minion wave in tow, and that should be the final call for the Camelot Kings. The Bracer is down by Genetics. The ultimate is still down for a little while. Inside the throne room, the Camelot Kings go. Fear no evil keeps Paul back. Variety dives in to get the Aegis away. Paul makes it to the fountain. Layers makes it to the back line, but the Camelot Kings just have too much damage. And game number 1 of our first best of 5 semi goes to the Camelot
Impressive.
Kings.
Clinical play there from the Kings. What an even gold lead up until 20 plus minutes, but 2 Enhanced Fire Giants. At that point, it's difficult to come back from the Camelot Kings, looking extremely solid. The Tartarus Titans found some fight back, and I think Layers was consistently getting to the back line, but not finishing those kills. Doing a fair bit of damage, but you got to finish those kills because BMT just would not die this game.
No, BMT living way too many times on too little HP, especially
Yes,
that last
buddy.
little skirmish around the Fire Giant coming out with red health bar at that point. Just needed a little extra backup, and at least fortunately for BMT, he had the backup of Netroid.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the carries are in the back line. You don't even need peel. Just peel yourself with damage. If you can kill them first, then you're not really in too much of an issue there.
With that one, the Camelot Kings take game at number 1. This is a best of 5 set, so game 1 is only the first stepping stone. Can the Camelot Kings keep this up? We'll find out in game number 2 right after this.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
Okay.
You win the
Might need a snack.
alien wore this?
Perfect.
Snack time?
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
All right, be right back. I am back. DJ Freshwater. Baller status. Okay.
We're neck and neck in game number 1, but it's ultimately the Camelot Kings who are able to strike first. The good news is, game 2 in a best of 5 is the most important game there is. So, Camelot Kings able to grab first blood. Will be answered back by the Tartarus Titans, remain to be seen. We are very, very close here. Up to like halfway through the 20-minute mark, 25 or so minute mark, Gore. I mean, kills actually edging towards the Titans a bit. Kings able to answer back. But Gold within a few hundred of one another. Experience very close as well. It's ultimately late game team fighting around those enhanced fire giants that makes the difference. And the Camelot Kings very good at that.
What I think is funny is, like, when you say that bit, it's the same as every Kings game, right?
Yeah,
It's like late game team fighting makes the difference, and the Kings are able to kind of find a win off of that. But the thing that's interesting to me is that prior to that, it wasn't, like you said, a very similar game. I mean, looking at this, I'd mentioned I was kind of joking in the green room when I was like, man, I'm going to laugh if, like, we end up at another, like, 18-minute first blood with a King set. But I think that they were very active early on, right? Maybe, it took a few minutes, but who cares? They were able to get in there, find a lot of kills, and lead in that regard. But like you said, when it came down to gold lead, I mean, even here, looking at this highlight, they're up 3-1 in terms of kills. They're down almost 1,000 gold in this fight itself. And so as it, approached towards the late game, as they were getting a little more adept at I think, controlling some of those fights, that's when it started turning into macro play all of a sudden. That's when it started becoming, the Titans might be able to get some kills, but, you're down 8,000 gold every time you go into the fight. And so even if you are able to get something, it feels solid. That gap closes up slightly for a little bit, but not enough that it ever feels like they, truly have control. They start getting some fights and, like you said, kills that go their way towards the Titans. But a lot of that one does not end up being, fully in their control. After, like, 20 minutes in, 25 minutes in, then the Kings really start to run away with it. And it's just a matter of, can we get a controlling enough fight that we can just win the damn game? And the answer was yes.
And really, I think Tings impressed me towards the end of the game on the Tiamat. Because, think about the picks that Tings has been playing, the control style mages, the Merlins, Neath. Obviously not a mage. I'm going to cover my bases there.
40,000
some magical ADCs. Tiamat has started to sprinkle its way back into Big Man Tings' picks here as of late, and it has just looked so good. The late game scaling, 40,000 damage. And I think back to a fight, it was early, one of the early Fire Giant fights, where it looked like the Titans had won it. Big Man Tings stays alive, Big Man Tings jumps back in, gets a double kill, and suddenly it's the Camelot Kings who are in a much better spot in that fight. I think Tiamat, and the only player at 600 gold per minute here in game number 1. Everyone else 500 or below, even into the 400s. So good at farming up, so good at doing damage. Tiamat's got to be looked at one way or another here, I think, for the Tartarus Titans. Either you got to plan against it, pick ban, because this is the style of pick that Tings might just keep going.
Honestly, won't be surprised. You talk about that GPM. I won't be surprised if you told me that was like the highest that we've seen in Masters, and maybe the highest we'll see. Period at Masters. Like it's so difficult to hit that high of a number, and I think that's something that the farm wise was really solid for BMT. The thing I'm wondering is where you go back to it, because the Titans, they banned out Nemesis, Chiron, Cupid. All of those were incredibly strong picks for the Kings. Discordia makes sense because Discordia, And then the Kukulkan maybe is someone that you could have forgotten or left behind, but like, I don't know if you really want to. I know that's something that Tings has gone back to. With the Tiamat kind of slowly on the rise, it definitely has to be thought about. The other side, it was the Morrigan, the Hell, the Isa. Like, a lot of mages have been stripped down, so it was definitely in this position where you were going to be worse for wear, I think, no matter what. And then Tings comes out and does 40,000 damage, so it's like you kind of feel like no matter what, that was a losing scenario for him. I'm wondering what they'll change, though, as first pick, just because all of a sudden you can, you can still grab Khepri first as long as it doesn't get banned. But Lancelot was a little bit of a problem, a bit of a problem. Yamoja was still problematic throughout that game. And it definitely feels like you have to make a change.
We are zooming through bans here. We have knocked down quite a few all in a row here. Some mid lane centric bans from the Kings take away a lot from Paul there. Between the Eset, the Hell, and the Morgan. On the flip side, Big Man Tings will lose his Neith, potentially his Chiron as well, though Netroid has looked really good on the Chiron specifically for the Camelot Kings. Cupid left open. That's first pick worthy across the league, it feels like right now, but obviously for Cyclone Spin, it's going to look really, really nice as well. So the Titans was something pretty standard, Gore, with their first pick. Tiamat left unpicked, unbanned, still something Titans can look towards a bit later on in the draft. And why not if you're the Kings? Go right back to this Lancelot.
I am Yamoja.
Yamoja left
Do
open
not
once
forget.
again, and a fantastic top 2 pairing for the Kings.
That was the thing I was really curious about, was what do you value? Like, last time it was they locked in Khepri, Yamoja's still
value
open,
in
let's
life?
just grab that. And yeah, like what do they value in life when life is Smite? And that was the question, right? It's the Yamoja versus the Khepri. I was curious as to which one they would go over for first, because Khepri, like I said yesterday, was astonishingly highly valued over the Yamoja. And then actually now looking at it, and there were some sets where he was just completely ignored as well. So it's been interesting to watch this dynamic between these two, because I think both of them are highly valued as supports. I think Yamoja, in the right hands, just the best support in the game, and it makes sense for the Kings to go back to it. If it was that balance, though, of do you value the res more than you value the kit from the Yamoja? And I'm happy to see that the answer to that was no. I think that they've showcased, and they just did, that you can handle a Khepri, and we've seen it countless times that it's not necessarily guaranteed. It's much more difficult in my mind to handle a good Yamoja. Those walls, yeah, you can use a Phantom Shell, but then you're forcing them into a Relic. You get a Riptide, you're forcing CC, you can control things around there, and maybe it's not like the blanket statement always going to be the best support into X draft, but I think if you don't know what's going to be on the other side, or if you can play it well, then Yamoja's just always going to give you a leg up.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the Titans here, especially with Cabrakan, that I'm assuming will be Aurors. Titans have every opportunity to get maybe the most sought-after duo lane, which is Khepri and Cupid right now. Instead of Cabrakan and Cupid, there's got to be pressure building up in that duo lane for the Tartarus Titans. When you've got a Cupid, you've got Cabrakan. Those two should be able to mount some pressure, but you're right, Gore. I mean, you're going up against a Yamoja, the sustain, plenty of pressure for Yem over in the duo lane as well.
Yeah.
Now, Merlin, a 64% win rate, if I saw that correctly, through like 14, 15 games, so has had a great Summer Masters here so far. And as often that next pick up for Big Man Tings. There's the Neath, the Tiamat, and then like if it's not specifically one of those, then drops down to Merlin a good bit of the time. And I say drops down, but it often looks good. Has had some fantastic games on this Merlin. And honestly, I think similar ability to output big damage numbers as the Tiamat as the game goes on, and also provide some good objective shred.
Yeah, I'm curious about this because, you mentioned not only the Merlin and how much he can provide for the team, and I think right on the money is it's going to be great for the Kings and for Tings specifically.
Nice.
They banned the Tiamat, like it, right? Like, if I'm looking at these bans, I see the Morrigan, the Hell, the Eset, and then all of a sudden Tiamat, cool. Paul's the target, and Paul has a wildly large god pool, but you've taken out a majority of the good mid laners that are in the meta right now, and then you have the Merlin on your side, so that's 5 mages, not including the Neath on the other side, and to an extent the Chiron, but really just the Neath. And I feel like that King Arthur ban is definitely, it's necessary. Sot's really good at this pick. But should this not just be the easiest Discordia pickup? Like, I mean, if you're going for like things that have been meta,
Sure.
you get, if your King Arthur's gone, but you want to empower Sot, you can still get a Discordia and have Paul be effective on that. Maybe there's something about Paul's Discordia, I don't know. But I have to imagine he's really good at a lot of mages. That's something I can imagine him playing very well. And as of right now, it's one of the top of the tier list.
wonder.
A
A
son
triple
to
hunter
vanquish the
composition,
evil.
maybe, for the Tartarus Titans. One magical ADC, of course, with the Oleron to diversify that damage just a bit.
Oh.
And then Uller. So
SOT.
this will be a solo lane Uller. Should be, if my Smite GPS is accurately calibrated this morning. Should be Uller over for SOT
Where is
in the
Smite
solo
True
lane.
North?
I am not a goddess of mercy.
Well, what is True North? It is like a guiding star, right? No, well, that's the North Star, but like True North is.
I
How
don't know.
would you define
Isn't
it?
True North and Magnetic North separate? Like the actual like north
Yeah, maybe.
versus where like the magnetic pole, because the magnetic pole is like shifting or something like that.
Gore,
Like,
I don't
it's
have a
wild.
great answer for you. I don't know what the one true
Oh.
direction of all of it is. I have
We
no
should
idea.
read it. Chat, I'm going to just recommend this. Read about magnets and like magnetic fields, because that stuff is just true wizardry.
Yeah, order
I
yourself.
don't know how it works.
Use your Prime
It's just
membership.
cool.
Get a magnet book shipped to you just ASAP. Let's talk about this composition though from the Tartarus Titans. Cupid, Oleron, Uller,
Yes.
Yep.
True
with
North and Magnetic
initiation
North
from
different.
Ratatoskr and Kabrakan.
Yep.
This is a I'm walking at you, running at you, diving at you, and dealing a lot of damage style of composition. Feels like a lot of it's got to do with SOT being able to find pressure and find a lead over in that solo lane. A dynamic
Yeah.
composition that Titans fans, I think, will be
Yeah,
excited
Onslaught,
about, but
though.
Yeah.
potentially a bit wary of.
I don't know if I'm too worried about it. Sai has, speaking of magnets, he puts magnets in the pockets of everybody he's up against. Those axes never miss. For some reason,
sure
it
don't.
feels like they will wind. It's a straight line. I know it is, but it feels like he can hit it around corners, like like he's in Wanted or whatever. Like it feels like he's hitting shots with these things. That just should not be possible. So I'm always really impressed watching this one. I think that that's going to be fun to watch. And like you said, it's a team comp that is relying on him, but it's overly aggressive, right? Like, I mean, you've got a Rat, a Kabrakan, and like you said, 3 hunters technically to work with. All around chat, I know technically not a hunter, but magical carry, all auto attacks, whatever. AA. And so that's what really matters here, and I think that's the thing that's going to be great. But you also translate well into a late game, right? You have a lot of early game pressure. That translates into a pretty decent mid game for almost all of your gods, but they also have Sanctified Fields. They have Fields of Love. They have great initiation for late game team fights with the Ratatoskr. Kabrakan can get very tanky. Uller and Cupid and Oleron are all just going to do more damage as the game goes on. So I think that it is a very Titans-esque draft. Actually, kind of even double dipping into like what I would expect maybe to see out of like the Dragons. Very aggressive, very straightforward. Whereas the Kings are just playing the Kings again.
Can the aggression, can the unique composition from the Titans win things out here, tie up this best-of-5 set in Game 2? We got to go down to J-Mac and Trelly to find out.
Thank you one more time as we hop in to the second game of the best-of-5 series. A very important game for both of these teams. For the Camelot Kings, it puts them one game away from moving on to the grand finals of the Summer Masters. For the Tartarus Titans, it would mean tying up the set and guaranteeing, at minimum, a 4-game set up against the Camelot Kings. It's J-Mac, Charlie, and Doug back one more time with the Triple Hunter comp that came out during Masters 1 that brought success for the Tartarus Titans, for the Jade Dragons, teams of that time. But how will it fare up against the draft that the Camelot Kings have, Charlie?
Yeah, that is the question. It's a pretty tanky draft in its own right, but they also have Netroid in the backline on this Freya that's going to have a slow start, but will come on strong come late game. So definitely got to be watching out for the Freya. A lot of pressure here on SOT to perform and make sure that he's consistently landing these abilities. Usually, when this pick comes through, SOT gets like infinite lane pressure and is able to just constantly poke out the opponent. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what character they're on.
Haven't
It's
seen
just
Uller
consistent
versus,
pressure from the Uller.
That's not
But
good.
variety on the Lancelot, I imagine, should be just fine in lane once that Soul Eater gets finished and you're able to trade effectively. Interestingly enough, though, once again, Paul going for the shell, not putting too much respect on a Beads or an Aegis, just going for that team fight relic, trying to get some extra HP. I mean, effective HP, not actual HP. And Captain Twig already blinking in on the layers, looking to get aggressive in the jungle.
Get some decent damage there. And as far as pressure is concerned, dual lane, wave pressure 100% goes to the Camelot Kings this early on. But kill pressure could be for the Tartarus Titans. The Heart Bomb lands onto 2. Tremors slow them down as well. And now it's the Tartarus Titans who are fighting back against this Camelot Kings duo.
Yeah, it is a bit of a kill lane here, as the desk highlighted. Kabrakan into the Cupid. Just stun, heart bomb, constantly looking for pressure. But if the Camelot Kings don't have kill pressure. What they do have is sustain for days. They've got Yamoja and the built-in lifesteal that Nitroid has in the kit. So it's going to be very difficult to find kills in a lane like that. SOT, of course, on a Hunter is forced into beat, so you have the teleport from Variety. Should be able to get back into lane effectively, doesn't care too much about losing some HP. But a good axe combo here would be deadly. Variety's already getting very low, and again, does not have the beats, only teleport. Can't be immuning one of those axe stuns and not getting hit by the combo after the fact. And I think that's why we see Captain Twig coming over to the right lane, just to relieve some of that pressure, but also possibly look for an invade here at the blue buff.
Level 3 for Variety means he does have some access to a couple of, or at least one ranged skill by tossing the horse. Captain Twig eats a little bit of a combo there from SOT, but nothing too dangerous. No invades happening this time around. Both teams recognizing that they don't have that same level of kill threat, or really wave threat more than anything else. This mid lane is where I think a lot of people should keep their eyes on, as you mentioned, Paul. Not having beats or Aegis available could be very susceptible if Captain Twig makes a rotation over. That Sanctified Field coming online at level 5, that'll probably be the biggest safety net that Paul will have.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the farm of the mid laners. I don't think there's going to be too much aggression towards this mid lane unless Captain Twig or Layers finally decide to pull the trigger on those blink cooldowns and try and go in for something. Layers was looking at red buff, but a little too late. Not going to be able to go for the invade there. And you know, you're really on a timer, because level 5 comes through. Captain Twig's got the Mannequin Scepter, should be able to finish either the Golden Blade or the Stone Cutting Sword, and that's going to be a ton of damage. SOT trying to hit the combo onto Variety, but doesn't have the Transcendence built just yet, so not enough mana to spam these abilities as freely as he probably wants to, and also not doing that much damage this early on the Uller. Smart ward, though, just to catch out Captain Twig if the rotation comes through like it did last time.
SOT will confirm the Totem of Coup for now. That gets him a little of that extra MP5 for the time. Variety finally with that level 5 able to get a little bit of wave pressure for himself, be able to finally full clear out. We do see a small invade by Captain Twig to steal the Serpent Camp away. Level 5s on both the jungle and the solo. Level 5s in the mid as well. Now we just wait for the dual lane to catch up to that point. But it could just be a fight on Nepal. Knockback and Sanctified Fielder there, and Captain Twig with no beads and not using the ultimate. Won't go anywhere except to the grave. It's Layers to come up for first blood.
I mean, I was just waiting, like, is he just not, he thinks he's dead, he's not going to use the ult. Maybe he didn't want to gamble with trying to juke out Layers' ult and decide to save it, but I think ulting under the tower would have at least granted some safety there. Now, Variety could be in some trouble, does have the Jousting Field to escape if need be, but that blue buff certainly going to be under some fire by Layers.
Just a questionable play by Captain Twig. Maybe, as you said, not wanting to waste the ultimate, that way he can have it for the next fight, thinking he was dead no matter what, but I mean, he had his blink. He could have ulted away, and by the time Layers gets off, he only needs to wait, what, maybe an extra second before Blink is back up to try and get out. But for now, Captain Twig, the only one to take a spill early on. Big Man team kind of going against the grain on stacking items. Normally, it's Warlock staff in that first item if we are seeing these mages go there. But instead, he's gone towards Book of Thoth.
Yeah, we've seen Paul go towards the Book of Thoth, but it's always double stacking, right? Warlocks first into the Book of Thoth. BMT prioritizing that damage once the just the mana online to be able to spam those Merlin abilities, but also just going for raw damage in that slot. We'll have to see if there will be some more survivability later on in the kit. Possibly just that Bancroft's Claw late game, which did numbers for BMT as was. So maybe that's all the survivability that he feels that he needs on this Merlin. It looks like Layers obviously upgraded the Acorn and is going into that Transcendent Star, whereas Captain Twig just grabbed the Golden Blade on this Osiris. Will speed up the farm a little bit and allow clearing these back camps to hurry up, but damage-wise, not going to be the biggest power spike in the world for this Osiris. Still able to get aggressive with the rest of the team, I feel, but I don't think you're forcing 1v1s versus Layers anytime soon. The damage-wise, you're just not able to match it.
I don't know what genetics are. Okay, they're fighting over a chalice is what it was like. What are the two supports doing here, slapping each other around in the jungle for a little while? But there's all the fight over the chalice that ends up going to genetics anyways. Captain Twig and Layers are here. Big Man Ting's around the corner, but so is Cyclone Spin. Fields of Love are available. Captain Twig ults out, and that's the call for Cyclone to go in. That will lock Captain Twig down for a dunk by Layers, but the shell is there by genetics to keep him alive. Only for a moment longer, though. Layers able to pick up that kill, and now Genetic stuck inside the sanctified field. Hardly any Omi to his name. He will go down to the might of the Tartarus Titans.
That was the slowest kill I've ever seen.
Yeah, it
Just
was.
in the tremors, in the sanctified field, had the hard bomb on. Genetic was never going to get out of there, but the health bar, it was so tanky, so much sustain from the support of the Camelot Kings. And now it's the Titans stealing away some obelisks. Remember, Aurora died doing this last game, but feeling pretty confident with 2 members dead there. Now the gold lead certainly in their favor. BMT hasn't been shy to the farm. It's just been sitting around this mid lane as we expected. Paul doing the same, but the farm game alone has been pretty solid for them. SOT jumps in, gets a little bit of damage on the Variety. Unless some more auto hit, there could be
Damn.
potential here. That's going to be all she wrote because the axe missed.
One more hit, bladed arrow off the mark, and now SOT will have to jump over the wall to get away from Captain Twig, but there's not a whole lot of mana to his name. SOT is doing anything he can to find that last swing, but he will go down to Captain Twig.
No
Unless
way.
Layers shows up
What?
to bail him out, but the dunk is there from Captain Twig. That
I
will
thought
finally
Layers had him
get a
out.
kill for the Camelot Kings. Maybe a second one with Big Man Tings and Genetics showing up. Layers has the juke boots to get out for now, but can he survive against 4? Finds a stun on 1, rooted in place.
What?
Cash is out.
He's
Are
actually
you
out.
kidding me?
There was just no stuns. I mean, Layers was
No
speedy enough
way.
to juke them all out. He was even jumping around. I think he was confident he was making it out the whole time. So Captain
Wow.
Twig does pick up the first kill of the Camelot Kings, but Layers is able to make it out of there
That's
alive
wild,
and hold
man.
on to that 2-0 shutdown
Right?
line that you don't want to let the other team have. Smart call. And SOT, if that axe landed, or the bladed arrow, I mean, there's definitely a solo
Yeah,
kill
it's
on
a
the
really good
Variety.
juke on
This is what I
Variety.
said going in. If you're going to go something like the Uller, I mean, you got to be landing absolutely everything to make it work. I'm not going to say it's not working, but first kill of the game goes towards the Camelot Kings, and now Variety's getting ganked.
And a little bit easier to kill a lone assassin with no defense when you got 2 people to do it this time. Tartarus Titans will finally find that kill that they were waiting for earlier on. They put down Variety and they can go for a blue buff invade and maybe a little bit more. But it's a few seconds till that is back up. And teleport is available for Variety. Tartarus Titans will stick around to the right side, though. Layer's going to make sure that buff is stripped away from the solo laner.
Yeah, there's no way that Captain Twig gets over here in time to help out, so Variety's going to have to be without the blue buff once that teleport does come through. Greater Scorpion should be spawning here shortly, and it looks like the Tartarus Titans want to invade that as well, not let the Camelot Kings get any sort of upgraded buffs this time around. Variety could be in some more trouble. The gank, re-gank,
Holy hell.
just comes through. The Crusher ticks, I mean, the Bluestone ticks are not enough, but that
That was
teleport got
close.
used and already done.
And now he'll have to go back and rethink his choices. Slowly trot his way back to the lane on the horse. Big Man Tings walled off by Aurora. Sanctified Field to lock him down and Paul to put him down. Once again, the Tartarus Titans come up with a kill, almost finding another one. Captain Twig has to dunk away from SOT. And this is a problem that we see so many times teams go against the Titans, is they forget that SOT is kind of sick on this pick because he can just do this time and time again. Missed the arrow, Aurora grabs the kill, but the Titans put 6 up on the board.
Yeah, Variety is just not tanky enough to survive the onslaught of damage between Layers and SOT. Aurora gets credit for that kill. Paul already on top of this Pyromancer making the pull. So we saw a little aggression towards that left side of the map. Cyclone Spin was not worried as the Pyromancer will go down for the Tartarus Titans, and that gold lead, 3K in their favor at 10 minutes. I mean, in game number 1, it was at 10 minutes, the Kings were pulling that Pyromancer, and they had the lead. This time around, anything but. Off the back of SOT getting immense pressure in that solo lane. Layers sitting 3-0 on this rat. Wherever these Hunter and Assassins are on the map, they are able to find some pressure. They're able to find those kills. Variety just cannot step up in this lane.
3-0-2 for Layers. 1-0-3 for both Paul and Aurora, and 1-0-2 for Cyclone Spin. 6 kills up for the Tartarus Titans, and all the aggression in the world has been towards this right side and this middle of the map. The Camelot Kings so far have not been able to keep up with the pace that the Tartarus Titans have set in this game. And maybe that just comes naturally from SOT coming back to this Uller pick. I mean, every time when we're talking highlight plays for SOT throughout the end of phase 1, early phase 2, It's when he gets this Uller pick and he's soloing his opposition who are on tankier targets.
Yeah, now Layers is going for the wraparound here onto Netroid. Valkyrie's discretion is available, so diving this tower would not come easy. But with 3 members and now Genetics on the way, looks like the gank was spotted out. Netroid still trying to clear this wave, but it's not going to be easy even to kill these minions.
No, hard bomb doesn't get the kill. But there's a lot of minions. SOT finally gets put down on the right side. Captain Twig and Variety team up to get a revenge kill. But that sets up when you throw 2 to the right side of the map. Netroid low in HP. Gold Fury started up by the Titans. Genetics there to try and steal, but he's too little, too late. Tartarus Titans have grabbed the Gold Fury 12 minutes in, a very early objective.
Yeah, that is a very early Gold Fury pull, but as you said, 2 members on the right side of the map. Netroid didn't have the HP to try and step up. It was only Genetics who could go for a possible miracle play there, and as you said, didn't even show up in time for it. So now, Gold lead's sitting about 4,000 in favor of the Tartarus Titans, with a pretty solid late game composition, by the way. The Oleron is only going to get better. SOT going for that fail not style of build that we've seen on the Chirons, and Aurora and Cyclone Spin almost wrapped around again onto Netroid. I was thinking maybe some aggression coming through towards this left side of the map. It looks like they realize, hey, we got the Gold Fury for free. We should probably just back off. Either way, SOT making sure that, yeah, there's going to be some crazy ability damage going through, but just this fail not pickup alone, make sure that whenever you switch stances every couple 45 seconds or so, you're able to get some big crits as well.
At least with all the damage that's been thrown towards Variety, he's able to put that right back. That Soul Eater is keeping him topped off during these little 1v1 battles. It's only the 2v1s where it gets a little dangerous for either of the solo laners. But having Aurora as the lone front line for the Tartarus Titans, you know, once we get to that late game, if the Camelot Kings can get past the Sanctified Field, is there much for the Tartarus Titans as far as the team fight is concerned, Charlie?
I mean, they're trying to go for overwhelming damage here. It's one of those situations where if one of their carries dies, they still have 2 more, right? If SOT dies, Paul and Cyclone Spin can pick up the slack. But in a situation where the Camelot Kings are just W-keying and Sanctified Field is down, I do think they have an advantage late game if they're able to get online, if they're able to close up this gold deficit that they're under at the moment. So the Tartarus Titans have to keep this pace up, and already Aurora looking for more aggression, trying to find the stun onto BMT. Doesn't land, in Genetics has the Riptide to get his team out of safety, or towards safety, out of danger. That's what they were.
Yeah, you don't want to get out of safety. You definitely want to be as safe as you can. Paul setting up for a gank around the red buff, but Genetics not going to bite this time around. Tartarus Titans can steal that buff away, keep more farm away from Big Man Tings. He was a star in last game as a 2v1 against SOT. He's using every ability he's got to get that jump back online. Jukes out a little bit of damage. Bead's gone from Captain Twig, but he doesn't have the ult. Age is now gone for SOT. Aurora and Layers on the rotation, but Layers was too far away. Blink by Aurora, finds the stun on the Captain Twig. Layers finds a second stun on the Captain Twig, and SOT finds the damage needed to take down the jungler. What was a 2v1 to start turned into a 3v2 for the Tartarus Titans.
I mean, we have the benefit of looking at that fight from above, but even from the start, that looked like SOT had no chance of dying. I guess if Captain Twig pre-beads the axe and no one else made the rotation over, you might have a free kill on SOT. And by free, I mean you're using everything and barely getting the kill underneath that tier 2. But the rotation in from the Titans makes sure that this Uller won't fall. And Aurora is pulling Fire Giant at 15 minutes in.
No way.
I mean, Variety's on the way over, but this is not going to be free.
No, for sure not. Might just be a bait. The wall holds out. The Lancelot at least. Field of Love drop through. Variety nowhere to go. Genetics tries to save his team, tries to save himself as a Riptide gets him out. But now the health bars on the Tartarus Titans not looking so hot. Instead of Fire Giant, they'll have to go for the Pyromancer instead. No, they won't even go for that.
No,
yeah, it looks like BMT was making the rotation behind. And now the Camelot King should be able to make a pull on this objective. It will go down. So the Fire Giant pull turns into a Pyromancer for the Camelot Kings. XP and gold still certainly in favor of the Tartarus Titans. So not going to be the biggest deal, but this just shows the pace of a game that the Titans are trying to play here. They are pulling Fire Giant at 15 minutes in, just a bait in Variety and wall off that jousting field, trying to find some kill potential. Didn't work out, of course. They were able to, you know, minimize that gold lead a bit in the Camelot Kings, but I think that just goes to show the amount of aggression that the Titans are willing to put out here. They have triple ADC, they want to get to late game, and they don't want to give any chances to the Kings to come back in this game.
So T spamming abilities as the team groups up in the mid lane. Cyclone Spin at the left side on his own, but with essentially 2 hunters, mid-tier 1 stands no chance. And with Netroid now having to deal at least with the Trebuchet on the left, that tier 1 tower will not stand for much longer. Tier 2, now a potential threat if the Tartarus Titans decide to go for that. For the moment being, they're going to start grouping up over in this mid lane. Maybe a pushback towards fire with Cyclone rotating over.
I'm thinking the Oni Fury's got to be on the cards here for the Titans. We do see some presence over on the right side of the map from the Camelot Kings, and it's really only SOT. Cyclone Spin and Layers are going to make the rotation over. Not really looking at the objective just yet. Checking to see how close Netroid was. Having to deal with that Trebuchet means Oni Fury's going to get pulled. And the Camelot Kings are forced to give this one up. No one in sight. Variety's heading back over to right lane to clear some minions. Trebuchet going up mid lane and left side. The Tartarus Titans have nothing but presence. They can do essentially no wrong here. Wherever they go, there's going to be pressure. And back towards the Fire Giant, it seems like they're posturing.
Much faster paced game number 2 from the Tartarus Titans. 8 kills up already. When we were looking at almost 30 minutes into the last game before we saw this kind of a kill count. The Fire Giant started by the Titans. Paul pushed back by Variety. Sanctified Field thrown behind Paul, but it's still necessary to keep them alive. Variety gone. Genetics through the Riptide. SOT over the wall, but he mixes the ass toss, and now he is stuck inside the Rivers of Beacon. He is now in the grave. Captain Twig finds the dunk. Aurora by himself needs some help from his damage dealers to peel off the rest of these guys. But it's a 1-for-1 to start out this fight, maybe a 2. If Aurora can find some extra damage, no, it's Netroid who finds Paul.
Netroid is absolutely popping off. He is doing so much damage, running up against 3 Tartarus Titans. The Whoop is going to confirm another one for the ADC. Bro. He just walked up and won this fight himself. I mean, Captain Twig ults in to confirm the kill on the Sot, but besides that, that was Freya damage. Paul dies from Valkyrie's discretion, Aurora dies from Pulse, and SOT gets the 1 HP from the Pulse as well. This Freya, 3 items deep, he's online. I mean, Netroid has arrived, and the Tartarus Titans have to rethink the strategy. Someone has to be putting some presence onto this Freya.
This goes back to even the original days of Freya. No matter what incarnation, no matter what items are meta for this control, it feels like that is always the storyline. Once Freya has items 1, 2, and 3, whatever those 3 are.
Fatalis, a ring, and insert item here.
It was like boots. It was like boots, Fatalis, and Bancrofts for the longest time. The boots were gone, so it's Bancrofts and a couple ring, 3 ring, whatever it is. 3 items. Freya's on.
Yep, you got to put some presence towards this Freya. I would not be surprised if we see SOT looking at this Freya more often now, looking for those axe tosses, trying to hit some big Deathbringer crits. It's not online just yet. Fail Not Hydras, and then Deathbringer could just delete some squishies if you're using the Fail Not combo correctly. Walking around an axe stance, axe, switch, auto attack. Like, that's all you need. And it's enough to really one-shot someone with the build. Not quite online yet, only level 16. But the Camelot Kings looking revitalized whenever Netroid joins the fight. Pyromancer's going to be up here shortly, but Cyclone Spin's on this side of the map. I mean, the Tartarus Titans are still in a position where they're feeling confident going for these objectives. Genetics and Captain Twig are going to walk up. They're going to back up, though, because they walked into a lot of the Titans.
Variety walled off. Will jump over the wall. Aurora picked up. Drop back down. Netroid by himself at the front. Is swinging away with those autos, but eats the damage from Paul, who can sustain up his team just a little bit. But once again, Netroid feeling very confident on this Freya, walking up alone with the rest of his team on the other side of a wall.
Yeah, feeling a little bit too confident there. Did have to use the beads and took a lot of damage from the opposition. So Netroid is going to have to play a bit safer as this Pyromancer spawns back in. Variety is able to frontline safely now that the wall is down, but Captain Twig takes a lot of damage.
Half health. Layers in the back, finds the stun, finds the spin. Netroid up in the sky. Valkyrie's discretion as a disengage because Paul is low. Layers up on the tree. Will crash on towards Layers 2. Finds the stun on just 1. And Big Man Tings will return fire, gets the beads away from the Ratatosker.
Yeah, this Pyromancer still stands tall. SOT sends an axe over to Genetics, but this is the prize that both of these teams are after. Tartarus Titans are looking weak, and they have a bit of burst damage to try and confirm this one. Looks like Variety gonna take a chunk of change, and now the Pyromancer's leashed again.
Leash, picked back up, dropped, picked up again, and into the back line. It's the Tartarus Titans who get the Pyro. It's the Tartarus Titans who find a massive Fields of Love on 2. SOT credited to the kill, but that was all the setup from Aurora and Cyclo. Genetics surrounded and Genetics burned down. SOT with the double kill for the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, they stayed around a little bit too long here, and now Fire Giant will be pulled. Variety is available, has the jousting field as well. There's some low health bars, and Fire Giant also getting pretty low.
Roar almost down. Layers still stuck in the pit, has to dash out. And may go down, not quite enough. Cyclone Spin finds Captain Twig. Variety hunting for Layers, needs the cooldown, but misses. The horse toss after, and Variety dashes to his own doom as Paul brings him down.
Fire.
13 on the board for the Tartarus Titans.
SOT to tank.
The Camelot Kings are struggling in these fights.
About 6,000 gold ahead are the Tartarus Titans. And I think, honestly, the Camelot Kings were winning that engagement up until Netroid tried to frontline with no ult, no beads, and the shell was the only thing surviving. So now it's time for the Tartarus Titans to be able to pull this Fire Giant for real. No one from the Camelot Kings is even on this side of the map. They're getting farm on the left side. Primal Fury might be grabbed in the meantime. The first Fire Giant of the game definitely going over towards the Tartarus Titans. 6,000 gold in their favor as well. And that tier 2 tower already has a minion wave, so that's time for the Tartarus Titans to grab even more gold in their pockets. Right when this Primal Fury goes down, I mean, you gotta back. The Camelot Kings are gonna have to back, or else that right side bird could be looked at. They had no idea that the members were on the Primal Fury, though, so the Tartarus Titans have to back up anyways.
Tartarus Titans will retreat after grabbing Fire Giant and tier 2 in right. 2 towers left standing for the Titans to take down before they can start working towards the Phoenix. 3.5 minutes left on the power play. Layers on the tree. Captain Twig and Variety are out. Captain Twig used his ult, and so does Variety, but Captain Twig gets stunned as soon as he lands. SOT wants this kill, finds the stun on Variety, but that's not the target he was aiming for. Tartarus Titans, they pushed forward, but now they're pushing back.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings are going to step out of base just a little bit because Paul is still in that mid lane. Would have been a 5v4 if Captain Twig was able to rotate back into that fight after healing up in base.
How are they so
But I
active?
think the Tartarus Titans smart to
It's
back
crazy.
up here. There's still one more tier 2 standing in left side. You can invade some buffs on your way over. Just trying to get some extra gold in hand. It's getting a little bit outrageous here, J-Mac. Gold
bit
wise. The
outrageous,
Tartarus
yep.
Titans have been able to find so much. And they're not going to stop here, right? I mean, they have Fire Giant for quite some more time. About 2 minutes and 30 seconds or so. They'll have plenty of time to go in for a siege. Layer's ult will be coming off of cooldown here shortly if you can just stall. Once Through the Cosmos comes up, you still have Fields of Love, you still have Sanctified Field, and SOT essentially is a walking ult. Like one axe into some crits is going to be doing a ton of damage. Smart call here though, the Titans will go back to base and spend a bit of that gold that they picked up. It's not true gold until they've spent it, so that lead that they have is official now. Gonna be able to go back, get some more power spikes. Paul finishes up that diamond arrow, giving him some extra damage on those auto attacks. Cyclone Spin looking a little bit better build-wise as well, upgrading that Hunter's Cowl, whereas Netroid, still level 19, hasn't been able to upgrade that starter item, hasn't been able to get any more itemization online for this Freya. Looks like it's going to take a little bit longer, but finally the Tartarus Titans are grouped up. They're going to push down this left side.
Last
Man,
tower
Genetics build is
standing.
like really far behind.
I don't imagine the Kings will put up a hard defense at this tower. They should just let this one go. It is 3 Hunters, after all. That one won't survive for very long. Not all the Titans are grouped together just yet. It's 3 on the left, 2 pushing up mid. Let's go for a split. Paul and Cyclone team with Aurora should have enough CC and zoning to be able to deal with as many Kings that get thrown at them. But as far as the mid is concerned, somebody's going to need to be there with Captain Twig. It'll be Variety, because SOT and Layers as well can push this bird down pretty quick.
Captain
Yeah.
Twig doesn't have too much defense though, so one axe. I mean, Variety has defense, and look at the damage that SOT was able to do. You gotta watch out for the auto attacks and the axe tosses coming from this Uller. Paul takes a little bit of damage, but has the sustain to heal up on that side of the map. Look at that
Holy
damage.
hell.
That's what I'm talking about. You cannot step up to this Uller. Captain Twig needs defense, and now Paul
Phoenix
rotates
hit it
over to
down.
mid. Mid Phoenix might be the target for this engagement.
Throws out the orbs and gets some good damage on Variety. I believe it dismounted him, at least for the time being. He'll go back up on the horse, but he'll throw it out right away. A double dash in. This is just a poke game, is all this is. And SOT is winning it in spades. Between him and Paul, they're able to keep Variety and Captain Twig at bay. But with only 15 seconds left on fire, Tartarus Titan's not going to stick around to the birds. They're going to back up, spend up some of the gold that they have earned, taking out that last tower, stripping away this jungle, and then heading back towards the right side. So with no Phoenixes down, this is a perfect chance for the Camelot Kings to still fight around the objective.
Yeah, you're looking at about a 9,000 gold deficit, but build-wise, I think power spikes have been hit for the side of the Camelot Kings. And Netroid's got to be close to upgrading that Gem of Focus. Once you're looking at Fire Giant territory, it's not going to be EFG for 3 more minutes. It spawns in about 1 more minute. So once the Tartarus Titans get onto that objective and are able to pull it immediately, unless some fight back from the Kings, it's not going to be enhanced this time around. Genetics is looking decently tanky. Whenever I see a Fed ADC, in this case, SOT and Cyclone Spin have tons of damage online. You got to look towards the support builds. Are you able to frontline? Can you step up to the axe tosses of SOT? At the moment, Genetics is looking fine. Has a bit of sustain with that Mail of Renewal, and the Spirit Robe will come in to help when those axes connect. It all just depends on how much damage is being focused. SOT did go for the Corrupted Bluestone, trying to get some extra attack speed online, as well as dealing with the attack speed of the opposition. Fire Giant spawns in. Only Variety's close. The rest of the Camelot Kings, they're in a tier 1 tower and left. They're not even trying to defend this.
They're not going to be able to. Variety might not even get an opportunity with how fast that this Fire Giant is going down. Second one of the game for the Tartarus Titans. And the Camelot Kings still split pushing 3-1-1. But now everybody is going back to base. And Captain Twig loses out on his beads to Aurora, spamming his abilities, trying to get his passive up. Now without Blink and an ultimate, Captain Twig, no defenses for this next fight, which he might not even be able to take. Layers finds the dunk, but doesn't have the follow-up after. Captain Twig out for now.
You get beads, blink, and ult. But now Netroid standing up against 5 is going to have to go into the Valkyrie's discretion here to get away from the walls. SOT looking for an Axon landing is not going to find it. Now the siege on left side will begin. Remember, you got blink, beads, and ult from Captain Twig. Forcing out Valkyrie's discussion from Netroid before the fight even starts is massive, but through the Cosmos is also down. Aurora's best engage is just some stuns, so the walls would be nice, but I'm still thinking the front line of the Tartarus Titans would be able to stand strong here. Because the minions are so far back in left lane, actually looks like mid-Phoenix will be the first target here for the Titan Siege. Layers and Cyclone Spin, though, aren't sitting around in mid lane. They want to push up all these waves at once, try and split up the opposition. Confident that SOT is going to be able to poke out Captain Twig in the right lane. Looks like that's the call. Send Paul and Layers with Aurora sort of mediating between the 2 lanes. And then look for some poke whenever you can. Right side Bird looking like the first target, though, as the Bracer gets dropped.
Bracer down with 2 Hunters there. It's a lot of additional power with those minions now walking through, but those minions got dealt with swiftly by the Camelot Kings. 3-2 split. Paul and Layers with Sanctified Field and through the Cosmos. They can either bring the fight right to the Camelot Kings, or they can prevent the fight from even coming towards them and slow this down. But right side Phoenix down to a last bit of HP, about 10%. Netroid with no ultimate caught out.
Oh my god.
And SOT picks up the kill. Phoenix is down. Genetics down as well as he gets dunked on by the jungler. And the Camelot Kings now to fight into a 3v5. Double ultimate in. Cyclone Spin is gone. Big Man Tings finds SOT, but Big Man Tings will also find the grave himself. Aurora and Layers plus Paul are the last 3 standing. Right side Phoenix gone, mid Phoenix gone. And the Tartarus Titans might just push for the end here. Layers is still a little far back. Variety full HP on the horse. Has plenty of damage with Captain Twig. With Sanctified Field through, Layers needs a little bit of extra help. I'm not sure that the Tartarus Titans can end this one just yet.
No, it's not going to be easy. Body blocking the auto attacks from Paul is really all this is going to take. Aurora can tank up this Titan for now, but not for too much longer. Variety goes to the backline, but now he's a target.
Yeah, they're trying to get the
Variety
picks.
is gone. Captain Twig down to 3/4 health himself. Now the damage dealers are in full swing, and Captain Twig will get stunned out, taken down by layers, and the Tartarus Titans have taken game number 2 of the set.
Now it's going to be tying this one up 1-for-1. SOT on the Uller, doing so much damage. Layers on this Ratatosker once again, finding so much global presence, just being able to fight from across the map. Netroid had some pop-off plays, but this triple ADC comp from the Tartarus Titans got online, and it really never stopped. Like, there was a few moments where I was like, wait, the Kings can fight back here, and after that, it was just ran through by the Titans.
A couple of bumps in the road along the way for the Tartarus Titans, but at the end, they're the ones who are still speeding on through. They're able to make this triple ADC comp that worked so well for them at Masters 1 all the way back in spring. Worked so well for them to start the phase out, and now continues to work in game number 2. Will game number 3 go the same way? We'll have to find out right after this break.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year.
Okay.
I'm going to become
Where'd this cat go?
world champion.
What the cat doing? Okay, be right back. My computer.
Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound.
Okay. I'm back. Anybody?
Appreciate your sound.
Oops.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation.
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to be maybe the best ever. And to help us get there, we're partnering with Alienware to provide us, our players, the production team, with state-of-the-art gear to make this year one of the best yet. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the pros have to say.
As a professional player, it's super important to make sure that you just have the absolute highest quality gear and peripherals that you can ever get. And having an Alienware PC has completely upped our game here at the SPL.
It's really nice being able to play from the same PC from home into the studio, and I highly, highly recommend it. It feels great to play on.
So I really enjoyed using Alienware computers because, one, I'm a streamer, content is my job, and the power of the Alienware PCs is like amazing. It's perfect for everything that we need to do.
I stream 1080p, no problem. I have no issues with FPS, no frame lag or anything like that.
64 gigabytes of RAM is just something that you can only dream of, and like it helps so much with processing like anything that you need to perform, like multitasking, whether it's streaming, recording, gaming, like everything all at once, and it's been a very smooth experience.
As someone who doesn't enjoy building my own PC, the Alienware's kind of got everything in one machine. It was super easy.
I really like the pre-built Alienware as well because it's really hard to get a graphics card on the market currently.
A 3090 is like impossible to obtain, so being able to play on it has been honestly a very lucky experience.
Back in the day, I used to game and do all my content on a really pathetic laptop, and once I actually was able to get an Alienware PC, there's just no turning back.
For a lot of players that were used to just their home setups and maybe didn't have top quality products, going to such a huge upgrade with our Alienware PCs has just absolutely increased the quality of our practice.
I'm just a big fan of Alienware. I think they're the top of the line PCs literally for a reason.
It's definitely the best PC I've ever had by a long way.
Shoutouts to Alienware, great company, love them a lot.
And I have nothing but praise for the product.
That's high praise from some of the best gamers in the world. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us this year in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And remember, if you want to get your hands on some of the gear that our pro players play on, make sure to check out Alienware on all of their socials and at their website as well.
I think if I didn't have my Alienware, I would go out and purchase one right now.
Neilmot speaking the truth, and remember Neilmot playing from home today on his Alienware PC. And so thanks to Alienware for allowing our pro players to get the same experience at home when they're playing here live in studio, of course, powering us here on the desk, everyone back in production, and can power you at home as well. If you head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09, you can get discounts on select Alienware products and play the games like the pros that you like watching. play the games that you like watching. That all tracks and it all makes sense. My name's Dolson, and this is Alienware. SmiteGame.com/Alienware. Use code AWSmite09.
Oh my god.
And Goremiser's with me. He's also got an Alienware. But you didn't have to use code AWSmite09 because Alienware hooked you up.
What, this one or the one that's in the green room?
Both.
Both. Yeah, you're right. And you know what? I love both of them.
And they're fantastic.
Actually, I think
the number of stats that these things.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Siphon
I'm
through.
partial to the one in the green room, but that's because I'm signed in on everything on that one, so it's real easy for me. This one is like communal.
I'm signed in. My Drive account is signed in on here, and so like JMax recaps and stuff randomly keep popping up in my account.
I remember at one point he said you're benevolent because you could have just deleted all of a recap
That's
at
right.
one point, but you didn't.
You heard it here first.
That's how you know Dave's benevolent.
You heard it here first, Dave. Benevolent, and I gift happiness to all.
I lied.
the
I do
casters.
think I'm logged in on both of these actually.
All right, Gore. Let's talk about game. You might be. Let's talk about game number 2. I know you said number 1. Game number 2 here, and we are all equalized. We now simplify into a best of 3 between these two teams. The Tartarus Titans able to take game 2, and Gore. It's exactly how we figured this composition would play for game 2 here for the Titans. W key, aggression, fight, gold leads, all of it's there. A little pushback from the Kings, but ultimately a great look for the Tartarus Titans to get back into the set.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises from this one, right?
Nope.
Like you see this comp and you go, oh, so they want to fight, and then the Titans said, yeah, so we want to fight, and then so they fought and they did really well with it. Like, and it exudes beyond that, right? We talk about it a lot. Fights in Smite only matter as much as the stuff that you're able to do with the space you create. That's why the difference between
Does so
some of
much
the
damage.
SCC teams and a lot of the SBL teams will be fights over nothing versus fights over something important, right? A lot of these are oriented to give you lane pressure, whether it's to help you clear faster, whether it's because you're just going to straight up kill
That's
them
just
if they
basic
step
attack.
forward, or if it's going to then exude around Pyromancers, Gold Furies, Fire Giants, things like that. They're fighting for bigger objectives overall in the game, and that gives them a lot more gold. And the Titans do that with flying colors. I think it's interesting because, SOT goes 5, 4, and 7. I think as far as slash lines go, doesn't necessarily look beautiful there compared, especially to the rest of the team. A lot of 1s in the death column, 0 there for layers, a lot of great assists. But that 26, almost 27,000 damage really does make that difference, right? SOT is getting in there. I even saw people in chat spamming because they were laughing, like, who were like, SOT's still frontlining. Like, he's playing Uller, but he's still frontlining. And, he went for a different build than what we're used to seeing, but at the end of the day, he's hitting really hard with his abilities. He's hitting most of his axes, if not all of them. He's getting a lot of damage out there, and he's leading his team into this fight alongside a Rat, alongside a Cupid and an Oleron. Like, you just have a lot of damage and a lot of ways to essentially just walk up and kick down the door.
Yep.
And they did that with flying colors.
Maybe that's the way to beat this Kings team is just run them down, aggressive style of composition. Don't allow the Kings to get into a position where the objectives are just going down quietly, easily. You got to be able to contest, and I think that's really important. Even if you're not playing the aggression in your face play style, Ratatoskr finally takes a ban here. Playing a composition that can contest the early objectives and the mid-game objectives is so important against the Camelot Kings. Because if you're playing like full late game slated, you can't contest the objectives at all. The Kings are just gonna burn you out. And the Titans able to contest, and then some here in game 2. And on to game 3 we go in picks and bans. And Gore, you chuckle a bit at the Ratatoskr ban. Cupid also going to get banned out, as well as the Chernobog. Chernobog had not seen presence at all in picks and bans. Maybe since, we saw a little bit in week 1 of Smite Summer Masters, like a game of it yesterday. But now right back in the ban column here between the Titans and the Kings.
And you know what? He's still got all the powers that he had before. What does he do? He rotates
powers?
Globally. Well, yeah, he has 4 different abilities. He's a god. Typically, that comes with powers.
Lancelot.
And so, yeah, he, again, like, can rotate incredibly well.
Lancelot.
Does a lot of good late game damage. I mean, he's a hunter, right? He's a hunter with global presence. So it makes sense to try and ban him. And also after watching it specifically in game number 1, have that presence and be prevalent. I think that it's something that specifically for the Kings here, recognizing that maybe they don't want to deal with that kind of pressure from the Titans. And if you're not going to ban SOT's Uller, SOT's Chernobog is going to come out. That's something that he has played, although not as often and not as recent. I think that it's something we could see, and it's a limiting factor, right? Now, you try to control how many hunters go together, how often can you put these in mid and in long lane and in short lane and make them all work together. And I think that they tried, and they got rid of a big threat, but not every threat.
I wonder how the Kings now start to strategize. I want because if it could still be Sot on Uller solo, you could put Chiron duo or mid, and there's still magical ADCs available. I mean, you could run back such a similar style of composition.
Similar.
I also wonder if the Titans want to lean towards that Cabrakan. I feel like Cabrakan for Aurora was so pivotal to the win there in Game 2. That kit feels like really stifles a lot of, or at least in Game 2's instance, stifled a lot of what Lancelot wanted to do and facilitated the rest of the team to move forward. You won't have the Rat, yes, but can wait if you want this triple Hunter composition a little bit further down in the draft if you're the Tartarus Titans. But the Kings can also ban against it, or pick against it. I wonder, maybe start to pick some late game scaling style picks of your own. Titans have the Kings in an interesting spot here, where they're threatening potentially running something very similar back. And Freya does help with some of that late game scaling. AMC would also help.
And I'm really, and they answered the question before I could even get to it, interested to see if they could decide to go for damage dealers, DPS, and stuff over grabbing something like a Khepri, a Yamoja, your supports right now.
Yeah, Khepri,
that are still
Yamoja is
available.
everything.
If the Titans opt for the same thing, then we're either going to see a round of jungle bans or we're going to end up seeing a round of very specific Guardian bans to try and deal with. Well, admittedly, maybe the hardest two to ban up against. Aurora can play pretty much anything. Genetics has showcased several times that you can dump all 5 bans and then some on his footstep or a doorstep, and he's going to be fine with it, so not going to sway from that
ADCs.
too heavily. And so I'm curious what approach they're going to take in the second phase, but like you said, Freya, super late game, really good damage, high DPS. Netroid played that yesterday. If I remember correctly, though, at least game 1 when they played it, it didn't necessarily win for them. And so it's interesting to see it go back. That was one that was really well executed by the Leviathans to be able to dive it.
Khepri,
and I see an Uller, and maybe I don't think dive immediately, but then I remember Sot's playing it, and I think, oh, okay, yeah, he's going to dive anyway. And with some good axes that thread the needles between that and the AMC, I think that they're going to need some pretty good hard bodies for the front line of the Kings to make sure that Uller can be controlled.
And I think this is a smart Cabrakan ban from the Camelot Kings. The Titans have locked down their 3, their solo, their mid, and their ADC. And Cabrakan, as I mentioned, I think felt so important to that composition working for the Titans in Game 2. So now it'll get taken away. Some initiators from the Kings now getting taken away by the Titans, the Ymir and the Horus. Great at providing not only positional advantages, but creating positional advantages in Ymir's case.
No, and the Ymir, especially into this, like, Uller, hey, guess what? He's got a jump. Cool. Chiron and Oleron are just left out to dry if a Ymir wall throws out. And so it also then opens up a couple of other picks. Khepri, very notable, just because, again, another person who couldn't get over those walls.
Why'd you ban Khepri?
It feels like the Titans had a draft in mind. If the Ymir had been picked up there for the Kings, that probably, even if they get the Oleron, even if it's like, hey, your carries are in danger, they probably go for a different style of support or someone that can deal with it better. And instead, I like the shift over, where it's just like, cool, we'll ban this. It's a good counter pick against 3 of the 4 we've already picked up.
Cyrus.
And then we'll ghost into it. It's interesting, though, that we managed to get through 4 support bans at the very end of it, and Khepri and Yamoja are still like the top 2 high priority Guardians that exist in the game were still left over because of how specific some of these Guardians can get specifically for genetics and Aurora.
Yeah, what a world we live in. I mean, I guess specifically the Cabrakan, specifically the Ganesh, would have added just enough. And then a bit more initiation here. Remember, it was the Ratatosker paired with the Cabrakan. That was very important for the Titans.
Yeah.
Pele for additional jump in here, Gore. And then Khepri maybe now makes some sense. I mean, if your entire team is either under threat of being dove or going the opposite direction, and you don't have much tankiness outside of this Khepri, you need a Scarab's Blessing. Give yourself that second health bar, that second chance in these fights. You're still going to be squishy on 4 out of the 5 members. But you're still, I guess, health total-wise, you're still kind of getting back to a tankiness levels with that second health bar. So I think Scarab's Blessing actually a fantastic pick here, or Khepri rather, a fantastic pick here.
I should have banned it.
Because of the Scarab's Blessing. Gives the Titans a nice comp.
Especially when you start to factor in where a lot of the late-game damage is going to be coming from, right? When you look at that, you see a Freya, And yes, technically Pulse then gives you AoE autos, but if you're not hitting Pulse Irradiate for all of your late game autos, then like you're missing out on a lot of damage there, and that turns it into single target. Yes, you're ranged, but you're still only hitting the one. Factor that in with the Stinger, factor that in with Amu's and Cobb just in general, really, and you're looking at late game high single target DPS, and when Stinger comes out, everybody's usually looking at that one guy, so having that res is going to feel really solid. The downside is that when you look at all these gods, you know, I give Sot, just because he's Uller and he's nuts at it, you know, benefit of you're going to probably control your lane both fight-wise and like minion-wise, farm-wise, just because of how well his clear is. I think AMC, you know, no matter who goes mid, he's a power clear. He's going to be able to maintain that wave in their favor. So even though I'm looking at it, and you might have, I want to say maybe slightly slower jungle on the Kings, I don't think that this Pele is going to be able to get as aggressive early on, maybe around that ult, just because AMC is still immobile, so you could still close that gap. But he's got a good slow, good damage, better clear, and I think that that's going to cause some trouble, maybe for the Titans to try and get as online as quickly as they did last time.
I think Netroid plays a massive role here in game number 3, not only because of what we saw in game 2 on the Freya. I mean, just got dove relentlessly, needed that Valkyrie's discretion defensively a good bit of the time. But you look at late game scaling and keeping up with the damage that the Tartarus Titans are going to put out. I think Netroid's got to really step up to the plate here. Game number 3 between the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. Let's break this tie with J-Mac and Trelly.
Yeah, thank you so much. Tartarus Titans able to come back in game number 2 with a triple Hunter comp. Ran it down pretty early, pretty fast. Looking to repeat that now once again in game number 3. But this time the Camelot Kings have a couple of extra tools themselves to be able to maybe deal with that, give themselves maybe a little bit of extra physical damage on their comp as well. Once we start getting to some of these actual sieges, getting some play around the objective, because now they've swapped out the magical damage from Big Man Tings and have slotted this as a Moose and Cobb in Trelly.
Yeah, and they switched up Captain Twig and Variety. Now Variety is going to be taking out Osiris, and Captain Twig is going to be on the Lancelot. That's going to change up your damage a little bit. Lancelot going to be doing a bit more, whereas Osiris is going to be a little bit tankier, right? I mean, that's always a good time, and just switching up the, not switching up the composition too much, but just the draft. And BMT on this AMC, I think a lot of pressure is going to be on, this Stinger, right? It's got to be landing on key targets. There really is only one tank in the sense of Aurora, but there's a few of these characters that do not want to be crippled. Still Aurora, but also SOT and Cyclone Spin definitely don't want to be hit by that Stinger when they're trying to be able to dash away or leap away. And Paul, once again, going towards that shell. Doesn't need the bead, doesn't fear too much CC, and not needing the Aegis this time around either. Just positioning alone should be enough. Because Variety has those AoE auto attacks, is able to clear up the full wave here. I think this matchup works a little bit better into the Euler. Like, personally, the Lancelot has some struggles getting axed off. The horse always hurts, but Osiris, he just likes boxing, He gets a little bit of tank stats early on, has a death toll. He'll be just fine in lane.
Paul even swapping up his starter this time. Still going with the shell, so the relic hasn't changed for the mid laner of the Titans. But instead of going for that gilded arrow that he started with last time, going towards the Mannequin Scepter. We've seen a little bit of this back and forth between these magical hunters on what starter they want to go with, especially with the solo run. It hasn't become kind of clear cut anymore exactly which one you go towards.
Yeah, and this time around, Layers rotates over and was able to confirm that Totem of Coup. Captain Twig won it, didn't have the damage to confirm. 2 shots of your one ability on Pele should be enough to out-damage really anyone this early on. And now, back to the mid lane the junglers go, trying to confirm these mid camps. With Paul having Mannequin Scepter, I think that the damage-wise on those objectives, on those neutral camps, is going to be extremely high. But BMT and Captain Twig probably happy just to split them 50-50. We go right, you go left, look for the aggression. But Layers and Paul aren't going for the left mid camps. They're wrapping around.
Captain Twig in danger, doesn't have the horse available to him, does find a nice knockback. Wow. And Paul even with some good damage, not enough chase for the Titans to continue. Just like last game, SOT still finding those axe combos onto Variety. This time though, Variety a lot tankier. Can definitely soak up a few more of those than normal. And has the sustain to himself from that Death Toll to keep the boxing back up.
Yeah, this isn't the Soul Eater Lancelot start. This is Death Toll Osiris. He's going to sit a little bit tankier in lane. Captain Twig not caring about that totem, riding straight towards this blue buff. Wants to get aggressive early on, fighting into Layers and SOT. and then decided I'm no longer going to do that. I'm just going to throw the ghost of a horse at you and then back up and go for my own blue. What is that? The projection of a horse? It's not the actual horse.
No, I think he just sends a horse at him.
He doesn't get multiple horses.
I mean it's just the one horse.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not. He doesn't actually send the horse.
Well, he shoots the horse out, and then the horse comes back whenever he needs to remount.
It's a boomerang horse.
Yeah. Oh, a boomerang. Now that you said it, it sounds so ridiculous, but yeah, I think that's exactly it. It is a boomerang horse, the horse that always comes back.
All right, I guess that's the case then. You send the horse out, and it always comes back. And Captain Twig should be able to grab that poke, not go for the blue buff invade, but confirm Variety's blue buff for themselves, and checking out that gold lead just a little bit in favor of the Tartarus Titans. Too early to really call it out, but we see that SOT takes over level 5, whereas Variety's got a full wave here. Would love to get that full wave cleared out without taking too much poke, but has to teleport, so even if you are taking a ton of damage in that regard, the Osiris isn't going to have too rough of a time up against this Uller in lane this early on.
Yeah, brief pause in the action by the Tartarus Titans. They try and get Cyclone Spin back into the game at least. Early on, nobody's gone down just yet. Have seen at least some decent poke going over into the solo lane. Saw a little bit over in that mid-jungle skirmish where Captain Twig got a little bit low. But one nice little knockback, at least on that Lancelot, was able to keep him out of danger. And with this kind of slower paced early game that the Tartarus Titans are taking, I mean, when you got Triple Hunter, you definitely want to run it down early, late game. You're not going to have that front line that you would have on a more traditional style of composition. What's kind of at least the timer for the Camelot Kings to be even at the least, that way they can at least be able to put a fight up against the Titans?
Well, I think the composition they've gone for here does have some decent late game. You know, you just have to keep Netroid alive, right? As long as Netroid is able to, not frontline as he was last time, because I think what happened was Netroid rotated in, he's like, wait, I just went crazy. I can just frag these guys. I'm standing at the front of the team fight, and then Valkyrie's discretion got forced, and then he's like, okay, next time, like, I should probably not do that, and unfortunately, at that point, the Titans were too far ahead. So keep Netroid alive, but also don't let him frontline. You know, let him get some auto attacks there, but provide the peel. If the Camelot Kings can do that, I don't think they're on a timer. But the Tartarus Titans know, hey, let's make sure that we focus out that ult from Netroid, and then we can just collapse on him. Freya is extremely unsafe once that ultimate's down. So make sure you're confirming your camps early on. Layers still wants to get aggressive, right? We've seen the blinks in over the walls. We've seen the fights at these mid camps. You got to watch that early aggression, but I don't imagine they're like, we lose this late game. I can't imagine that's a thought process there for the Kings.
No, the Camelot Kings are definitely a team where if they can make it to that late game, that is more often than not wherever they are thriving at. You know, as gone on record by the players of that team. Once the team fight is there, Captain Twig knows his job, Netroid knows his job. Every individual player knows what they need to do in order to win their team fights. And that's why once we get to that stage of the game, that's why we call it King's territory, because that's where they're most common to fight at. You know, when we think of play styles amongst these groups, you know, we talk about the division of North America and Europe and the SCC. Well, it's very similar with Camelot Kings, the European squad, up against majority North Americans in the SPL.
Yeah, definitely fair. As we see, Variety still boxing up against SOT. Does have the teleport available. Layers has the ultimate here where Captain Twig does not. Gonna have to lure the Afterlife over the wall, but the chase down after the fact could still be there. SOT's jumping in.
Jumps in. Needs a couple more shots. Variety able to sidestep away. And Captain Twig might be the one who goes down. Axe toss just off the mark by SOT. Bladed arrow just a little shy as well. Layers wants to stick around, but Captain Twig has no ult. Not sure he can take this fight.
Yeah, Layers wanted to blink in, and Big Man Tings has the rotation over. Will lose one of those camps, and finally the jousting field gets recognized. Variety does teleport back in, so there could be a little bit of chase down towards the blue buff themselves. Yep, Captain Twig riding it on the horse. Maybe doesn't realize that Layers is in lane.
Layers finds a knockup. Variety doesn't have ult this time. Captain Twig does. Good knockback onto Layers, stuck in place.
Layers?
The joust is available, but he's not going to be able to use it. Instead, it's SOT turning it around. Beads are gone from Captain Twig. SOT needs one more shot. Layers is one hit away himself. And Variety, nice and healthy on this Osiris. Keeps his teammate alive, and nobody goes down in this skirmish.
I cannot believe it. All it would have taken was Totem of Coup on the side of the Camelot Kings. And Captain Twig had to get a little bit of extra MP5. That joust field certainly confirms first blood on the Layers. But fight after the fact was not enough mana there. Now Paul stuck inside the rivers. Variety's here, but Scarab's Blessing is available as well.
Ultimate is up. That Sanctified Field will finally wear away. Variety's got two tethered. Aurora locked down. The Camelot Kings are investing a lot to kill this Khepri, and they still cannot do so. Variety gets him right at the tail end of the pop. There's no mana left for Aurora, and no HP either. The Grand Joust goes through. Paul locked in place, rooted twice, but the damage from Layers is massive. SOT coming back in to help out the team, and Layers will find a turnaround kill.
Layers gets the turnaround kill, and SOT leaped in, wanted to go for a kill onto Variety, but just didn't have the team. 1 versus 3, not going to be the easiest fight, and now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Camelot Kings getting the better end of it. They did get that first blood bounty over towards Variety, and Aurora able to stall that one out long enough so that Layers could return some of that damage with Volcanic Lightning. Now I'm looking at the junglers just heading back over to right lane, and SOT solo invading that blue buff. We'll be able to take it away, so Variety gonna miss out on some XP, gonna listen out on some MP5 as well, but as a death toll, shouldn't be too unsapped in mana. Well, Captain Twig sits around the right side of the map. Given the fact that SOT didn't beat there, I don't imagine there's too much presence being put onto that side of the map, and actually, Paul and Aurora are getting aggressive. They're trying to invade this Greater Scorpion.
It will. Captain Twig dismounts, knocking back 2, but he's pulled in by Aurora, and well, with the bead still down for Captain Twig, 1 abduct is all it takes to grab the jungler of the Camelot Kings. Genetics walking up. This Greater Scorpion still being fought over. It's a new fight, now 3 versus 4. As a rotation from Big Man Tings from the Camelot Kings to try and stop this. This is a lot of fighting over one small objective. Blink on the backline from Layers, but he got hit by the Stinger. Makes it a 1-for-1 trade in that one, but it's still 2 kills that the Tartarus Titans have gotten in this fight.
Yeah, once again, Variety gets credit for that one, and once again, Layers gets credit for that kill. But still, Captain Twig's on the way back in. He's fought this fight twice now. Jousting Field goes in, gets to the back line. Low health bars all around.
SOT jumps over the wall. Paul kills Variety, and Captain Twig with beads gone yet again still will go down. Captain Twig manages to find at least 1, but Aurora and SOT are both so low. Throws out the horse, jumps away from the knockback. SOT is doing everything he can to live, but Aurora gets taken out by Genetics all the while.
No way SOT finds a way to live here. Genetics has to stop the back, finds out the ward. The jump's got to be up, but Captain Twig getting credit for that one, and now Layers is back into this fight.
Layers doesn't have Blink, nor did he have ult, so no chance he gets back in to actually stop that one from going through. Riptide will catch Layers back, and Variety has rejoined the fray. We are on the longest elongated team fight that we have seen so far. It all started with 1 pick on Captain Twig earlier, and Layers gets just enough distance with the Volcanic Lightning to get away. But Genetics is on the hunt. Will this fight ever end, Trelly? Doesn't seem to be so for now. Genetics uses the last of his Omi to throw out the bubble, but will not find a kill.
Crazy.
And now, after what feels like 3 or 4 minutes of continuous fighting, we finally get a break.
Aurora did have to shell there, though. Layers was very close to dying to that wraparound from Genetics. So that is a net win for the Camelot Kings overall. 5-4 kills-wise. Gold also sitting in their favor. We touched on the fact that, the Tartarus Titans want to get active early, and that's what we saw. Remember, this all started from a Greater Scorpion invade. I don't know if you remember that. It was like 5 minutes ago, but the fighting...
I'm glad you reminded me.
Yeah, the fighting did not stop. It was just, okay, Captain Twig gets picked. Now we're going to pull this objective. Oh, BMT's kind of low. Maybe Layers blinks in, trades out for BMT. Then Variety's going in at this point, trying to chase down. The Rivers come up. Good Solar Scarab's Blessing. I said Solar Scarab's Blessing. Scarab's Blessing. So much damage there now. Layers is on the rotation over to find Variety. Lord of the Afterlife is available. Probably not too much damage going over towards this lane. And actually, Solar Troll's going to have to jump out.
So T on the Zoolar, not as oppressive as he was in game number 1. Going up against a much tankier target in lane, so he doesn't have that same advantage that he had on Variety just prior. The Camelot Kings have been able to slow down this early aggressive play that the Titans have been wanting to play. When we saw them bring it out in game number 2, and by this point in, we were looking at 4,000 or 5,000 gold up for the Tartarus Titans. Lead and momentum completely in their favor. Complete flip of the script, at least in the case of the Camelot Kings, who have control of this early game.
Now it's Pyromancer spawning in at 10 minutes. In game number 1, the Camelot Kings were on it on spawn. In game number 2, Tartarus Titans were on it on spawn. This time around, neither one of these teams are pulling the objective right away. Layers is looking towards it, trying to see if there's going to be any sort of presence shown at the Pyromancer. But No vision down just yet. Looks like back to farming both of these squads will go. And now SOT he's been consistently clearing the wave and then roaming, trying to figure out if there's anyone else in the jungle, trying to find an axe toss any way he can get some extra poke and some extra damage underneath his belt. Hasn't been able to find too much thus far since the last fight that we saw. That took quite some time to actually end out. But we see Genetics is sitting around this Pyromancer, not really showing any presence towards it, but definitely wanting to look for a pull opportunity. You've got an ADC in mid for a reason. Now it looks like this is the call.
Pyromancer, Camelot Kings, 3 on it. Paul and Aurora nearby. Not much that Paul can do to seal it, but maybe a wraparound with Sanctified Field. They'll only catch Genetics out, but Genetics able to walk right on out. The Camelot Kings grab another objective for themselves, or they grab the first major objective, at least of game number 3. And they make out like bandits in the night, able to find their path out and not really have to fight much for it. Instead, maybe they can find a pick on Aurora, whose abduct has been caught. Has to use the Scare's Blessing to stay alive. But how long will that last for him? Stinger comes back up for BMT, and now with layers coming in, the Camelot Kings not push too much further forward.
Yeah, that's going to be the win. Just get Scarab's Blessing down and back up. But BMT did have to beat that damage from layers. So there could be some regank potential on the mid lane. If they are trying to get aggressive, the Tartarus Titans have access to Volcanic Lightning. Like, layers is ready to go in at any moment, but there just hasn't been an opportunity. That Pyromancer pull was clean. Paul walks around with the Sanctified Field, but immediately Genetics drops the Rivers and says, we're out of here. We're not fighting after the fact. We got our objective, and we're looking to disengage. And right away, the Camelot Kings rotated over, checked Gold Fury real quick, and backed up. But now Layers and Aurora, and now Paul might rotate over as well, have some presence towards this Gold Fury. But they're not looking for the Fury itself. They're checking these buffs, maybe looking to catch out Netroid. That's a 3-level deficit, though. It's not going to be easy to find a kill here for Layers.
Loop is gone. Layers' health bar is gone as well. Volcanic Lightning using Eclipse the wall. Netroid uses his ult as well. The Camelot Kings Hunter feeling confident to take an early game boxing match against a Pele is not something you typically see, but Netroid's got the damage to do so.
Yeah, 3 levels up. I mean, that's a level 10 Pele. You can bully him all you want, especially because Aurora does not have Scarab's Blessing available. Did have to use the beats and the Valkyrie's discretion, though. That's the big win. If Layers is able to stall for a bit, come back towards this lane, could certainly look to be aggressive. SOT's been spamming a couple too many abilities and doesn't have the mana to sit in lane. Variety has been able to bully him out. And actually has no mana here. If they spot this out, Captain Twig certainly should turn around and go for the dive, and it looks like Variety has spotted it out. But the MP5 from Blue Buff alone should be enough to make sure that Captain Twig can't look to get any more aggressive. I mean, you're between towers at this point, even with no mana. It's a risky call to go for a Nua between 2 towers.
All stunned, stuck inside the river. Sanctified Field is out, but it's only to disengage and allow the Titans to live a little bit longer. Layers and Captain Twig made their rotation in. Twig finds the knockback push onto just Aurora. Variety has now joined the fray, but not much more damage to be had, especially with Big Man Tank Stinger now on cooldown.
I mean, if that's me, I'm grabbing the Stinger. I don't care if I'm in for it. I always want that.
Stinger, baby.
Yeah, I'm going to tower line for that Stinger. Paul taking a lot of damage. Sanctified Field's not an option, but Aurora might be the first pick in this fight.
Has Scarab's Blessing. Holds on to it for now. Definitely going to need it. With Variety swinging away, it does get popped, and there are 4 members of the Kings ready to take down the bug. Aurora goes down, and the Tartarus Titans once again have lost their support. 3rd time this game.
Yeah, it looked like Cyclone Spin was going to make that rotation over. I thought those Centaurus shots could have been clutch in this fight, but the fight is over. Pyromancer's gone. No one's got FG damage. We did see a Fire Giant pull at 15 minutes, but it was not confirmed and it was not continued. Left side of the map, however, is definitely where I do want to see the Camelot Kings use some of that presence. Roar's down for 3. At least get some vision on this side of the map. At least look towards that gold free. You're in a position where you could certainly bait in something from Cyclone Spin or Layers. But it looks like the Camelot Kings aren't too stressed about it. The gold lead, 3,000 in their favor, give or take. About 2,000 at the moment. But it could climb up ever so slightly if that gold free was on the option. Looks like it's not going to be the case, and back to farming they go.
It's gotta feel so bad for some of the other members of the Titans that Aurora's only been able to really use that Scarab's Blessing on himself. Just given how much dive has been to the Camelot Kings. So Layers doesn't get an opportunity to dive super deep in the back line or dive to a tier 1 tower. Just because he doesn't have that benefit of that revive available from his support. And that's just been the name of the game for the Camelot Kings, is put the pressure on this Khepri. Make sure that Aurora doesn't get to play this game, and make sure that he doesn't get to use that ult for anyone else.
Yeah, we are seeing, it's like night and day, the difference between Variety last game and this game in this lane matchup. I mean, the Lancelot with the blue stun and the Soul Eater star was getting absolutely bullied. Variety on this build with Sovereignty and Glad Shield, and now a Witchblade purchase. I mean, he's able to bully SOT. He doesn't care about Ularax. Like, yeah, you've got Fail Not online now, finally, but there's not too much damage coming through in this lane. It really does not matter. And actually, Captain Twig did steal away that purple buff with the horse. The trusty horse came back, though, as he always does. And Aurora is going to be the next target once again.
No, the Abduct got blocked. The Scarab's Blessing gets popped, and so does Aurora. Stinger from Big Man Tings helps secure the kill. Will pick it back up for the reset. And the Camelot Kings, with really one new pick on the roster and a swap in positions for this Lancelot, have completely changed the dynamic of this team. And a Gold Fury that was started up by the Kings gets dropped. Paul gets picked up by the Whoop. Has Sanctified Field and will use it. But how much will that actually do for him? Jukes away from a little bit, but not from that last Valkyrie's discretion. Netroid picks him off.
Yeah, the shell is not going to be enough to make you survive through that one. Variety finally makes the rotation into this fight, and you wouldn't guess it, but he's up against 2 right now. His health bar certainly doesn't show it. The Fury goes down, and even more aggression from the Camelot Kings. Pyromancer has already spawned back in. We're 17 minutes into this game. That gold lead finally did hop over that 3K threshold we were talking about, and now jumping up to 4. I would not be surprised if the Camelot Kings just start pulling that Pyromancer next. They have an AMC in mid lane for a reason. They got plenty of damage, and Captain Twig galloping on over to make sure the second neutral objective in the last 2 minutes goes down in favor of the Kings as well.
Pyro getting low. The root from range is not going to be enough damage from Aurora to steal that one away. So Pyro yet again goes to the Camelot Kings. And that now pushes us into the 5,000 gold territory for the Camelot Kings. 18 minutes in, this is the kind of lead that we were looking at in game number 2 for the Tartarus Titans, who were the primary aggressors. They were the ones finding all the picks during the team fights. But again, this slight change up that the Kings have made in their draft and where they put these gods have really shaped up and have really shored up kind of the differences in a lot of these lanes.
Yeah, I just don't think SOT is able to farm as freely and bully Variety, because you haven't went for that hybrid style of assassin solo laner build, right? Where the Lancelot was trying to do damage, trying to be impactful in these team fights. Variety's full defense, and he's been extremely impactful. Player damage-wise, of course, SOT is going to be a little bit higher, but look at how much Variety can just bully SOT away from the wave. I mean, this man has the HP 5 from Sovereignty, is standing at tower line, doesn't even care about farm, just trying to poke out as much as possible. There's not going to be like too much opportunity for a solo kill, but once the axe is missed, SOT has to jump out. I mean, he cannot sit there and box with an Osiris with a build like this. It's just not going to happen. Genetics will be able to catch out Aurora with the Riptide, but not too much damage returning onto the Khepri. BMT happy with holding on to the Stinger in that regard. Not going to send it out willy-nilly anymore. It's time to hold on to that ability until you can get a confirmed kill. Since the Fury's down, since the Pyromancer's down, if we see Netroid make the rotation over to right lane, Fire Giant's getting looked at. If not, I don't think there's going to be any more pressure on that side of the map up until these Furies spawn back in. And actually, Netroid's been dancing back and forth, hasn't really committed to the rotation, if not. And now, finally going back over to left lane.
Now, but at least a brief break in the action with both objectives down, only Fire Giant left standing. Camelot Kings can take a moment to get their farm back up, get a little bit more of that golden ham for themselves. I mean, Variety's sitting on 2,600. He can go back and finish up a full item plus some. Maybe even waiting for that level 20 mark, though he's still a good ways off there. Netroid 3 rings deep. And a Talon Trinket available to himself means he's going to have a lot of damage, a lot of extra lifesteal to his name once that gets finished up. It was already tough for the Titans to deal with Netroid during some of these smaller skirmishes, the couple that Netroid has been a part of. Feels like it's going to be even more difficult, especially because there's no anti-attack speed of any kind on the opposite side. No Horrific, no Witchblade, no Midgardian picked up by the Tartarus Titans. How are they going to deal with this Freya?
I mean, it's got to be Layers. Layers has to get to the back line, force Valkyrie's discretion, and then walk away. But unfortunately for Layers, that's a 4-level deficit. We saw what happened last time with the 3-level deficit. It's not gonna look much better. Paul gets riptided back in, forced to sanctify field aggressively, and now we're seeing the 1v1 in the jungle.
Genetics in danger. Has the ultimate, will drop it out just to disengage. Captain Twig, utilizing that ultimate of his own, will dash through with the Rivers to bring himself back to safety. And now we have a 4v4. Hunters on the way to make it a full team fight in the mid. Variety and Netroid both have ults. Everybody on the Tartarus Titans minus Paul still holding on to theirs. Trebuchet in mid goes down, but neither team willing to commit to a dive under tier 1.
This Primal Fury is not going to be spawned back in yet. As long as that left side Trebuchet gets value, Big Man Tinks takes a lot of damage, and here comes the Centaur shots.
Centaurus is good. Shell in the heals will make sure
shells.
Big Man Tinks doesn't die to the Master Shot right after. So the Tartarus Titans able to push back the Camelot Kings. The Gold Fury going to respawn momentarily. Paul going back to base. And Netroid over in lane is going to put some threat on this tier 1.
Netroid ticks over to level 20 about the same time Cyclone Spin does. Was able to return a ton of damage. Gets the Aegis out of BMT as well as the shell from Genetics. Fearing those Centaurus shots. A pick there could have meant a Primal Fury. Or, I mean, with the amount of DPS that the Tartarus Titans have, even a Fire Giant pull, it wouldn't have been easy. Of course, burning through Variety is not an easy task for any member of the Tartarus Titans, but a pick here would have been massive. So smart calls, and now some big power spikes have been hit for the Camelot Kings. We see BMT go back and finish up that Hard Seeker, and now Genetics is heading over towards that Primal Fury. You can see SOT's not in right lane. He is here at this Fury trying to get aggressive with the rest of the team. Variety recognized it as well and is hightailing it over here, trying to get over that left lane. But it doesn't look like Aurora is going to pull this Primal Fury. It is pretty far up, though, and could be in some danger.
Dash away from the Riptide, so won't be picked out there. No beads available to the Kepri this time around. It's a shell and a fully upgraded Curstonk now. Available to the Tartarus Titans to deal with some of the sustain the Camelot Kings have. Aurora dashes in, gets knocked back by Captain Twig, knocked back by the Riptide, half health on the bug, but a slow disengage from the Titans. Netroid is wrapping around, finds the whoop on SOT, but SOT has the jump. That'll get him out, but the health bars of the Titans are slowly being chipped away.
That should be enough for the Camelot Kings to feel confident pulling this objective. Layers is still lurking, possibly going for the steal here, but not even close, can't get there in time. As Variety understands that there could be a Fire Giant getting pulled because of the amount of ADCs on this side of the map. Variety walks up just to make sure. Is now alone with 5 members of the Tartarus Titans, but taking not a lot of damage at the moment.
And he's gonna hit the go button and just keep going. And so will Captain Twig. Solar Scare's Blessing gets Solar Troll on out of there. And the Aegis will buy himself a little bit more time, and the Riptide knocks him right back in. But it's not enough damage to follow up. Variety finds it. A root onto a roar, and Netroid pops him down. Paul by himself, no Aegis. That's a double for Netroid. Layers by himself on the backside of the fight. Cannot get in to save anybody. And the Tartarus Titans lose 3 for none.
Gotta go fire.
Layers had access to the Volcanic Lightning for an escape, but because they're going to the left side of the map, I don't imagine there's going to be any steal opportunity. Camelot Kings win that fight handedly. Off the back of Variety, just not caring. I mean, this Osiris has been able to W key, pick up a Witchblade, and just not care about any of the ADCs on the side of the Tartarus Titans. Even in Sanctified Field, Paul was trying to return damage. It did not matter. Variety is up against 2 at the moment. Layers and Cyclone Spin, trying to keep them around so no one can back and defend that right Phoenix, and winning this 1v2 pretty handedly. They have to try and go in here, and it looks like that will be the call. Layers and Cyclone versus Variety, and Variety's winning that trade.
Yeah, Variety is 100% okay with this trade. He's already taken half of Layers' health and will re-sustain on the minion wave that's been sitting around that entire time. It doesn't look like Variety got in a fight to me. It looks like Variety may have just, stepped on a little pebble along the way.
Yeah, it sounds like that joke like my dad always used to tell me, like, oh, you think I look bad? You should have seen the other guy. And Layers was the other guy, and he took a lot more damage at the end of that fight. So Variety hasn't even upgraded Death's Embrace, by the way. Once the Death's Embrace comes through, the sustain is going to be absurd. I just don't see anyone on the Tartarus Titans finding a way to burst this Osiris for a couple more minutes. I mean, that's a 12,000 gold lead, XP in the same boat. Of course, late game, like they have the composition to burn through an Osiris. the itemization is just simply not matching it just yet. Variety got tanky before the damage could get online. Right side bird did go down while we were watching that 1v2. And now the Camelot Kings able to group up, push down left lane. Just send Variety down mid. Let him 1v3. It really won't matter at this point. Even if he got picked, I think the Camelot Kings in a pretty good spot to be able to push up that left side of the map. 4,000 HP, and I haven't seen it below like half since that first time he died.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Death Embrace's percent health back to him, correct?
Yeah, it's not gonna be fun.
Yeesh. 2% of his health.
Oh, wow.
On every single swing. I'm not going to try and do the math to figure out what 2% of 4,000 is.
Really?
It's a lot.
It's 80.
It is a lot, and that's what we're going to be seeing healed whenever Variety gets towards
Why
that
I feel
back.
so bad at
With
math.
the horrific emblem as well, just stopping the DPS of the Tartarus Titans. So Captain Twig will be in charge of grabbing that tier 2 tower in mid. Remember, Fire Minion's pushing down right side. Variety's not even going to wait for him, though. Just waltzing in, and this left Phoenix is under siege.
Variety, the very, very tanky Osiris, will be the one who holds up at the forefront of the Phoenix. All ultimates online across the board. All relics aside from Bracer and a measly teleport Variety that he doesn't even need right now. A whoop onto 2, and Aurora's health bar is not looking great. Layers find some damage onto BMT, but Layers will go back in
Get out, Layers.
because he's got the Scarab's Blessing, but it will wear off just in time for Netroid to find the pick. Ultimate from Paul to slow down the team fight. But it's 5 versus 4, and the 5 of the Camelot Kings are much healthier. Double dunk in the back by Variety. SOT has to use the Aegis, has to use the Axe Toss. It's a double for Netroid.
Jesus.
It's an extra one for
What
Variety.
the hell?
Right on the fadeaway
God.
jump into the fountain. The Camelot Kings,
Okay.
they've already taken down one Phoenix. They can go ahead and just walk right into the throne room. Aurora and Cyclone do not have the damage to stop this one. Netroid finds his third of the fight. Aurora might as well go down to give Big Man Tings one. It's a deicide and a Camelot Kings game 3.
All right, so Netroid certainly popped off on the fray. 6-0, it all looked very flashy. But for me, man, Variety on this Osiris looked unstoppable. That was the switch up they needed. SOT's not going back to Uller when Osiris is available anymore. You're not getting that early pressure. You're not sitting around corners waiting for Variety for the Axe Toss. He's bullying you. That's not going to happen again. Having an unkillable tank with 3 ADCs just feels so bad. I mean, Osiris is so oppressive as is to these ADCs. From ahead, just looked real solid.
I mean, it's one of those things that we did see when these triple hunters are coming up is when it was the meta, it was all about how do we stop it? Well, now that we know how to stop it, now that teams are adapting to it, it's okay, well, you caught us off guard with it, but if you're just going to keep running it back, we've got answers to it, says the Camelot Kings.
Yeah.
Game number 3 goes their way. 1 game away from going to the finals. Can the Camelot Kings close it out? We'll come back for game 4 right after this.
Don't know. Guess we'll find out. It's Jasmine. Hi. Ready for your food? You left before, so... Alright. Want some food? Want cat food? You do? Watch this. Super secret can? Super secret can? Did you know this was in here? You didn't, did you? I know. I surprised you. Surprise can. Here. Lick, lick. Licky, lick. Did you just make a mess? What's this? Hey, what's this right here? Alright, come here. There you go. Got cat food on me. I got cat food on my hand. Yee. Icky. There you go. Now the ants can enjoy it. Always gotta keep my ant friends fed. There you go, baby. Enjoy. Enjoy your food. Oops.
All right, we'll see if Gormizer and I have mastered the umbrella throw between games 3 and 4. So we're going into game 4. You ready?
That's how math works.
All right, one.
You're gonna do yours. I'm gonna do mine.
Yeah,
I don't want to lose it though.
Well, we're gonna lose it. All right,
Okay.
1, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh!
Mine just went down.
Mine's all janky. All right, neither of us did, and that's the answer. Neither of
was
us have
flying so
mastered
much better.
the umbrella throw here at Smite Summer Masters, where the
The
Camelot
hell?
Kings have taken game number 3 and put us on set point going into game number 4, and a chance at the finals on the line here for the Tartarus Titans if they are not able to win 2 straight games. We have ping-ponged back and forth here. Dominant game 1 from the Kings, Gore. Dominant game 2 from the Titans. We flipped the script once again and back to dominance from the Kings here in game 3.
And you know what? I think a lot of it. Well, first off, it's always been first pick so far this set, which is a little interesting. But a lot of it this game, again, early on, starts out with some pressure. You get really, really good farm early. I think from a Amus and Cobb, again, pressure in mid. That roller run's going to have trouble maybe overcoming. Also, variety is just kind of good. I don't know if we've said that. We talked about it a lot at the very beginning of the day. I think it needs to be reiterated.
No, I don't think we've mentioned
Turns
it.
out he is a very solid. The Osiris worked out well for them. Same thing for Twig. I think a very solid game over there. And again, you can look at the kills pretty much matching each other. And again,
Damn,
very
dude.
similar to game number 1. Early on,
That
sub
sounds
10
ridiculous.
minutes, where gold is technically in favor of the Titans, even though kills are going for the Kings. And then all of a sudden it takes a little bit of a time skip. You start looking about 10 minutes later, and it's a 10,000 gold lead plus. And then immediately it's nothing but Kings fights. And I think that a lot of that is what you had said, where it's just when they group up, the Kings play just such a strong team fight phase of the game. And I think that they had good enough laning phases.
Yep.
They got a lot of easy kills early on. The Titans, for a while, were able to match some of that, but it fell off pretty hard. And so it's not too surprising to see them come out on top. The thing I was most
You were
worried
dying
about in this
6
game, and I
times
think
wasn't
you said it as
helpful.
well at the very beginning, was this Freya. Because it had lost, I think, 2 of the last 3 games, including this one.
6,
that it
0,
had
and
been
3.
in. So I was
Wow.
like, okay, is this going to look as good? Are they going to deal with it? I
1,
mean,
0,
even in
and
game number 2,
14
it was getting
genetics.
dove often.
Yep.
But this time around, you go 6, 0, and 3. I feel like Netroid was able to do a ton
With
there.
10,000
Variety
healing.
again. I think kind of leading the way.
Good job, Genetics.
And really, it's this weird balancing point of
628
like how much
GPM?
you were able to
What
get done
the
as the Kings
fuck?
and really how little the Titans were able to do because of how much you were able to kind of be oppressive on the map.
Cyclone Spin Core was far from
Genetics had
impressive
over
on the
500.
map. 8,600 damage, only 3 or so thousand ahead of the supports, about half of everyone else, junglers and solo laners in the game. Again, not so much due to anything that has to do with Cyclone Spin, you know, just the nature of ADC
Can't
sometimes.
really get
Actually,
involved
Barrett could
very
have talked
much.
about this on the Hunter role queue. Sometimes the game is just out of your hands. You know, right now the meta is you hang out, you farm up until the late teens of levels, and eventually you rotate into these team fights. By the time that Cyclone was getting into fights, this game was just so far in favor of the Camelot Kings. And so the Titans, a fantastic team at adjusting, making mid-set adjustments, answering back from losses, and now it's their chance to do the same again here in game number 4. Remember, best of 5 here, so set point for the Camelot Kings. They get 2 bites at the apple. That was the worst yet. Oh, and you knocked the second one off? That is brutal. Here, I figured it out. Oh, that's solid for me. That's good work for me. 2 bites at the apple for the Camelot. All right, we'll try it again. I won't go that. That is great. Anyway, Tartarus Titans, you got to win 2 straight here, Corey, against the Kings. And if the set is just going back and forth in the way that it has, adjustments and counter adjustments, you got to favor the Kings. 1 extra game in hand. Even if you lose this one, then you can adjust to the adjustments of the Titans. It should feel pretty good going into game 5 if we get there. And this is a big moment for the Camelot Kings because so many conversations around doing so well during the regular season, during the in and out standard phases of the SPL, phase 1, phase 2, but not getting over the hump in the tournament events.
The hump.
Now's your chance. 1 game away from making your spot to the finals. Can't let the pressure get the best of you in a moment like this.
When you have to go back and you look at it, actually an interesting one because the Dragons had been eliminated. I think the Titans knocked down the Kings last time in Masters. They got rid of the Dragons and the Kings. Dragons managed to fight their way back up. The Kings as well on the lower side of the bracket, but then they came back up against. I mean, this is the finals of the last Masters, and the Kings fell flat right there. It was in 4. And so if they're going to do something, this would be the one to try and maybe turn things around for them and have that, hey, we beat you in 4 this time around, revenge that could exist for them. But it does get interesting in the dynamic because, like you said, with a lot of what's been going on for the Kings, I think this is a really good win streak. But is it something like, again, how consistent are they going to be able to keep it? They don't eat many losses, so that's been impressive for them. But if you take 2 losses total in phase 2, and then you come here and fall flat, right? Then that's all of a sudden that weighs on you. And admittedly, there's some time before like phase 3 and before we even start talking about worlds and stuff. But like you have to think, okay, well, what are you going to do the next LAN in the event that something like that happens?
Well, that's really when it kicks into high gear, right?
Yeah, when you have to like either your nerves are gonna fray you or you're going to be able to conquer them. They've been playing long enough that I'm sure they can conquer them. Here's the one that gets really fun though, Dave, and that's just that because like you said, they've been making adaptations. A good spot to be in if you're up 2-1, you lose this game. You still have the chance to adapt to whatever helps or whatever makes you lose this game and try to help yourselves. But I also think in an even better spot because I think they've done enough adapting at this point to be able to recognize what the Titans are going to try and bring out and go for a team composition from the get-go and from bans from the get-go that are going to play into their hand.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to try to run back. The Titans were going to try to run, again, a triple ADC composition. It looks like we're returning, at least through the first 2 picks, so that doesn't tell us much. It's been support and jungle that have not been ADCs in the last few games for the Titans. Now with Paul, Hella yells her way into the pick and ban screen. Will be the pick here for Paul. And Gore, that automatically, I think, has to change the mindset of the Kings a little bit. Whenever there's a Hell on the other side, you're worried about the cleanse, yes, but also the healing that Hell is able to provide. And so anti-heal, playing around the cleanse, playing around the healing, now something the Kings have to consider with their last 3 picks.
Yeah, something that actually I really like this early on. First off, Paul plays the Hell really well, but I also think that with Daji being available and having been one of the very like high priority, like top pick junglers, Hell kind of distorts that because like, yes, you can still play her into it. In fact, we've seen wins against Hell from Daji, but that cleanse is just such a pain, right? To deal with, all of a sudden you have to worry about that. You have to think a little bit more about it. I think that in this case right now, they're kind of CC light on the Kings. I mean, King Arthur has a little bit, and I think there's technically some slows in Chernobog's kit, but like you're not looking at either of these heavily for like crazy CC. King Arthur is going to be zone control and damage with a teeny bit of CC in there. Chernobog is global rotations and damage and general things you want from a hunter. So I think that you're going to need to look for things that are more than single target, just to make sure that you can get someone that's not Hell or someone with Hell, and make sure that they stay cleansed. We've seen some really good Hell plays into a lot of heavy CC on the other side. I'm thinking back when, what was it? I think it was the Kings versus the Bolts. Jake was on Ares, had like what would have been a 4-man pull, but then a beautiful heal, I believe from Variety at the time, just cut it short and stopped it in its tracks. Things like that could potentially happen here.
Yeah, and then talk about heavy CC. You got it with the Hunbats now. Playing around that with cleanses a bit more difficult. A few things that have to go right in order for Paul to get big value in that. So I think Hunbat's actually pretty safe potentially into this Hell pick, depending on how Paul and the beads come into play, things like that. Around that Fear No Evil. Jingwei, very safe. You want to talk about safe picks, that's got to be it here. Something for Cyclone Spin to be able to farm up, scale up later on into the game. And potentially a pretty smart ban. And still not shying away from the possibility of a double Hunter composition, banning out the Ur from SOT. On the other side, keeping Genetics in check. That's been the second wave of bans, really, it feels like, from both of these teams. Keeping the supports in check has been that second phase. And this time, Genetics, again, will have to look somewhere outside of the emoji in the game.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I was about to start talking about other gods that Genetics has played.
Atlas was
not in my prepped list of gods that I was about to go through. I was going to talk about Terra and things like that. Admittedly, people who we haven't maybe seen as much, but that was part of the strengths of the Kings is being able to pull out those gods that we haven't seen a whole ton of and make them look really good. Genetics specifically has been very adept at doing that with this support role. And so now getting to see him on the Atlas immediately, you're talking about some, again, very good CC, right? If you're looking at the Hell, I think in terms of dealing with the cleanse, part of what you have to think is, am I pulling Hell? And if so, what do I have to lock her down? But I also think there's a part of it that you have to think of how quickly and reactable are you to CC here? If I throw down a Fear No Evil, you're just CC'd. And so for Hell to cleanse you, if she's in it, she's got to beads first before it. But things like a Naja ult where you could technically have a little bit of time in there, things like that they're open up for your reactions. Daji ult is a really good example. That Palau is out for a while before you actually get pulled by those chains. So I think that now you've set yourselves up, with the Fear No Evil. I look at Atlas and, while it's still single target, but being able to grab, actually it's technically not single target, but it's very difficult to get as many people as you want, I think, in that grab up close where you actually hold them. And so, like, you could pull people in. You have essentially like a mini Fenrir ult on a very low cooldown, plus now you have a Discordia Strife. I feel like they have enough to put some pressure on the Hell, like push her out of lane, whether it's kill pressure or just farm pressure, and try to take control of that lane, keep Paul shut down for a little while, and try to make it so that we don't even have to converse about the cleanses.
And Gore, I think the Kings now probably thrilled with this Discordia last pick. It's something Big Man Tings has looked so good on. And what's more, Gore, you get the King Arthur Discordia combo with the last pick of the draft for Big Man Tings here with the Discordia. And so suddenly Variety is probably feeling really good about his laning phase, should have the Discordia passive through the majority of the game, if not all of it, if Variety is able to play the way we know Variety can. But at some point, I fully expect Big Man Tings to just have too many items online, deal too much damage, get that passive back for himself.
Yeah.
And so I love the way the Kings have drafted here going into game number 4. A win and move on game 4 for them, and then a lose and go home game 4 for the Tartarus Titans. And Gore, they have gotten some good initiation on their squad with the Ratatosker. Good sustain, of course, with that Hell. Gonna need a lot from layers, it seems like, this game. A lot from Sot on that Osiris. That 1-2 punch between the Rat and the Osiris for dive, very important.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how the engage works for the Titans. Because like you said, Ratatosker, the Osiris, we just saw what an Osiris in the right hands can do. Variety, I think, piloted that incredibly well. And so I want to say we'll see a good resurgence here for the Titans. But dealing with a King Arthur that has a disco passive on him the entire time, becomes troublesome, not just in lane. I mean, that gets problematic the minute he leaves as well. Global pressure from a Chernobog. So any ganks that this Ratatoskr with a semi-global pressure, whether it's from solo or in jungle, doesn't really matter. Wherever he ends up, a Chernobog can meet to match that numbers advantage.
Well, Gormeister, do we have our first finalist or do we have our first Game 5 of the weekend? Those questions will be answered. Game number 4 starts right now.
A win for the Camelot Kings means that they move on to the final day of play to play in the grand finals at the least. A loss for the Camelot Kings means we go to a Game 5. So maybe for those at home, a win-win situation. If you're a fan of the Kings, cool. If you're a fan of Game 5s, cool in that regard there. The Tartarus Titans, though, have got to answer back. The triple hunter, I should say, composition did not work out very well. I can't see him. Now, where is he?
Where's their ADC?
Wait, hold on. Did that tree just move?
What is going on?
Why is bush moving around? Why's he got feet? What if we had a bush to smite?
I'm sorry.
We've added the mist around. I don't remember adding a bush.
I had to, man. He was just hiding there in the foliage, just bushed up. Anyways, we do see a Game 4 situation that could be a Game 5 situation, or Camelot Kings could send it home. Variety gets King Arthur, which is wild. But this time, the Osiris that looked so good for Variety is now in the hands of SOT, who, if we're honest, he's got a pretty darn good Osiris as well. He hasn't played in some time. He's been playing different style of picks in this set, but he does have that Osiris in the back pocket. And SOT actually not going to get the teleport. Had to be forced into the beads because of the Fear No Evil. He feared the Fear No Evil, which means you got to make sure you put some respect on that relic. But Paul going for the Aegis. Doesn't really care about the beads this time around. Has the cleanse.
Yes, cleanse.
He's just going to hope that that is enough to make sure that Captain Twig can't get any sort of kill potential in the mid lane.
Now it quote-unquote worked in game number 1 for Paul when he didn't go beads against a Fear No Evil and a Yamoja. Aurora gonna get picked up. Probably wishing that he had some beads. A dive in by Cyclone Spin. Aggressively up into the duo lane. Genetics on this Atlas pick. We've seen what Atlas can do for many teams. You saw what it did for Gamma and the Valhalla Valkyries in their matchup against the Tartarus Titans earlier on this week. So the Titans have faced it a little bit recently. Should know how to somewhat deal with it, but I mean, how do you deal with that? You just get picked up and thrown around consistently by this pick.
Simply don't get picked up. That's how I would do it.
Is that easy?
I would just be different, and I would not allow for it to pick me up. Big man Tings, though, is taking a lot of damage in the jungle. Captain Twig's on the way over, but actually body blocks him in the process. Big man Tings should be going down.
Genetics gets the pick up, but Layers gets the first blood. Captain Twig thrown up by Aurora. Slow comes through. Genetics tries to help him out, but when 3 people are surrounding your jungler, when 3 people are surrounding your mid, it's just that easy for the Tartarus Titans to grab the first 2 picks.
I didn't even see how Big Man Tings got so caught out there. It looked like maybe going for the Oracles, and then Layers and Paul did the wraparound. They did that same play last game with the Pele, just didn't have enough damage to finish off. This time around, wasn't enough damage. 2 kills, 1 in favor of Layers, 1 in favor of Paul. Tartarus Titans, they're coming out swinging. Layers is already sitting here at this red buff, just camping, waiting for it to show up as Paul's not pushing that wave. BMT's going to walk around the corner and actually might be going in the hands of Aurora.
Now Genetics shows up, and that'll get Layers away from the red buff, at least for now. Forcing a very early rotation from the support. His big man Tings doesn't get to have a whole lot of fun in his lane. He's got some partial waves stacked up along with the fresh minion wave that's shown up to be able to deal with. Genetics will at least go back. Captain Twig.
He's blinked.
Actually using his blink. Recognizing that Layers, the communication of Genetics wasn't on that side of the map. Able to steal away a blue buff. And now puts a little bit of hurt onto SOT against Variety.
Yeah, trying to get there as quickly as possible. I like the call and make sure that, number 1, you take away that blue buff.
Now your blink's down
like
for a long time.
they have no idea. I mean, Layers rotates over. SOT was on the way for his XP, and Layers said, hey man, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's no buff here. Like, it's already been taken. So now, Variety's going to have a little bit of extra presence in that lane. Already did with the teleport, so you're able to back up whenever you need to, get a full item, come back in. Has been using a fair bit of mana. It looks like the totem will go the way of the Tartarus Titans. SOT can confirm that one and get a little bit of extra MP5. But with
1500 gold up.
mana wasn't really the main concern of SOT anyways. Just the golden XP of losing out on your blue buff is what's going to really start to hurt. Layers is on this side of the map, was just getting the timer for blue and probably going to do some invading in the meantime. I don't imagine there's any way this Ratatoskr can dive tower here, but Variety's actually going in.
Use Force the ult onto SOT, but
Oh,
stun
shit.
and a dunk in. Means an easy pick for SOT and the Tartarus Titans. 3 kills up now against the Camelot Kings. 1,700 gold.
strong.
Experience even. But that gold lead very stark this early on.
Yeah, I don't think Variety knew that Layers was going to be that close. Just using the ult probably to get some poke, trying to relieve some presence in that lane, and then immediately blinked on by the Ratatosker, giving Layers. Actually, SOT got credit for that. I was going to say Layers, his second assist of the game and first kill overall. But with no teleport, stopping his back there will be pretty big. Variety should be able to push one wave under the tower at the very least. So we're looking at the left side of the map. It looks like Layers is going to sit around here just because blue buff spawning back in. Doesn't want to give Captain Twig that opening. Doesn't want to give this Hunbats another free blue buff invade. Besides that, not too much aggression. You know, fear no evil. Still a possibility. It is on the table currently. But a Transcendence build coming out of Captain Twig, which means no Jotun's Wrath, no big CDR early on. Just trying to get some extra damage online for late game.
So how long does that kind of delay Captain Twig from getting maybe a bit more aggressive in this mid lane? You know, typically when we see Transcendence, that's the jungler saying, hey, you guys have fun. I'm just going to farm for X amount of minutes. I mean, rushing it maybe kind of puts that a little bit further, and maybe that stops the question right away. Fear no evil used on 3, but now Captain Twig has got to get away. SOT has the ultimate. Layers has the ult dunk under the tower, but SOT does not follow his jungler. So for now, it's just an ult
tier
expended
2 tower dive
by
at like
both
level
junglers of
6,
the
maybe
teams.
not.
Yeah, I think that was
Level
a
5?
risky call to go up for the dive underneath tier 2. Someone should be dying at that point, but Captain Twig did use the ultimate to try and confirm that Scorpion and did not get it. So the Tartarus Titans were able to invade that greater Scorpion as well as get their own. So the only upgraded buffs are going to be on the side of the Titans for at least this spawn of those buffs. You know, in the matchup, the Ho Yi versus Chernobog matchup, we've seen it a few times. And more often than not, I say, you know, Ho Yi's going to win out lane. The Chernobog should just hide. Not really look for any opportunities to fight. The last time I said that, though, Coast soloed Snoopy in the exact matchup. So I'm not going to say that Netroid shouldn't look to fight. More so that if Cyclone spins on point with the bounces, you know, that there's not a good opportunity. Chernobog not the best 1v1 hunter unless, of course, you can force out the leap and use that ultimate to chase down. Just, I imagine Netroid's playing the farm game. Gonna sit at that tower line, not stand at any of the triple bounce locations, and just say like, all right, you can clear first, you can invade
where
some
all the
camp.
triple bounce
I just
locations
want my
are.
purple buff and the wave. Like that's all I require to get that fast track to late game.
I require very little in life, and that being wave and purple. Stay alive.
Yep.
To keep maintained here in this dual lane. Netroid slightly behind Cyclone though in XP. Dive in by Cyclone.
Good dodge.
Ricochet. Instead, use the Suns to help clear the wave a little bit as Layers will go for a purple buff invade. So Netroid doesn't get to have one of those 2 things he needs.
One of his 2 necessities to life. Netroid, unfortunately, is going to miss out on that purple buff. And now Layers heading over towards red, which is not available at the moment. You know, BMT, ever since falling early on, has been sitting at that tower line as well, trying to play for the late game. I know we've been harping on that a lot this side of the Camelot Kings. Don't mind going down a little bit. If they go down too much, we'll see what happened in game number 2, where the Tartarus Titans are able to take over. But at the moment, 2,000 gold in 7 minutes isn't terrible, but it's certainly a big goal lead this early on before objectives even spawn in. Remember, Pyromancer hasn't even touched down yet. We're still about 2.5 minutes off of that.
By Variety, who, funny enough, has the XP lead over SOT, despite the fact that Variety's the one who went down earlier in the fight. SOT just now ticks over to level 9. Or Variety's just kind of been coasting in this right lane, even despite going down. Totemaku should go the way of the Camelot Kings, though. If SOT has anything to say about it, no, he won't, because Captain Twig didn't decide to stick around for that little battle. Instead, it's Netroid up in the sky. He will dive over towards mid, where Paul and Aurora are waiting, but that might not have been the best option, because he's going to lose out on his bees regardless.
Yeah, Dharma Pillars was dropped. And Netroid was able to survive at the very least. I think that was the threat, right? Layers still does a ton of damage on this Ratatosker. You want to back up and make sure that you keep your life to fight another day.
True.
But Variety, with the teleport, has been able to back freely, whereas SOT has the bead, so has not been able to back, missing a few waves whenever trying to get back in lane to finish those items. Variety teleported back in. That won't be available for a couple minutes.
Oh, hey, Marky.
I expect to see just all-out boxing in the meantime, right? This King Arthur has the Glad Shield
Marky
coming
Mark.
soon. Already has the Sovereignty for some HP 5. And Captain Twig hasn't made the rotation over to left yet. Like, Cyclone Spin has been living at this tower line.
I
Finally,
like Mark Wahlberg.
you see Captain Twig heading over to left, but it was spotted out by
That's
Aurora,
cool.
so Cyclone knows. There's a Hunbats on the way. Don't step up too far. At the very least, Netroid should be able to confirm that purple buff unless a steal from Aurora.
Fear No Evil pushes 2 away, but purple buff still successfully stolen by the Tartarus Titans. So Captain Twig using the ult can't even secure the purple buff in that regard. And the Tartarus Titans maintaining a nice little lead in this early 9 minutes of the game. I imagine this Pyromancer, once it spawned in, Tartarus Titans will make their way over towards it. Because, I mean, we're sitting 2,600 gold up with only 3 kills, and all of those happened within the first, 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of little scuffles, just grouping up, throwing some auto attacks, throwing an ability or two. This time an ultimate gets dropped, but no kills resulting. I think you're right that the Titans would love to be on spawn for this Pyromancer, but they don't have a Hunter in the mid lane this time. They don't have a magical ADC. Paul does good burst damage, but you're not going to be able to burn through it that effectively. Probably a good call just to be walking around, making sure that the Pyromancer's not done, but you're not going to be making a pull on it just yet. And one thing I want to highlight, Paul has been consistently sitting in light stance, just waiting to cleanse if the Blink Fear No Evil comes through. Whenever Paul knows, hey, there's no way that Captain Twig's around the corner, there's no way that there's a Hunbats here, he'll sit in the dark stance, look for some damage. But whenever there's a chance that Captain Twig's around, just sitting in light stance, I imagine, finger hovering the cleanse button, just ready to be able to use that ability, get out of the Fear No Evil, and pop Aegis when necessary. Given the build, Warlocks into Book of Thoth, that's already a ton of HP. I don't even think Captain Twig can match that just
probably
yet.
gonna go Breastplate of Valor,
Need the
too.
Flower's Beat Stick online first.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Be what he might be working towards after this Transcendence. Has some decent stacks on it, at least for now. Where Paul has finished his Warlocks, now working on that Book of Thoth to stack it up. Staff him mirrored in the call for Big Man Tings on the opposite side, so not going to go towards the double stacking route on the Discordia.
Good call.
The layers decide to try and exert some pressure. Solo laners losing out, at least in the XP department in that 1v1. It's even in the mid,
Not even build
in
one
the
stack
dual
yet
lane.
on Discordia.
If you're
I think
layers
ever.
in this case and you want to try and push that envelope just a little bit further for the Titans, where do you make that mark?
It's just difficult for a rat to try and find a kill into this composition because BMT can always jump over the ult and stay at tower line. BMT is never walking out too far. And Netroid, you saw the one gank attempt. Netroid just goes up into the sky whenever he feels that there's a Ratatosker around. So unless Variety is putting himself super far out of position in this lane, I just don't see any avenues to look for a gank. A Gold Fury pull, though, certainly could be something that Layers goes for, and all of the Titans are already in position to do so. Netroid could check this using the ultimate, but no one's even close. And unless, of course, Genetics charge that Gamma Ray burst up from a distance, this first Gold Fury will go the way of the Tartarus Titans for free.
No answer back from the Camelot Kings. The Tartarus Titans on similar pace to what they had in game number 2. It got brought up, but it really is true. What we've seen so far is a dominant game 1 from one team. Next game, flip the script. It's the opposite way. Flip the script in game number 3 and do it again in 4. As SOT, very tanky on this Osiris against 2 physicals, doesn't take too much damage. It's the Camelot Kings who have picked up the Pyromancer. SOT
Where's
trying
that
to
ult?
go for the steal.
Nope.
Does not get it this time around. Camelot Kings finally grab an objective to close up this gold.
Yeah, close it up a bit, but Cyclone spins in left lane. Netroid had to fly in and miss a wave and some Harpies over on the left side of the
mid lane
map
lost
to do
some wave
so.
too.
I imagine the gold and XP that you're losing just off the back of Cyclone spin should be able to net the Tartarus Titans a win throughout. I mean, if Netroid's flying in for a kill and the Pyromancer, maybe a bit different, but this Ho Yi already feeling pretty oppressive in the 1v1 and should be able to continue power farming over in that left lane. One Trebuchet available thus far. It is on the side of the Titan that is in that left lane, which Netroid would have to deal with if they ever send it out. They aren't going to leave it. They aren't going to send it out just yet. They're going to leave it back on that left side of the map, possibly around for an objective later on. There's really a lot of different plays that you can go for when you have access to the Trebuchet like that. But since Pyromancer and Gold are down, I don't imagine too much being forced at the moment. Just sit back, farm. If there is any opportunity, you know Layers will be the first one to try and go up to the sky and find it. But the Camelot Kings recognize, hey, this Greater Scorpion keeps getting taken. We're going to be on it on respawn this time around.
will get it this time.
Good idea.
A little bit of a fight for the Chalice. Tartarus Titans will get that one. Trebuchets have been at least making some decent plays throughout the last few games so far of this first set. Nothing major usually, just able to at least grab a tower, help take a Phoenix. Earlier on, I believe that was in game number 1 that helped out the Camelot Kings. The Tartarus Titans trying to set up for who knows what, getting aggressive by a red buff that's not even up at this point.
Just getting aggressive.
Players will see Captain Twig around, but not going to see a fight there. So for the Camelot Kings, they've got time to wait. Pyromancer, Gold, both down. Fire Giant out of sight, out of mind for at least a little while. Is there a place where Captain Twig can maybe go to get some action rolling for the Kings?
I mean, I thought the best option would be on Nepal, but now Paul's going into that breastplate. Already had the fully stacked Warlocks and Book of Thoth. Not going to be too far out of the boat as well. So it's certainly not going to be easy.
Oh,
I think that the Camelot Kings are just in cruise control, right? They're sitting back farming, confirming their buffs when they can, but any sort of aggression they're trying to avoid. Genetics does get the dash silence out, taking a ton of damage, and here comes the Golden Apple.
Golden Apple's good. Genetics tries to go back for a pickup onto Aurora, but Genetics is losing his health, needs some backup, and gets it. The entirety of the Camelot Kings have rallied around their support. Netroid picks up a double kill during the fight. And that's the picks that the Camelot Kings needed to get back in this.
Wow, Captain Twig with a beautiful rotation in. Variety gets the hamstring to make sure that Aurora can't dash out of that one. 2 kills back for the Camelot Kings. Unfortunately for them, no real objectives to fight over. Nothing to force given the opportunity. And a clutch ult in from Netroid. I don't think the damage was that necessary. It seemed like the kills were on point, but getting 2 last hits there is going to grow great for getting your ADC online, getting back into this game. Actually did tick over to level 15. Still about half a level down from Cyclone Spin, who really hasn't rotated out of lane too much, but that gold is definitely going to go in favor of this Chernobog, getting online just a little bit sooner. Oni Fury should be spawning in here shortly, and
For sure.
Camelot King should feel a bit more confident now
The
they've
whole
got
team
the
got
kills
2
under their belt.
assists.
Let's see if they make that fast rotation over.
That's crazy.
Variety doesn't have his teleport up, so he's going to have to go back to base or make the long trek over if this team wants to set up for that objective. Meanwhile, for Tartarus Titans, no teleport available to SOT either. Blinking Beats is the call for the Osiris solo. They fully upgraded Sunder for Aurora. Now that Sundering Blast online. We've been seeing this relic pop itself up quite a bit as of recent. Maybe it seems to be a bit of an answer to the shells that keep getting picked up by these teams.
Yeah, the shells, just whenever you have a single target Guardian, I think the Sunder into the grab from Aurora can set up a ton of damage. Layers hits a knock-up, can set up for it as well, and it can explode to the opposition, so it can be a really nice pickup when you're trying to burn through these tanks. Aurora gets grabbed and thrown in a tower, here comes Fear No Evil.
Fear No Evil holds him in tower for a little while longer. Variety picks him up and slams him down. Not a chance that Aurora makes it out when the entire force of the Camelot Kings rally together to take out the support. And the Camelot Kings are now tied up the kills and maybe looking for a little bit more as Variety swings into the backline, but now has to swing the opposite way because there's just a little bit too much fire returned towards him.
SOT almost picked up by Genetics, but just going to be knocked up. While Layers is posturing towards left lane, not really caring about this fight in particular, maybe looking for the purple buff invade. Oni Fury spawned in during that fight, and Aurora's already back up, so I don't think it's going to be pulled by the Camelot Kings. It's actually Cyclone Spin who's already on the way. Variety's the only chance to confirm this one.
Variety's got to use that overhead swipe, and it's not going to be enough. As the Camelot Kings lose out on that objective, Tartarus Titans will get something, but Captain Twig will at least take a tier 1 tower. He'll let the minions finish the job, and that will mitigate some of the gold that did come from that Fury. But now for the Tartarus Titans, they have a nice lead. Can they extend it back? Netroid does get caught by the knockup from Layers, and all the beads in the world are not going to save you from the damage that comes through from Layers and Cyclone.
Yeah, staying in that wall a little bit longer might have benefited, but you know, pre-beats of the knockup, the Suns were just doing too much, and Netroid goes down. Now it looks like a little bit of a chase down here from the Camelot Kings as Pyromancer could be something to be looked at, but Oni minions are pushing up, and Layers and Cyclone's been happy to just grab the tier 1 and left and continue pushing unless someone from the Camelot Kings comes to stop this. Genetics is on the way, but you send someone over to left, that opens up the Pyromancer. Captain Twig's around, Fear No Evil is available, but it's already being pulled.
Does toss out the Sacred Monkey, which will hit a couple of players and deter the Titans from going on to the Pyromancer. So slowing things down once again, the name of the game of the Camelot Kings to try and slow bleed this game out. But at the moment, they're the ones who have been bleeding. A 3K gold deficit separating these two teams. Tartarus Titans up in that regard. XP, fairly even across the board. Maybe a 1-level total difference between two teams, but Camelot Kings, when they realize that they've got an opening, they're going to take it. Pyromancer stolen away from the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, the Kings grab that one and get out. Drop the Gamma Ray Burst just for some extra DPS. Cyclone Spin made the rotation over. The Pyromancer was certainly on the cards for the Titans, whereas Netroid's like, I'm going to push the wave. I can certainly fly in if you guys need me, but try not to need me because I'm 2 levels down currently to this Ho Yi, and I would love a fail not online before I make that rotation in. So now, that gold lead, a little bit smaller, about 2,500 in favor of the Tartarus Titans. It's back to the waiting game. I mean, there's no real objective to be pulled. Cyclone Spin, once he takes level 20, might feel a bit more confident going over towards Fire Giant and trying to DPS that down, and actually is posturing over towards the right side of the map. Remember, there's no Pyromancer open, so that means Tartarus Titans are looking to make a bait here, looking to make a play towards that Fire Giant, and see who's going to come in from the Kings to try and stick this one over. Netroid's still over on left, and actually Captain Twig hovering on left lane as well, trying to find a gank that's never going to come because everyone else is at Fire Giant.
Fire Giant pulled by the Titans. Variety stopped by Aurora. The Titans have not committed to the fire, just pulled it to bait. The Kings in. Got Netroid on this side of the map now for the Kings. But all of that from the Titans. We'll just get them to the Greater Scorpion. Now back to Fire. Variety and Genetics are here. Big Man Ting's a little far away. Captain Twig and Netroid have got to make a nice little trek back in from the mid lane. Keep your eyes on Captain Twig and the Fear No Evil that's available. The Fire Giant has not been leashed. And now the fight goes in. Aurora low on HP, but Fear No Evil holds him in. The Gamma Ray Burst also doing some good damage, but Variety is in danger. Variety somehow barely lives through, but Netroid goes down. Variety goes down. Big Man Tings picks up SOT. And Captain Twig low in health in the back line. Ricochet off the mark by Cyclone to find the bounty he was looking for. And it's a 2-for-1 trade for the Titans.
Yeah, but Paul is doing so much damage. It's not going to be the worst trade in the world. You're in a 3-for-4 situation, but as long as Paul's here to sustain up the rest of the Titans, once Aurora comes back, we could see another Fire Giant pull. Genetics is aware of that and sitting around the corner trying to get some vision on this objective. And it looks like BMT didn't go back as well. It doesn't have too much mana, but enough to stick around and try and be disruptive. Captain Twig has returned as well. It's a true 3v4 at the objective, and SOT's going to be dead for 10 more seconds.
Fire Giant started down to half. Captain Twig can't find a way in. Ultimate is gone from him, and so is most of his health. Paul is chunking on this health. Cyclone taking away
Stay on
the
it,
last
Cyclone.
little bit of the Fire Giant's health. Only Genetics is in range to try and stop this one, to try and
Finish
steal it,
it.
because Layers has found BMT in the backline. Variety has teleported back into the fight. The Fire Giant goes to the Titans, but Paul is gone. Aurora has a
Took too
sliver
long.
of HP left, and Variety will chase this one out to make sure that the elephant is punished. Layers makes up to the sky, but the pounce by Cyclone and holds out for only a moment. After Aurora goes down, Layers barely makes it out himself. And it's 2 dead on the Titans for the Fire Giant.
Yeah, Fire Giant buff on SOT, Layers, and Cyclone
And BMT.
Spin, as the Camelot
So-
Kings aren't looking too healthy either. They are going to back up, effectively winning that fight, but Fire Giant's still on 3, and more specifically on SOT and Cyclone Spin. Having it on your ADC and a good tank is always going to be beneficial. And now the Tartarus Titans are heading over towards that Primal Fury. They can go for the pull here pretty shortly. It's not going to be too contested because Genetics still has not went back to base. Captain Twig still has not went back to base. 22 minutes in. Now it's time for the Tartarus Titans to try their best to take down some of these towers. Tier 1 in right still stands tall. Tier 1 in mid still stands tall. There's a lot of gold that can be grabbed for the Tartarus Titans if it goes uncontested. I imagine the Camelot Kings, though, have to be feeling pretty confident. Take a look at the relics on the side of the Tartarus Titans. Pretty much everything is down. In fact, everything except for Cyclone's Aegis is down for the time being. So if the Camelot Kings did want to force a fight, at least at one of these Tier 2 towers, now would be a great time to go for it.
They're going to lose out on a Tier 2 in the dual lane. Camelot Kings now only down to their towers in mid and solo. And this is where the gold lead can start to balloon up a little bit for the Titans. It's at 4,500 now. But there's a good chunk of gold still sitting on the map. for them to take. In response, Camelot Kings have a similar amount of gold that they can grab for themselves, should they get an opportunity to do so. The Tartarus Titans have been on the gas pedal for quite some time. They have no signs of pumping the brakes anytime soon. Camelot Kings put up a soft defense at the tier 2. Layers going for an invade in the jungle, but not going to find any success.
Yeah, as they've been going for these towers, some of those key relics have been showing up off cooldown. It doesn't look like Captain Twig has any want to look for an ultimate here, at least until that Heartseeker is finished. A lot more DPS would be coming out of the Hunbats in that case. Netroid was able to push up left lane a fair bit, but didn't even grab that tier 1 tower, was not willing to walk that far up in lane. Put himself susceptible to a gank. Having the Nightmare to run away is always good, but if everyone's sitting there around you, there's really no place that you can go to try and hide. As we are 24 minutes into this game, and there's still 3 more towers that the Tartarus Titans would love to go for, try and get some extra gold in their pockets, but they're going to have to hold off just a little bit longer.
It's 5,500 gold lead up for the Tartarus Titans in game number 4. Their backs against the wall. They're 1 game away from going home, but it seems that they want to push it
Looks like
to
they have
that
good
game 5. In our first
miniature.
best of 5 set of the weekend, Tartarus Titans are poised to push it the distance and really give us that treat. I mean, this is the rematch from Masters 1. This is the rematch from the Grand Finals in spring. And so far, the Tartarus Titans are going to take it a little bit further than what we had last time. It was a 3-1 for them over the Camelot Kings back then. This is a new Camelot Kings. This is a new Tartarus Titans. At the pace that it's going, Charlie, we might be pushing to that last game.
Yeah, it's a new meta, right?
Oh, yeah.
We saw the Triple Hunter Comp ones. It didn't work out last game, but Tartarus Titans have been able to find some success. They've got their Fire Giant. They're still trying to push and crack the base, but I just don't imagine Phoenixes are on the cards right now. There's still 3 more towers, 1 tier 1 and right, and the 2 tier 2s up in mid and right, respectively. You got to give a little bit of respect to the Fear No Evil. I think Captain Twig's been on point with being able to land them. If Paul ever lives through these fights, we always look at the sustain round, because if you're not winning that first engagement, you're certainly not winning that second engagement, because at that point the Titans are full HP. They have a hell for a reason. So Camelot Kings moving forward, looking at defense alone, have to consider how much Paul's doing. Is there a curse on pump? Can we fight this? And if we don't win the initial fight, we got to get out. Like, we just have to take our losses and go.
Now, one thing to remember for these teams is, yes, a loss means that their quote-unquote, tournament life is over, but that's just for first and second place running at the very least. A loss from the teams today means that they'll instead take part in the best of 3 tomorrow for the 3rd place match instead. So, still some fighting to be had regardless, but no team wants to go down in the semifinals. They want to make that run to the finals and get the most that they can out of this tournament and getting themselves mentally and physically ready to get prepped for phase number 3 and get themselves on the fast track towards Worlds. And a win in phase 2 of Masters would be a great boost to the mentals of all of these teams.
Yeah, we got about 1 minute and 5 seconds left on that FG buff, and the Titans still have 3 towers to go through. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of grouping here on the right side of the map. Remember, Cyclone's been an SOT. The only 2 that have the Fire Giant buff on this side was Layers, still has it as well. But Paul and Aurora died with that buff, never really got to use it. Camelot Kings are grouped here, though. They're sitting around the corner. They're not going to give up this tier 2 tower for free. But it looks like Layers is sort of posturing around the backside, trying to find a blink opportunity. Might be able to go up into the skies. This right side tier 2. You got about 33 seconds to go, and they want this down.
There is a lot of damage available to the Tartarus Titans. A lot of sustain available as well. And only a few answers to it. Some anti-heal on the main.
I don't think it's really one of their Ricochet.
And on the support genetics. He's picked up Divine Ruin and Cursed Donk.
But maybe.
If the Titans can live through the first fight, the first portion of the skirmish, they should have enough sustain to live through. You can see any amount of damage that's thrown towards these guys being healed right back up. And that's the go button for Aurora. Drop Storming Pillars to zone the team fight, but there's not a lot of damage through. Instead, it's a Fear No Evil by Captain Twig to push back the Titans. But that's still not enough. Paul can just heal Aurora right back up. I don't think Captain Twig wants to walk in there.
Yeah, Captain Twig definitely wants to back up. The Fire Giant buff wore off. And if Captain Twig didn't take that much damage, Layers is on the wraparound here. It looks like the Camelot Kings are going to retreat, give up that tower, and decide to fight another day. I mean, you're in a position where if you get picked there, your Phoenix might be getting looked at. You have the wave to Paul to keep it alive. Fire Giant won't be spawning in for a couple more seconds, so Camelot Kings do have time to regroup and head towards that objective. But it looks like The Tartarus Titans aren't even going to posture around here. They are going to back up, spend a bit of that gold, get some last tier items online before this Fire Giant spawns in. And this is what I've been waiting for. Netroid does have the ability to just push up left lane and ult in once the Fire Giant gets pulled. Hasn't really been doing it just yet. Would love to upgrade that last item. A kin size could help the DPS immensely. But it's going to take a little bit of time, a little bit of gold before Netroid can max out that build. And actually not even going to go over towards left lane, heading back over towards Fire Giant. 3 minutes from it being in hand, so a clean pull here would mean no EFG. Just depends on how long this dance goes. Remember, Captain Twig got a nice ult last time, but only got the beats from Aurora. Everyone else sitting just fine.
Fire Giant pulled. Cyclone Spin with
Here we
a
go.
tad bit of crit to close out his build. And that little bit of crit is helping do wonders against the Fire Giant. The Tartarus Titans have grabbed it. Aurora, the lone front line of the back. Captain Twig does not get the ultimate that he was hoping for. Does not get the turnaround that the Camelot Kings needed. It is 3 for 1. Netroid avoids the ricochet.
That
Is
did a
losing
really good
the
job.
boxing match against SOT. A dunk on in by him and Paul will take 4 off the map.
Group up
And
and
it's
heal
only
first.
Big Man Tinks
Group
left
up
to
and
get
heal.
stunned over the wall, jumps over the dart. But now he's got to deal with the damage that Paul has out, and there's just too much. It's a double kill for Paul, a deicide for the Titans, and with only 20 seconds left, the Tartarus Titans can push up this tier 2 and maybe more.
Yeah, they have the trebuchet, they've got the minions, with the sustain from Paul. It's going to be up to Genetics to try and keep the Titan alive. I don't think that's going to be the call, J-Mac. 4 versus 1 here shortly. It's going to take a bit of time, but with the sustain from the team, I think we're going to Game 5.
Game 5 on the horizon for the Tartarus Titans. Once again, they have thwarted the plans of the Camelot Kings. They are not going to be able to get to grand finals that easily. 4 seconds on Variety. 0 on Captain Twig. Jumps in, but no ultimate available. Means the Tartarus Titans push us to game number 5.
I mean, I think layers on this rat has been so oppressive this whole set. Even the games they lost, the global presence has just been such annoyance to deal with. Paul on this hell. I mean, I saw him die once, and I was like, okay, so that can happen. Will it ever happen again? And the answer was no.
Nope.
Just superior team play. And this time, the Tartarus Titans, they're not going to get rolled through. They wanted to push us to Game 5. They wanted to give us a show, and they certainly are. Given the momentum, we've been seeing a little bit of adjustments. You know, game switches up. Win, a little bit of adjustments, game switches up. It's time for the Camelot Kings, right? It's their time to make some adjustments.
Whoever's first
Maybe you're right on this Ratatosker. We'll see if the Kings maybe feel the same in regards to that jungle. Put something on a little bit different for layers and a new look for the Kings and the Titans. As we go to game number 5, we're going to take it to a quick break and come back.
You say Nintendo? Fun song.
Welcome back, everybody, to our first Game 5 of Smite Summer Masters between the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. We are not unused to going the absolute distance in these sets, but they've only been best of threes up to this point. Now in a best of 5, we go all 5 in our first semifinal of the day between the Kings and the Titans. But before we get there, I need to remind you about the Heavenly Light event that's going on right now, and more importantly, the Tier 5 Izanami skin. It's the Queen of Cards Izanami is your last chance to pick it up. One of the coolest skins I've ever seen in-game. The effects update as you get kills and you get involved in the game. And so I'm never really able to make full use of it because who am I kidding? I don't get kills on anyone, much less on Izanami. But you at home, God, you guys are just so good at Smite. You can absolutely make full use of this skin. So make sure to jump in, check out the Heavenly Light event and the Queen of Cards Izanami Tier 5 skin. It's your last chance, so don't miss out. And thanks again for the art team for putting together a pretty sweet skin there for Izanami. But we go on to game number 5 here. Camelot Kings up against the Tartarus Titans. And Gore, we are back and forth once again, which means the Kings are going to win game 5, and we're going to head on over to our second semifinal of the day. But these teams have just not been able to stop taking games off one another. I mean, none of them are all that close. This one, like, a little bit closer than the past games, but still not super in the weeds, right? It's like early and often from the Titans, and they just run away with it.
And you know, it's very interesting because like you joke about it, but like First pick every time has been winning so far. This entire set, it's just been 4 games in a row, like you said. Game 1, maybe a little bit more back and forth. But since then, Game 2, Game 3, now Game 4. Early lead into kind of the opposite of what we've been experiencing. I mean, we for the last week and a half, essentially, of play up until today, it has been a lot of 20 minutes. You've got 3 kills, maybe 4 if you're lucky. And you know, you're waiting for those big team fights to drop, or if you're watching like the Warriors versus Bolts game 1 yesterday, you're waiting for any team fight to actually happen. Maybe just any fight at all. It doesn't even need to be a team fight, just something. I think that the dynamic these two have now hit, where again, yeah, you know, like you jump to this, it's like 18 minutes, 6 kills, I should say. But you're really in a good spot, I think, in terms of control from these teams. You're getting a little bit more leeway earlier on. This one, I think, stays even, much like you had highlighted, for a longer period of time. And then the Titans just kind of win. Like, I mean, they just start doing better in team fights.
Really
they have more
dominant.
control. This hell is just an absolute
They're probably gonna ban
nuisance
the
to
hell.
have to deal with. And it was one of the things we were
She made a
worried about
huge
on the
difference.
desk coming into this, and turns out that it was for good reason, because it's going to do just a little bit too much in Paul's hands. And it makes sense now when you go back and look at some of these bans, specifically the first 2 games. The Morrigan Hell and ESET were banned out, and I think for good reason. Letting that Hell through, even though it didn't get picked up in game number 3, was just problematic for the Kings.
Paul really likes this style of build. Double stacking items, so you leverage
And the breastplate.
your early game for late game scaling a bit into Breastplate of Valor, so you
Lots
still
of
get
healing,
some value.
lots of damage.
Especially with Book of Thoth anyway. You're getting the mana, you're getting the CDR, and then physical protections from Variety and Captain Twig and Metroid, who are going to be jumping on you all game long. Pretty smoothed out damage numbers here go across the board.
Yeah,
16, almost 17k damage done for Paul. His healing on its own, though, completely negates big man tings. Like it covers the other mid laner. He did enough to make it so that Discordia was a non-factor, or it did enough, almost enough, to cover Twig and Genetics in terms of damage. And well, you know, if I'm looking at Hunbats and I'm looking at Ymir, I'm not looking at them necessarily for just their damage impact. I think that that's a really big deal to see that 13.5k healing come up for him, because that plus the 17k is essentially 30,000 affected something, whether it's damage that his team is now negated or damage he has dealt out. And so that's a lot of impact for a single character to have, and it shows just how good Paul is at this pick.
And so to game 5 we go now, Gormizer, and it has been aggression that has won the couple of games for the Titans, and more calculated scaling up for the Camelot Kings that have won the day. So anyway, congrats to the Kings as we go back and forth here. They're going to go ahead and win game number 5 and move us on to our second semifinal of the day. I say jokingly, but it is going to have to be a trend break now from the Tartarus Titans. They were always going to have to win 2 straight, but that's not something either of the 2 teams have done yet in this set so far. Kings did get 2 chances at it, as we mentioned, going into game number 4. But in these best of 5s, it is always cool because you get to watch a more extended X's and O's chess match style of gameplay around the picks and bans specifically. Couple mainstays, though. Say again?
Nothing.
Okay.
I was gonna nothing.
Fair enough.
No, nothing exact. No, not starting to sing a song or anything.
Lancelot.
I know a song you were singing.
Exactly. See,
we've sung it before in the past. Anyway, a couple mainstays through picks and ban score throughout all 5 games now. The Nemesis, the Chiron, both heavily prioritized. Ratatosker has been in and out of picks and bans. Then I think smart to just go ahead and take the hell away from Paul going into game 5. Lancelot and Cupid, though. Talk about juggling first pick priority.
Yep.
Seems like when the Kings have first pick, they want this Lancelot. Titans have loved this Cupid first pick. Don't get the Osiris there as well. A couple solid starters there for the Titans.
I think is really interesting is like just again like scrolling back and looking through the bans and the picks for like game 1 and game 2. Lancelot, like you said, Khepri was very important, so not surprising to see him come back. But Cupid was left by the wayside. No, he was banned out in game 1. And then first pick game 2. And then banned out in game 3. And then banned out in game 4. So it's just interesting to see where some of these priorities are coming from for these teams, what they want to deal with, what they don't want to deal with, and where they're allowed to maybe put some of that priority. Things like the Morrigan are such a huge deal, because it's like, hey, you were willing at the beginning of this set to say that's worth a ban. And if you're going to now opt for this Ratatosker, lost 2 games to it, beat it 1 game, is it worthwhile knowing that now you have to go up against a pick that Paul is really adept at and is really strong with, has helped win a world championship on this god, like things like that. I think that the Kings are going to have to just deal with.
If I'm remembering correctly, Gore.
Yeah.
This is nothing to do with what you just said, and I'm sorry, because you did make a very good point. This is our first Game 5 of the year in its entirety. I don't think at our first Masters we had any Game 5s in that event. Well, a couple 3-1s. This is our first Game 5 of Smite competitive here in Season 9 in its entirety, and it's the Titans and the Kings. I think two teams that we would probably
that makes
expect
a lot of sense, right?
to go all 5 games. And so it does make sense here in our first semifinal of the day that we have gone the distance between the Kings and the Titans for the first time this year in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. The Morgan, the Atlas. A good now double pick for the Tartarus Titans. We love that pick for Paul. But it also, as we always say, makes the Kings now think twice about every pick they're going to draft from here on out. Can we deal with potentially that transformation going over to Paul? Because there are a couple good options early here, Gore. Not that one guaranteed transformation potentially every single time, but a good deal of options for Paul depending on the scenario.
Yeah, and it's always that weird when we talk about Morgan transformations. I always I want to go out on the limb of saying hey, here's some weird ones that could happen. I like the idea of the theory of I can turn into a Khepri and res someone on my team. Is anyone ever actually doing that? No, not by any means. In this case, it means you've got a Lancelot. It means you've got an AMC if you so want him. The Stinger, I think, is very important. You've got a second Fields of Love. You've got a second Osiris. It's sometimes the frontliners. It's sometimes some of these big impact team fight ultimates, and I think that having that capability is going to be massive. A Stinger being able to choose a single target, or for a Fields of Love, or for Lancelot here with the Jousting Field, being able to just create a giant area that is difficult to fight in, if not just impossible for you to deal with. Then I think you can also factor in your Osirises, maybe the Ardios, your Atlas in here, things that are going to give CC. So it's we're CC heavy, start the team fight with a lot of picks, then fall back into an assassin style. Yep. It just makes her very versatile and very flexible and very fun.
You know, Gore, and specifically Paul on the Morrigan, this is a very storied player-god combo. I was going back and looking over some of Paul's old games for a content piece that everyone at home will get to see a bit later on this year. And a lot of the older high-stakes matches that the Tartarus Titans, or depending on what the org Paul was playing under at the time, when you're in a high-stakes game, Paul loves to go back to this Morgan. It is a tried-and-true playmaking style of pick. And think back to even Worlds, even though they lost 3-0 to the Leviathans. In that Game 3, Paul on the Morgan kept things in. It was Paul against the Leviathans, it felt like. And so you go to Game 5, semifinals, Phase 2 of Spring Masters here, and you give Paul one of his – the story – the lines write themselves here, Gordon, and I have high hopes that Paul is able to get it done.
I'm going to see if I can do you one better. Instead of just going back to this last Worlds and thinking about, because it was a 3-0 loss, go back to the Worlds before.
Yeah, before that.
Where it's a 2-1 – or 3-1 win, 3-2 win. Wow, math is hard. Numbers, 3-2 win, and a lot of the plays that he's able to make – don't tell them that. They're not allowed to know how small these numbers are. It's going to be interesting to see if he can, again, make that repeated performance happen here where it matters. Because like you said, it's a pattern breaking. It's been Kings, Titans, theoretically Kings here, right? It's been first pick exclusively winning this set so far. So you're now in a position where you're kind of fighting against the tides. Again, just a pattern. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but I think this Morgan can help give them the strength they need.
How concerned are you about the physical stack that the Camelot Kings have gone for here? You got the Stinger for some prot shred, of course. Is that enough, though? When you got a Heimdall, an AMC, and a Lancelot, you're hoping Ardio can do a lot of it, I guess, Gore, and I guess Khepri for a little bit of it. Do you think the Kings are fighting against their own composition in a way? Do you think itemization is too easy for the Titans?
A little yes, a little no. I think that they're in a good spot because, like you said, Stinger already is going to be very helpful for him. I think Lancelot's going to deal with it. But when I look at the Khepri, when I look at the Ardio, I'm looking at people that, I think Ardio can itemize into things like Stone of Binding, things that allow you to have maybe some prot shred that let you get things out there if you really need the extra. But on top of that, you've just got a ton of CC. If you're looking for lockdown, this team's going to have it for the Kings. Just an Ardio, add in the Khepri. I think that it keeps the carry safe enough that even if it takes longer to kill somebody, they'll still get it done.
Our first Game 5 of the event, our first Game 5 of Smite Season 9 in general. Camelot Kings, Tartarus Titans, finals on the line. We'll kick it off with J-Mac and Trelly.
The good news is there's no more math involved with the set. You don't have to worry about I need to win X amount of X games. It is one game left, a final matchup between these two teams to determine who goes to the finals, who goes home, drops down to the third place match instead. Will it be the Camelot Kings? Will it be the Tartarus Titans? Last Masters, it was Titans who took it in the grand finals in 4, and now they're going to have to take it in 5 if they want to reprise that role for themselves and knock out the Camelot Kings yet again. It's J-Mac, Charlie, and Doug in the final game of our first best-of-5 set.
Yeah, with the game on the line, with the set on the line, the Camelot Kings go into a 3-Fizz comp with Prot Shred from the AMC and the Kepri respectively, so they do have some ways to deal with a full Fizz stack defensive squad. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto BMT and Netroid to be able to get this damage online. Captain Twig going to have to be one of the core initiators here for this team, as well as Variety. He's going to have to position so well. The Tartarus Titans, I mean, they already highlighted on the desk. You got Paul on the Morgan, a great transformation with the Robin here. Double Robin can always be some detrimental dive. I don't envy the position that BMT is in, because probably going to be one of the main targets of that double dive. AMC just so immobile. But if you get the bees out, you can circle yourself in some honey. Like, if you step on this, I'm going to know you're here. Like the stealth can certainly be alleviated by some of the AoE damage here from the Camelot Kings. And actually, Captain Twig starting the Aegis, putting a little bit of respect towards the damage dealers of the Tartarus Titans, not wanting to get too far out of position, just realizing, hey, I've been bursted before in a situation like this, and I want to make sure I've got that damage immunity.
Double root good by Variety. Heal helps up Captain Twig, and now it's Layers on the run. Doesn't have his immunity to help him out this time around, but does find the double slow on the turnaround 180. So the Camelot Kings will not continue the chase in the jungle. Maybe, however, back towards the totem. A little bit of a skirmish. Root lands onto SOT. Captain Twig, though, has already expended his abilities to try and go for this. So First Blood should no longer be on the horizon for either team. They'll disengage with the totem down.
Yeah, I think the 2v2 certainly in favor of Lancelot and RDO, but Layers and SOT were able to juggle the aggro well enough to survive. They lose out on the totem, of course, but no one dies. No First Blood was used, and you get the Aegis from Captain Twig. Not going to be the biggest deal. Paul was sitting there at those mids, and it looks like Captain Twig didn't want to go for the old gamble, while BMT was able to cover the ones on the left. So a little bit of extra gold in pocket for the mid laner. I just want to see some aggression in that mid lane. BMT and Paul have been sitting back for too long. Too many games they've been sitting at that tower line. But with an AMC in the Morgan, level 5, seems like a much more likely time to get active. Layers is actually on Paul's red buff, so SOT gonna have to fight for his own blue here. Can really only go for the last minute steal, and it won't go through. Variety gets credit, takes that blue buff, and get to ride the horse away.
Shouldn't be too bad for SOT, at least being on an Osiris. Not going to use an insane amount of mana to clear that up. We do have an attempted steal by Aurora at the purple buff, but won't find it there either. So for the Camelot Kings, they can secure all of the buffs on their side of the map, plus the blue buff on the Tartarus Titans side. That's nothing insane this early on into the game. But Captain Twig only being level 3 versus Layers level 4. I think you bringing up the mid lane is also very important for Paul. He has been sitting back for a while. Morgan, plenty of great transformation targets available to him this game as well.
Yeah, it really just depends on, are you looking for safety? Because if so, the Lancelot can get you out of trouble pretty easily, but the Robin's got 2 forms of CC immunity and some great engage/disengage. Team fight-wise, Fields of Love, you're never going to go wrong dropping a second one of those down. So, again, it's all going to be up to Paul where you want to put that pressure. Where are you looking to get aggressive? And which one of these transformations are you going to go to? If you are Captain Twig, trying to kill Paul, that's the main question I'm asking myself. All right, if I'm looking to kill the Morgan here, which one of the 5 possible transformations is he going to go into to disengage from this fight? Even at this situation where Captain Twig doesn't have beads, Paul could transform into Netroid. Just send you through the realms. That's also a viable strat to just get out of dodge or look to get aggressive. And I think that's one of the strengths of this pick, is you never really know until late game if they've been consistent with going to one different transformation. Captain Twig and BMT sitting around mid lane, or SOT, once again, going towards the beats, not going for that teleport, doesn't have the access to the teleport, can't get back, so sitting under tower, a little bit weak, Means the Captain Twig should be able to rotate over to the blue buff once again and put some more pressure onto it.
Captain Twig dash through the camp, but that's his mobility down. Does have ult, and Aurora will pick up Captain Twig, throws him back, and forces that ultimate out. But there are four here. Four-man stun out of Variety has slowed down this fight. The first transformation will be in towards the Lancelot. Paul riding up on the horse will dismount in the back line. But now there's four of the Camelot Kings here. This could be turned around back onto the opposition as Layers is low. Layers hit by the Stinger. Overhead kick and a Mystic Rush to get himself on out. Somehow, we have 8 players on one side of the map, Trelly, and nobody is dead.
Yeah, but the blue buff goes down, and that's what's important. That's what all the fight was for. I think Genetics popping that meditation was super clutch for the Camelot Kings. That could have been a complete disengage, but Aurora is going to take a little bit more damage, get into the cripple field, hit a nice pickup, and we'll be able to walk out. And I think Paul actually did confirm that Greater Scorpion, so the 4-man grouping for the invade, and that's absolutely nothing. Paul steals that one away, and the Camelot Kings leave empty-handed. The gold is in their favor a fair bit, as you do see the XP lead also in favor of Variety, but SMT does want to go up and not able to steal that one, so both teams get their upgraded buffs.
Get their respective Scorpions, and the Camelot Kings can now reset themselves. Again, 8 players on one side of the map, a lot of fighting, but no deaths this time around as we approach the 6-minute mark, and Variety can at least pick up that Breastplate of Valor for himself, head back into lane, so he's got his defense to fight up against SOT. Layers waiting around. Oh, the Chalice coming up. I was like, what is he waiting for here for a moment? I forgot. Now that we have hit 6 minutes, Chalice is up. And that one can go over to Layers very quickly, so the Titans can start stacking up for that Trebuchet.
Yeah, Aurora was sitting around in left lane, more so sapping some farm, wanting to grab away these Chalices and possibly look to steal some away if the Camelot Kings were able to confirm any of them, which way they weren't thus far. Looking at a matchup where it's a Heimdall v Cupid, not too much aggression. Sometimes you see Fields of Love drop just to see if you can get a relic or two, but usually it's just, okay, bye Frost out, see you later. I'm sitting underneath my tower. I don't expect to see too much aggression on that side of the map from really anyone. It's all about this solo lane. SOT has fallen a level behind just because of those blue buff invades, and once again, it's right about that time where blue buff's spawning in. You see a Lancelot riding over towards that blue buff, and Variety just being an absolute bully underneath this tower. SOT hasn't been able to be as effective on this Osiris as he would like to because of how much of presence has been on this side of the map.
Another grouping. Everybody but the Hunters, or I should say at least the dual lane Hunters, are here. Blue buff is at least the target for Twig and BMT. They'll claim that one with no real fighting this time around. Tartarus Titans not willing to step up against the Camelot Kings. So they'll get another successful blue buff invade. And Charlie, this is some of the most grouping that we have seen so far in gameplay in general. The fact that we've had one actual fight and now a near miss fight this time around this early in the game, but still such cautious play by both teams.
Yeah, and I think the Tartarus Titans aren't afraid to take these fights. They just recognize Genetics has Kepriol, man. Like, even if we found a pick at this blue buff, it's probably just getting rezzed. There's no reason for us to go for a 50-50 situation where we're trading because they'll get first blood bounty and we get just a Scarab's Blessing down. It's never worth it in that regard. Camelot Kings will be able to grab the vision on this side of the map. The talk of this early game, the talk of the level 10 fight has always been which team's ahead at that point, which team's looking at Pyromancer. At the moment, very small gold lead, pretty much just the blue buffs in favor of the Camelot Kings. So I would think they're in position to try and go for a pull on that objective. And also, Paul is not on an ADC. BMT can shred down that objective extremely quickly while also providing some burst for that Pyromancer. Paul just can't match that without transforming into someone. So just make sure you're keeping your eye on that right side of the map. Once 10 minutes rolls around, Camelot Kings could be going for a play.
It's going to be in towards the tier 2 helmet for Genetics in his second item. Typically when we see any kind of Guardians, at least from support role, go towards this, it's things like Lotus Crown, but no real healing on this squad to be provided through unless you count Variety's one conal heal that he has towards his team. So I am interested where Genetics is going to be going with this item. He does have Sovereignty picked up early on, no Gauntlet of Thieves available to him, though the only source of real big magical damage would be Paul. As of now, SOT stuck under the tier 1 tower. 3-man rotation over.
Not good.
And surely somebody has to go down this time around. Stun, no good. But the grand joust is, and Captain Twig comes up with the first kill. But the Tyrannus Titans respond immediately with a Gold Fury of their own. And Netroid has nothing to say about it. He'll go back to lane and let this one go.
Yeah, letting the Gold Fury go down is an interesting play there from the Kings. Wanting to get extremely aggressive, wanting to get a kill onto Variety. Captain Twig does get credit for it, but a death onto SOT is really what the Camelot Kings were after. Giving up Gold Fury, though, means a lot of their hard work they've done trying to get ahead gold-wise and XP-wise in this fight is going to be vastly nullified. Greater Scorpion Invade does go in favor of the Kings, and that gold lead will climb up to about 1,000. So some good presence by the Tyrannus Titans to recognize on the left side of the map. Hey, we can pull this for free. Aurora's just going to zone when we pass it back and forth. And Netroid not feeling confident enough to go up for a possible steal. But really, I think Pyromancer is going to be what we look at still. It was a Gold Fury was looked at and taken, but
Saturday.
no contention, right? It was absolute free. This time around, I imagine an actual fight should take place at that Pyromancer once the Camelot Kings are able to group up and head over towards that direction. No real vision on the objective, but plenty of wards around, more so from the Tyrannus Titans.
Camelot Kings with their slight level lead on the right side of the map, and their 1.5 level lead for Genetics over Aurora. Does get them a little bit of a slight advantage.
Why feel so skinny?
In some of these
Eating a
team
lot.
fights. But a Contagion early pickup from Variety. This is very early in the build to see just an anti-heal item like this in general. Typically, you know, things like Divine Ruin and Brawlers, those get picked up early by their respective classes. But seeing this much physical defense and this much anti-heal picked up early on, Camelot Kings grab the Pyromancer. Aurora can't steal that one away with the ultimate. But how do you feel about this Contagion pickup?
I think that Variety just wants to brawl in the back line. There's a fair bit of sustain throughout the Tyrannus Titans, with Aurora being able to pop that meditation, the Death's Toll, and Death's Embrace later on from SOT, and the possible transformations, not to mention the hearts from Cyclone Spin. So I think Variety's just getting that in preparation for late game. Not something that he needs this early on, but Fizz Prots are going to help you up against Layers and SOT, and Variety's been tanking up this tower a fair bit, so just throwing any little item in there is going to work in their favor.
Dismount by Captain Twig. Blue buff was secured by the Titans this time around. And SOT is being chased in his tower yet again. There's no Gold Fury.
Oh my
For the
god.
Titans to grab this time around. It's just a pick.
They want his booty.
Onto the solo laner, the Camelot Kings. They've got some beef with SOT, and they're making sure to take out all their aggressions in the solo.
Yeah, they do. They have been bullying that solo lane. Wait. I was like, wait, what?
I was about to say, 12 minutes in, that is nuts.
I mean, yeah, I think it was just a toss over. Actually, okay, now I see. Genetics was hitting the totem. I was going to say, there's no way.
Okay.
I was like, there's no way. Without even Netroid, you're pulling that fire. I didn't even realize that he was throwing over towards that totem. But just helping out Variety, you know? Take a little bit. You got a shield, so you can take a smack or two from the Fire Giant just to help out with that totem. As we see the Camelot Kings climb ahead that gold lead even more, about 2K, pushing up towards 3 in their favor. Paul hasn't been rotating out too much. You see like an Invis popped with some Doom Orb zooming over to the left towards the right. Layers is going for the red buff invade. It's going to be successful. This is only a level 10 Robin. The rest of the Titans are going to zoom away, and Layers immunes that damage. Not wanting to get chased down by Captain Twig. Twig just channels the back. That's the end of that one. Unfortunately for BMT, you're losing out on your red buff, but you'll be just fine. You're an AMC anyways. You're sitting fine in lane.
Will be Jade Emperor's crowned by both of the supports this time around to reduce some of that physical damage that's so abundant on really both sides of the map there. The only difference really between the supports builds as of now is a fully upgraded meditation by Genetics versus the tier 1 that Aurora's holding on to. So more sustain, at least for Genetics and the Camelot Kings during these fights comparatively to the Titans. But as we start moving in towards this mid-game, Pyromancer still down for 2 minutes, Gold Fury down for another minute.
Dude, they're
SOT
just going at SOT
again
nonstop.
under tower just because of how much bullying has been thrown his way. This sets up for another potential Gold Fury skirmish. The Titans were able to grab it last time because there was a 3-man rotation to kill SOT. Yeah, they killed SOT on the Kings, but then they lost Fury. This time around, Camelot Kings should be a bit more privy to this.
Yeah, I mean, the Gold Fury starts to be worth more as the game goes on. You definitely want to put some vision over towards that Oni Fury, and letting it go for a gank on a solo lane is not something I imagine the Camelot Kings are looking forward to. Layers is heading over towards purple buff, blinks in, takes it away, uses the overhead kick to back out. So Netroid loses out on that XP, but Layers is only level 11 here. Whereas Captain Twig, 2-0 on this Lancelot, sitting at 13, should be more impactful in these fights as the game continues. I'm keeping my eyes on Variety. Once Variety makes his way over towards this team fight, which the RDO is doing now, I imagine this Oni Fair will be pulled in. It's all going to be up to the Tartarus Titans. Do they want to step up to this? Do they want to get aggressive? They haven't started the poll yet. In fact, I think they're more likely that they're looking for a pick here.
See if they can spot anybody out as they de-ward on the left side of the map to try and cover all entry points towards this Oni Fury that has respawned. The Tartarus Titans not really making any moves over that direction. Pyromancer's gone, so there's no consolation prize this time around should that Fury get pulled now. And with the fact that Variety has rotated over, it is going to be a pull of the Oni Fury. SOT and Aurora will be the first two to the fight. But this Oni Fury is melting to the double hunters. Ultimate in by Aurora. Tartarus Titans steal the Fury away from the Camelot Kings. All the time in the world they had to wait. And once again, it is an Atlas ultimate burst that steals it away from the team.
I mean, BMT was so far away. Swarm, it takes a bit to fly. That was the best confirm tool, but BMT had to wait for it to travel its full distance. By the time it was sent out, Aurora was already confirming that one. And I understand the confusion. You don't want to be barrel stuffing for confirmation on that objective. The minions are definitely going to stop Layers here, so having to walk through the tower means that Variety is going to force a few damage and Mystic Rush down. Variety's got the chase, but I don't think that Layers is in too much danger. The Blink's not quite available, so never mind. He actually could be in danger. Captain Twig can close this gap.
Everyone's behind him,
back
though.
Through. Dismount the horse, goes into the Grand Chouse, hits Layers, roots him in place right after, but a good pull by Aurora will stop Captain Twig
that was
from
close.
finding that pick on towards Layers.
Wow.
Captain Twig almost going down with the
Paul.
fadeaway. We'll get the turnaround kill for the Titans, finally put his team on the board.
Good job, Paul.
And Variety will just clear out the wave while Genetics and BMT stand over by the blue buff. Dash in by Aurora is caught, and now Aurora's in danger. Feels the love. Stop only a little while, but it's an ultimate from Netroid, a revive on top of him. And when he comes crashing down, it's 2 dead for the Tartarus Titans.
Cyclone Spin doesn't have the dash available, is getting pulled back in. Double
Cyclone.
relics and should fall down here. BMT, credit for that one. And now it's time for the Camelot Kings want to go for this tier 2 tower over and right. They have the minion wave. Meditation was already popped, and Layers and Paul are not looking to defend this one. It started with a good escape there from Layers, being able to run away, and Aurora came in so clutch. I'm pretty sure Layers dies to the damage of Captain Twig, if not for that. Could turn into a Pyromancer or an FG pull, depending on how confident the Kings are feeling. It's looking like a 17-minute Fire Giant pull, but Paul is coming in. He's got Invis.
Double Hunter. There's not a lot of items online. Paul will find the stun on Variety, find the Dark Omen after. Variety is low, but gets a pretty hefty heal back. And the Fire Giant still being targeted. The Gray Burst goes through. The Camelot Kings need a couple more shots to take it away. The Fire Giant does go to the Camelot Kings, but Genetics' life will go down. Can everybody else make it out is the question. Variety low in health. SOT tanking up the tower, but the Tartarus Titans have given up the chase.
Layers had Blink. I thought Variety would have been toast there, but I guess just too much sustain. So the 17-minute Fire Giant play does end up working out for the Camelot Kings. And surprisingly, the Titans aren't even pulling Pyromancer. Now they're going to pull the Pyromancer. They recognize they have some time to go for this call. And now the Camelot Kings, with Fire Giant under their belts, are able to group up, get their buffs on left side, and start chipping away at these towers. Remember, they already got tier 2 a while ago. I mean, they were able to pull that, but besides that, ton of gold on the map currently, ton of structures to get down first. Primal Fury won't be up for some time, but we're going to have a solid 3 minutes for the Camelot Kings to group up and try and pick this map apart.
And they'll start with tier 1 in mid. BMT be able to break that one pretty easily just by himself. Netroid in the left should be able to deal with tier 1 tower with the help of Captain Twig. So for now, the Camelot Kings spreading their attention across the map in multiple lanes. Now we'll start making their full group up towards the left side. Another minion wave on its way besides just these 3 archers, but they'll only need the 1 archer to take his life down for a tier 1 tower. For the Tartarus Titans on potential siege defense, we're going to have to answer back to the Camelot Kings. They'll slow them down at least for a moment.
Yeah, 20 minutes in. It's not easy to tank up these tier 2 towers, and certainly not easy to tank up those Phoenixes. The Titans are stepping up towards this. They are feeling confident, trying to keep this one alive. Captain Twig sends a bit of damage off, and Aurora trying to pull in. Not going to be the case. Still not going to be too easy. SOT made the pivot into Emp Armor, and that's helping out a ton for trying to tank up this tower.
Tower down to half. 5 fairly healthy members of the Camelot Kings. Only the supports on either side missing out on too much of their health. But as you say, that Emperor's Armor pickup by SOT is paying off in dividends for his team as these minions barely get a chance to stand inside the tower. The Honey drop down is doing good damage to the enemy team. The Hunters are not able to get good enough damage onto the tower. And the Camelot Kings will have to retreat. Fury coming up, though, could be an easy consolation prize.
Yeah, but it looks like Layers and the rest of the Titans are surging forward. They're not going to let a Fury go down for absolute free. Variety backed up. Not going to be available this time for the Primal Fury if the Tartarus Titans are looking to get aggressive. The horse here might be able to catch out Paul's invis, but Twig picked the wrong way. Paul went over towards the jungle. That one's going to be a free escape. So far, not too much aggression after that Fire Giant. It's going to wear off in about a minute, so that really risky call has not paid off for the Camelot Kings that much. Now it's time for the Fury to be pulled. Primal Fury, that is. Aurora able to steal away last time. They should be able to wait out the Gamma Ray Burst and then take down this Primal Fury, so that should be relatively free. Now the second time grabbing this tier 2 tower and left, that one should also be free. The Tartarus Titans are just going to group up elsewhere and try to get as much gold as possible, set up for that next Fire Giant that should be coming here soon.
Will be 30 seconds till that buff wears off. The waste of the Camelot Kings. They'll go back and spend up some of their hard-earned gold. Heartseeker picked up by Big Man Tings, a big power spike for the Amusin Cobb, who is already doing some decent damage this game. But it's been a low damage game, Charlie. I mean, we're sitting at 9,600 for, or not even that, for the RDO. Everybody else sitting at 6,500 or less across the board. The Camelot Kings will take their time to try and get set up for the Fire Giant. Wards in pocket for a couple of members, BMT and Genetics. And they should be able to get control around the pit.
Yeah, they have their map state, and that's what the Camelot Kings are looking for. They just want to push back the Tartarus Titans as far as possible and get as much gold in hand before the Fire Giant fight does begin. Looks like Cyclone Spin's still over and left. Got the tier 1 tower. Is now just going to be able to group back up with the team once this FG spawns in. I mean, you got to look towards Paul. Sitting 2-0 right now on the Morgan. Just finished Polynomicon and has the flat pen build online. Should be able to do a ton of damage if you're getting to the back line. But both of these ADCs, BMT with the Honey, able to reveal stealth so easily. And Netroid can simply see you when you're invisible. Got to make sure that Paul, if he is going in, is not being spotted out by the opposition. Captain Twig riding the horse here, looking for someone to step up as Variety is very deep in the enemy jungle.
Finds the root on Paul. Paul gets to transform into the quick Cupid, and then the beads by Variety to continue his chase. Heart Bomb is on top of him, but he's going to have to back himself away. Captain Twig taking a lot of poke too. And the Camelot Kings started with a great initiation, but now they're going to have to back themselves away from this fight. They were starting up on the Greater Scorpion. They'll go ahead and grab that as their prize for this fight. But Paul beads down, Variety beads down, but teleport up.
Yeah, Genetics did have the meditation if the fight did ensue, but it looked like the Camelot Kings happy with just backing up there. You get the beads from Paul, you get the ultimate down, and that's about it. Variety also had to use the beads during that engagement, but Variety's just a bit tankier than Paul is at the moment, so losing out on the Morgan ult is definitely something the Tartarus Titans are unhappy. Now the Pyromancer is spawned back in. Camelot King should be able to grab that one for free. Aurora's trying to frontline as much as possible, and Variety's doing the same as well. Genetics will pull this Fire Giant, so second FG of the game pulled at 23 minutes.
It's going to be the Titans to try and walk in.
Oh, shit.
But SOT got plucked, had to use his beads. The Stinger dropped down. BMT will be able to pick that up for the reset. Eats the Heart Bomb damage, almost drug that one into Captain Twig. Camelot Kings can take a moment to reset themselves. Meditation is up if Genetics needs it, but it doesn't seem that he's going to use it for now. Even Netroid going to go back to base for the time being to reset himself and get prepped up for the next Fire Giant dance.
Looks like it will just be the full-on reset, so That ultimate that you got down from Paul, that was all well and good, but that's going to be back up here shortly. The beads still down for another minute or so. You were able to grab SOT's beads during that engagement, but besides that, not too many avenues for the Camelot Kings to get aggressive. It's probably just going to be the old pull Fire Giant, wait for someone to pull in, and hopefully Variety hits a clutch stun into Stinger combo. That has been what the Camelot Kings were trying to go for. They just didn't have the damage to burn through all of SOT's HP. Now, though, all grouped up once again. Genetics is going to make the pull, but it seems like not just yet. Waiting to see. Actually, Netrioid is going to be the one who pulls this because of the Death's Embrace. Won't be taking too much damage, but it's going to burn slowly.
Pick up onto Variety, stuck inside the Fields of Love, rooted, but picked back up
Scarab's
by his
Blessing.
teammate Genetics with the Scarab's Blessing.
That was so annoying.
Keeps them alive. And the Camelot Kings will once again have to disengage. Variety has to go back to base, re-heal back up, and come to the fight. We've once again reset ourselves back to even.
Yeah, I mean, once the Fields of Love goes down, Variety didn't have beads, so that's going to be an easy pick. Luckily, Genetics was just watching out, had the Scarab's Blessing on point, and I expect to see the same exact thing occur, but this time Variety will have beads up, and Cyclone Spin will not have access to that ultimate. Fire Giant's burning quick, and Paul gets a big damage on the Captain Twig.
Twig, Grand Jousts on out. Paul chases on in.
Oh,
and
damn.
this fight is going bad for the Camelot Kings, but it's going worse for Paul. Down to a third HP. Variety gets to the back line, and Genetics finds the pick onto SOT. Variety frontlining, has that heart bomb, and it stops both the frontliners. But for now, Aurora and Cyclone able to get themselves out. Paul, who was at a quarter HP in that fight, gets himself back to base. Variety once again
Can't kill
resets.
Variety.
Variety has to go back one more time before the Kings feel confident pulling that objective. Honestly, that was a beautiful fight for the Camelot Kings. The re-engage was there. The cooldown meditation was popped, but the Odysseus bow from Cyclone Spin chunked everyone down to below half, and they were like, okay, maybe we shouldn't chase this. Maybe we just play confidently and go for the Fire Giant after the fact. Variety, once again, trying to frontline in this fight, has the beads available. I got my eye on Cyclone Spin's Fields of Love. If that comes through again, this RDO might be shredded through.
Variety picked up, but no follow-up damage this time. Fire Giant at 30% health. The Camelot Kings will not make the commit to the fire just yet. Big Man
Get in
Tinks
there,
goes
Paul.
back to it. Him and Netroid batting away at the HP.
Get in
Fields of
there.
Love goes through. This is a coin toss, but now that it is gone, the Camelot Kings have found one. They found layers as well. Cyclone Spin, Jazz is out, but Aurora doesn't get the same luxury. Cyclone, as far as he can go, but Captain Twig is closing in the gap. Grand Jazz is back up. The root in place. The dash
going,
in.
keep going,
the
keep going.
knockback damage is there. And Captain Twig has found 3. The Camelot Kings are 2 kills, 1 bird, and 1 Titan away from taking Game 5, from sending themselves into the Grand Finals. Paul has got to come up with a miracle play on this Morgan. Finds the stun, gets knocked back, cannot transform. The Aegis only delays the inevitable. SOT goes down.
man.
It's the deicide for the Camelot Kings. They'll be your first team to move on to the Grand Finals of Summer Masters.
Well, the Camelot Kings' plan was very clear. Go to that solo lane, put SOT in the dirt time and time again, and make sure he doesn't get that blue buff. After that, the gold lead was there, and the Camelot Kings,
Well,
a couple
good
shaky
try.
Fire Giant
Good
pulls,
try.
consistently dealing with, okay, Variety almost died, let's save him, go back to base. Okay, Variety almost died, but we got a pick this time, go back to base. Third time's a charm, they get the objective, and they win the fight handedly after the fact.
Camelot Kings, #1 throughout the entirety of their phase, always have these struggles when they're coming into these tournament plays, but so far, it's playing fairly clean when given the opportunity to do so. They move on. They find themselves a Game 5 win in our first best-of-5 set of the day and of the weekend. That's it from us on the cast. We'll take it back to the desk to break it down.
My goodness, our long sets continue, and the trend continues here between the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. We go back and forth and back and forth. Back and forth and back and forth. Oh, and then one more back here for the Camelot Kings in game number 5, and our first finalist of Smite Summer Masters is locked in. The #1 seed Camelot Kings. They make their way through the bracket, make their way through the Titans, and now await the winner of our second semifinal of the day. Gora, get another convincing game from the winner. This one a bit slower paced, but by the time we got to like critical mass objective burn time, Camelot Kings had just scaled up. This was a very quiet Camelot Kings style of gold lead buildup that then turns into objectives later.
I mean, look, this is a matchup, like, they faced the Titans twice. They were able to beat them twice in the regular season. They've looked good against every other SPL team, except for a couple of slip-ups. And again, this one, I think that they just came into it, and like you said, they play a draft that fits them, in a style that fits them, in a farm way that fits them. Maybe a little bit of focus on solo patrol early on, but you know what? Sometimes you got to do that, right? To give yourself
Well, he's like a win condition
the
for the
advantage
team.
positions
you gotta
need.
do
Yeah,
that.
you've got to be able to find it. But like you said, I mean, even here, right? You're 16 and a half in. You've been finding a little bit more pressure, but you're not super far ahead, right? You're keeping yourself slowly but surely in the lead. Then you take that was what, a 6-minute gap of timer, and then all of a sudden you've got a 4,000 gold lead. You're finding these fights a lot more comfortably, things like that. You get great reses from genetics on the Khepri. You get really good damage out of the 2 hunters. And you know, the question you had posed at the end of the
I
disc
thought he was
was
gonna
like,
get it.
are they playing against themselves having this much, and do they have enough prot tread? That fight was insane for them. That fight, I think, showcases more than anything.
Didn't even get the full build anyway.
Yeah, how little they maybe were worried about that one. Even with the Sov on the other side, even with an Emperor's Armor there for Sot, there just wasn't enough to deal with them.
Good
And then you
try,
factor
good try.
in, and I think have to give the shout-outs, not just to genetics with the Khepri saves, but also variety. I think on this Ardio, and just variety in general, but definitely the Ardio as of late, has just been phenomenal. And I think being able to show up and have that amount of CC, granted, you look at those healing numbers and you don't think that that's massive, but realistically, it is just enough, again, that it feels pretty impactful throughout the team. I think the impact that this was able to have alongside Twig specifically on that Lancelot was...
Well, Cyclone had top
Kings
damage.
make their way back, and this time find themselves in the grand finals. It's a team where trophies have just escaped them, right?
Yep.
The regular season MVPs, and it's a team who has not shied away from that. They recognize that, and they make their way back to a grand finals again. Gotta feel great for the Camelot Kings fans. Then you look at the other side of the bracket, Gore. Oni Warriors, Jade Dragons could be a very competitive set there as well.
Yeah.
And you know, there's I won't talk too much on the way the bracket was laid out, but I will speak to the fact that if you want to win these tournaments, you're going to have to beat the best teams anyway, right? And so let that be what it is. And the Camelot Kings, they beat the Tartarus Titans in 5. The number 1 seed makes their way to the grand finals nonetheless. Of course, on the other side of the bracket is where we end up looking towards the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. Neither of those two teams had an easy road through their groups and into the first couple of rounds.
Why you gotta step on the mouse every
games
time?
Either, Gore. Oni Warriors looked
Jesus.
the most clean yesterday out of all of our teams, maybe with the only 2-0 win.
And a lot of it was really surprising because, you know, I remember casting it with Myth, and we're sitting there, and we're like, in game 1, it's like, they just aren't fighting. Like, it's not like they're doing anything. Like, they're going up, they're burning an objective faster than anybody, and then they're backing away. I mean, they were playing, I would say, similar to the Kings' overarching style of let's focus on what's going to get us a lead. Who cares about getting the kills or the team fight? If we can get the Fury or a Pyromancer, get ourselves ahead. I think that the Warriors kind of adopted some of that mentality, played it really well against the Bolts, and so I think it's going to be interesting to see how they can handle that. And then you have the Dragons, who just like to run it down sometimes, and they did game 3 yesterday. Just do that.
Yeah, one more set remains on this semi-final Saturday. Remember, best of 5s all day today. All 2 sets we've got today are best of 5s. The Kings take us to 5 in our first set, and the Tartarus Titans unfortunately fall out of this tournament. But hey, a top 4 placing, not bad at all when the league is competitive as it is. And the Titans team, if you look at a team that's readjusted from the start of Phase 2 to now, I mean, it was not smooth sailing to start off the phase for the Titans. Recentered themselves, found compositions that worked. Very competitive. One individual game away from the grand finals here during Smite Summer Masters. So I don't think Titans fans have much to worry about.
No, not at all.
A team that always tends to connect things at the right time of year, and Phase 3 will be the next target for that team.
It's actually interesting because I was thinking about this recently, and it has a little bit to do with what you were saying, not a lot to do with Masters as a whole, but like successive teams, right? You know, when you look at it, there's a lot of riding on like the World Championship. I think that this is something that even if you're looking at the Titans, if you look at where they are, you know, technically in a 3rd, 4th matchup tomorrow morning, but compare that to where they were like 5 weeks ago when we were like, what is going on? Like, they just plummeted from their point in the standings. I think that that's something that even though you're not going to maybe climb as high as you want, you can still say, cool, there was marginal success from where we were to where we are. And I was thinking the same thing around World Championships, where it's like, if you've been to like the World's Finals 8 times, that's impossible at this point, but if you've gone there, let's say 4 times, and you've made it like you're always the runner-up, similar to unfortunately the Dragons, who have almost always fallen short, it's still like successful. Like there was one team better than you.
You're serving it to me on a silver platter. The Cincinnati Bengals story. You weren't expected to make it to the playoffs at all, and then you won a few games. Suddenly you're in the finals. You lose, but there's nothing to be sad about. You had a great season. We will see the Tartarus Titans back in the 3rd, 4th place matchup tomorrow morning. But who will the Camelot Kings play in the grand finals tomorrow? The J Dragons or the Oni Warriors? We will find an answer to that question in our next set coming up right after this.
Ooh, what we do with the winnings? I mean, I'm a little bit of a saver myself, so I'll probably just save the money or something. Maybe go on a little vacation. We have a long break for the first time in a long time, so maybe a little vacation in the US somewhere. I don't know what my team would do, but maybe Vin will buy a new car. And yeah, honestly, I don't know anything other than a vacation maybe.
What we would do with the winnings is we would take it and buy some Smite gems. Let's go.
What do we plan on doing with the winnings? I'm a big savings guy, but I'm also a big chocolate guy. So just between those two, really, and we'll just see how that goes. I have no idea for that.
Matter of fact, I'm leaving the same Sunday with the finals are, so I'm going straight flight to New York and Miami and just having a good time with it. That's all I'm gonna do.
What we'll do with our winnings is probably go buy some Modelo's.
I think me and my team would probably just spend all of our earnings on gummy bears and chocolate bars and orange juice.
Go to Vegas, put it on black, and if we win, we've won 2 Masters. Simple. And if we lose, then we've lost Masters.
You know, maybe if we won, we would finally go out and buy some furniture for our apartment.
command alien troops and vie for control of the galaxy in the sci-fi strategy game StarCraft Remastered. Join Zack on a point-and-click adventure as he works to save the world from an alien stupidity machine in Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders. Become a wildlife photographer and explore the magical secrets of a mysterious land and beasts of Maravilla Island. Enter the mainframe where you'll need to fight and hack your way to victory in the digital survival game Recompile. Battle your way through unknown lands and ancient machines that guard the secrets of humanity in the roguelite adventure Scourgebringer. A woman has been killed and you've been assigned to the case. Hunt for clues, question witnesses, and solve the murder in Family Mysteries, Poisonous Promises. With Amazon Prime, you'll also get free shipping, videos, music, and more. Now members can also play these games for free, straight from the cloud, with Amazon Luna. Get all these and more at gaming.amazon.com. Go where the games take you.
Welcome back to day 2 of week 2 of Smite Summers Masters, brought to us by our good friends over at Prime Gaming. If any of those games in that trailer piqued your interest, well, I've got good news for you. With a Prime membership and a Prime Gaming subscription, you can get all those games for free to yourself, plus new games every single month when the catalog updates and starts rotating more games in and out. You get free content in the games you're already playing, including games like Smite and Paladin, some of our in-home games. So if you want some free skins in those, make sure you have all that. With a Prime membership, you also get free shipping, music, movies, and more available to you. So make the most out of your Prime membership and your Prime Gaming membership today. Thank you so much to Prime for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And now moving into our second set of the day, I'm J-Mac. I got Trelly joining me on the desk. We got the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. We got through our first set of the day. All 5 games went the full distance. It's the Camelot Kings who are the first team to move into the finals, and now they await their opponent between these next 2.
But also that means the Tartarus Titans are waiting their opponents as well.
Correct, but they're waiting for the losers.
Right, they're losers waiting for the other losers, whereas the winners are waiting for the other winners. Should be a good one up against the Oni Warriors, the Jade Dragons. Not everyone expected the Oni Warriors to get here, right? They had to take on some intense teams to make it, but we saw Cuvo just a bit ago on the interview, and he looked like he was pretty excited to be here, so I'm thinking the confidence should carry them over.
Yeah, and especially with them finding a win over the number 2 seeded Oni Warriors, or not Oni Warriors, the Olympus Bolts that the Oni Warriors had to beat in order to get to this point. Probably a pretty nice little boost for those guys. You know, the Oni Warriors, they were sitting right there. They were number 3 seed coming into the final couple of weeks of play, had a couple of stumbles, dropped down to 6, and they were finally able to break their curse against the Olympus Bolts to be able to now bring themselves up here to being able to face off against the Jade Dragons in our second best of 5 semifinals of the day. And as our weekend continues on, we still got the grand finals tomorrow, again hosting between the winners of this set and then the Camelot Kings. Losers will move down into the lower bracket portion of it, or at least the lower match in 3rd place, and have to face off against the Tartarus Titans for that 3rd and 4th place match. Should be a lot of fun watching this game out here, especially with the new playstyle the Dragons have adapted. A lot of early game presence out of this team now with Scream on the roster.
It's interesting because if we came into this tournament just like erased the Hex Mambo set, the Jade Dragons would still be like undefeated, and they're still undefeated, but not dropping a single game up until this point. And it's like, can the Oni Warriors even compete? But I'm sure the Warriors were able to watch that set and be like, okay, so the Jade Dragons can bleed. We've seen them take a fall and must be feeling much more confident going into this set currently, given the fact that Mambo were able to take that one match off, or game off them.
And even though it's only 2 sets, we'll show you guys the schedule at the least. You guys got to see the Camelot Kings find their 3-2 win over the Tartarus Titans in our very first one. And now our second and final set of today, Oni Warriors and Jade Dragons. Our top 4 teams will now be dropped down to only the top 2 by the end. Every day we're having the number of teams that are moving on and winning out at the end of the day. And that can lead us into our bracket to see the journey up thus far. Camelot Kings started their week with the 2-1 on the Leviathans, a 2-1 for the Tartarus Titans. That led to the 3-2 for the Camelot Kings to move in. Jade Dragons went 2-1 against Hex Mambo, losing their undefeated game streak, but still keeping their set streak. And the Oni Warriors, the only team to find a 2-0 yesterday, and against a team that was 4 seeds higher than them coming into this tournament.
That's what I'm talking about. A team that plays through momentum very heavily. I think the energy and just like the mindset of the team carries through to the rest of the squad. So got to be feeling confident after 2-0 the Bolts. And again, seeing Hex Mambo take a set off the Dragons proves that they can lose with Scream. You know, they haven't lost 2 games yet with Scream, but they can lose before. So I think that's got to play pretty heavily, and maybe they even learned something about the picks and bans of this squad in the situation.
Yeah,
And the Oni Warriors are definitely a team that plays off of each other's energy more than anything else. I mean,
Right.
every time you're looking over at the player cams, Cuvo Fred, Dardes, especially Cuvo Fred, always getting hyped up and making sure to keep his team very active and very aware of everything going on there. And that really starts to bleed over into that dual lane when we start talking about the players like Neil Ma and Vote specifically, who's been making a lot of step-ups. Some changes up into that God pool that Poseidon has made its way in Vote's hands on numerous occasions throughout the regular season, even throughout this tournament. And I think he's definitely a player that you have to keep your eyes on, because whether he's playing the traditional physical hunters or if he's going towards these magical quote-unquote hunters like Poseidon or the more traditional magical ADCs like Freya, Vote is always a player who can come up and make some big plays.
Yeah, Vote and Dardes have been absolutely popping off as the damage dealers, the main damage dealers, I should say, of this team. It used to be like Nico would have a pop-off game, and then the rest of the team would be able to follow suit. You know, Cuvo would be able to go big, but it would be to try and facilitate that solo lane. But as of recent, Vote has just been left alone in that duo lane, finding some solo kills when possible, but more so just power farming. And then he just rotates in level 20, and you're like, wait, how did I get so far behind? It doesn't matter at that point. He's just doing too much damage. So I definitely think keep your eyes on Vote in that left lane, where he can find the farm whenever possible, trying to hit level 20 before everyone else. And you can't itemize into that because you can't match that farming presence. Vote has just been so explosive, able to find all that farm in his lane in particular.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult lane opponent to go up against, between his diversity that he has in his own God pool, between the flexibility of the remainder of his team as well. You never know what the Oni Warriors are going to bring out onto the battleground. You never know what kind of compositions these guys are going to want to run up against their opposition. And going against a player like PandaCat, who definitely wants to be very aggressive, Vote is a player, and I think PandaCat in that specific matchup is one that we're going to be putting a lot of focus on once we start jumping into the actual gameplay.
Yeah, whenever I watch the Jade Dragons, and whenever they're winning, it's fine. It's usually just sitting by, coasting by. They're playing their own style. But whenever they go down, that's when I look over towards that dual lane. PandaCat is not the ADC that wants to be left on an island. He wants to be looking for those 1v1s. He wants to be going deep for these potential kills. He'll go to the picks like the Hou Yi, like the On Her, for example, that have some decent team fight, of course. They're late game hunters, but wants to get aggressive, right? PandaCat is trying to fight as much as possible. He's not one to sit back and let Vote get to level 20 before any sort of skirmish. That's not the playstyle he goes for, and that's why I love watching him. He's not an ADC that's just going to sit back and waiting for late game farm.
Yeah, I mean, PandaCat in his last 6 games that he has played has been Hou Yi. And let me just read off the stat lines of each of those 3 Hou Yi games that he's had. 5-3-9, which is pretty good. 6-1-16, and how about a 7-0-2 in that second game against Hex Mamba, where he ends on a quadra kill, game-ending play for his team. This is a pick that PandaCat goes but to anytime that his team needs it. Game 2 situations all the time. He's going to be jumping this one out to make sure that he can lead his team to victory. But again, it's not just the Hou Yi. Cupid is always up in there. Ullr, Heimdall, those are all some gods that he has played within the last few times out there. PandaCat, a very diverse player in that role.
Yeah, and I just think that's what's so interesting about his playstyle. Like, no one else has those gods in the god pool. Of course, the Cupids, as you said, and the Hou Yi can always be whipped out. Zapman's played it a fair bit, but he just always is looking for the aggressive play whenever possible. It's not a style that all these ADCs can go to. They have pop-off performances for sure, but I think PandaCat, just one who plays with a chip on his shoulder. I think he likes to think of himself as this ADC that can take those 1v1s. You'll find a solo kill here or there. Of course, he'll get soloed every once in a while, but has that chip on his shoulder for a reason. He wants to make sure that he's constantly looking to get aggressive, headbanded up. Right, he's going to be sweating. It's game day. He's going to be sweating. He wants to make sure none of that sweat gets in his eyes, and he's ready to play.
He is ready to go, as well as the rest of the Jade Dragons. Remember, semi-final matchup. Look at that, man. He is ready to go.
Oh my goodness!
I'm a little terrified now. I don't know if I want to be against that man.
Don't make me lane against him. I'm not gonna.
No, sir. Even if I'm supporting in that lane, I'm gonna go to another lane. I'm gonna leave my ADC behind and say, "Sorry, bro, you got to deal with that."
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I just imagine, luckily, they can't see the player cams. Luckily the enemy team, Vote doesn't have to look at this, unless of course he's watching the broadcast. In that case, then I'm sorry, Vote, you had to see that. You're probably intimidated going forward, but at the very least, PandaCat looks ready. I don't know if all of the Jade Dragons look ready, but Panda looks hyped up for this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. PandaCat, the rest of the Jade Dragons, probably not happy about having to drop one of their first games in, 5-6 sets total that they've had to play. Have only dropped a single game ever since Scream has come through. He has been a massive revitalization for the Jade Dragons, has really been able to step up their early game, which is where the Jade Dragons, before these tournaments, before we came into Phase 2, that's where they were really known. That's where the Dragons were excelling. Get these first 10, 15 minutes, just jam it down the enemy team's throat, just constantly pummel them, beat them against the wall until eventually they just can't fight back anymore. Then they're good. Teams started adapting. Jade Dragons weren't able to make those adaptations, and now it's Scream back on the team. It really feels like we're going back to the Jade Dragons of old, Charlie.
Yeah, this is one of those we always highlight whenever I'm casting a game with Scream, and I'm like, he doesn't have 3 deaths yet. That means he's not like dialed in, because usually Scream's consistently going in, forcing plays. Sure, he'll get the kills sometimes. He usually has the kills to match those 3 deaths, but he's always consistently going in the early, which facilitates the rest of the squad. Like Final K, if Scream has 3 deaths, usually Final K is picking up those kills, things like that. I'm expecting to see that same sort of style come out from Scream early game in this matchup.
We can see how picks and bans will go out, at least for now. Game number 1, P's and B's between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. 2 teams, only one of them can move on to the grand finals. The other team is going to have to meet the Tartarus Titans down on the 3rd place match. And I'm very curious to see how this drafting phase will go between these teams. We've known with the Oni Warriors, picks like Daji, Morgan have really been at the forefront of their drafting strategy to make sure that Dardes and or Cuvo can get something comfortable for themselves, and a lot of teams have been banning away some of those picks. The Jade Dragons will start by doing so, Daji taken away alongside the Amuz and Cobb, something that Dardes has been able to pop off on recent.
Yeah, letting Cuvo have Daji is definitely not something I foresaw in this set. Now we get to see the AMC come through, not wanting to deal with Dardes on that mid pressure. It just comes in so difficult to deal with this AMC. It's been extremely versatile in that first set we just watched, and now this one as well, making sure to take that away. The Discordia and the Cabrakan, I think, smart from the Oni Warriors. Just 2 picks that are at the top of the meta, and putting Discordia into Pagon's hands in particular, something that's not easy to deal with.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors have answered to the quote-unquote Jade Dragons combo, which was the Discordia plus King Arthur equals Final K just gets to farm for 25 minutes on everybody, and then Pagon comes in and takes the top damage at the end. But along with Daji and Amuz and Cobb, Morgan, and then Cabrakan all join the fray of the first 6 bans. It's a snap lock E-set for the Jade Dragons. And an immediate response for the Warriors is going to be Lancelot Nemesis.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if ESET didn't get grabbed immediately. Such a high ban rate. I kind of forget what ESET even does anymore because she never gets played. We know.
Hold on, I'll pull up the wiki for you.
Yeah, I think she's got some pretty good objective confirm. Her CC is pretty annoying, right? Something like that.
Yeah. I think that sounds about right.
All right, but the Oni Warriors grab a pretty solid top 2 in their own right. The Lancelot and the Nemesis. With those 2 grabbed, I think the Lancelot more than likely going over towards Nika in that solo lane, which means Cuvo gets to pilot the Nemesis. A lot of dive, a lot of prot shred there between the 2, and I think the damage in the early is definitely something to consider. But Jade Dragons are going to grab Scream the Pele, not have too much worry in the world, having the knock-up for the Nem Shield, something that ends up getting its value when you're looking for those 1v1 skirmishes in the jungle. Now the Jade Dragons have their option. Do they grab a pick for Pagon? No. They're just going to grab that Ymir. It gets some good value into that Lancelot. There's no way you can use that jousting field when there's a wall in your face.
I mean, what a world that we have moved into now, Charlie, where we went from Yamoja for 6 weeks straight being the #1 pick ban guardian. Khepri was also kind of in that top 3 category as far as just gods in general. Even Xing Chen joining that mix. And now we are through the first half of the pick phase, and neither Yamoja, Khepri, or Xing Chen have been looked at by either of these teams. Instead, it's a Ymir first pick out of the Jade Dragons for a support god at the least, and then a Poseidon for the Oni Warriors. Flexibility between Vote and Dardes on that one, but if history's any indication, likely going over towards Vote. And as we jump into the bans, Ratatoskr, the first one taken away, something that Final K has been playing a little bit more recently.
Yeah, Final K is not going to get to play the King Arthur or the Ratatoskr in that solo lane. I am going to hold on to the ambiguity of the Poseidon. More often than not, it does go into Vote's hands, but with AMC taken away, if more hunters come through, I don't imagine that they're going to throw Dardes on just anything in that mid lane. Looks like the Jade Dragons will take away the Yamoja, so we don't have to see that get through, and if that's the case, Khepri would make a fair bit of sense. Final K has been able to go towards that Achilles whenever Khepri does get through, so maybe that's something that the Oni Warriors just aren't putting any sort of priority towards, not wanting to grab that Khepri, and I think the Jade Dragons knew that as well. They're going to ban away the Xing Chen, trying to bait Neil into that Khepri pick. Do you value that safety so much that you let Final K go towards his Achilles? We'll have to see if that's what the Oni Warriors do, and they're not going to take that bait. They're just going to grab the Fafnir instead.
This might be one of the first games in a while that we have seen Khepri just completely left alone. But I think you're right to mention that. A potential bait of it with that Ymir is such a great matchup into it. So Fafnir for the Oni Warriors for their 4th pick. Still one left open. Whether that's going to be Dardes' pick or whether that'll be Vote's pick is still up in the air for the Oni Warriors. But over for the Jade Dragons, hovering this tier. We got to talk about just the prevalence of tier at the very least. In Deathwalker's hands and Hex Mambo, really good pick. Like, really good if Deathwalker's piloting. Everybody else who has picked up this god besides Deathwalker so far this event, not so good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a bait. I think the tier has one good matchup, and it's the Nemesis. Everyone else doesn't really have too much of a problem with tier. I mean, Poseidon just drops the Whirlpool and says there's no, like, you simply cannot, there's no Fearless coming through. Like, I do not care about this pick. And that's just never something that you want to see. So the hover was immediately switched into Final K's own coined Budget King Arthur. When King Arthur's gone, Budget King Arthur comes through in spades. Like a Cullen will be the choice as Panda Cat is hovering that Artemis. Great matchup into the Fafnir in particular. Anytime the Draconic Transformation comes through, Neil's going to find himself in a trap. Like you will be crippled. You cannot leap away. The aggression from the Jade Dragons is certainly going to be there. They also have this E set for the objective confirmation. Pagon going to be piloting that one. It's going to be extremely difficult to try and deal with. It looks like the Oni Warriors are hovering that on her, trying to get aggressive in this lane. This is a pick that Panda Cat likes to go to, as I said previously, but maybe something that Dardes is going to play in the mid lane, or Vote will just take and give Dardes over this Poseidon. I already said once the Poseidon was locked in, we've seen both of them play it, right? Vote and Dardes have both piloted this Poseidon in the past. It really just depends on if you get a good hunter in that mid lane, which is something that Dardes might want to go to. Chernobog is the change. You're going for more late game oriented damage over that early. I'm just going to stop analyzing every little hover until they lock in.
But we can also, now that Chernobog is locked in, we can talk about him at least in a moment. But Cupid ignored entirely.
What a world.
That's something that's been top of the meta for such a long time now. Teams were even going so much as to first pick, first ban him between that and the Lancelot, at least in our last set. So Cupid ignored this set. Khepri ignored this set. So maybe new little trends and sweeps in the meta. But talking about the Oni Warriors draft here, Lancelot to the solo lane, at least for Nika, something to box up against this Kakulin. And as you already talked about, the Artemis and the Fafnir matchup. For this Chernobog, you think this one is going to be going over to mid for Dardes?
Yeah, I imagine probably going to Dardes. When I saw the on her hover, that for me cemented it as they're grabbing a pick for Dardes here because he's just nuts on the on her. Like he likes playing on her in mid lane. He can find that pressure. And E-set, sure, she's got Circle of Protection, but once the Desert Fury comes out, it's Circle of No Protection. You're not living through that at level 9. It just does too much damage. So I think that's going to be for Dardes. A little bit less early pressure on the Chernobog in particular, but you can use that global presence to influence the map. How many times have I had to tell why exactly a Chernobog's getting picked? It's just been around the meta for such a long time.
Let's play a game together.
Yeah, we're looking now maybe at the team
I'm
fight stage of this game. You have an E-set. We already talked about her presence around objectives. You have an Artemis there to get some of that shred through.
What game do you want to play?
But as far as the actual team fighting itself goes through, do you kind of put your favorite towards one of these two teams' compositions a little bit more, Trelly?
I just think the Jade Dragons are going to try to play through that early pressure that Scream brings with the Pele and then go for objective confirmation.
Ignore Trelly, that cute
That seems to be the call here. You can let Pagon, let Pagon control the objective. You can let Panda Cat get to late game on the Artemis. You shouldn't worry about duo lane too much. You do have a Kraken to worry about, though. It's not like it's going to out-damage Circle Protection, but it could do you a toss-up if Circle Protection's not popped pristinely.
I'm going to be playing Smite after the tournament
There is a little bit of kill potential there. I think the Oni Warriors have enough early pressure to stop what the Jade Dragons are trying to do. I put a lot of pressure here on Mike in particular, though. These walls could affect a lot of the members of the Oni Warriors, and if these walls are on point, if you're getting picks before these objective fights, then it's not even a fight at that point. The Oni Warriors just have to retreat.
So PBN can find some good walls, maybe block off a couple of these corridors of the Oni Warriors. Could be devastating as far as these team fights go. Maybe even find some in lane.
Mike looks really good on
the Oni Warriors down a little bit.
You have second
good
screen,
pressure,
right?
at least in a few of the lanes there. Fafnir Chernobog does at least have some good kill pressure up against the Jade Dragons, but same thing for Ymir and Artemis. We'll see which of these two teams comes on top for game number 1. It's another best-of-5 semifinals. Jade Dragons, Oni Warriors, starting now.
What are these guys doing?
was so good.
I kept it going. I didn't stop.
Well, we gotta cast at some point, Gordon.
I was waiting for you. You were tapping. I was waiting for you to like.
Oh yeah,
rap.
I didn't do
You
the.
gotta.
That's right. You're a musical guy. I'm not. Anyways, Dave, Gore, and Doug for the Jade Dragons Oni Warriors second semifinal of the day, and it's a best of 5. Now, I do want to give a quick shout out.
Speaking of 5 streamers.
That's right, 5 streamers, all of them on the Jade Dragons. If anyone is interested in watching a player POV, I believe all 5 of the Jade Dragons are streaming on their personal channels with another 5.
Yeah.
A 5-minute delay. So maybe the proper tech is to watch
And
them.
no comms. I'm going to throw that out there just now.
No
There's no
comms.
comms either. They might not have any audio, but I think there's in-game sound.
Yeah, I haven't gone to watch. I imagine you're literally just watching the screen with not much else. But
Yes.
when they're as good at
Maybe some
Smite as the
player
Jade Dragons are, could be
Can't
pretty
watch
cool.
this
Maybe
'cause
the
I'm watching
proper
it
tech
tomorrow?
is watching
Oh,
this, and then if
alright.
something really cool happens,
It just started,
you
but
then
I
jump
understand.
to their POV and catch it. Anyway, deserves a shout out. Jade Dragons, they're all streaming on their personal channels.
Had
if you
to
wanna watch
pause.
specific roles,
I
specific
understand.
players. Make sure
I'm
to
like
go
that
give them
sometimes
some
too.
love and support. A
Like if I
benefit
sleep in, then
when
I'll
you're home
I'll wait
for,
until it ends and then I'll
players,
rewatch the
fast
broadcast.
stations, the rest of this event. But what a semifinal we've got set up here, Gore. Jade Dragons, who have not lost
But I woke up on time, so
much of
yay.
anything recently. Since adding Scream, they lose one individual game to Hex Mambo. Should come into this match with some confidence.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch what they have to offer. Look, this is a team that has been doing incredible stuff. I think that Hex Mambo showcased that they are beatable, right? Something that I think we all needed to be reminded, right? Like honeymoon phase, that was the phrase and discussion getting thrown out for the Dragons. Oh, they just picked up Scream. Of course they're going to be great. We'll see if that can continue.
Hello,
here.
2v2. Over in solo, Cubo Fred doesn't have the dash anymore. And maybe needed one more charge of it. So Final K and Scream handily
Actually, you
lose
probably can't hear me, huh?
solo
If it's
lane.
paused.
Wonder if that opens up some pressure.
Because it pauses my
Yeah,
stream.
I'm excited to watch this one where Scream's pressure is going to go, and admittedly on top of that, where that means for Cuvo and what that means. I know I saw a lot of people in chat prior to this. I think we even talked about it at the top of the day. A lot of people are expecting this to be a 3-0 for the Dragons. They think that the Dragons are incredibly powerful. And granted, the Dragons also have like the biggest fan base, so of course there's like, in some of that there's going to be some bias. Some of that's going to be honest opinions. We'll figure out, I guess, by the end of this which one there is. And I think if we get the Warriors from like 3 weeks ago, yeah, that's just going to be the case. Because the Warriors from 3 weeks ago are just more solid. But the Warriors that are doing this, that are getting low health bars, I mean, yellow health bars for Find OK and Scream on right. Dardes here controlling the lane versus Pagon. I think that this is a Warriors that can set themselves up for success as long as they can keep that pressure, or ideally for them, start converting it into something a little bit more. Not just knocking Pagon under the tower, or Find OK under the tower, but getting more farmed, converting that farm in lane into farm in the neutral camps and mid camps, and then eventually Pyromancers and Gold Furies.
Ooh, that's
okay.
Potentially a needed stun from Pagon there. Of course, can backpedal away from Dardes. But just to keep the threat of death at bay a bit longer, Pagon hits a Spirit Ball. And you know, I think this Chernobog mid is an interesting discussion point for the Oni Warriors, because this is a style of composition they've played in the past, with Vote on Poseidon, but over in the duo lane.
Yeah.
And you normally think, well, don't you want your Chernobog where the global ultimates will have the most value, right? You can't suddenly drag Panda Cat all the way to the other side of the map. And I'll hold that thought as Scream has blinked forward. Dardes has his eyes gotten too big towards Pagon. No, the dash away just enough, and the wall just a bit late from Polar Bear Mike. But beads now off of both mid laners.
And honestly, I think important for them to be able to reclaim some control of the mid lane. If they can go for the red buff, no, it's going to be too late for that. That would have been massive for them to try and swing it. I think that now you find yourself in a very kind of net neutral state, right? That gains back some ground Pagon had lost. Probably still going to be bouncing things a little more towards Dardes for a little bit till Circle of Protection's available, and maybe until Scream spends more time over here. But the big thing, I think, between these, and kind of maybe touching on your point, and it's one thing that Vote has been playing Poseidon incredibly well. And so I think that it's almost necessary. I want him to play it. Hunter players in the league, period. I don't care that he's in mid. He's got phenomenal mages under his belt as well. But go back in a lot of really historic sets for Dardes, and you're going to see historically lots of on her. You're going to see a lot of carries, and you're going to see these hunters where he performs exceedingly well on them to the point where it's just, I mean, he could probably switch to the role over in duo and give some people the hands. I mean, I think he's got A lot of it, I think, like, without a doubt, a lot of players for a long time might still regard him as the best on her in the league. Things like that I think are just going to be troublesome. So for Pagon, you know, you're playing a mage. Yeah, you're going to have clear eventually, but with a build like this, especially with the start that you had, you're probably just vibing, trying to stay alive and hoping for the best, whereas Dardes is going to be able to find some control. Eventually, you're going to be able to outclear them, but it's the fun balancing point, I think, that Dardes is going to be able to provide for a late game versus what Pagon's providing on this Hunter versus a mage.
And Gore, I do think I want to return to the kind of global presence conversation between putting the Chernobog over on left versus having it in mid. And I think it's kind of give and take either way, where if you put Dardes all the way over on the left side of the map, or put the Chernobog on the left side of the map,
I think it's better.
You ult globally, and yes, Panda Cat can't rotate into that. But if you come up empty-handed, you've got a whole map to traverse back across to get some farm to get back on your side of things.
I think
so
Vote just likes Poseidon.
where Pagon can rotate quicker out of mid, Dardes is also missing out on a lot less if the ultimate doesn't work out. The first fight of the game over Greater Scorpion, and it's Polar Bear Mike who's maybe caught out, but a triple knockup from Fino K.
Oh my God.
Tilts the scales back, and how about that for a circle of protection?
How's Mike alive?
Mike caught out by one last auto from Dardes. Keeps things even here. A spear ball hoping to hit home. Doesn't matter because Scream has got the gap closed. Jade Dragons notch a couple with one answer from the Onis.
And look, that's I mean, multitudes of play there, but Mike's wall specifically, you know, the ult starts things out. We'll give shout-outs. Warriors confirmed the Greater Scorpion for themselves. Yep. But it comes at a heavy cost, right? You know, Mike gets a massive ult, immediately slowed because of the Frostbite passive. So you've got control over the Warriors at the onset. Then a good wall in a kind of awkward position for him, but still somewhere he's able to get a little more damage out there. Almost able to squeak out as well, while the rest of the damage comes through. Pagon, like you said, good circle of protection. A really beautiful knock-up from Fino K. All of it kind of showcasing, I think, the Dragons' team fight potential and what I expect to see a lot of throughout this game from them. And then you get the nice retreat, I'll call it, from the Warriors. Unfortunately, you know, Scream had blink, so he's going to find somebody. It was just which direction does he blink?
And
they kind of fanned away. If he goes to the left, he's going to pick up, I believe it was Dardes that went that way, straight. No, sorry, straight was Dardes. To the right was Cuvo. No matter where, it feels like there's a Warrior waiting for him to be able to scoop away. And, you know, you see something like that, you lose the Greater Scorpion. There's not a whole lot to pick up afterward, admittedly, and since it was an invade, the Greater Scorpion, you're not necessarily losing out on that for the Dragons. But I think it's a good call just to kind of showcase and maybe, again, heat check what the Warriors are going to be providing this early on.
Heat check.
Fino K had a really good initiation in that fight as well. I think Cullen already hit a bit of its mark here in the early game. Anything that's going to keep Nika a bit slowed down on this Lancelot solo, it's going to feel good for Fino. Nika's gone Soul Eater, gotten that fully stacked up, so you get all the value from that item now. It's a sustain in lane. Going to feel very nice for Nika.
Yeah.
And then, of course, into a bit more bruisery, potentially a bit more tanky later on. And so maybe over the next few minutes when you'd like to see Nika potentially rotate out and make some things happen for the Oni Warriors on the right side over towards the mid lane of the map. Good pacing, though, early on from Scream. If you look at the flip side, 101, killing an assist and getting the Crusher. Maybe wanting to scrap early. Look at that blink, 5 seconds away from being back up. And we know Scream loves to keep that gas pedal pushed down. We know Scream loves to continue to look for pressure across the map.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if, honestly, positioning-wise, he's looking for a gank right now. Right? Like, he's on the prowl in the jungle. Doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get anything unless they want to go deep for this. I mean, a good wall from Mike isolates people in the jungle. That's one of the great strengths of the Ymir. With the grouping from the Warriors, though, it might be maybe an over-investment from the Dragons if they do want to try and fight this.
Yeah, it's always where you have to be careful as a Ymir. Yes, I can trap you in with my team, but if I'm the one overextending on the Ymir, it is very hard outside of a miracle wall for me to suddenly separate myself from your team. Mike, realizing he's got some support, doesn't have a problem journeying into the Oni Warrior side of the jungle at all, but nothing ends up coming of it, and both junglers will back away. So different mindset from Cuvo Fred, maybe similar hopes, but of course different early itemization with the Golden Blade early on the Nem. Looks like Erendite, something like that for both of these junglers. You look later in the game, Gore Prot Shred, things like that. As immobile as Ymir can be, super, super tanky. And so that Divine Judgment is going to be very important from Cuvo Fred to help the Oni Warriors burst down some of these tankier targets.
Yeah, being able to burn through the Kukulkan, being able to burn through Mike specifically. Ymir has like the best Guardian scaling in the game. Yeah. So tankiest tank that can exist if he gets to the front line, gets that itemization online. So I'm going to keep my eyes on Mike and, like you said, on Cuvo and countering that. I'm also keeping my eyes. Dardes, I was going to talk about the difference between like a Warlock staff when you buy it versus stacked versus a Transcendence when you buy it and versus stacked. And he farmed that so quickly. I mean, he got 50 stacks, and they bought it around the same time that Pagon got their Warlock staff. And it's half the stacks between the two of them. I mean, it was very impressive, I think, from Dardes to farm as well as they just did to be able to pick those up. And, you know, part of that probably, I can't remember, I think he got it right after the kill. And so it wasn't even, like, facilitated by anything else. It was just minion farming, jungle farming, things like that. But it does feel now that you've got an either equal ground or maybe even heavier step with a little bit of gold over Pagon. You know, the Warlock staff, I think, really good at base stats. Does get better when the evolved version of it. But I think base Warlock staff versus base Transcendence advantage Pagon.
Yep.
Now stack Transcendence versus base Warlock staff advantage the others.
Well, when you got a Fafnir on your team, you want to shred down objectives. Transformation from Neoma and Burn from the Oni Warriors gives the first Pyromancer of the game to the Onis. Right on time. Needed some gold stabilization. The Jade Dragons, that first blood bounty, had built up about 1,000 or so gold lead. Wouldn't you guess it, Gore? We are right back to even here at the 10-minute mark. So that first Gold Fury always tends to be the first area where you look. And in our first set of the day, it felt like by the time we were getting there was a team who was feeling pretty comfortable with the game state at that point. Dragons and the Oni Warriors pretty neck and neck. Now, Pagon's got a pretty fun build going. You mentioned the Warlock staff. Right into the staff of Mirrodin. I suppose it makes some sense. If you start off these team fights
That's how I would do
with
it
that
too.
circle protection,
Get that cooldown.
get some big burst damage on the other end of it.
Yeah.
Would be a great look for the Jade Dragon.
Yeah, like he said, a really good way. And even around the you know, Gold Furies, things like that. Like if you're talking about the Fafnir capabilities and potentially, you know, I will say Kraken capabilities of the Warriors.
Kraken?
Circle of Protection does that and gives you a nice area of effect for your team to fight in.
What does Pagon get done here? Just some follow-up on his team. The Jade Dragons have separated out the Oni Warriors, but keep your eyes on both. The Kraken from the other side of the Gold Fury pit could make the difference. It's a confirmed battle, and the Jade Dragons win it. Gold Fury to the Drags, but how about the fight after? Dardes ults in, but it's a great stun on the back line from Scream, who's melting down damage as Dardes has been able to stay alive. Final K remedies that. And a messy fight from both squad gives the Oni Warriors a 2-for-1 kill lead, but the chase down and the slow is there for Scream. A double kill for Nika. You get the Gold Fury, but you lose 3 if you're the Dragons.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking at the chart, you come out halfway ahead, right? Like, you do get some gold back in your favor. It is not anywhere near what you needed it to be, I think, to make up for the amount of kills that go the other way. And there's a moment there, and, you know, of course, we have the glory of being able to see top-down everybody through the walls, things like that, where if you were able to turn just slightly as Scream, you probably get Vote on top of that. You're able to get a second kill, and it feels a little more confirmed and at least a little better for your team. A lot of relics get burned throughout that, but I think that just goes to show the focus versus the objective versus the actual fight. And also a really good polarization for the Warriors. Yesterday, game 1 versus the Bolts, they refused to fight. Like they would see a team fight, they would walk up to it, and then they go, nah, we don't need this, and then just disappear. And they got a massive gold lead. They controlled the game outside of that as well. It was very impressive for them. But this time around, being able to see them get in there, and yeah, maybe you're not going to get the objective, but if you're going to be scrappy enough that it comes out as like a 300 gold difference, then it's going to be worthwhile for you. And the problem is like that's going to be harder to confirm. There's a Kraken on the other side. There's a lot of burn on the other side. Like the Warriors, even at an even game state, I think can burn and confirm quicker than the Dragons can with the maybe the same kind of potential because their burn's a little slower on the left-hand side. They've got a lot of good damage in there, but it's going to come out more in bursts. And so far, Mike has been in a little bit of half-and-half space, right? I think that we've had some really good walls and some not quite connecting freezes, like really going right down the middle, split 50-50 for whether or not the engage is going to work. Later on, though, in this game, you make a missed engage like any of the ones that we've seen in the last couple of minutes, and it won't matter as much, right? You'll be super tanky, you'll be able to maintain it, and ideally your cooldowns are going to be in just the right circumstances that, you know, hey, I missed a freeze, but my wall lasts forever, I'll throw it at my feet, they can't chase, whatever. So I think watching Mike maybe kind of grow into this Ymir a little bit more is going to be good for the rest of the game.
We need a Nara's wall bounce on Ymir.
Where you can
drop
bounce
it at your
yourself
feet
over in
and
the
you
air.
just launch yourself way up in the air. Good Paladin's throwback for you there. Yeah, look, there was actually a wall in that Gold Fury fight that I thought separated Dardes out pretty nicely.
Yeah.
But it also separated out a lot of the peel and where the Jade Dragons needed it. So a great fight back, needless to say, from the Oni Warriors. Big winner, though, feels like Nika there. He got a double kill on his rotation in, finished off some of his important early itemization. Glad Shield, Oni Hunter's Garb as well.
Yeah.
Which we saw Sot itemize into, I believe, in our first set of the day a little bit. Maybe it was
Yep.
Variety. One of the solo laners, at any rate, really liked this item earlier
They
on.
both did.
That damage mitigation always going to feel nice with the magical protections as well. So Nika, I think, in a really, really good spot. He's right here, ready to fight, as Mike has already thrown out the freeze and an ultimate down from Cubo Fred. That's on to Scream. Looks like the disengage is right there on the other side. Neither team really liking their odds in this scrap.
I mean, I like the way that they engage that, though, right? The Dragons,
right
if
about
they
it
find
early,
anyone
though.
that's not Neil and they get that amount of lockdown, they just get the kill. And that swerves very easily into a Pyromancer. That's what this is going to be about right now. It's not just for blue buffs, Greater Scorpions, Pyromancers up on this side of the map here in a few seconds. So any kind of pressure you can have over here, whether it's kill or just lane pressure, is going to be able to maybe lean more into that side of the map. The Dragons look like they're going to try to start it or at least position for it. But this is where things get awkward again. That your burn potential is lesser. And do you really want to drop the Circle of Protection on it right now? Like, you've got the timing for it. I don't think there'd be a Gold Fury in the next, 90 seconds afterward. But you do have to be careful with it.
Mike,
careful, Dardes.
Good opportunity. That was a necessary hammer from Neil.
Yeah.
I think Mike was on the verge of throwing up the wall and would have been really, really awkward for Dardes. So a nice small moment there from Neilma that potentially makes a pretty big difference. Pyromancers respawn. The pacing of this game, that might be the next place the Oni Warriors choose to look. Mike does stonewall Nika, but
it means nothing.
yeah, no
But it
immediate
was
jump in from the
beautiful.
Jade Dragons. A nice no-looker. That does give positional advantage to the Jade Dragons here. Body language of the Oni Warrior says, I want to fight for it, but doesn't matter because the Jade Dragons get the Pyromancer. An ult through from Nika, freezed out by Mike. And that'll be a clean Pyro to the Jade Dragons split, one apiece.
I like the way that things are going for him,
close.
though, right? If you're the Dragons here, that one much more handily in your favor. Not really changing, I think, game state too terribly much. Maybe actually opens things up for the other side. Good news is, again, Dragons didn't use Circle of Protection. Kraken actually used on Mike.
Decent chunk damage. Would have loved the Divine Judgment before the Kraken.
Before the Kraken.
But doesn't matter because it's already hit. Polar Bear Mike still not dead, but look at Nika in the back line. Panicat and Mike don't stand much of a chance, but Scream's got a similar mindset. He's found the back line himself. Almost two entirely different fights happening. And Nika will chase down another. A killing spree for the Lancelot. This one's a 2 for 2. Both supports down and a carry aside.
I think Fine OK could get a little more done. I don't know. Scream doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. It's the very thin line between continuing the fight and losing your life. Scream. They're pulling him under the tower. They almost have the damage. It's not going to be enough. I like the way the Dragons play that rotation. Maybe not as clean as they would have liked, and a ton of relic usage that goes on between all of that. I think that you approach this in a good spot. Mike starts that incredibly low because of the Kraken coming out immediately from Vote. And like you said, it becomes two separate fights. It becomes the chase down of can we kill Mike, and then it's the other three is Mike and Panda on one side, and then Fine OK, Scream, and Pagon fighting more around the Fury. In a similar fashion, and you had highlighted this earlier with the Staff of Mirrodin, once that Kraken was down, Pagon had no qualms about throwing out Circle Protection, seeing what damage you could get, maybe a little bit of healing, but not really focused, I think, fully on okay, let's fight over an objective. They knew it was just going to be a fight. And luckily, they only go 2 for 2. Pagon falling in that, though, does kind of showcase one of the big weaknesses. Once your beads are down, once your Aegis is down, once your ult is down, Wingus can only move you so fast so far, and it's not going to get you away from everything. So a little bit of susceptible nature in the mid lane that might be something the Warriors can lean on in the future.
I think a thread that I'm going to follow throughout the rest of this game, Gore, is how often Mike can really block off Nika from a lot of these engagements.
Yeah.
So Lancelot has continued to tilt these fights back for the Oni Warriors. What might look like a great start for the Dragons ends up tilting back for the Warriors just because Nika has been able to get involved so easily. And now a Spirit Robe for the Lancelot as well. It's going to be so hard to kill off Nika out of the solo lane. But this is the style of game the Oni Warriors have played in the past, where you deal damage all front loaded by Nika, and then on the back end of it, Dardes and Vote can fill in a lot of that space. Final K having a great game though as well, and calling a 2-0-3, the 1-level lead, and a Spirit Robe for himself. Big itemization differences though. Sovereignty to start off for Final K into a Bulwark of Hope a bit later on. So when that health bar gets low, Final K will have some shielding of his own, just like Nika will when mounted. So the solo lane battle, Gore, I think, ready to ignite here at any moment. Blink from Final K, maybe the big difference maker.
Honestly, because a blink just knock up from Kukulkan is such a great initiation for a fight. And I think Nika has a fantastic initiation, right? Because like you can just start a jousting field in the middle of the map, and it becomes such a massive area of effective change. But being able to kind of make that big play at a moment's notice for Final K without it being easily predicted versus what Nika's does is maybe something that can give him a leg up. We saw it in the last fight where just the aggression that a Kukulkan can bring towards everything. I think that while, Final K described it as like a budget King Arthur, admittedly it's just because what are you getting?
I'm
You're
back,
getting
I hear
a bully
you.
who's going to be able to do a lot of damage and maintain their own life for a good amount
welcome
of time.
back.
Good CC, even though it's not a lot of it. To make
If you
it
can
kinda
hear me
up
though,
and
you can
down.
hear the game as well.
I expect to
so
see a lot of his
that's not good.
positioning be, centered around let's get to Dardes, let's get to Cuvo, let's get to Vote, let's make him feel uncomfortable in the back line and see how deep this dive can go, creating opportunities for Scream really more than anybody, just to make sure that those kills can not only happen but be pretty easily get in, get out for the jungler here on the Pele, just to keep him a little safer.
Well, Gore, for one
I
of
just
the
want to
first
say you're
times
cute,
today,
and
we
yes,
had a
I'm
5-game set
sucking
between the
it.
Kings and the Titans. We're approaching 20+ minute mark.
Thank you.
Dead even as far as the game in its entirety goes. Both teams should feel comfortable fighting into one another at this point. And if the J Dragons feeling a bit better about their chances to secure this Oni,
I do like to be sucked.
Down to half HP though. Of course, you have a circle
Oh, they got
protection to
this.
confirm and to heal. And it works
Yep.
out. J Dragons get the Oni
Circle
Fury.
protection, man.
And a bit slow on the draw are the Oni Warriors. Doesn't end up being a fight on the flip side. And little moments like that
No homo.
would make a big difference in the gold department, 700 or so.
Okay.
It's a little experience lead for the Oni Warriors. Level lead here, level lead there, and then 2 in the mid lane for Dardes.
And this is going to sound like such a small thing. First off, that's a beautiful wall just to block some autos from Mike. But it's going to sound like a small play. No, Final K's going in. They want to fight this.
Hey, Blink Kukulkan, we already talked about it in Final K with a near perfect initiation, but where are the carries of the J Dragons? Kraken drops through from Vote, and Scream never had a chance to fight. It's the Kraken from Vote. That's the big differentiator. And finally a kill drops as Mike dies as well. 0-4
Rather
on this
than
Ymir.
be
Kept the level
sucked than
parity up to
sucking?
this point
Rather be
for it.
sucked than sucking?
That's a fight I think the J Dragons would like back.
Now, I will admit, I'd have
I
to
like both.
rewind to look at the positioning of everybody else. I saw Final K and Mike under Tier 1. I don't know why they chose that fight. I think if you win that one, then Pyromancer is on the horizon for you, right? You're able to get something small but still in your favor. But the cost of losing
got
that
it.
could be much bigger than that. Pagon's still alive, so maybe it's not going to be a fire giant.
That's what I
But the
do.
Warriors have a 5v3 advantage.
Oh, they're
It
going for
feels
fire?
like a weird initiation for such a weird fight.
Circle protection is up. Kraken is not, but is Pagon even going to be able to get into range? Fire
I mean,
Giant.
they might finish it
low
before he
as the
gets
Oni
to it.
Warriors have started the objective. Fire Giant
Whoa.
taken by the J Dragons. It's the rescue run.
No
Oni
way.
Warriors starting it up in the face of the Dragons, and it is stolen away by Circle of Protection as Pagon
feels
had it up and
bad.
ready. And what's worse, Final K's got a double kill. Not only do you lose the FG, but you are at least going to lose 3 members of
I
your
thought they
team.
had it.
Final K
Oh,
should
man.
get out alive and fine, and a big play from the J
Oh,
Dragons'
man.
new mid laner.
I'm changing my mind. That was
I
all
don't know.
calculated from the get-go. They
That's
knew
crazy.
if they go in mid, they lose their 2 front lines, lull the Warriors into a false sense of security. They'll think, we can pull a fire giant. What are they going to do? And then Pagon just walks up and is an E-set in the map. I mean, that's just such a clean play for them. And
Honestly, I hate
kills
Oni.
afterward,
Really?
Okay, diving deep. I mean, the blink of an
I
eye.
don't.
Just a second ago, the
I like
Dragons
them.
were trying to defend their Tier 1 after losing a Fury and a fight by the Fury. And now, all of a
It's
sudden,
'cause I used to be
you're
a
in
big Space Station
much
gaming
more
fan
comfortable
back in the
position.
day.
I mean, you're going to see
And,
gold
like,
swing so heavily in their
you know,
favor.
good amount of the
And
team
that's
is from
the
Space Station gaming.
moment. You had mentioned Kraken not being
So
up,
that's
but
why I
I
like
also have
them.
to give a shout out to Pagon. This is going to seem so small, but knowing the health threshold and the
Camelot
amount
King's
of
the
damage
best?
that your ult will do as an
Okay.
E-set, and when you can pop it to kill a fire giant, that's such a massive deal. And that
I like
one,
genetics a lot.
I'll admit, that was probably just, I'm going to throw it out there, I'm a spirit ball, and then I'm going to pop it. Like, we got to get this thing. But I think in the past, from what we've seen in this game, it's been a lot of really good control. I think that this E-set,
Genetics is a really
in
smart
the moments
player.
where it's needed to, has been able to shine bright. And it might be 1-1 and 4. It's not finding kills, but it's definitely been helping out the team.
The rookie mid laner steps up in a big way. Game 1 of Smite Summer Masters semifinals. And the Oni Warriors
Next Space Station game, not
had
Oni.
what felt like the game under control.
Like the Pittsburgh
And now
Knights.
it's anything but. I mean, 7,000 in both golden experience.
Is that why
And
you don't like
a
them?
couple towers still remaining on the map for you to take. So the Oni Warriors, again, they never shied away from fighting against the Olympus Bolts. You have to, at a certain point in the game. They did earlier on, lots of backing off.
Yeah.
But maybe you should still feel confident. You've hit level 20. Itemization-wise, you haven't fallen super far behind. I mean, you look
I don't know if I
across the
really dislike
screen,
any team, honestly.
Tier 1, Tier 2, here or there, maybe. Gotta still give yourself a chance underneath your Phoenix.
No, LOL. Where are you from, by the
Vote
way?
is cracking for the Fire
I'm from
Giant
Los
War. I
Angeles,
think
California.
Vote would like to get a big
What about
Kraken
you?
here to repel this Phoenix siege.
I mean, that's part of what's found them the success in these team fights. Whether it was a big Kraken that hits a couple people or just burning down Mike's health bar super early on, it's really been an enabler for this team. And so Vote, I mean, kind of in this weird spot right behind the Phoenix, not necessarily the easiest place to find a Kraken from, but it gives them that leeway to go to the left or right side of the fight, throw out a Kraken where it's going to be defensible. And that's always the glory. You know, we talk about defenses, you got to talk about mages, big wide abilities on the Whirlpool, big burst capabilities with the Kraken. You've got a minute to play with if you're the Dragons, but one misstep under this Phoenix, and maybe it doesn't kill Mike. Maybe it doesn't even kill Fine OK. But for Pagon, Panda, or Scream, they're just gone.
Fine, okay. Wants the blink initiation. He'll get it, but he's gonna eat a Kraken in exchange. The Oni Warriors melt down the Kokolin. And I'll say it again, that's the risk you run. You blink in, you better be sure your team's got the follow-up. And the Oni Warriors shut down Fido.
And what a first death of the game for him, too, right? I mean, you've been doing so well, so much.
I guess
and
I'll
even
get
there,
the
the
Phoenix.
CC is solid, but it's just too difficult to get away from the size of the map.
Uh-oh, now Nika might be falling prey to exactly what just happened to Fido. Okay, Cubo Fred has got to dash out as well. These whirlpools
What a
from
wall.
Float are making such a difference in these fights. Nika so low on health, but so are the rest of the J Dragons. Are they baiting themselves in? Are the Oni Warriors extending too far forward? Yes, they are. But now Dardes has ulted back out of Fountain. He gets down from
Come on,
Pagan.
Dardes.
Spirit Ball is in, but Nika's got the damage.
Hang in
for
there,
Pagan,
Dardes.
And the J Dragons do ultimately get the left side Phoenix.
Not really, I like all teams.
Look,
Oh, I'm
and
from
look,
New
I
York,
think
but living in
Wall
Germany right now.
should come
Cool.
out here from Mike. It's not going to block enough. They're going to be able to chase into this.
Oh, you froze him.
He's done so much damage.
They're
Back
all
to
so
the Oni
low.
Warriors, it's a game of margins, razor thin margins.
Oh, Fine OK, though.
Fine OK.
Fine OK is teleported back into this fight. Oni Warriors got to escape.
Okay.
Salmon Leap just does some damage. That is
Come
one
on, Scream,
volley
be
of
the carry.
ability either way. And you're looking at a totally different game
Usually
state.
is.
Ultimately, it is the left side Phoenix down, and the J Dragons.
I'll
not worried about
post
much
my
else.
socials in
Both
case you want
Dardes
to follow
and
me
Panda
if you're not
have that
already.
Odysseus, but like it's like if I hit an auto, your
There you go.
team might die. It changes in the blink of an eye. I mean, look at how much healing he's been able to do just on the walk back to this point. I mean, Panda Cat.
One
Whew,
healing
I'm
to
talking.
Scream.
I was gonna say talking to Edge.
How did he heal the
get
one?
that? That's that's always the fun.
That's
when
why
we
they
see
lost
that.
that Phoenix.
I've seen this. Okay, so I saw someone mention this on the Smite Pro subreddit.
Oh, that's perfect.
You get one healing, and it's something. It's like with Kakulin passive and picking up a chalice nearby or something like that. Like the way they interact. So it's something like that healing was probably done to Fine OK, and Scream happened to pick up a very map-centric small heal.
That one user on Reddit is feeling so seen
I wish
right
I
now.
knew their names. That was like, I read that and I was like, I never would have been able to come up with that in a million years
Well,
on my own.
If you're out there listening, we appreciate your contribution to the Smite Pro
And to my
broadcast.
knowledge base personally.
And as vast as your knowledge base already is, there's always
Never
more
heard
to
that
learn,
before.
and that's a fun
It's
little
so
fact.
much.
Now, Gory, we approach this next Fire Giant. Map
So
state
wild.
not great for the Oni Warriors because of that left side Phoenix being down. But this is why you have a Chernobog on your
Gore's
team,
such
the
a
ability
nerd.
to ult into these fights. You also have Teleport for Nika, or you would if it were off of cooldown. Still on cooldown for the next couple of minutes or so.
Followed
So
you on
not
Insta?
as
Cool.
dire
Thank you.
as it could be if you
I
didn't have the
appreciate that.
Chernobog, didn't have that global presence. but all of
That's all I
the
really use too, but only because I have
positional
to.
battles you think should be favoring the Jade Dragons right now. Might have to be a steal going the other way for the Oni Warriors to stay in game 1.
This is a wild call, by the way. So both of these teams with Kraken's up circle.
Well, they have
the
the
Dragons are
circle.
just burning.
Dragons are burning it, and Dragons will secure
Okay.
the Fire Giant into
Shit,
the backline. Goes Nika, and Dardes is ulted from left. Pagon gets Nika.
Okay.
Final K gets Dardes, and here come the Jade Dragons. But Cubo Fred's got something to say about it. But his words have run dry. The Jade Dragons get Fire Giant deicide onto the Oni Warriors.
Wow.
In what should be, and maybe could be game 1, but Gore, Panda Cat dead for 45 seconds.
Yeah,
Left side
but
Phoenix is down.
got Scream.
Such long death timers, I have to imagine.
Scream has a lot of power.
Okay, have enough damage.
And this is that weird balancing point. Do you have the damage, like you said, for the Titan? The tier
You've
2
got
still
30
up,
seconds.
Probably not with the
I mean,
Phoenix up.
Timing's so awkward. Mike
Yeah,
is
just
gonna
run
walk
through.
in.
I like this.
Yeah, I mean, those death timers are so
It's
long.
so long.
20 seconds feels so long here. You lose
That's why you
Panda
banned
Cat,
Set.
yes.
Yeah,
You
they
lose
should have.
Pagon, yes, but you've
I was
got
really
enough
surprised
damage
you said got through.
with Final K and Scream, and you have to look.
The secure
at
is
the
too
Fire
much.
Giant steal from
You can't get
Pagon,
any
although this is
objectives.
trickling down. Neilmon's
circle
going to be the one to respawn, and actually, all right, Mike walked away a bit. All right, the game
No,
will
I
come
think
to a
we're good.
close. It's going to be the Jade Dragons on top in game 1. With only a couple of seconds remaining on those death timers. Thin margins up until the end of this game. But
Bye,
the
love.
best of
Are you
margins
leaving?
and
Okay.
ultimately the game-changing moment, Gordon. It's Pagon stealing away that
Yeah.
Fire Giant. That doesn't happen. You're probably looking at,
Look
an
at
Oni
Dave in those
Warriors
shorts.
game 1 here, but the Jade
Okay,
Dragons find
Dave.
a way to get it done.
I mean, and it is the gameplay equivalent of breaking their ankles, right? Like a juke so hard that
Dave
they
showing
just
off
whoop,
those
whoosh. Like you
legs.
get that FG, and that's the moment where it's just the pure turn.
No,
the
Oni
capabilities
left?
for the Dragons opens up wide. Most of it's even to that point. In fact, team fights, if you remember, just prior to that, were going pretty overwhelmingly in favor of the Warriors. They had killed 2 going into it, and in most circumstances, I think that's a Fire Giant call. I think a lot of teams are more than willing to just say, you know what, let them have it. We'll defend. We'll
honestly
see
be
what
on
we
the
can do
Emir,
next
too.
time around or on a defense for a fight like that. I
Mike is
like
too
that the
strong on
Dragons play
Emir.
that aggressively. I like that they're kind of playing into that mentality of like it's a best of 5. If we take this fight and we lose it, we maybe
He's
lose some
definitely
towers, but
flexing.
we don't
I
lose
don't
the
even
game.
think he's flexing. I think
Let's
he's
just go
he's
for it.
just
and,
that
and
like
it honestly pays
that
off.
built.
It-
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
huge.
strong as fuck.
A great game 1 of this best of 5 to the
Pretty
Jade
hot.
Dragons. Oni Warriors.
Yep.
Still some life left here. Long set ahead. Oni Warriors, Jade Dragons, game 2 coming up next.
And he's like confident enough to wear those short shorts. Good for you, Dave. Good for you. Never skip leg day. Yeah. Alright, I've got 5 minutes. I'm gonna go get a snack and I'll be right back, okay? BRB! I'm back. I got some health food. Some chips and a brownie. I need to post on Instagram today. Damn it. I forgot about that. Back. I remember when I was stationed in Romania, my legs looked like that. Really? Did a lot of working out. Every day? Wow. That's a lot of working out. I think I focused more on my abs when I was working out more. I still do some squats and stuff, but I mostly focused on ab stuff. And like cardio. Even though I hate doing cardio. Yeah. What it must do when deployed? Fuck cardio. Yep. I agree with both of those. I gotta figure out what picture to post today. I skipped it last week. I didn't feel like it. Okay. Instagram. The grams of Insta. Damn, girl. Jasmine. Hello. You don't say. Oh, really? Need more food?
Back and forth battle, game number 1 ends up going over to the Jade Dragons, but the Oni
Well,
Warriors
you look good in all of
definitely
them.
did not make
So
it
you
easy
have
here
that,
in our
girl.
first game
Thank you.
in set number 2
Appreciate
of
that.
Smite Summer Masters semifinals. Consistently,
I still need to
we
post
keep
more
seeing
regularly.
these teams fight for these objectives. We saw Gold Fury pulled by the Oni Warriors.
I used to
or
be a lot
by the
better
Jade
about it.
Dragons. They get the Fury. Then they lose 3 people in the team fight immediately after. And then Pagon makes what is probably the game-saving play for the Jade Dragons, finds the Fire Giant steal, and from that point on, Jade Dragons had the momentum to push for game 1.
Yeah, not only did that Fire Giant get stolen, then Final K just went crazy and was able
yeah.
to kill a couple members as well. Final K on this Colin, I think, had a great performance throughout the game. It did look very Oni Warrior-centric as the game went on, but then once that steal happened, the one you were talking about with Pagon, that's really when it switched over. That was when the Jade Dragons were in control the rest of the game.
Well, we're back and Kelly looking good in his button up.
Yeah. Like cleaning up some picks. Just
He always wears like Hawaiian shirts. Like this is like a normal day for him.
Was doing panic attacks late on. Like so much damage from those auto attacks.
Dude,
It was absolutely
that's dirty.
chunking throughout. And it was one
The spirit ball through the wall.
Phoenix Siege on the left here that looked like, they just stepped up a little bit too far, and the Jade Dragons were going to have to just run away because the Oni Warriors found a little bit of resurgence and tried to chase them down.
Hi, Jasmine.
Ended up being a really good fight. Final
Watch
K
you outside.
rotated back in, and, Jade Dragons still on top.
Jade Dragons find themselves a game 1 win, a couple of nice picks throughout, a big objective steal by Pagon. And the thing was, it wasn't even like he walked in and he charged up that ESET ultimate, let it build up for a little bit and just out-secured
About to hop another Smite game, so I'm back. All right, cool.
dropped
fun.
it and popped it immediately along with the Spirit Ball. And then that was
Play
the
well.
steal immediately after that one. Jade Dragons find a nice turnaround in game number 1 to start their set off right. You're still laughing about that one.
I'm just imagining Pagon, he walked up and he danced at the fire giant. You said he dropped it and popped it. You tell me he just walked up, did the E-set dance, and
They
they
also
just
polka dotted it too. Why not? Let's keep throwing more references.
They just gave up fire giant. All right, well, either way, a great play from the rookie mid laner of the Jade Dragons, and now riding that momentum. Because again, I think if the Oni Warriors made a couple different adjustments,
It's fine and okay.
during that FG fight and what led up to it and what happened after the fact, this could be a completely different game. So that's got to be taxing on the mentals. You got to have a short memory in a game 5 situation, though. Losing one, you got to be able to brush that off and just move forward. Think about the small tweaks you need to make to your draft and move on.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Charlie, now Jade Dragons were first pick in this game. So far, first pick has won every single game today. So we'll see if the Oni Warriors make their adjustment, take a first pick of their own, maybe try and find themselves a chance of getting. Also, yeah, being a little bit glib about it, but so far, every game that we have seen won out of our 6 now so far have been from that first pick slot. So maybe a little bit of extra weight at least thrown over on that side of the map. The Oni Warriors will have first pick in this game, so maybe a better chance, at least in that regard, to see if they can get their hopes up and maybe keep the scales tipped over to the Order side of the map. But I think you're right to say that not a whole lot needs to really change necessarily for the Oni Warriors. Play on field, I mean, it was just one objective steal that kind of swings that momentum around, gives the Jade Dragons that extra boost that they needed. Because that fight around the Gold Fury didn't go well for the Jade Dragons. They got that early Gold Fury off the back of having an E-set that early, and then they just end up losing the team fight immediately after. That's when the Oni Warriors kind of found that extra boost that they needed to kind of get themselves back in this game. We'll see if the Oni Warriors can find some success. We'll see if the Jade Dragons can keep the ball rolling. Pick spans, game number 2 are ready to go.
Yeah, I think that, as you said, the Oni Warriors don't have to do too much play on field change-up. It's got to just be the mental game, right? Just a couple more adjustments, guys, and we won that set. Or that match, rather. That's got to be the mindset going into this game. As they are in first pick, they have the option to just not ban away any of their core picks. Make sure that, hey, the E-set could be something to take away. I don't think, I don't think the kills wide was such a big deal.
Yeah, I saw Deathwalker on tier. It was ridiculous.
Trying to play around the can be one of those things
Really
that's super
ridiculous.
difficult and just annoying to deal with, right? If you're in an opportunity where, hey, this fire
It made
giant
my
should
eyes
be
tear
free
up
unless,
watching it.
E-set shows up, maybe
It
that's
was just
something
so
they want
beautiful.
to continue to take away. But the Oni Warriors,
And I hate
more
tier.
so focused on the Discordia, the passive.
It's just
and
so
priority.
expert
Giving
level.
Final K even more damage, probably not a good option. So they are going to take that one away, as well as the Cabrakan.
So Bracket Discordia, Dodgy, and a Muzenkop.
I forgot what picture to
On the
post.
Jade Dragons, at least. Oni Warriors with one final ban could take the King Arthur away, or maybe save it to be something that could be first picked for Nika at least.
Let's see
Talk
a
about the
Capri.
E-set maybe needing to be something that gets taken away. The
I
Oni
need to
Warriors
ban
might
the
want to
E-set.
grab it for themselves, so it's up to the Jade Dragons to see if they're willing to give the
probably
coin
ban it.
toss over to Dardes to pick up that god for the Oni Warriors. King Arthur does get banned. Now the Jade Dragons have to answer, and they would rather fight against the Morrigan this time around
Might
than
take the
fight against
Emoja
E-set.
or the
It'll be a
Lancelot
Lancelot
or the
first pick
Cupid.
for the Oni Warriors. One more time,
So they're
potentially
probably
for
gonna keep
Nika.
it
There's still
Emoja.
some flex over for Cuvo if he wants to grab it.
Yeah, I don't know if giving the Oni Warriors the Morgan and Lancelot is a good option. But the
Or
Jade
Ymir
Dragons
again.
gonna be
Wow,
confident just picking
prioritized.
that Ymir again.
Wow.
Good matchup into Lancelot, walling off the
Okay,
Javelin.
so you're gonna
it's gonna
give
be a good
Cupid over
option.
to the Warriors?
Hovering the Pele over for Scream, a pick that he has seen a fair bit of success on. He goes in consistently, can set up for the team.
Me
as well as
too.
just
But
using
the
that move
four-man
to
fearless
the
gave me a
map.
boner.
And that would be the
Yeah.
case. I'm the Oni Warriors. I don't have to think about this one too hard. The Morgan is certainly one of these two
Me
picks.
too.
As well as it looks like hovering that Heimdall forward
I like Ymir,
mode,
I guess, yeah.
Trying to get some of that safety in lane.
Oh,
as well
Heimdall.
as just, I think, taking it away from Pandagat more so. Having that vision on the stealth target, having the vision on Dardes while stealth is something the Oni Warriors don't want to deal with.
Yeah, so Heimdall Morgan, the next picks up for the Oni Warriors. That takes care of the carries. Now we'll have to see if that Lancelot goes to the jungle for Cuvo, or if that one's going to go over to the solo lane. Yu Huang has not had a lot of success so far in Masters. 9 games played and only a 22% win rate, so 2 out of his 9 games as of now have been wins. But it's something that both Pagon and Pandacat have shown some prowess on for the Jade Dragons in the past. So some ambiguity in that regard. As we start flying through the second wave of bans already, Umoja, Nemesis, Artemis, and Kukulin banned away. So now, Jade Dragon solo laner Final K will have to find something else to play besides his King Arthur and besides his budget King Arthur.
What do you do then? I mean, King Arthur, budget King Arthur.
Would Achilles be like the budget then? Because like I've seen Final K go to that sometimes.
Yeah, maybe that's the great value.
Okay,
King Arthur.
have a good game.
The ultimate great value.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is the case. I think Final K prefers to go toward when Khepri is in play, when Khepri is the counter matchup. So Cupid will not be overlooked in Game 2 this time around like it was last. And actually, wow, the Hoonbats would add another level of great transformations here for Dardes. And that would make the team fight even more detrimental. Will be locked in here. So Dardes has a field day. You could go into the Pele for the 1v1 potential. That's a joke, right? That's got to be just a bait hover. There's no way.
So is that Hunter King Arthur then? Because King Arthur's stance switches is the warrior. Is that Hunter King Arthur?
No, not every character. Wait, I just imagine you
I
on
don't
the
know.
moon. You're on the moon, and you're just saying, wait, every god's King Arthur?
Every god is King Arthur.
I'm standing on the moon, and you're behind me.
Always has
been.
Always has been.
Well, it will just be the bait turning into the Ratatosk. I was going to say, I have never seen...
How can we make this King Arthur? How can we compare Rat to King Arthur?
That's Squirrel King Arthur.
Squirrel King Arthur.
What do you mean? I mean, that's just it writes itselp at that point. If you really want me to make it, they both spin.
Squirrel
That's all
King
you need.
Arthur.
They do both have spins. That is true. That's the mini Beyblade.
Yeah, but Final K's been having quite the performance on the Ratatosker when it is let through. But of course, that does also give another transformation to Dardes.
Very true.
He's got his pick of the assassins that you would like to turn into Pele Rat, Lancelot, or Hoonbats. I have my eyes on Dardes to make plays for this team. Of course, the first Hoonbats ult has to hit. So Cuvo or Dardes, whoever goes in first with that Fear No Evil has to grab the beads, has to set up. But then the other one comes through. You don't have that escape anymore. You don't have those relics. And so a lot of pressure on Dardes. I'm not going to say pressure because, honestly, I feel like Dardes feels no pressure. He just plays, and he plays really well. So a lot of weight on Dardes to make sure to fill his role and just hit these clutch ultimates with Cuvo to set up. Their team fight looks deadly.
Yeah, and for Dardes, as you mentioned, it took me a moment to really kind of realize that there were 4 assassins in the game until you said that there. Lancelot, Hoonbats, Pele, and Ratatosker. So many options in that regard. Go for an extra Dharmic Pillar with Ganesh if you want to. So it seems that Dardes can essentially do no wrong when it comes to his picks out there. So much team fight presence out of having the potential of a double Hoonbats. So if you're the Jade Dragons now fighting against this composition, Charlie, what are some of the things that you've got to do to maybe have a better chance of locking down Dardes and being able to fight into this Oni Warriors comp?
Well, I imagine Final K is going to be able to do what Final K does on the Rat, which is clear the wave and then leave. Like, you don't want to sit around in that lane too long. You don't want to fight up against the Lancelot. Use your global pressure. Go proxy a wave or two, invade some back camps, and then you can just ult the lane. You just hop across a couple trees, and then Dardes could be in some trouble. So warding, I think, pretty key here for the Oni Warriors, trying to keep their tabs on where this global presence is. But as long as the Morgan's looking towards the sky, you can also just transform into Rat and go up in the sky as well. There's a lot of different safety options here. I just think Final K should be on point with just clearing the wave, stealing some jungle whenever possible, and making those rotations to help out the team.
There's some power over in the solo lane, maybe putting a little bit of extra weight to Final K to try and get his team through the early game, get to the team fight stages out there. But once we kind of get to a 25, 30-minute point of the game, we are starting to get to this team fight stage. When it comes down to it, is there any maybe kind of clear favoritism for you on this one as far as that one's concerned? Because Morgan Hoonbats is going to be a dangerous combination to deal with just as one. Throw 2 of them out there. Could be dangerous. Oni Warriors, can they find game number 2 against the Jade Dragons? Let's jump over to Dave and Gore to find out.
It is bounce back time from the Oni Warriors. You do not want to give the Jade Dragons a 2-0 lead in a best-of-5 set because the difficulty in reverse sweeping the Jade Dragons, much less finding an individual game win over this squad, I don't think can be understated here, Gore. But I think it's also important for the Oni Warriors to stick with their style, and I believe they have done that here in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue even heavily so, right? They've leaned more into their style. I think Cuvo going for the Hoonbats plays more along the curve that I expect to see Cuvo play. Not super aggressive early on, plays out for the farm. Level 5 you can start getting active, but really we're looking a little more towards like level 9 maybe, where you're going to get a little more interactive, maybe even further than that for him. You got double Fear No Evil, if you so please, because of Dardes on the Morgan. You also have the capabilities of having a Rat Dunk or something like a Ymir Wall, Ymir Freeze, the Fields of Love. A lot of options for Dardes, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's either Nika, Cuvo, and maybe Final K that gets sprinkled into where those really are. But the amount of CC you can have in the middle of a team fight, especially depending on how this farm goes and early game goes, I think the Warriors here are in a good spot to continue playing, like you said, their style of Smite.
I still worry later in the game about Nika and Mike and how those two will interact. Nice little level 2 from Mike and Panda Cat. If anything, it'll just tilt the lane in their favor a bit with a health advantage. As the Jade Dragons were able to lean pretty heavily on their duo lane towards the end of last game. Of course, Pagon with the Fire Giant Steel. Really getting the Dragons back into it. The level 5 mark, or as you bring up, for both of these junglers, I mean, always is important. We always talk about level 5 and gank potential, things like that, but how heavily Cubo Fred changes Blink, Fear No Evil, that initiation. Gotta find somewhere to put it, but where do you put it? Pagon's got all of this disengage potential. Fine OK does as well. Panda Cat's got Sustain and Mike over in the dual lane. Cubo Fred was very quiet in game 1. Potentially worried about his chances here in game 2 to find the ganks, find the pressure early on.
Yeah, I'm really curious to watch how these go, especially like ganks specifically around like mid lane are the ones I'm going to keep my eyes on. Yu Huang is very safe, but hasn't been winning a whole lot. Not just this tournament, but in general. Oh! The tick damage's not going to be there. Fine, okay. All calculated, all planned. Nika actually takes a lot in
that
response.
one tower shot.
And so you got to be careful over here in this lane. No blink for either of these guys, so it's not like anything's going to change. But Scream and Cubo are in the jungle.
Yeah, Cubo Fred, remember, has blink. Scream does not. Oh, this could be a fun 2v2. If the Soul Laners they're letting the junglers brawl it out. I don't want to step too far forward. We got almost the same exact amount of health both Soul Laners do. Similar chance to get burned down by the opposing jungler. So it is a Totem of Coup battle just over the junglers and the Jade Dragons and Scream. Able to win that. Transformation targets, that was the topic of conversation on the desk and an early conversation for us here on the cast score. Double Fear No Evil seems pretty potent to me, but the ability to answer out Fine OK and some of that semi-global rotation is also a pretty good option.
You did?
Really good versatility here for Dardes.
I also think really good initiation on both of them, right? Like if you switch into a rat, you've got good initiation. If you switch into Hunbat's, also really good initiation. No one to really sideswipe. You know, sometimes like in the past we've seen like, oh, if there's a Scylla or a Poseidon on the other side, maybe you'll change to the mage for secure around objectives.
You don't know.
With a Yu Huang, so maybe something else that they're going to be looking towards. That one's going to be a mystery that can get solved. Very similar to these walls from Mike. Look, it's not giving them like a lot of pressure or anything, but it's been really solid. I think between the two of them, Mike on this Ymir. When you've got Hunbats who technically can leap over it, Fine OK, or sorry, Nika who can leap over it, Dardes who would have to transform to do it. Neil Ma actually, this is a fun interaction. Ganesh can run through player-made walls with his dash.
Actually, yeah.
It's something that's easily forgotten, but on his three, you can just go through those walls if you see them. And so it's very fun, and maybe we'll get to see that, maybe we won't.
I say we'll see one.
One instance of it?
I'll say we'll see one.
You know, it maybe already happened.
We'll see one semi-impactful instance of it, I think. Well, the problem is depending on which side of the wall
I clipped him.
Neil is. Like, if he's trying to help his teammates escape and he's running through it from the other side, he's suddenly putting himself in danger.
Yeah.
But if him and the entire squad are trapped out and you're going the other way, then it's fine. I'll say one. I'll say we've got one good remove obstacles from Neilma here in this game. Cubo Fred, level 5, won't use his Fear No Evil over in mid. Neilma also level 5, and so is Mike, so is Panda Cat. And the early ultimates used over here in the duo lane. Remember, Vote has ult as well, and after he sends Mike, he's going to be back in tower range. Dharmic Pillar's well placed. Yes, it is by Neil, and remove obstacles.
Wow.
That's perfect. You can't write it up any better, and the Oni Warriors get first blood. Vote feeling himself in his player cams. And Oni Warriors snag the first kill.
I'm going to keep it real with you. I don't need to add anything to that. You called it perfectly. They played that the way that they played it. And I want to say maybe a little bit of luck in there, right? Because of where the Heimdall ult places Mike. And that's the only little bit of luck in that. Otherwise, that's just clean play from the Warriors. And a really good first blood. Being able to find that much aggression, drop the Dharmic Pillars, relatively low cooldown in general, but even more so when you start factoring in maybe cooldown that could get built up by Neil in the future. So I'm expecting to see a lot of those.
What are you doing here?
Oh, talking about it.
What is this?
As a support, like, one of my favorite ults, especially in comparison to, like, Ymir ult.
What do you want?
Feels just so bad in game. Like, hey, I'm gonna sit here, do
What's
medium
this?
amounts of damage, admittedly in an
What are you doing?
AoE, so it feels pretty good. You get a massive slow from it, and that can be helpful. Good for like bursting things for a Ymir.
My cat's bugging me.
Dharma Pillars slows and lets you deal more damage to somebody who
cute,
walks
though.
through them. If they don't walk through it, guess what? They're caged. I mean, it really does give you like this multifaceted approach to attack. And if you hit it in the right spot, similar to what we just saw, but also on objectives, it just lets you shred in a way that otherwise wouldn't really be available to you.
Nearly from Mike on that wall. Dardas just able to sneak by the right-hand side. Yeah, the presence of mind from Vote to turn around, send Mike back towards the tower range, and then, of course, when Mike lands right in tower range and follow it from Neil. That's all perfect. That's a great 1-2 punch from the Oni Warriors.
That was.
And again, you saw some emotion
well
from
played.
Vote there in the player cam after that first blood rolled through. Gives him a nice little head start in the lane here. A few stacks over Panda Cat, probably a little extra gold, so you're starting to look maybe tier 1 ahead, something like that over Panda Cat if the lane continues like this. Now, I'm interested to see Vote on this Heimdall because, you know, we have seen Heimdall make big plays all weekend long. Relatively safe Hunter should be able to avoid some of the initiation from Final K and Scream. And you're really putting the ball in Vote's court here to scale up
Nika
in the
cam.
late game, be that carry for this Oni Warriors team.
Yeah, I'm just excited to watch, like you said, Vote playing it. Feels like it's one that...
You gotta talk in chat 'cause I
Feels
can't hear you,
like
but
a
you're streaming
combo
tomorrow?
often. If at all, I'd have to double check if he's played the Heimdall competitive this
Playing a
year.
lot of Poseidon.
Yeah, a lot. He's a lot of the mages over there. And like it's fun to watch again because what do you have? You have very hard hitting, admittedly maybe a little slow autos, but you mentioned the matchup versus like a Cupid. You've got some safety just in staying alive there. The Bifrost getting you out of there, using your CC immune ult to be able to dash away from Fields of Love. And admittedly, it's an effective trade, but not something you'd like to do often. But we saw the offensive pressure that it can bring as well up against supports or anybody that happens to stand in their way in terms of just taking you out of the fight for a little bit, potentially positioning you into a worse spot because of it. And so I think there's going to be a lot of fun there. There's also something to be said about the synergy with Neil's relic. And realistically, it's just that Neil has a good relic choice, and I needed a good way to swivel that over.
Yeah, for a lot of the dragons.
It's like, yeah, okay, who's got slows? A lot of them. Who's going to be applying them? A lot of them. You know, Fields of Love, Ymir in his ult, but also his passive, and then a ton of them. And you just... Cool, I'm going to pop this relic, me and my team, zoom on out of there.
Yep, yeah, it'll be important for the Oni Warriors. Especially with
Good to see
Final
you.
K sticking onto the back line, spinning around, applying the slow. I mean, so much of it from the Jade Dragons is about, yes, applying lockdown, the freezes, Fields of Love,
Get
that
your butt.
secondary effect. Final K with his stun, so there is hard CC, but a lot of setup to that hard CC as well for the Jade Dragons as the game ends up progressing forward a bit. Now, in Game 1, we had 2 instances of pretty hard objective secure between Poseidon ult, and I imagine we'll see that
Hey,
interaction a
stop
good
that.
bit throughout the game. Maybe this interaction looks okay for the Oni Warriors. Silence through from Neil, but Cubo Fred has pulled the eject handle. Cubo Fred has gotten out, and Neilma will as well. So tense moments over on the Oni Warriors red buff side of the jungle. Everyone remains stationary on the map and somewhat healthy. But Gore, in a Game 1 where we had a Kraken and we had a Circle of Protection and we had all these objective secure and steal opportunities, trying to look, I mean, I guess Mike, Shards of Ice is there, Dharmic Pillars can shred down, but as far as big instant burst, it's going to be more of a coin toss this time around. Auto attacks, loose abilities, things like that make all the difference.
And I'm excited to see how that ends up changing, because, like, how often, and you know, it doesn't happen too often for us where we get to see something make a big impact, like you walk up and they autoed it, and that's the thing that changes this team fight, or a Fire Giant or anything. But we did see it the other day, right? We saw, well, that was yesterday even. I mean, being able to walk in, steal something like a Fire Giant with an auto is the thing of dreams. Echrome was able to do it, and so I expect some pressure.
Oh, Fields of Love. Fear No Evil is good from Kivo Fred.
Fields of Evil.
Fields of Evil. That sounds like what Opwash's ult should be. Now,
Right?
Empty the Crypt sounds better.
Empty the Crypts does sound better. Fields of Evil.
But if it were somebody's ult, it would probably be Opwash's because you're just sending out a bunch of
Uh-oh.
things. Dharmic Pillar sent out
Okay,
by
wall.
Neilma. Wall goes up from Polar Bear Mike and a nice freeze on the Kivo Fred, but
Oh, Dardes.
so often
Nice
Seaforth
play.
here just kind of gets left alone. The rest of the Jade Dragon separating away from the Oni Warriors. Now 0-2 is Mike on this Ymir. After, you know, the J Dragons win game 1 wasn't wasn't a star-studded performance by Mike by any means. You know, 0-4, 0-5 towards the end of that game, despite the win. Hope not the trend that's being set here for the J Dragons support. This would be nice for Vote. You've already gotten 1 kill in this game. Can you hit your damage? Yes, you can. And over the course of the last 30 seconds, what a turn here in this game.
I mean, just clean play from the Warriors right now, right? I mean, it's exactly what we were expecting to see and kind of what the desk said, where they didn't need to change too much on field. It was a Fire Giant steal gone wrong in game number 1. And that's going to be harder to do here for the Dragons to maybe turn and coax things back into their favor. Nothing massive has happened on the back of the kill. I think we need to preface the conversation with that just because it's been clean otherwise, right? The Warriors have been able to find a ton in terms of map control. And when you get these kills, it's what can you do afterwards. So far, it's been a lot of neutral farm that is giving them some gold. And, you know, Vote 400, now 200 ahead.
Nika underneath the tier 1, but he's not alone. He's got Cuvo Fred, and Cuvo Fred says hello and goodbye to Fine OK in one fell swoop on the right side of the map. That is all set up, though, by Nika. Yes, Cuvo Fred gets the kill, but it's the last bit of damage. Nika has been running this lane over on right, finding the damage to set up for moments like that.
Holy hell.
That is a lot of damage on the Scream. So much of it, again, set up by Neoma on those Dharmic pillars. Gotta be a kill here onto this Pele. Nika will tank up the tower. Only a couple more shots remaining before he's got to get out. And in a couple of seconds, Gore, last time it was 2 kills. This time it's another 2 kills. Only Warriors finding these bursty swings.
Now here's going to be
not a huge gold shift.
Maybe the weirdest thing I think I've said. I almost prefer
in your life. I'm nervous.
No, not in my life. just for like analysis-wise, I might prefer Scream dying there than losing a Pyromancer. I think like losing Scream and not seeing an immediate objective pool from the Warriors otherwise keeps you within a closer gold range than if you lose the Pyromancer and Scream lives.
That's true, I guess.
And so it's this weird balance of like, in an ideal world, you don't lose either, but if you have to choose one or the other, I feel like Scream is maybe slightly more favorable just in that regard.
Pretty behind, though, now as he's 2 levels down from Cuvo Fred, who, again, over the last minute of this game has kind of stumbled his way into a couple of kills. Of course, right place at the right time, not taking anything away from Cuvo Fred. But Nika really set up that advantage over Fine OK. Remember Mike a bit caught out earlier on. And then a nice kill onto Scream after the fact. Yeah, maybe it works out for the J Dragons as long as the Dragons can hopefully get the Pyromancer at a later point.
Yeah.
But the Oni Warriors end up able to go back and get the Pyromancer anyway. And it's a bit of delayed damage by the J Dragons rather than not taking the damage at all. And you have to start looking at that because this nice gold lead, as Doug has showed us, has started to build up for the Oni Warriors. And you're at a point, Gore, where, yes, Pyromancer could be on the menu, but you're starting to maybe feel good enough about a team fight, and that's generally what starts to build up at the 15 or so minute mark around the Gold Fury. Cuvo Fred nicely underway in his itemization. J Dragon's not out of the woods just yet with these neutral objectives looming.
No, not at all. And again, maybe he's going to be more than that. Fine, okay. Still low. Nika almost turns around.
Wow, Nika's just doing so much, and Cuvo Fred rotates right.
Oh
my God!
What?
What is that? What just happened?
The monkey?
No, out of nowhere. Monkey bounce. That is so much damage.
That's so far away.
At all. And that is just so nice from Cuvo Fred.
And he's going in!
And he will
Oh
go
my
back
God,
in.
what is this game?
Cuvo Fred, unreal. Couple of kills onto the J Dragons, and he'll keep going. Might be another. This
Okay.
one goes to Nika. Nika's got to get his name in the paper as well. And what a series on the right side of the map from the Oni Warriors jungler.
Can we see a replay of the monkey, please?
They're just
That
playing
shit's
better
crazy.
than you right now. There's no other way to describe it. Like, that is a play made by someone who has played this character for more hours than most people have in Smite. Maybe the re-engage from the Dragons will be strong.
Yeah, Cuvo Fred. I mean, this is as low as you're going to get Cuvo Fred over the next few minutes, I think. But suddenly you're left alone. It's a silver linings kill onto Neoma. Cuvo Fred will escape, and Vote will add another here in all likelihood. A killing spree for Vote. 4-0 for Cuvo Fred. The necessary targets of the Oni Warriors getting fed here, Gore. And this is feeling like a knockout punch from the Oni Warriors at 15 minutes. They're up 10-1. they did end up getting that Pyromancer anyway.
I can't believe this. Because, again, like you, and I think we have the replay
Show
for
it to me.
Just to watch the teleport through. So already you see FinoK's low. And in this
Right
circumstance,
here.
if those minions,
That
if that one
No
minion
way,
stays alive
dude.
for too long, I mean, any of those minions, if they're alive
That's
a little bit
crazy.
longer, that does not happen. So really good clear form.
That monkey
really
bounce is
good teleport
ridiculous.
from Cuvo. And look, man, that's what you get. If you've been playing since launch tournament, that's the quality of play that you are going to get. And a previous world champion, right? Like, he's got it going for him.
I mean, Cuvo
Oh my
was.
God, that was
I
so
got your
clean.
belly.
Well,
I
now
don't even
he's
care
over
about this.
in there.
Yeah, who cares?
Could be another kill here, even.
Nah, I'm
Cuvo
too
wants to
focused on the
teleport
other
into
play. It was so good.
Thought he might take the teleport in. Look, in Cuvo Fred, he was like only above the supports on the damage charts in game 1. You know, ended with an okay KDA. Was more there to drop his ult and set up for the rest of his team with slows and damage, things like that. Ult exchange from PandaCat and Vote. Exactly. This is like chair punch performance from Cuvo Fred going on in game number 2 here. 4-0. And exactly, I think, what the mental of this Oni Warrior squad needed. Now, you need to close out this game. You can't afford to get an objective stolen or start to give away kills. Big opportunity for
Wow.
Nika here to turn around some damage. This Lancelot is strong, and Scream is learning that the hard way, but only has so many buttons. And that'll be a kill to Scream. But Oni Warriors get themselves a Gold Fury in the meantime.
And I think, much like you said, though, you have to be able to close this game out.
Got to.
Seeing a couple of kills go the way of the Dragons, not a big deal. One's on to Nico, one's on to Neil. It's not the end of the
What are you
world
doing to my phone?
for the Warriors.
You hold it down?
That's where things are going to matter. Like you
She's
said
holding down my phone with her paw while she rubs her
Unless
face
you-
on the corner.
either side. I mean, Pagon and Dardes technically
Goofball.
have some abilities that can hit pretty hard. Like you said, Shards of Ice if you want to commit to it, which realistically, how often are you using it in a team fight aggressively anyway? So it might work out pretty well for them there if the Dragons decide to do that. But you have such a good lead. It's just such good plays. I mean, it's been so crisp from the Warriors, seeing the way that they're engaging it, whether it's the first blood, you know, the Vote and Neil find, that play
Scream
from
has a bubble.
Cuvo. A lot of their little engages have just been so well executed on. Like you said, closing it out from here is the biggest deal. It's not a team that's unfamiliar with going around.
Maybe this is what you got to do if you're the J Dragons, is try to gank out Cuvo Fred, but
I tried.
you're just going to burn his Fear No Evil. And maybe steal away the blue buff. Nika steps forward to try to secure his own buff. Hard
What?
gets the stun, sprint out from Newmont.
He lived.
And so if you're a J Dragons fan,
Wow.
you're happy with still seeing this proactivity.
Yeah.
You know, despite a nice, healthy lead for the Oni Warriors, still trying to catch out Cuvo Fred, still opening up for opportunities. Because look, now there's no Fear No Evil. Cuvo Fred has lost his feeds. Sprint used by Nilma as well. If nothing else, it prevents them from using it against you over the course of the next few minutes.
Yeah, they're not out of this one. You
All
gotta
the
be
while,
careful.
Gore, the looming storm, the building threat of Vote over on the left side of the map. We've talked so much about everything happening on right. Vote has frolicked his way to a 3-0 start here on the game, a 2-level lead over PandaCat. Just wait until this Heimdall really joins the fight next. I mean, the J Dragons got to try to find those opportunities. Yes, you burn some utility. Come up empty-handed on the kills.
And for now, you know, you mentioned Vote. He's using ult for ult with PandaCat.
Yeah,
In the
versus
future, that
execution.
is going to be allowed to be used aggressively, right? Like Fields of Love in a team fight, depending on what's around you, specifically Neil with that sprint, might just get you out of there so you don't have to lose your ult. You won't not have to use your relics either. And so there's a lot that can favor you in some of those engagements, just in terms of being able to go ult for ult with PandaCat. But then setting your team up, knock up, the damage numbers that are going to be joining, has the Odysseus' bow, a lot that has been able to go their favor. And honestly, they're just going to keep looking for it.
Here comes Cuvo. It's an ultimate out of Polar Bear Mike. But Cuvo Fred has been frozen in place. He'll have to jump out and scream. Has found the priority target of Fear No Evil. On the other side, as Dardes has dropped the second of the fight. Cuvo Fred with his death cry throws out a Fear No Evil that actually might turn this fight around.
Oh,
And the Oni Warriors
close.
have equalized 1-for-1 in the jungle.
Only 1-for-1, but a lot of low health bars on the Dragons.
3 need Vote.
It just depends on
Dardes.
whether or not your confidence levels are there to jump under and dive this tower. And with Neil as tanky as he is and Nika going around, they feel some of the pressure going their way.
Only Hunter Ultimate still on the map right now. More team fight oriented from the J Dragons and PandaCat, but Vote of course, can pick out one of these priority targets. Pyromancer's going to respawn.
Good play.
And much healthier are the Oni Warriors, and Jade Dragons will send their way
Good
towards
play
the
by
red buff
Nika.
on the left. No Fury to trade out.
To allow for the tower to go
The
down.
opportunity for Final K. Of course, safe enough on the Ratatosker that you can afford to poke your head around the corner. So it ultimately ends up being jungle for jungle core, and shutting down Cubo Fred will always feel somewhat worth it, but you lose a tier 1 and a Pyromancer in the meantime.
Back up to
Oni
5,000
Warriors
gold
feeling
lead.
just fine.
Yeah, gold-wise shifts
Almost
and
5.5.
still skews in their favor. You had pointed it out to me when we last saw the net worth. I think the top
Looks
4
pretty
are
good.
all Warriors players, and the only one that's not up there is Neil because he's still down and
He's
in the
pretty
support.
far ahead of
What I think
Mike.
is funny is, yeah, he's still got almost 1,000 lead on Mike. And that's impressive for support play as far as it goes. Only 1,000 behind where Finoke is, so I think really good farming all around for the Warriors as a whole. And being able to find this amount of control, being able to keep it this consistent, finding, like you said, the tower. Even if you lose Cuvo and a little bit of the bounty that's going to be on him because of the 4-0, then you are still able to pick up and kind of offset a majority of that. And by a majority, I mean all of it and then some with the Pyromancer. Unless the Dragons are able to do something insane around either a Fury over there on left that's about to respawn, or since we're hovering around the right-hand side, a Fire Giant. I don't know many opportunities. I mean, being what, 5 towers for one side, 4 on the other. It's not like there's a massive advantage for the Warriors anywhere other than gold, but that gold makes a difference.
It's a good silence from Neo and a stun on to Final K. Great peel from Neomai. That's just kept Dardes on the map. Scream has been jumped on in the meantime. Nika continuing to buy space for the Oni Warriors. Dunk down from Final K.
Okay.
Doesn't get much.
All right.
Evil already been used by Cubo Fred, and somehow everyone lives, but Vote
What the
changes
hell
that
is happening?
immediately. Cubo Fred again, a long-range
He might die for that.
Dardes through the stealth on a killing spree.
Holy
Polar Bear
hell.
Mike gunned down for a double kill for Vote. And the Oni Warriors, 1 kill
Run,
shy
Pagon,
of the
run.
Tia side, get 4 of the Jade Dragons. And the Jade Dragons didn't even make a dent in the Warriors.
Yeah, Cubo, the only one low after that fight, just backs to base and heals it up in the fountain. The rest of the team got plenty of damage. Might as well get a Fire Giant. I think you've earned that one at this point. 4 kills and clean. Teleport in from Cubo. Good isolation and separation from the Warriors to make the Dragons not be able to peel for each other. Scream was chased off, almost first in that fight. But then the immediate rush down for the rest of them.
I'm playing like
and closing
the Jade
that
should
gap
be.
that
What the
otherwise
fuck?
would have been a neutral fight just to make it a win is huge. Now you're looking at a point where you've got Fire Giant on 5 people. This Fury is going to go down easily. You got left side tower thanks to minions, so really, really easy pickup for you in terms of, I want to say, small infusion of gold compared to what's about to happen, which is going to be the reset. When they leave base, there's a lot of buffs that are up, whether they grab them as Vote is first, or as I imagine we're about to see from Cuvo, probably grabbing them in a second when they leave the base for his speed. That's going to be your nice reset period.
Yeah,
Then
get
you're
some
going to get to
speed.
start running forward. Left side is always the easiest focus, just because, or not easiest focus, it's the best focus because of what it can provide for you and your team. Tier
Hi,
2
Lucy.
with this amount of a lead,
what you doing?
probably not something the Warriors want to
What the
defend.
cat
that.
doing?
The Dragons want to defend that. They could step up if they really want to. I don't think it goes their way. I don't think they like the feel of it. And I don't personally think it's going to be the call for them. Instead, I like things like this. Push up on right. If you can, and you have a little bit of time, maybe you can push
Need
down
food?
that tier 2, but you can at least get the minions in there. Go for a little bit of the jungle. I'm kind of surprised to see Scream as deep as they are, taking as much as they are.
Luce,
But
do you
let
want the food?
this happen while the Warriors are getting tier 2s you weren't going to defend
Your Jasmine
anyway.
does.
Mitigate some of your losses.
There you go.
Regroup as 5 for the Phoenix, in which case you've got Dardes, not a standard mage. Defense-wise,
I guess she doesn't want
not
food.
as good. I mean, it's a very narrow path here, and that's why things like the Poseidon last game, or in this case, the Yu Huang,
Now you
would
want
do really, really solid. But going in and getting aggressive for the Warriors might not work as well.
Still got to watch out for stealth, transformation, Hunbats, Fear No Evil from Dardes. Pile that on top of a Blink Fear No Evil from Cubo Fred.
Oh yeah, that's a big deal.
Phoenix or not, that sudden initiation from the Oni Warriors.
Wild.
Caught the Jade Dragons off guard. a couple of
Wild.
times.
Yeah, both my cats
And
are.
what a difference one
I seem to
game
be
makes
losing
here
my
for Cubo
voice.
Fred.
It's not great.
Wasn't quite on it in game number 1. Now
It
that
happened for like 3
plays
days.
Here in game 2, close to equalizing the series. In fact, it's Nika that
okay,
we've got to be
Nika?
worried about.
Alright.
It's his health
Well.
bar that we're concerned about. Scream gets peeled
Oh.
out by the Fear No Evil, and that's
Uh-oh.
giving 1 kill back
Ruh-roh.
to the Oni Warriors. Final K reinitiates. Cubo Fred unable to clean up the
Oh,
kill.
man.
Over on left, though, the Oni Warriors have won this fight, gotten a kill onto Polar Bear Mike. And Vote alone under the left side. Phoenix, where is Bifrost Crystals? He's going to either have to make a play or die in base. All of this for a Phoenix. The Vote has some good damage. Vote
Nah.
throwing it out. Uses the Aegis. One more auto. Not good enough. Panda Cat's on a killing spree. But now Dardes right
And now
back in
Dardes
the
just
mid
taking
lane.
the
Only
mid
Warriors gonna
Phoenix.
lose 3, kill 3, but get 2 Phoenix.
Just leave
Yeah, I mean,
Dardes.
that's
Just
what,
leave,
also,
dude.
Vote is potentially able to turn that into a
This is
deicide if he
crazy.
has either a little more health or a little more space. I mean, that is so close to being able to change things out. Cooldowns, things like that, all playing a factor in that. But you get 3 kills, right? You start that off with Scream. That's a really good play from the Dragons to kill off Nika, start the fight, chase out Dardes and Cuvo, force them to use their ults, feel a little awkward, get the kill onto Cuvo, but then you've been pulled out far enough, right? And suddenly it's easier to pick
They
up the
threw
second one.
that?
They get a kill
I mean,
on left.
I don't know.
And you know what? Vote's just
They
dealing
got
a
2
lot of damage.
Phoenixes.
That's going to open things up. You're committed. You got to kill high priority targets. Vote is on that list because he was at the time 6-0, then 7-0. You needed to isolate him and get rid of him. But I like the chase down in mid. Try to deal with Dardes, try to deal with Cuvo, and keep them under control. You lose the left side Phoenix. Then you have the recontextualized fight. Everyone's falling back because, oh no, we got to deal with Vote. He's high health. He's doing too much. We can't let him free farm. And like you said, they leave Dardes behind. And with a Fire Giant buff, playing as the Morrigan in a build like this, you're going to get just enough healing from either your
He's got
Chalice
the
or the buff
Polynomicon.
itself. You're going to be able to run back
18-6
under
and they
feel that
threw
feeling.
DPS.
Now you're in a spot, maybe
I
you can
mean,
go for a kill if you catch out
but they
Scream
used
there,
the
but
DPS. They
realistically,
got
I
their
wouldn't
2
be surprised for a
Phoenixes.
reset. 40 seconds
I
left.
think they
a little bit of a push on left.
lost
to make sure
2
that the
for
Fire Minions are in
3.
a good spot. Same thing for mid. Then you're going to
I
start
lost
seeing
3
the
for
wards
2,
come out.
rather.
A lot of
I
sentries
mean-
in the side of the Warriors. Going to be a field of vision.
They did
over
what they
on the
wanted to do
right-hand
with their
side.
Fire Giant.
And once they get that set up,
They
for
might have been able to end the
themselves,
game, but you know,
Fire
they
Giant-
ganked
Fire
Nika.
Giant
So
engage
what are you gonna do?
is really going to be where things
I
are
think they
at.
did pretty well for what happened.
Either way, I mean, the Pyromancer...
And Vote distracted them long enough
Probably
to let
That's
Dardes
and
take
also
the mid
probably
Phoenix.
the easiest thing to kill, not just on the map, but
That's
like
a good
right
play.
now, if the Warriors just wanted to, they could just do it and not really worry too much about it. And
Plays
again,
can
for the
always go
Dragons,
better, you know.
Not worth throwing your life away for. You just let this one happen.
They're still
See
winning,
what
but
you
it was
can
risky.
do. Blink,
Yeah, I suppose so.
beats, a lot of these
The
things are gonna
Dragons,
be
like,
available. Vote
defended
still doesn't
well,
have
you
relics,
know.
so if I'm the Dragons, Vote's
The
like
way they isolated one target and
Vote's
killed
like
him.
the guy to get rid of, maybe alongside that.
And then did it a second time.
Yeah, Mike is priority number 1 for the
Oh,
Warriors
the
here. Scream.
wall,
In the
though.
back line he goes, but it's the same story as before. He has killed off
The wall
before
blocked his
Scream is
ultimate.
able to get a kill on any of the Oni Warriors, and
That
Final
sucks.
K has just not been able to use through the Cosmos.
Scream's
to
getting
jump
wrecked
in on
this
the Oni.
game.
Gore, I mean, there's just simply too much damage. I mean, there's a full Titan's Bane for Cuvo Fred over Scream right now. The builds, the gold, all of it is just built up way too much. You're hoping for a pick there for Scream. Doesn't get it, and that's Fire Giant to the Oni
It's
Warriors.
fucked, yeah, probably.
And what very well could have been a 1-0 lead here in Game 2 for the Oni Warriors, but some good plays from the Jade Dragons give them Game 1. Very close to being tied up here after Game 2.
And at this rate, look, Cuvo, I don't even know if you need the help from your team, but where else are you going to put this pressure, right? There's 4 alive. Going just for the Titan with the Phoenixes down is a little risque. So I like this call, right?
Risque?
Are you worried about this gold? No. Titan health actually is going to be helped out
Gormizer.
by killing off that tower. But it's just easier to try and put some pressure on mid with Fire Wave and on the right side Phoenix. If you burn this objective or force a fight, you're going to be able to start something big for your team. And that's really what they're looking at. You've got all 5 dragons back on the map, back on the board. Phoenixes are going to respawn. You've got to play this carefully, but you still have a very, very wide
job,
advantage
Nika.
if you're the Warriors.
God, there are just so many players I want to shout out on the Oni Warriors right now, because I'm thinking about how a lot of these fights have started and how I was slightly
Yeah,
concerned
Phoenix was
about
very short-lived.
the Ymir Lancelot interaction for Lancelot, you know. Is Mike just going to be able to wall off the horse? How is Nika going to find his value? He said, yeah, I don't care. I'm just going to walk in. And
Lancelot's
Nika's
cool.
just been so strong for this team.
I like
Fred has
Lancelot.
filled a lot of that space. Dardes on point with the transformations. And Neilma,
Oh, shit.
13 assists. So,
Oh my
boom!
God.
What has just happened? The Jade Dragons have blown up Vote. And a fantastic start to this Phoenix defense out of nowhere in a Fields of Love has kept the Jade Dragons onto the map. Gore, I said they're simply too far behind, but I was wrong. The Jade Dragons, they wiped 3 members of the Oni Warriors. Panda Cat's on a rampage, and out of nowhere, this Cupid has come alive. And Gore, they can take down some of the Oni Warriors side of the map.
What a beautiful
fire
transformation
minions.
from Dardes, though, right? Into the Lancelot, tries to get away, but this is where those walls come in handy. If you can keep Nika
Oh my God.
just preoccupied.
What
You don't
just
have to win this
happened?
fight. You don't have to do anything. You just have to buy space. And Dave, with 30 seconds,
Did Scream just blow up
this
both?
is and this is the duality of Scream, right? So he's 3 and 7 as a KDA. That's not beautiful. But for that kill, he gets in there just quick enough, and all of that damage on Devote just had nothing to respond with. They can't win the game here, though. There were too many towers up, too many Felixes to do.
Nika's distracting
Nika
them.
wants to fight, though, and for good reason. He's got enough damage for Scream, or
Uh-oh.
does he? Or does he?
Oh.
Yes, he does. And Nika,
Oh, the
with
wall.
last tick
Oh,
of his
no.
time, pulls back one. Panicat and Dardes
Oh,
going toe-to-toe in
shit,
the
dude.
mid lane, and Dardes grabs one for himself, and suddenly it's the Jade Dragons who have overextended in the mid lane.
This game's
The Oni
ridiculous.
Warriors can breathe a sigh of relief here, Gore. They
Okay.
have now killed off 3 members of the impending doom of the Jade Dragons and have kept most of their base alive.
They should be able to get, with this wave and maybe a little bit of pressure,
Those are long death
should be
Yeah.
mid Phoenix. I don't know if you're going to get a game off of this. Like you said, long death timers, 30 seconds. Everyone's in mid. They're rushing. I see a ping on the Titan. You've got plenty of time to make it work.
got
I
5
don't
minutes on
know,
left.
though, if they're going to feel as confident with it. I mean, there's not a lot of damage. Pagon's going to be up in 10. They're going to go
They're so
through.
long. Look at, those are the
Take it.
longest seconds I've ever seen ticking off of death timers right now.
Better
Cooper
hurry if you're
Fred
gonna do it, though.
5 seconds for Scream.
loses his bubble.
Hurry if you're gonna do it.
Drops the Dharmic pillars down. Dunks fine. Okay.
Better hurry the
Corbin
fuck up
Mike
if you're
takes
gonna
a
do
trip. Transformation brings the Fear No Evil to the doorstep of the Jade
Ah!
Dragons, but damage has hit the
Oh, what's the damage?
Nearly not enough. Scream gets a double
Jesus.
kill. And a
Stressful.
momentary second of panic dissipates, and the Oni Warriors do indeed close out game number 2 and tie us up heading into game 3.
I've never been more thankful for the Titan pan because I was like, who is alive left? Who got the damage? I saw, I want to say a lightning bolt that comes by with an Odysseus' bow proc, but Cortez was standing over there. He had over half health, so like one more auto was all that was needed. He would have found it somewhere in the next 30 seconds. Still so close as far as defenses go. Almost a miracle play from the Dragons.
We got one yesterday, right? I mean,
Yeah, oh, wow. And just amazing from them there. Heart going. I'm trying to think about what just happened at the end of that game. The Warriors don't even need the end of the game. They just played that, like, a majority of that game better than the Dragons did.
Yup.
And then there were points when the Dragons finally start coming online. Like you said, gold deficit was a little too far down, but
They could
maybe
jump.
overextending a little with your Fire Giant, and then the Dragons also
job.
overextending a little without a Fire Giant. Trying to
job.
find those balances and get the wins where you can. But there's a certain point where it's just you're gonna fall flat. And unfortunately for the Dragons, it was right there at that mid Phoenix. They get aggressive. I think if they pull back and go for some towers, they maybe equalize some gold and keep things slightly in their favor. Back off, defend base, but the Warriors were just too far ahead. That was gonna be a hard one to fight back from no matter what.
Gore, this has the makings of a very fun set here. We are going in to game number 3, tied up. Oni Warriors 1, Jade Dragons 1. Desk will break down game number 2 right after this.
Do I get to go tinkle? Is that what that means? Do I get a tinkle break? I think maybe. I need to post on Instagram too. Damn it. Okay, be right back. Gonna go tinkle. I'm back, just in time. I don't wash my face. Some serious shit.
Welcome back to the Smite Summer Masters. Game number 2 goes over to the Oni Warriors. And one of the things that helped out, not just the Warriors and not just the Dragons in their game, but all of our pros who currently are all playing at home, they can all thankfully be playing on the same gear that they play here in the studio, brought to us by our friends over at Alienware. So make sure you go to smitegame.com/Alienware.
97
Use code
degrees today.
AWSmite09 to see the great gear
That's
that
too
our
hot.
players are playing on, whether they're here in studio, whether they're playing at home, whether it's our production team or us here on the desk using these laptops. It's fantastic gear. Thank you so much to Alienware. Make sure to follow them over on Alienware at Alienware on both Twitter and Instagram, and go to alienwarearena.com. Thank you one more time for coming back in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League to our great friends over at Alienware. It's J-Mac and Trelly here to break down game number 2 of our set. And there really doesn't feel like there needs to be much broken down. Cuvo Fred kind of just popped off the entire early game, and then luckily for Dardes, being the Morgan, gets to ride the coattails of his jungler popping off and have some fantastic plays throughout. They're able to get some objective plays out there. That final little 2 individual 2v1s that happened at the Phoenix after a little bit of a flub at the enemy Phoenix, Oni Warriors able to pull out and tie up the set.
Yeah, I gotta echo a little bit of what Dave was saying. There's not a single member of the Oni Warriors that I don't want to give some praise to after how that match went. I mean, Vote was absolutely frying in the late game. We saw a few moments where it looked like Vote should be dead, and he like grabbed 2 kills before going down. Cuvo was popping off, as you said, just consistently hitting these banger ultimates. Nika, top damage in the game, was creating so much space on the Lancelot. You were just talking about those 2 additional 2v1s. One was with Dardes, one was with Nika, both underneath the Phoenix up against 4, and they had the defense strong. The one fight the J Dragons won was pretty much just stopped.
You said
by Dardes
boobs,
and
you're more of an
Nika,
ass man?
respectively. And this
Okay.
monkey toss from Cuvo was so clutch.
Crazy.
Well, I
It's
voted
nice to just, let's just let the play do its work, you know? You
80085,
scream
which
with
is
a little
boobs.
HP.
I gambled. That I can't
So
gamble,
nice. I
but
shut up for a second.
No,
and
you
just watch
definitely
that.
don't. I mean, and that's a moment. Like it was fairly quiet going into that moment there. You know, we were both sitting there in the green room, just kind of occasionally glance up and take a look. And then we saw that happen. We both just instantly, what?
I remember going, what's good?
We're like, what's going on here? But that play right there really kind of ignited the fire under the rest of the Oni Warriors. They're able to
Impressive.
pop off through there. Voted 8-3 game. Quite a few big kills from
Dardes went
5-0
undying.
for Dardes, 7-4 for Cuvo Fred. All the carries of the team popping off as far as getting those kills. Frontliners really popping off on being able to get that extra damage out there, as you said. Top damage in the lobby. Nika on
Hey,
this
Lucy.
Lancelot. Neilma bringing out the defense there
The ant crawling on me.
this Ganesh. And so now it comes to a
Wonderful.
question for the Jade Dragons where if they come into the situation here. You know, they had to ban away either the E-Set or the Morgan. Which one were they more afraid of having to face off against? They themselves would be fine being able to pick up E-Set, considering they're moving themselves back to first pick yet again. By the way, now 7 games,
more fashion
all
weeks.
in first pick, have won so far today. It seems to be the common thread at the very least. But now for the Oni Warriors, they have to start asking some questions.
Always gamble
as
the
well.
butt.
Do they give the E-Set over? Do they maybe
But look, I
let
gambled
the,
boobs.
ban the
See?
E-Set, let the potential of more
Oh, I
come
lost
back
this
through?
time.
That way the Oni Warriors can grab it. Do the Jade Dragons take it away? All that and more can be answered as we jump into picks and bans for game number 3. A lot of decisions to be made and a lot of adaptations. And this is where the real fun of the best of 5 games start kicking off. We get 2 games deep. You're tied 1-1. You both know what works so well for your opponent in those first couple of games. Now what changes do you make as you move forward?
I mean, all I know is that I saw the cat cam from PBM, so I'm happy no matter what
That's
happens.
a cat cam.
Yeah, that's a win already. It looks like the Jade Dragons will be taking away Cubo's Daji, and then double banning out Dardes in the last 2 slots with the AMC and the Morgan. The Warriors are not going to let that E-Set through, and also double banning out Pagon with the Discordia as well. So that's going to have to be they're not coming through. I don't think E-Set's going to get through the rest of the set. And actually, the Jade Dragons will be taking Nika off the Lancelot, a pick that I think he's been having a ton of success on and been super annoying to deal with. That will give the Oni Warriors that top 2 of King Arthur and Nemesis if they want it. King Arthur's going to get locked in, and I don't think you have to think about this one too much longer. The Nemesis would also be big value here for Cubo Fred.
So Axe says kind of an extra little ban there by taking Pagon away. It really did kind of force the Dragons into that position of, do you want to give Nika Lancelot again? Do you want to keep, or maybe put Final K on that one? But then you risk giving up King Arthur on the opposite end if you do take the Lancelot. That was the trade that seems the Dragons were willing to make. With King Arthur Nemesis locked in for the Oni Warriors, option now goes back to the Jade Dragons. And it kind of makes you wonder maybe what mid-selection comes up, at least for Pagon, because we have technically 4, 5 if you want to include the Cabrakan in that count, I guess, as far as mid-lane selections have been banned away. With these 2 teams, I'm not going to necessarily consider the Cabrakan. If this was like the Valks or the Levi's, maybe in that case. But with now Discordia, E-Set, the Morgan, and a Muzen Cabal taken away, all of which have been prominent picks, it made me think maybe Merlin was up there, and it seems that it's kind of at least echoing that same sentiment for the Dragons.
Yeah, that's where my mind went to as well. Pagon did have a fantastic performance on the Yu Huang, but just not enough to carry the team to a victory. So looks like wanting some more late game damage, some good Fire Giant burn and Gold Fury burn as well. Just objective burn in just spades, right? So much of it for the Merlin. It takes a little while to get online. The early game of Merlin's not going to be the best, but if you're playing for that late game, which Artemis and Merlin are going to echo that sentiment, looks like not a bad lock here for the Jade
Yeah, no
Dragons,
Kepri, right?
Which means the
Not
Warriors have
banning
the option
Kepri
of
or
A,
Yamoja.
grabbing a support now before bans,
It's really weird.
or B, confirming a mid laner so they don't have to get
I don't know what
Dark
they're
even
doing.
further banned
Oh, you said
out.
King Arthur scary,
Well,
yeah.
specifically, they're going to grab Vote's pick in the Poseidon, but it always could flex back over towards that mid lane.
I don't know what they're
if
doing.
The Jade Dragons take away even more hunters. Chernobog was the case last time.
I think you should
It's
ban the
certainly
Kepri,
taken away, as
honestly.
well as the Chiron, for example. Even Uller is still prominent in that mid lane.
And Cupid's still
Let's see what
open.
Poseidon lock in for now.
And Chernobog.
Then
These guys are crazy.
bans come through. Ratatosker
They're
banned
getting
by the
crazy.
Warriors, just in case that Lancelot isn't going
Just
into
in
the solo lane,
case.
just
That's
in
what I was
case
going to
we
name
scream
my kid if I ever
to
had
get
a
that one
boy.
up for the jungle.
But I don't have any
Some
kids.
still flexibility with this Lancelot. It's never hard set that it's going to the solo lane. That's just where we've seen the majority of teams take it. Remember, dial back to the previous set. Captain Twig played it in the jungle as well. Ymir going to be banned away by the Jade Dragons. No support locked in for either of these teams just yet. And plenty of supports
And no
still
Kepri or
available.
Yamoja bans.
Kepri up there.
Xing
Definitely
Shen.
one of the top picks, top pans for teams. Yamoja still available. Fafnir was something the Warriors went to earlier. Ganesh as well. So still the pick of the litter for the
crazy.
supports. It's just a matter of how many the Jade Dragons decide to take away in that regard. As the Oni Warriors go into their final ban of the phase. I wonder what they'll target. If it's focusing towards Scream, could just go with the Pele and try and take him out off of something he's been comfortable with these last 2 games.
Yeah, in my head, at the moment, the Lancelot's a pivot. It could go either way, but if the Warriors locked in something like the Kepri, Final K would say, okay, Scream, take it, I want Achilles. And if not, they're just not going to go any other route. The Jade Dragons have been very lenient with letting through this Kepri on purpose because Final K has been having such a good performance on that Achilles pick. It just seems like the Warriors they're not going to take the bait. And actually, this time, the Jade Dragons will just ban it away, so maybe that says Final K is going to take that Lancelot And there's no way that Scream wanted to play it. That could have also been the option. Scream's like, just please
least they
don't
banned the
put me
Capri
in
in
this
the
game.
Mojo.
Like, I want the Tsukuyomi. I want
I'm deleting
something
people
that
tonight.
gets active early, which Lancelot can do.
These
Either
teams
way,
don't like
that's-
tanks.
For me, that's
Yeah.
what that Capri ban means. And now it's time for the Oni Warriors.
I mean,
to
their
show
second
their
round
hand.
of bans
Just
banned a lot of
grab
tanks,
a
but
support
I don't know
or
why they
heal.
didn't prioritize
Are they
them.
going to show us if that Poseidon is still going over to vote? It probably is, of course, and it will be the Fafnir, so holding on a little bit longer for that Hunter pick at the very least. Now the Jade Dragons can show the rest of this draft. I still think the Tsukuyomi looks solid here. It's always got a decent matchup.
can go back to
Poseidon.
Pele.
If you can Aegis the Kraken
If you think you're
after
not gonna
piercing
get,
Moonlight,
you know,
of course, you're in for a good
8
time.
deaths.
If you can't do that, you're probably going to take a lot of burst damage when you land in that.
He does look good on the Tsukuyomi, though.
For sure. Jade Dragons, with their final 2 picks, they're going to look at everything except for what could just be Dardis' pick, or, again, could be votes depending on what they pivot towards. Chernobog is still available.
Sorry,
Which would be an
I like
easy
making
pivot
noise.
pick for the Oni
Can't help
Warriors.
myself.
It gives us almost the exact same draft that we saw in game number 1 from them just earlier on. The Jade Dragons already have 2 of their carries, unless they decide to do a Chernobog solo or something like that for Final K, bring back a double hunter style of comp.
Oh,
But
no.
instead, it's going to be Baron and Kukulin.
Baron
cover.
support. Oh,
Baron
no.
over for PBM, something that he's found
Oh
success
my
on
God.
just recently.
Imagine
Against
genetics on
Ludo's
Kepri
Hex
here?
Combo. He
Yeah.
was able
Wow.
to find that matchup.
You have
That
to
was the game
prioritize
that they
genetics.
won in game number 3, and then Kukulin.
He's too good.
Budget King Arthur back for Final K.
Yeah, Budget King Arthur's back.
I mean, to be honest,
Surprise on the
Mike
Baron.
doesn't lose
Has
very
played
much on
with
Baron.
Very great success, which does mean that Scream will be taking
I think he's
that
lost
Lancelot
one time
position.
ever out of like 12 games with him.
Now, as you said, the Chernobog is certainly available.
Neil's like,
That is
deuces.
what Dardis wants to take into the
Gotta
mid
go.
lane. You're up against a Merlin, so not too much pressure from the Merlin in particular.
Wake up,
Of
Panda
course,
Cat.
Lancelot's gonna be able to come into that mid and make a little bit of pressure, but it will be the Shibalanke. So now it's time for the Dardes Shibalanke mid, and it's gonna have a little bit of pressure up against Merlin. You're gonna be able to influence the rest of the map, turning off the lights. Darkest of Nights, one of the best team fight ults in the game, just to muddle up the comms and make sure that the team fight doesn't go as planned. I think it's going to be a good bet here for the Oni Warriors to round off their draft.
Yeah, it's going to give them a little bit of extra team fight, being able to turn the lights out over everything else, really kind of disrupt the comms more than anything. Now, Dardis has played the Shibalanke a few times at least. So far has had 10 picks, a 70% win rate throughout his career on this god. So no stranger to the Shibalanke for Dardis, whether that be back when his time when he was over towards duo, and also we've seen a little bit out of it, at least in the mid lane specifically. But how do you kind of feel about the Jade Dragons team fight versus the Oni Warriors? I mean, we're looking at a very similar composition to what the Oni Warriors ran in game number 1. We talked about how good their team fight was then. How do you feel about the Jade Dragons going against this comp, Charlie?
I mean, I think the Jade Dragons are going to have to sit by the wayside a little bit. The Merlin and the Artemis are going to take time to get online. If you're looking for that 2v2 in particular, I mean, Scream and Final K have a great fight here. I mean, Lancelot, Kukulin, if you're fighting strictly off of the rage form of Kukulin, you're always
yeah, I
gonna
was
have a good
singing.
time
I wasn't
into the
listening to
Nemesis
anything, though. I was just singing.
Arthur, depends on how you're changing your CC,
I didn't mean
making sure
to.
King Arthur is immobile, stuff like that. And
Oh, yeah, he
also,
left the
Kubo
chat,
goes
yeah.
from
He
late
just
to
got
beat
up.
side is
He's like,
also
I
gonna
gotta
be a
pee.
little bit
I'm
going
out.
into the part of like how often
Good luck,
can you
guys.
show up on that solo lane, look for invade, stuff like that. But that seems to be the play here. The Jade Dragons want to play through solo, play through Final K, and then everyone else farm, right? Like I'll come rotate around. Just you wait. I'm gonna focus on Final K first. We're gonna look for blue buffs, that sort of thing. But we know when Baron Somni gets locked in, PBM's not sitting by.
No.
PBM is not sitting in duo lane, just sitting with Panda Cat, making sure to baby him. He is constantly setting up for the team, using those life of the parties to force out relics. I imagine probably sitting around that mid lane and constantly trying to find
Gotta forget
some
to
sort
post
of
on
aggression from Baron Somni.
Instagram.
Like I mentioned earlier, we did see PBM at least take this Baron Somni up against Hex Mambo. That was in the Game 3 situation they had against Hex Mambo. He went 0-0 and 7 that game. So while he didn't find any kills, was definitely a major setup. And that was the game that Jade Dragons just kind of steamrolled through Hex Mambo.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was the game that wasn't close, that didn't come down to a quadra kill at a jungle fight or a triple base race kind of defense there. That was just the clean, clinical play that we've come to know out of the Jade Dragons. So that leads me to believe that Jade Dragons want to get things started maybe a little bit earlier from that duo lane, maybe get things rolling over in the solo lane. It's tied up 1-1. Who's going to take the lead moving into
Who's
game
gonna do
number
it?
3? To do that, we're going to throw it over to the casters
Their
to
team
watch
fight is
out.
good, but I don't know
That's
this is
right,
interesting.
Dave.
Yeah, it should be
I knew
interesting.
it would break him. What a random sound was gonna break me. Go, is that unbelievable?
Is that a random sound? It's an uh-oh.
Is that That sounds very familiar to me. I don't know what it is, but game number 3 for between Jade Dragons and
Gor's
the
such a
Oni
nerd.
Warriors.
And he owns it.
And what an important game 3. This is our second tiebreaker game 3 of the day.
Dardes
Remember,
on
best of
Zablanke
fives.
in mid.
So the winner just gets the one game in hand. We went back and forth in our first set of the day.
Okay, I think I'm going to post
We're
this
following that trend
picture
with
from
Jade
the
Dragons
set
to
of
win here
MASH.
in game number
You know the
3.
show MASH?
And they brought out a pretty fun competition.
I think I might
to
post
give
it.
themselves a chance.
It looks similar to one I posted
You know,
before,
it is
though.
really weird to think about the fact that it's always been
Hold
first
on.
pick so far today as well. Like, that's 7 games in a row is actually a lot to have that
It
happen.
does look similar.
In comparison, again, and it's not like it's following a trend from last week. It's not even really following a trend from yesterday. I'd have to double check just to be sure. I'm excited though to see what this one has to offer. Again,
Does it
Kibo,
look
I think is good
too
on
similar?
Nemesis. Dardes, I mentioned it earlier. I'll say it again. One
I
of the
think it
best
does.
hunter
I think
players
it's too
in the
similar.
league, even though
Shit.
he is a mid laner.
I'll decide later.
Theoretically, those should not go as easily hand in hand as
I wanna
they
watch
do
this.
specifically
Okay.
for Dardes. But I'm also really excited. I mean, look, there's tons of Baron's Brew. I feel like necessity is to mention PBM on this pick because for a longest time, he had, he had not lost on this pick at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it had worked out really well for them, like consistently in every single matchup. Now, though, again, things have kind of shifted, changed for him. It's
Remember when
lost,
Mike
what,
used to
170
play like
plus
Hercules support
total?
and was
So
dominant?
It's not the undefeated Baron Samedi
I remember those
support
days.
from PBM, but it is
Back in
still
like season
really
7.
solid. I expect that's going to be a little problematic, not only because the Baron's Brews
That's
I
good
think
times.
are incredibly helpful, but now you've got a mage to help balance out some of the clear. Like Artemis has okay clear on her own. You know, Suppress the Insolent only hits 3 minions unless you can group them up really well. But Baron Samedi is going to be able to match a Whirlpool in terms of clear, and as they level up, they should be able to get some.
What have I
just a
learned
little
from
bit of pressure
Smite?
there
If
from
your
that
solo is
stun
winning,
from
you
the
are.
Fafnir, maybe with a Kraken later at level 5.
That's very wise, Yoda.
To win a fight. But otherwise, I think that it should be a dragon.
I'm terrible in solo lane. I get wrecked in solo lane. Actually, I wouldn't really know. I haven't played solo lane in so long because
Pay that much attention to him
back when I did, I wasn't as good probably, and I'd get wrecked. I probably still get wrecked
Yeah, so
now,
there's poke
but
damage as well as some sustain from
I don't really
Igor
play in solo lane.
through this Baron. And I wondered with the mask change
I'm almost always mid or
how
ADC.
much we would see mask get picked up.
Sometimes support.
You know, obviously a starter item now. And the power curve is a bit
Rarely jungle,
smoothed out,
but
depending on
never,
which
never
mask you're
solo.
going. And so Mike will start off with the mask build this time around.
Maybe I should try
He can
solo
do
again.
AG things in lane, and then become more
If your
utility a
wisdom
bit
is
later
true.
on in the game. So keep your eyes on that build for Mike, and what it may end up looking like a bit later on. And then also we get another look at Lancelot, but for the first time, it is not Nika out of the solo lane. Instead, it'll be Scream in the jungle.
Getting comfortable again.
And going back to the nemesis for Cubo Fred, the jungle dynamic.
The Dumbo
Super
dynamic.
interesting here in game 3.
Yeah, I think Scream should be able to get pretty hands-on throughout this game, right? And we'll see.
Ooh, I like it when they get
Cubo's
hands-on,
going to kind of
know what I'm
ride a
saying?
curve into a late game power spike. Around level
Kinda
5,
weird to see
you start
Scream on
getting,
Lancelot.
a little more active, right, with the Nemesis, because your ult is going to be able to enable a little more damage being dealt from yourself as well as the people around you.
I prefer
But when I look
Jung,
at it, you know,
but I
Merlin
barely
can
played
get
Conquest in
away or
Season
at least
4.
create
Oh
some
wow.
space. The slow is going to be helpful there. Lancelot can get away. Fine, okay, should
I think
be
jungle
able to
is
get
more
away
fun.
most of the time, even with your ult. And so maybe
Oh yeah,
it's
we like
Mike and
hands-on.
Panicat that are the
Wink, wink,
easiest
nudge,
for
nudge.
Cubo to put some pressure on.
Know what I'm saying?
And early on, being able to get pressure in the duo lane, when you have a Kraken, that means that you should be able to open up pretty easy early Gold Fury pressure as well. Burn, you know, you talked about it earlier, and I think me and Myth mentioned it yesterday.
I don't think I've played
when
much
we were
Conquest
looking at
lately.
The
Not in Season 9.
Fafnir plus a Hunter plus the
I've mostly been
Poseidon.
playing like
Poseidon,
Joust.
you know, going into level 6-ish, plus a Coerce, plus a Shibalanke,
Not
should be
Joust.
able to burn the first, let's say, 75% of a Gold Fury down, then Kraken to finish it off. The Dragons don't really have anything big to contest.
I was a little hands-on
And
earlier.
So if you can get
You know what I mean?
some good pressure, maybe a kill or 2, ideally, on the left side.
It was
the
getting
Warriors should
distracting,
be
so I had
able
to
burn
take care
down,
of it.
Gold Fury
Yeah,
in
jungle
no
you get
time once it's
to you get blamed for everything. Yeah, that's true.
And Dardes over
Definitely
mid as
true.
well, and he's got some good pressure building.
Everything
up
is your fault. True
on
jungle.
Pagon. So Shibalanke mid.
Why weren't you here when I was getting ganked? Why didn't you gank when I was ganking?
Not often we've seen Dardes.
Why are you stealing my farm?
Kind of my final thought on the jungle. I am surprised that Cubo Fred didn't just
Kinky?
try to run back and forth here. 'Cause remember, it was pretty quiet.
It was a
game
little
one on
kinky, I
that
guess. I
Nemesis.
don't know.
Some good
That's
assist
pretty
value
normal.
for the
That's
Oni
pretty normal
Warriors
for me.
before that game got out of control. Oh, just so much more active on Unbats and really.
I remembered to mute
started
myself this
everything
time,
for the
so
Only
it was
Warriors
good.
in game
It was
2.
responsible of me.
So I think he's got a little something extra to prove here in Game 3 to the Jade Dragons and his squad that this Nemesis is going to work here in this set. But again, you're fighting against history.
Yeah, Juvo usually looks pretty good at
first pick,
Nemesis.
and it's just looked so good throughout the set. And I think it's worth talking, Gore, about
And
not
Nika on
only
the King
lane
Arthur.
game
I mean, they have a good draft,
with Baron
honestly.
Zombie, but it's point later on in the game and team fighting, individual picks, things like that. You can tether, you can wrap some individual targets, but feels like the disruption.
Final
of
K
that
running
Mike
solo
party
true
provides
skill.
Mike is in a good enough spot to
Yeah.
be able to use it and stay alive.
I don't like Colin. I don't really know how to
X
use him.
factor here for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, I think that, you know, in
He
terms
always
of-
confuses me.
I think individual CC, right? Like a single target stun when you.
I actually don't play
actually
many
pull them
warriors
in.
at all.
That feels pretty solid. And sometimes we've seen, especially in matchups against the Baron, a tank.
I know how to
Neil who's
Bellona.
gonna say, cool, I'm gonna
I know how to
run
Hercules.
into it to stop the pull. But a lot of the times, the Baron, it's not just the stun part of it. It's the
can,
pull.
like, Sun
And
Wukong.
you'll see, and maybe Mike will do this later.
Put these
pulling a
clowns,
couple,
like
a
King
group of people
Arthur
in,
and, like,
flicking to the side, pulling them in, just
Kick
keeping
Colin.
that CC kind of
I don't use
persistently
them.
on them.
Tier,
and
nope.
constantly making it too awkward for them to try and escape.
Whoa, Blink on to Vote.
Vote?
Immobile assists Poseidon.
Holy shit.
Takes a lot of damage, and the fade away from Scream is good enough for first blood. Life of the party. On to Cubo Fred, and the double dash from the Nemesis secures his escape.
Rip vote.
How about that for first blood? Jade Dragons blink in.
Just watch.
Straight
I
in
love
start
your
us
Smite
off.
knowledge. Hot, by the way.
Things I said Cubo
Thanks.
should try to do over here. It's like, hey, you've got some immobile people. Maybe you should take advantage of that.
That's
Scream
what I
said, yeah,
do,
don't
you
mind if
know.
I do. Comes over. Look, Vote's just
I
not
know
gonna
what
be
the
able to
guys
escape that
like,
one. Drops
you
the
know?
Kraken as well.
They like Smite
I mean, it's a good
knowledge.
blink, and considering how contested
I've just been
I
around
think
it for a
this
while.
first blood is going to be, that's a great way to start things off for the Dragons. You get Vote a little bit
I actually learned a
behind
lot
in
by
terms of
watching the Pro
experience.
League.
Still hasn't been able to finish the Doom Orb. The power of this Poseidon is rotations. Versus now, you know, Panda Cat's just now backing. I have to assume he's about to get the full Transcendence online to be able to, put himself ahead.
He got
in
that
terms of
trans.
itemization. That's
PBM
gonna get him
already
stacking
upgraded his
fast,
relic.
can get him-
His
maybe
meditation.
not in a position of one-on-one and 1v1
Fully upgraded.
super early on. But I do like his odds in some of those circumstances. If Kraken isn't there,
That's
you
crazy.
can just take the fight to him. A
Jasmine.
good stun from Tusky,
Don't you
plus
step on the
suppress the
mouse.
insolent, plus just straight up your
Don't you
damage
do
as an
it.
auto attacker should be able
Don't
to
do
kind of
it.
limit things down. Poseidon doesn't have like a lethal way, so trap helps favor you as well. I think that getting even a small lead over there is a nice,
You lay
pretty
down?
big gap overall for Panda Cat. And
Please.
if Scream shows up over there again, it should be another
Hot
pretty big
model. Oh, and
Gore, it's
Smite
always
knowledge.
fun when-
You know what the nerds like.
When Doug kind of speaks to us through his
Thanks.
hovers and things like that. I don't know if it's what he was trying to tell me, but he did bring notice to the pacing now of the builds for the Jade Dragons.
I do seem to appeal to
Hovers,
nerds.
Transcendence over the Warlock
I
stack,
probably am one,
Thieves,
you know?
no Transcendence for Panda Cat. So despite a pretty active start for Scream,
But I don't really care.
looks like everyone outside of Final K wants to spend some time.
I'm
build
like a
things
cool
up.
nerd, you know?
And maybe you're
Like Trelly. Trelly's like a cool nerd.
Aren't gonna have this big counter
And
punch over the
Dolson.
next few minutes, and you should have some time to.
You're stuck with
stabilize,
Ares.
but
Oh no.
Could happen to Mike here as the Kraken drops down, but
I don't like
Mike
Ares that
already
much.
cancels out, and Mike will be A-OK.
He's okay though.
Yeah,
But
just some CC immunity, right, for Mike to get out of there.
the coolest.
And then kind of maybe showing
so
him
nice.
the hopes of what the Dragons have for the Warriors, right? The coffin that comes out, they're trying to put him down.
I think I might try to start maining Baba
That's what I
Yaga.
wanted to do. It's going to be
think.
fun to watch, I think, as this game goes on, how often that Kraken is used offensively, you know, in a team fight, when it's used for Gold Fury or a Pyromancer or more hopefully a Fire
Baba
Gun,
Yaga.
things like that for the Warriors.
She's like kind of
Burn
creepy
because
though.
of Fafnir I mentioned earlier.
She is so
versus
OP,
Murray
right?
on
It's
the
because
other
she's so
side.
unpredictable.
And that is enough to offset.
You never know
a
what's gonna
Fafnir
come
plus
out of her
anybody. I think that's
with her
gonna be
abilities.
a lot of fun damage. But
And
that
she like
also
auto
means that if Vote is
stacks,
present and that
stacking
Vote is
items.
available at any given time, objective
And stacking items are like the most powerful items there are in the
But if
game.
you're
So I mean,
Scream, if you're Pagon, especially if you're Panda Cat,
you should people
if
with
you
her.
get
Yeah,
caught
me
in a
too.
whirlpool,
Me too.
and that Kraken's able to come out, and you
Mhm.
don't have an Aegis or anything like that. That's a lot of free damage. That
I'm
Vote's
pretty sure
gonna
the
take
last
to a
game or
fight.
one of the last games I did with her, I went godlike.
Theoretically, isn't going to kill anybody, but it's going to set them up to just fall like dominant.
For sure, I was 14-0 before I
And so
died.
Vote's rotations, especially now that the Doom Orb is finished, I think could become a really good linchpin for the Warriors to rely on.
Gotta use it though, because I think back to game one when we saw this Doom Orb. And just the tendency of ADCs in the meta of ADCs.
That's a good flicker, Pagon. Merlin's really fun too. I like Merlin a lot.
Chilled in lane gore for another 10 minutes, and so utilizing.
Talk to me dirty again, LOL.
I'm worried about whether or not we've seen that happen with this.
Which means talk about Smite, right?
Yeah. Polar Bear Mike. Scream gallops over into the mid lane as well, but a quick stun and dismount from Neilma slows down any further aggression.
That was a good disengage.
Seen some presence from this Nemesis up to this point. Little 3v3.
Yeah, Nemesis is doing all right so far.
Again, it's
okay, Scream. What's he doing?
That's undeniable.
What's the Scream doing?
Fred will pull the eject handle, double dash on out. About half of his HP in tow. And of course, the safety of the Xbalanque will allow Dardes to stick around a bit longer. And ultimately, it's just pressure and some stolen farm from the Jade Dragons.
And honestly, I like the way that the Warriors are playing this, because like you said, it's going to be a little bit of pressure on the jungle and some stolen farm, but they're going to go for the fight even deeper. No, the Warriors want this.
Yeah,
what is happening?
Marching
oh my God, Neil.
Knock up on the back line of this fight from Finoke, but Scream.
Holy hell.
Left alone with a few members of the only
hey, Neil's going to die. Okay.
Chance at the first kill of the fight. Instead, it goes to Pagon, and now lonely King Arthur with a few members of the Jade Dragons.
Good luck, Nika.
Read from Pagon to cut off Nika on his escape, and a double kill over to the Merlin. And the Jade Dragons.
Yep.
Nice fight in the jungle with two
job,
more
Merlin.
kills.
I can amend my statement now. I like what the Warriors are doing until
I like stance switchers.
I mean, that is
like
just
Merlin
a moment where
and
yeah,
Tiamat.
I like the idea
that's really fun.
behind getting aggressive there, but I don't know if that's how deep you want to dive. Right? I think the minute Neil transforms, they want to fight, but if you're walking forward to leap over that wall, the minute it becomes, do you make that jump? I don't know if you go with it.
Yeah,
if you're
I don't think you should have jumped in. That was crazy.
Dash out, but if you're Neil and you leap, you're just over there now.
Yeah, and you can't leap back out.
Engage. So unfortunate for them, I think that they dive that deep for them. Because otherwise, I was going to say, it wasn't that bad of a position. They weren't giving up a lot of kills. They were kind of showing face for these fights and not letting the Dragons get very far ahead.
It was overly
now,
aggressive.
The Dragons have a little bit more free reign over a pretty hefty majority of the map. I mean, they can walk into the jungle. Mike just stood at the purple buff with no qualms about it, despite the fact that there were two people on the other side, because there's really not a heavy amount of control that I think the Warriors are allowed to exude for minutes now.
And Gore, that's a fantastic team fight from Pagon, who now grabs a couple of kills on this Merlin Warlock staff into the staff of Mirrodin. I believe Red, this King Arthur ult near perfectly. If my eyes didn't deceive me, he gets the burn kill here. And then Nika's trying to escape and either just stands in front of the ult or flickers in front of it.
Flickers.
No, he flickers in front of it.
That's
that is
so clean.
such a nice play.
That's so good.
And keeps Nika right where he's at.
Wow.
And a nice double kill for Pagon.
That's crazy, Pagon.
And that's
okay.
so important for the Jade Dragon score. The mid laner
some high-level play right there.
The young gun. Think about how dynamic this squad was when Pagon first joined this team. Need some more of that here to beat the Oni Warriors in this best of 5.
That's a rookie, by the way, making that play. I mean, that's insane to think about. To grab someone. Flicker doesn't have a long range on it. You have to be in a great spot. So I think really, really well played from them. And showcasing the strengths of the Merlin, not only in that team fight, because you got to see it against Neil at the beginning of that replay, the burn damage that this Merlin can provide.
Game audio?
You get to see it there on the Pyromancer.
Game audio? Hello?
Shreds through objectives, shreds
Hello,
through
Jade
tanks.
Dragons.
And so I think that's something that they've got to be worried about. Pagon's popping off on this for now. I think it has potential to continue growing there.
Hello, body block.
Pyromancer, you mentioned Gore goes over to the Jade Dragons. Merlin is
flicker body
such
block.
an interesting pick where, I don't know, Pagon adjusting his camera, making sure we can all see the.
Yeah, it's
the
very
guy
important to
piloting
adjust the camera right now.
2-0 Merlin. Where there's a variety of different ways you can build the god and different times in the game where you really feel like you're hitting those power spikes. That is the most fire stance I've seen out of a Merlin in a little while,
Yeah.
and it works out for Pagon.
I use fire stance a lot on Merlin.
13-minute mark in a really good spot in the mid lane, and really just across the map now for the Jade Dragons. So the Oni Warriors got to look somewhere here, Gore, because it has been a slow, methodical burn to the Jade Dragons to the tune of 2,500 gold.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you mentioned it because very much like what you said, when we first saw Merlin, you got Arcane Stance / Void, and you got Ice Stance, right? And the only time, and I remember hearing Aggro say this a ton when it was happening, the only time you would ever see fire was if it was at Fire Giant or add a Gold Fury, right? When it's like, we're going to burn something that's just going to stand there for us. Very easy to hit. I think that players have gotten a little more adept at kind of weaving those in. Again, it's very difficult. The cooldown on your
I use it
stand
against
switch
players all the time.
isn't massive, but it is enough that, for the most part in a team fight, the first volley of abilities in whatever stance you're in are going to go out. You're going to swap. You're going to get a second volley immediately. You're going to get another one in that second stance. So whatever you choose your 2 to be have to be impactful. So if you're going to swap to fire, you better be certain that that fire is going to be able to do a lot for you, because otherwise you're now in this awkward spot where, again, low cooldown, but still just long enough that you're kind of stuck in it. You have to do another.
Wow, okay, Scream.
Oh, Scream. I couldn't tell if Scream was scared or excited just now. He went up. 3 members of the Oni Warriors lost half of his health. Vote. Can you get in range for a Kraken? No
Nope.
chance. There's simply too much.
They're just
burn
running
from
over him.
Jade
This is
Dragons.
crazy.
And look, you
Okay.
have a Poseidon on the left side of the map. You're hoping, if you're the Warriors, that you're going to be in range to at least contest, drop a Kraken, see if you can contest the Gold Fury.
What's your Smite
Hasn't been
account?
the case. Mike with
I have
immunity and
8
life of the party.
Smite
Backs
accounts.
away. Final K in for some extra peel. Gotta be the first kill of the game for the Oni Warriors, and it is.
That's the
Mike
same as my username on Twitch, though. It's my main account.
attempt from Fino K. This time Nika's ult intentional
Oh.
onto Fino, but the roar keeps him out of the CC. And the Kraken won't get a kill this time. Just the one for the Oni
Well,
Warriors.
the tower's going down, so that's not really, yeah.
I do like the pressure, though.
Can't
from
really
the
back
Warriors.
there.
Again, just making sure not to give up anything with absolute freedom. If the Dragons get the Fury and then walk away without
So you can add
any
this one.
scratches, that's going to be a bad look for you no matter what. 16 minutes in, you have to be able to bounce back. Getting a tower as well as being able to find a kill, even though it's only on a mic, but a kill nonetheless feels like it's going to be worthwhile. Panda was slowly rotating over as well. I was wondering if the Dragons wanted that to continue going and try to bait a little longer for the Warriors to be kind of stuck in the engagement, and then boom.
I pretty much
decide
use
to
this
step
username
up,
everywhere
take the
online.
fight over towards the Dragons, and-
So
sorry,
you can
towards the
find me
Warriors.
YouTube and
Panda
Facebook
Cat
and
dropped stuff
Instagram
in
and
3-4 man
Twitch
stun
and
whatever, yep.
Twitter
Could've been
and
cool. They decide to call it off, right? Once Mike goes down and the tower disappears,
porn
it becomes a lot
sites,
easier to fall back.
games.
And it does kind of set the scale and maybe the pace for the next couple of
Whatever.
minutes, right? Pyromancer's going to be back in not too long, a little over a minute on that guy. And so you have some farm to look towards. You have a Trebuchet in mid. But if
Oh,
you're the
Discord,
Dragons right
that was the
now,
other
it's
one.
just trying to find maybe some equalization in map state, as well as trying to find that pressure in the lanes that then allows you to kind of exude that force onto the jungle.
Cuba Fred has done a nice job of farming up here in this game. Scream has been the one looking for scraps. Might be able to look for a kill here. Vote takes a whole
Okay.
massive damage, but
All right.
Kraken separates out.
Aw.
Continued dive from the Dragons. No red buff to be invaded, but Oni Warriors score not even feeling safe on their own side of the jungle. Blink in from 2 members.
Jeez, dude.
No chance you see that coming.
Chill.
Dardes doing his best to disengage, but Fino K has got red in his eyes.
Really
Underneath
does.
The tier 2 tower goes to Kokoen. But luckily for the Oni Warriors, Xbalanque safe enough to survive. But how about that? Look at the blink timers for Fino K and Scream in sync and on top of Dardes.
And honestly, again, I love this. If Mike gets out alive, they'll be fine, because you get a lot of pressure. You get a tier 1 in left, tier 1 in mid, and potential for a Pyromancer. I love this even more, though. Kraken not available. But I don't know that anybody's going to be able to step up in time. Fino K's here.
They'll probably just let it go.
Commit to just a Pyro.
Gotta make your small battles count if you're the Oni Warriors. And Pyromancer, given the way that this game is
Well, at
going,
least you're only
a
down
relatively
3,000
small
gold now.
battle keeps it right around 3,000 in both gold and experience.
I guess it's not terrible
You mentioned
for 18
scale,
minutes.
Gore. Let's talk about scaling. Oni Warriors, I mean, they've got Dardes in the mid lane here. Vote is always just going to get stronger. The Kraken's eventually going to hit harder. But is that just an overwhelming advantage over the Jade Dragons to the point where the Warriors can say, all right, we can survive, tread water for 15, 20 minutes. We'll finally be stronger than the
You okay?
Jade Dragons. Or the Dragons got a better late game comp anyway.
I mean, you've got Kukulkan as far as engage. I think Mike has to be thrown out there because he's going to get tankier as time goes on. But I'm really paying attention to this Kukulkan, level 17 already. Feels really solid. I think with
Yeah,
the
Michael has 2
Lancelot
items
as
online.
well, you feel like you've
Put
got
all his
some
money
really
into his
good
relics.
starters for the Dragons to get fights going. And then you want to talk about late game, like you said, Pagon and Artemis.
They're
right?
2
You've
really
got
good
the Merlin
items,
that's
but
gonna
still.
burn down people, has been burning down people.
Husky hurts
And
too.
then, yeah, not only just Husky, but like the autos that you're going to have. I mean, at this point, you've got the Executioner, you've got your Chin size online, charged bow, so you're going to be hitting really fast. Won't be surprised if Silver Branch is the next item.
You are
to
feeding me. I'm Aries
and
crapping
not only
on
that, how much damage
Lamos.
it's going to be when you pop your
I'm not
stim, all of a
feeding
sudden
you.
It becomes an attack stim as well as just attack speed. So it
I mean,
feels
like,
that's
unless
going
you want
be
me
a
to
really
feed
good
you,
horizon
you know?
for the Dragons in the late game. And with this lead, right? It's kind of
Open
factoring
up.
that
Here comes the
in as well.
airplane.
With the gold that's in their favor,
Meow.
feels like it's going to be
No?
really cool. On the other side, you know, Mike's a couple
This is
levels
feeding
down,
you.
but you still got to coerce. You still got 2 relics, not what matters most.
Scream.
Oh my gosh, leave Vote alone.
Now we have seen this. It hasn't made
Oh, he's
Scream
dead.
pay just yet, but finally
That's hot.
Warriors able to call Scream on his
Thanks.
over-aggression. That's the first kill of the game for Vote.
Okay, Panda Cat's dead.
Panda Cat, and the dive is good, and the Oni Warriors out of nowhere show up in force, and Gore 5 seconds
That was good.
to the Primal
They
Fury
needed that.
spawning. But a reset from the Oni Warriors. They've got a little bit of time, 30 to 45 seconds on the Jade Dragon spawn.
They probably should have gone straight to Oni.
Right, you've got a 3v5 for 30 seconds. I think that this is a good call to back.
They're already on the left
wait
side.
for the Fire Giant, because you get one of 2 options. Fine, okay, PBM, Pagon have to fight, and you either get a kill or maybe start a Fire Giant, or they get aggressive, or they let it go. Sorry, the opposite. They don't start a fight, and you're just able to get that. Kraken.
If you're gonna start it, you should probably start it
should be like, what,
immediately.
40 seconds left before it comes back.
20 seconds. It's a potential coin flip until then, but this may be the only Warriors
Not if you can zone him
only
out.
chance to get back into this game. Brilliant from Fine OK, but you still don't have Panda Cat in this fight. Fire Giant's been lead.
Okay,
Slow down,
Neil,
but Neil
chill.
is so low on the back on, and he's dead.
Oh
He's
my
dead
God,
to
dude.
Pagon. And Polar Bear Mike is stuck around. Fire Giant does go to the Oni Warriors.
Nika.
falls second as well.
Chill.
And the other 3
Chill,
members
Nika,
of the Oni
chill.
Warriors need to get out, but Nika
Chill.
is doing better. Nika's turned
No.
up. Nika spin to win. Drops Pagon. And a
Oh my
Kraken
god, what is
Scream.
happening? Scream's dead.
Where has this been? Suddenly the Oni Warriors.
Nika?
Nika's still alive.
How is he alive still?
What
the fuck?
going to live though?
What?
Finally kills off the King Arthur, and the
Nika
Oni
had like
Warriors drop
0
through and
HP
pick
for like
up
the
that
last
lead on
30
the board.
I mean, look,
seconds.
those kills are
In fights.
so good for
Okay.
the Warriors. Plus,
Wow.
they get the FG on top of that. That is a hectic fight. And I think
What
if
in the
Nika
hell?
is not zoning them out, then maybe we're looking at a position where
Okay.
the Dragons are able to get that. That's just so clean. I mean, unfortunate for Neil to go down, but Vote gets to keep going.
More unfortunate for
Dardas
Nika to
gets
go down.
Keep going.
I'm thinking about the
Oh my
sudden
God.
re-entrance of the camera pans elsewhere, and suddenly Nika walks back
Back
in.
in.
front.
He's still alive.
He's much health.
Surely this guy's dead at this point. Unbelievable.
Oh my
Now
god.
this game has been
Nika's so
reset.
good. He
The
really
Oni
is.
Warriors, what a brilliant
F you,
call.
Nika.
Now they can get the primal fury anyway, and
He's been
where
so
does this
good for
start
so
from?
long. Like, I don't know.
Over-aggression from
He's like at
Scream,
really at the highest
followed by
levels.
the Oni
He probably
Warriors.
keeps his team together.
Then an extra kill onto Panda Cat. And now the Oni Warriors a foothold
good,
and
yeah.
then some in game
He
3.
is.
Can't count the chickens before they hatch, though. Still 5 towers left, right? I mean, you got to burn through a lot on the map to be able to find some favorable stuff. But as you mentioned, like with the gold now shimmying over into your favor as the Warriors, there's a lot on the map. I mean, those are
That's a shimmy.
all I see is dollar signs for him, man. That's exactly what
Dollar
I
bills,
think I want
y'all.
to see as well. Pressure probably going to be on left and mid, right? Get aggressive, try
Right.
to get that split.
Is
Tier
that what
1
the kids say these
is
days?
negligible
Okay.
over there as of right now. It's looking at the tier 2.
I told you King Arthur
I
rip?
think because
Yeah.
of how even
King Arthur's
the
too
Dragons
strong.
Can, and especially with the ults they have.
I wish I wasn't crap on him.
Should mount
I don't
a
like his
defense, start a
insta-cast
defense
and like how
around a tier
his
2.
stance
If
switches
things aren't
every
going
single
your way,
ability.
hightail it out.
I like
of
having
but
control
I think
over
that you
it,
are
so.
allowed and should be able to
It, like,
make
confuses
a
me.
presence right around this line where they're standing.
I haven't used
just
them very
to make
much,
sure that
so,
it doesn't go
I mean.
easily, right? They don't have a lot of minions to work with.
What you gotta do?
have to play this carefully with Pagon here. You know, you've got a lot of clear for that. It's that presence of if they had initiated, if someone on the Warriors goes too deep, that's an easy defense for you. If
'Cause
worst
I'm
case
in
scenario,
too
they get
deep
super aggressive and it's not going well, you still make it back to the Phoenix. You've got a Merlin who is one of the best defensive mages that you can ask for to have on a defense again.
It's always a
Wide,
solo. I'm
giant
too
AoE
old to be a
abilities
kid
that are
these
gonna
days.
cover that
LOL.
narrow passageway into the
Yeah,
lane,
because you're probably like 20,
keeping
right?
people from maybe blinking if they're Cuvo Fred, or just from getting
Welcome to
aggressive
27.
if it's someone like Nika or Neil.
Gore, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
not
if
old.
Oni Warriors will extend forward to the Phoenix.
Maybe
CGA.
gamer kids
Still,
want
all
you to
that
think
applies
that
to
being
tier
above the
2,
age of
absolutely.
20 is old. It's not.
Looks like a setup to the next Fire Giant for even a
It's
Phoenix.
like, oh, you're 22, you boomer.
This is what the Oni Warriors are
No wonder you're so stupid and you're so bad at this game because you're such a boomer because you're 22 years old. Fuck you, you fucking idiot kid.
And in
Once
games
you get
like
a
this, you have
brain.
to look diagonally to compare mages to mages, ADCs to
And they'll be like
ADCs. Very
17, you
similar
know, like,
build stage,
okay.
both Dardes and PandaCat.
Yeah, so much
Johnson
older.
and
Oh my
Vote
god.
set.
Oh.
Vote and Pagon, which was not the case a few minutes ago. PandaCat's still over on left.
Anyways, let me
Relatively easy
let me stop with my diatribe.
siege for the Oni Warriors. Again, opening up those win
While the
conditions,
Warriors
20
are
seconds
taking the
remaining on
map,
Fire Giant left.
apparently.
Nothing to force if you're the Oni Warriors right now. And
The
what a
Dragons have looked
difference
really dominant up
the-
until
a
now. I don't know what's
Kraken
going on.
Having the one Kraken on the map probably gives the Oni Warriors a bit more confidence, going back, resetting, realizing you're
Okay
not
with
necessarily coin flipping this next
I don't
Fire
really care
Giant.
who
Not
wins
only do we
this,
have a gold lead,
but I
but
mean,
we've got these secure.
I
If
expected
it
the
gets
Dragons
dropped
to win
low,
it
we don't have
more
to
easily,
entirely
you know.
leash it. We can just
But
secure it for
apparently not.
ourselves. Jade Dragons might have to fight before they allow the Fire Giant to get that low.
And honestly, probably should, right? I think that if you're going to fight, one of the best things that'll come out of it is if you can get on to vote, you're going to force that Kraken. He's going to drop Whirlpool.
Oh yeah, I
probably
love
gonna
it when
drop
you
Kraken.
force that
If
Kraken.
you're good enough at dodging it,
Oh my
okay,
god,
this
the
is
Kraken.
Our online, so for the Dragons, I give them the trust. Then
Okay.
you should be able to get away with diving him and not losing your life. There's definitely going to be a balancing point. If you go too deep, Scream, I have to look at him, right?
Go
Not
too
necessarily a
deep?
very clean
What?
game, too. One
What's
and
this
two right
guy
here, so
talking
nowhere
about?
near as egregious as a slash line, but
Egregious?
go too deep. You're on vote. Yes, you might force some relics. Yes, you might force the ult. But if you die in the process and your team can't close that gap, it doesn't matter as
You got
much
gaps?
anymore. And maybe there's
Going
something
too
to be
deep?
said, like, oh, there's 3-minute cooldown
What?
timers. You can still work your way back in there. But you really have
Yeah, you
to
gotta work
wonder
your way
how
back
to-
in there.
If you die, Fire Giant
Okay.
becomes a lot easier with or
I
without
gotta
Kraken.
stop. I'm fighting sexual innuendos and everything Gore's saying right
So
now.
I think the engage for the Dragons has to happen, but how it happens, it has to be carefully and how they choose it.
Semi-final number 2. Game 3 has suddenly gotten a lot more interesting. It looked like the Jade Dragons might just run away with things.
I thought they were
But
going
a
to.
lopsided fight on left turn Fire Giant has given the Oni Warriors the positional advantage. For Jade Dragons have already stolen an FG earlier on in this set, but as we already talked about, Gore, had the E-set, had the circle of protection to counter out some of that secure. Nice stuff.
Wow.
Knocking down from Vote as well, and there's so much CC and damage on front line of
Oh
this
my
fight.
god. Alright,
Neil,
Neil,
the Oni
chill.
Warriors and Scream gets the kill on a Neil Matuski, shredding the Oni Warriors, and Pagon's in there as well.
What in
Here
the
comes
fuck?
Right down Main Street, but Nika got it done last time. Can he get it done this time? It might have to be Cubo Fred, who's back into the FG pit, and the killing spree onto Mike. But it's only Cubo Fred, and 3 alive for the Jade Dragons.
I don't.
okay.
I think fine. Okay, yeah,
Well.
stay here. Go for the FG. You've got PandaCat and Pagon. You're gonna be able
I'm
to
trying to
burn
go
this if
deep,
you so
lol.
please.
Yeah.
It's a question of what they want more.
Oh my
They
god, he
want
went back in.
Cubo.
Jesus.
And they're fishing right now, Dave. That Cubo's not biting.
Don't do it, Cubo.
Unless
He's getting crazy.
From Pagon,
Ah!
Fred makes a deicide, the quietest deicide you'll ever hear, and it's right back to the Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons. Gore, that fight was over.
Don't sleep on
almost
Jade
as soon
Dragons,
as it
yeah,
started, and it
for
looked
sure.
Like Final K was caught out.
Faux
On
show.
PandaCat, Tusky AOE damage, big difference maker for the Jade Dragons. And now it's the Dragons back on the front foot.
Oh, I love this.
Should
They're
be
waiting.
able to delay Fire Giant 2 more seconds, and all 5 will get it for the Dragons.
And how they do that is maybe my favorite part of this, right? Pagon's gonna kill Fire fast. If Pagon's in that pit, he's just going to, if any ability gets thrown out, it's
Yeah.
gonna do too much. So they send Pagon off, he pushes up right, those minions grab the tier 1, meanwhile Panda and Fine OK just kind of hold on to it, like you said, to make sure everybody gets it. So I think a beautiful play from them to hold on to it as well as they did. A beautiful play for them to chase down Cubo.
My Aunt Her got a
Still
penta?
hasn't
Holy shit, really?
respawned Yet. I mean,
Nice.
that's such a good stagger to open up so
What
much
game mode are
space
you
for the
playing?
Dragons on the map.
Are
like
you,
said,
in
pure
arena?
curve things right back into their favor. And now it comes back to where you can find your aggression. I like Scream just waiting to see if anybody's going to step up. Probably a Primal Fury, kick things off. Everybody's over here anyway, so might as well go for it. Minions on left are super pushed back, so grab a wave or 2 or 3 maybe on the way up.
Did you know that I assault? Okay,
And
cool.
then it's the decision of focusing.
You know that I
left
primarily play
versus
mages,
mid. Left is just
and
so
all of the
valuable.
pentakills I've ever
You've already
gotten
lost
have
tier 2 over there, so if you
always
could
been on
either get the
hunters.
Phoenix here, would be
Even though I
massive,
primarily
but
play
at least the
mages.
tower will help equalize a little bit of
Every
that
single pentakill has been on a hunter,
Battlefield
and
really
always a
solid
different
for you.
hunter.
Grab one in mid, make sure that the gold lead, at least on the map, as far as those go.
My first
will
one was
balance
on hunter I don't even really
Cubo's gonna
play.
get this tier 2
On Rama.
probably no matter what with 3 minions. And so
I never even play Rama.
Base race. Nice little balance.
It's like, well,
Okay goes back, and now
maybe I'm not
Fred
supposed to
will
play
also
mages.
be
Maybe I'm
able
supposed to
go
play
back,
hunters.
kind of a juggling of back and forth. Because Final K might have to, right? Kibo Fred with a wave all on his own.
I think my
takes
second
it,
was on
and
Artemis.
Just gotta be there.
I'm pretty sure my
Has the
third was on
insurance
Scotty.
policy. I mean,
Pretty sure.
This is crazy.
I don't
And
remember.
look, if you're happy and you're loving this type of Smite, here's the good news. We got at least one more after this. Remember, it's a best of 5, no matter what happens.
I think I might only have the
At least
3.
one more game. So rest assured, there will
Don't
be
remember.
more. Jade Dragons and Only Warriors.
Okay,
coming up
bye
next.
bye
But right
tower.
now, it's suddenly looking like the Jade Dragons may be the team to take us there, unless you see another turnaround fight. But it's going to get more impactful as the game goes on, Gore. I mean, for now, losing a fight has meant one or two members has meant
The game
losing
is
a
very
fire
even
giant.
still.
As you start to crest that
That's
30
not
minute
that
mark,
crazy.
It's not only enhanced fire
It's
giant,
2,500
but potentially game, depending on
gold.
how handedly you lose a fight. I don't care if
Everybody's
the
level
Jade
20.
Dragons are on this side of the map.
Oh, except for
They get
Fafnir.
krakened and wiped. Only Warriors are just running it down in the other direction. No
Yeah.
room for error here in Game 3.
I mean, when there's the minute all
Zero
towers,
towers
are
is
gone,
zero
all bets are
towers.
off. It is just a team fight away. And you know, normally this is where it'd be. I'd give you the caveat of, well, normally, or like they got a 10K gold lead, and so they're going to be able to win. Nobody's. I mean, 3,000 gold. It's nice.
Penta on
30
Rama,
minutes,
go you. All my pentas on hunters, but not
I'm
Rama.
talking
That's
about
skill.
I was gonna say it's 600. So you know maybe you're looking at relics choices. I think like any other relic upgrades. Some of the
apparently.
itemization. You know,
I don't even
it's
use
gonna be a
Rama.
Small difference for the dragons overall. Maybe
I just had to play
you're
him
gonna
for
be looking
something.
at, and I think right now you should be the ward coverage that the dragons are already.
And we
for.
lost that game, too.
A ton of it. But I think that you're really in a good spot if you're the dragons here because
I think I was like
again, maybe it's not a
15 and
massive
2
amount of
on
gold.
Rama
Team fights have been going
in that
your
game.
favor.
That I got a pentakill and we
Very
lost. I was like, really? Okay.
course for you. But
Cool
now that you've
story.
been able to kind of showcase what you can do in the middle of a fight, if you just grab Neil and burn him down, I think that it's going to be awkward for the Warriors to try and step up. You've got better engage, and maybe that's going to be something they can play around with the Phoenix. They only have 30 seconds left on the power play, though. And so it feels like this is something that you can kind of show face for, see if you can start a fight. But if things start to go wrong, won't be surprised if it's just a drop, reset, and get ready for FG.
I mean, Oni Warriors got to be pounding their fists on the table, asking for someone to bring them a Merlin, right? Because
Bring me a
Pagon
Merlin!
has just started to run away with this game. Top player damage.
Yep.
Need more out of Vote, who is only above the supports.
Yeah, votes.
Darda's done
Votes slacking.
basically at 15,000 damage, but it's been so hard to kill off this Merlin Pagon full build.
Yeah, because he just
Cross
flickers away. So.
upgraded at the end of his build
If
as
Jades
well.
group up, their team
My
fight is
eyes
better
would
late
be to
game.
snap lock towards
But if they
Beast you're
group
looking at
group
the
up,
Oni
then they get
Warriors
Krakened.
and needing to survive because, I mean, it's so simple for Panda Cat to just drop Tusky and.
But yeah, they have a lot more
Scream and
CC,
Final
though,
K are in range, then
in their
they
kit.
can burn the beads and force the stun from Tusky, or vice versa. Tusky burns the beads. I mean, it's just such a
Scream?
simple drop and fight for Panda
Scream,
Cat.
hello?
But, okay, no. Scream gets out. Hate it for the Jade Dragons if that's how a Fire Giant gets decided to pick on the
Was he like in the shop?
Small momentary advantage for the Oni Warriors with Scream's ultimate down.
And I think that this is a moment that, like you said, not only an advantage for them, but they can at least trust that Scream, of all people, isn't going to be diving super deep. I mean, they're still Blink. And so if Scream decides to go in, it's still going to be present for them there.
I think we need to see Cuvo.
You got sub button and F that Kraken.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't even thought
Sub
about it.
button?
I'm looking at the engage for the Dragons. I think that you look at the other
What?
side. Nika's definitely been a huge force.
What?
Neil admittedly has to avoid, I think, just getting picked off. That
I'll
happened
show
very
you a
early in
sub.
the last fight, but Cuvo
Wait.
had the best game. Hadn't really had the worst game. 1-1 and 5. Might be able to loop around here.
Whoa.
Pagon is on the front line of this fight.
Aegis.
Gets out
Okay.
from Kraken, and he still lives. That's
And the
nuts.
pull.
Here come the Jade Dragons.
Oh,
right
shit,
behind
bro.
Final K.
Come on, Vote.
Fighting backwards, but Final K's got the damage and then some. On the right side of the fight, Darda's
my
backpedaling
God.
away from the Dragons, and for now,
Oh, that's hot?
only Vote who's gone, and should remain
You like
only
that?
Vote who's gone. A 1v1 between Nika and Scream remains interesting. Final K.
Nika can't die.
Fair 2v1.
Nika doesn't die.
Nika won't win this one.
Rip.
Rampage for Final K. And down
Just
the
might be
middle
the
lane go
game.
the Dragons.
Look, and with two people, you've got the push. You can get this Phoenix for sure. Cuvo's alive. Dardes is alive. There's a lot of damage for the Warriors. Not enough to save the Phoenix. But you got to be careful if you decide to go into the Titan room. EFG is up as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
He
safe
did.
call. fall back, get the Fire Giant, grab, I guess I see a ping for an offering on the way there too. Get yourselves a Trebuchet. On the reset, you'll be able to grab the remaining buffs that are up if you really want that. There's an Oni Fury. That'll empower the Fire Minions now spawning in mid. But realistically, you're looking only and eyes only at this EFG and trying to burn it down.
Fire Giant pulled by the Oni Warriors.
I think you should
Normally
leave,
you're looking
Neil.
at a Kraken steal, but it is in base for the next
Leave,
10 or so
Neil.
seconds.
You're not going to contest
That means
this.
the Jade Dragons get a free and
Yeah,
then
split
some
left.
against Fire
Nope.
Giant. They've gotten some interest payments. Pagon was on the front of that fight.
Yep.
Stunned.
Yep.
They should have just gone straight to the Oni and just let them take fire.
And then lived, and then the Dragons won the fight. I see Pagan.
The Oni
get
Fury,
stunned by
I
Meek,
mean.
and I'm thinking that fight's over. I'm thinking the Oni Warriors, they finally got the Merlin. My man is living free.
Field goal dead.
Front line, and that has got to be so obnoxious.
Frost
The
Giant
Oni
dead.
Warriors. Mike, now what's it,
Oh,
is
Boat's
that
dead.
damage from Mike?
Jesus.
Is that damage from Polar Bear Mike?
Can
on
you
the
stop?
boat? Has
What the
finally killed
hell?
off Pagon. Pagon's in the back line this time, and he does end up dying. A tense moment has given the
my
Oni Warriors
God.
an advantage. Scream immediately turns it back to the Dragons.
Are you guys gonna get a
Frenzy
kill,
gets
or
used,
what are
and
we
the red
doing?
health bars a bit lower than the blue. Dardes able to kite back. Pagon
Oh,
gone.
Jesus.
Big loss for the Jade
Oh my
Dragons.
God,
Down
dude.
goes Dardes. Scream might be burned through as well, and Cubo Fred has stepped up at the right time.
And look at Fine, okay, look, and he's not slowing down. He's got
No,
panic
he's just
at-
gonna dive
he's
to
got
Phoenix.
BBM. They're gonna catch up to him. He should take this chase and try to get the damage. He might just get the kill.
Cubo Fred drops
Dude,
the
Cubo
slow.
dash.
Okay.
Jesus.
And that's a game-changing survival now from Cubo Fred. Fire minions on the Titan. This is almost exactly
I don't know how PBM's alive still.
Game 2 ended as the Oni Warriors still
I
with
can't
the
back
breath
up,
in
this
their
is live.
lungs, try to repel the Jade Dragons. Neon Cubo Fred looking for the backline, but the
Good luck.
backline's looking for the Titan. And the Jade Dragons grab a win in Game 3,
GG's.
and they'll take a 2-1 advantage in a best-of-5.
I mean,
And
again,
the
just
Warriors were, like,
impressive.
dominating
And
that game
what's
earlier.
Weird is that it's the fight finally where someone kills Pagon that the Dragons are able to win, and it's because they have to commit so much to him. I mean, Kraken getting thrown over there. Mike doing way too much
I
damage to
couldn't
the
believe it.
Poseidon, by the way. That
Yeah,
was
Mike just doesn't.
absolutely-
He
I mean,
wins.
It was a great play from
He
him,
wins those
and
games.
The aggression from that team to continue
When he
that
plays,
chase,
Baron.
specifically Fine OK,
It's really
kind of
weird.
opening it up. There's probably a small window in a different parallel universe where Scream lives through that engagement, but I think really well done by the Dragons to continue that aggression, clear the wave, keep going, and force that pressure up, despite how the Warriors had turned it
Early
around
game doesn't
earlier
mean
that
shit.
game. I mean, it was just a
Yeah, but I mean, they had a good lead going
seesaw.
there.
There it is.
They were like
It goes
almost
up and down,
6,000.
and the Dragons come out on top.
Dragons ahead 2-1 in this best-of-5. I gotta feel like between Game 1 and Game 3, only Warriors feel like a couple got away from them here. Fire Giant
Yep.
steal in Game 1. They're ahead here in Game 3. We're going back and forth.
Nice
Can the
sandals,
Oni
bro.
Warriors push us to 5. Find out prior to
Nice
Game
quads,
4.
bro.
Coming up next.
Break time. Oh, I gotta post on Instagram. All right, we're doing that now. I'm gonna post something. I gotta find something. Okay. Let's see. Who's it gotta be? Do that so I can like it? Okay. What in the hell is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. How does this girl have titties like this? Okay, anyhow, let me get to my thing. Let me know so I can be first. Okay, I can try. I gotta figure out what to post though. Because I was gonna post this one picture. I mean, I guess I still could. Lucy. Hello. I Probably shouldn't post any porn. That seems like that'd be frowned upon. I could post that. Sorry, I wasted my Prime sub. What do you mean? Looks like you were already gift subbed anyways. From somebody who doesn't show up around here anymore. He was here like every day for a week and they would like gift me a bunch of subs and now he's disappeared. I mean, I like that. You were, yeah. I mean, I guess I'll post this. I mean, because you're military, so you'd probably appreciate like the show MASH, right? It's an older show. So this might be like a good one for you. You know the show MASH, right? M-A-S-H? You've heard of it at least? I never really watched it, but I know of it at least, but I didn't watch it. But do you know of it? Because I did a photo shoot on the old set of that show. And one of these pictures is kind of cool. It's not the best pose, but I can do it. Okay, I'll use this because you're familiar with the show. Let me edit this so it actually fits in the layout, because Instagram has weird layouts. Oopsie. Yes, you'd probably appreciate a MASH picture. Sounds fun. Okay, let's replace this with black. I'm pretty sure I posted another one like this that was very similar, but like, it was a while ago, so it's okay if I do it again, right? Shit, I'm retarded. Did you post it? No, I didn't post it yet. But that's good to know that you're retarded. Okay, I have to write up the thing. Let's see. Scenic nature posing crop top, tie top. Tie top? Tank top? I mean, I guess. Choker. I'm gonna take out choker. I'm gonna go with military. Hashtag military. Sure.
Here are your free games with Prime in August 2022. Command alien troops and vie for control of the galaxy in the sci-fi strategy game StarCraft Remastered. Join Zach on a point-and-click adventure as he works to save the world from an alien stupidity machine in Zach McCracken and the Alien Mind Vendors. Become a wildlife photographer and explore the magical secrets of a mysterious land and beasts of Maravilla Island. Enter the mainframe where you'll need to fight and hack your way to victory in the digital survival game Recompile. Battle your way through unknown lands and ancient machines that guard the secrets of humanity in the roguelite adventure Scourgebringer. A woman has been killed and you've been assigned to the case. Hunt for clues, question witnesses, and solve the murder in Family Mysteries, Poisonous Promises. With Amazon Prime, you'll also get free shipping, videos, music, and more. Now members can also play these games for free, straight from the cloud, with Amazon Luna. Get all these and more at gaming.amazon.com. Go where the games take you.
Thankful for our military while hanging out on the set of the show MASH. That's good, right?
Welcome back to the Smite Summer Masters. Game number 3 goes over to the Jade Dragons this time. And off the early game, a lot of big plays, especially out of Pagon. I think back immediately to the team fight that happened around that back Heartbeat Camp trailer where Pagon is able to flicker in front of Nika, which remember, flicker is what, like 25 units in range, not very far. able to stop a King Arthur, get that going. Jade Dragons find some momentum off of that play, able to get it going through. And almost similar to what we saw kind of at the end of game 2, Charlie, whereas teams are fighting inside the Titan, no minions, everybody's getting low in HP. You're wondering, is somebody going to kill the Titan? It is the Jade Dragons who come out on top to take the lead in the set.
Yeah, I think FineOK has been incredibly
Oh yeah,
consistent.
hashtag fuck them dudes, right? I mean, that's what I do.
Does have a pop-off performance there on the
regularly
as well, just doing so much damage.
Right?
Which, you know, we said going into this.
I can't
the
find a
Jade
profile
Dragons
for
are
MASH.
playing
I was
the
gonna
late
tag
game.
them,
Merlin,
but
they have Artemis. They want to get to that
I don't
late
see
game
anything.
point where both of these characters get to just get online. This is the part here where Pagon does catch that ultimate, but they got to that point and the damage was there. Pagon did get picked. Beautiful play, by the way.
So sick.
Towards the end, but the rest of the team had the damage and was able to clean up and make sure to put themselves in this winning situation. Set point situation, by the way, for the Jade Dragons. The
here we
Warriors,
go.
Though,
MASH the
had fight
TV
throughout.
show.
This was not a one-sided
Perfect.
match, and none of these
Found
games
one.
really have been one-sided. They have the wind in their sails, but will the Jade Dragons be able to ride that momentum and just end out 3-1?
That's the ultimate question right now is, especially over for FineOK, you're talking about his consistency so far throughout the set, and I think you're right to bring that up. Because we've learned so far from this week of play, from week 8 of play, you can't give him King Arthur. We've also learned you can't give him budget King Arthur. You can't give him Squirrel King Arthur. So what can you give FineOK at this point to finally be able to get some pressure on the Soul Laner, to finally be able to put FineOK down in one of these games and have some level of success? I mean, what can the Oni Warriors even do when FineOK is playing as consistently as he has across the last, 15 games of play?
Yeah, I mean, that is the question, right? Because it's not like Nika hasn't been doing things as well. Nika has also been doing his job as a solo laner. It's just FineOK has been able to get into the backline and be so disruptive on whichever character they give him. Consistently be getting banned out. The Rat, the King Arthur, so many different characters that FineOK would love to grab and hasn't been able to. Even 5-6 bans deep, you can find budget King Arthur in this case and still perform. But I think
spell
if
it.
you're
Hold
playing
on.
through your characters,
Okay, I'm almost
the Oni
done.
Warriors have, Cubo Fred again popped off as well. Had
Almost
plenty of
done.
opportunities there to go in and save the day, where it was just like,
That's a good
oh,
one.
the game's looking grim, and then Cubo comes in and gets a couple picks, and it's like, okay, we're like, what's it called? Stabilized. We're stabilized now.
Right.
So I think.
Okay, got lots of
still back
tags,
and
got my
forth
Twitter
throughout
thing,
this
got
set. The
Facebook
Oni
connected.
Warriors definitely
All right,
got
you
out
ready?
of it. It's just what kind of adaptations.
Okay, that's hot. Mash you.
The bans and the picks have been ebbing
Okay,
and
I'm posting
flowing
in
as the
3,
set continues.
2,
We'll have to see where they go
1.
to this time.
And that's always the fun of these
Posting,
best of 5 sets.
posting,
As we start
posting.
getting into the depths of Game 4,
You better be quick.
Game 5 territory, we
Okay,
really
it's posted.
do see those adaptations as far as the picks and bans are concerned. And as
Oh,
we jump into
that's a
game
hot
number
picture.
4,
Wow, I like that.
Discordia, the first one taken off, that one has been a consistency across the board, not wanting to give that pick over towards Pagon.
Girls are
Warriors
hot,
in
man.
the first pick slot this time, which has had 100%
Wow.
win rate on that side of the map throughout the entirety of today at the very least. Dodgy banned by the Jade Dragons and Kabrakan by the Oni Warriors. So far, nothing changed for the Oni Warriors. They don't need to in that first pick slot. They want to get that Morgan once again for Dardes, make sure that he has something comfortable, get something maybe even out there to grab the Lancelot, the King Arthur,
That's
something.
really cute.
Something top tier that they can have for themselves in that first pick slot. That's up to the Jade Dragons to make sure they don't get some of those quintessential picks.
Well, they
Wow.
did ban the AMC, so that means either the East
That's
Set
even
or
cuter.
the Morgan should be getting through here for the Oni Warriors.
Who is this girl?
Unless, of course, they decide to ban one of those in that slot. All smiles for Alec Fonzo here. He's like, hey,
Dude,
we're
who was the
2-1.
cheetah? I don't know. I get likes
Living the
pretty
dream.
fast when I
think,
post.
Given the fact that he's been playing so well, I can see why the smiles are coming through.
Did somebody get there before you?
He's locked in. Scream's focused. Even though they're in a winning position, wants to make sure that they're ready. But yeah, the Oni Warriors are going to take away the Artemis.
Lucy.
Panda Cat. So
Hi.
the Jade Dragons are in a situation
Are you
where
gonna
they have
pick
to decide
Cupid?
between Eset or
They're gonna
the
first pick
Morgan
Cupid.
to give over to Dardes.
Unless they
If
ban
by-
Cupid.
if by this set has been going. By the way this set's been going, Eset should definitely be the one that they take away just
Rip.
because they don't want to deal with it, but maybe because the Morgan more recently went up against them, they were going to let it through, and this is the case of the Oni Warriors do have the option to grab the Morgan, but first, they're going to make sure to get
Oh yeah,
Eset back
the
on
few
that
few
Lancelot.
people got it first.
And if they don't want to give
Oh, they're
Morgan
not.
over
Oh,
to
they should
Dardes,
take
this could
Cupid.
be a perfect opportunity for maybe the Jade Dragons to pick this up in their top 2. Nemesis and Pele still open for jungle if Scream decides he wants to go that route. King Arthur available for FineOK if he decides that he wants to play that god. And then, as mentioned, the Morgan up and available to be grabbed for the mid lane. Plenty of hunters out there for Panda Cat to take. Cupid, Chernabog. So many picks out for the Jade Dragons. It's just a matter of which two do they want to grab now. And when you have the pick of the litter,
Oh, fuck me right,
it
you
makes
hot
it so
chick.
difficult to figure out what are the two most important ones to grab for your team.
Okay.
I think, I don't see a reason why.
But you're in
grabbing
Germany.
King Arthur here
How do I do that when
is
you're in
that
Germany?
big of an issue, but it looks like the Morgan Nemesis trying to give Pagon.
I can't guarantee fucking, but if you fly me to Germany, I'll definitely hang out with you.
Some early game aggression with the Nemesis is going to be the
You have to
call.
fly me back too, though.
This
I
worked
mean,
out perfectly for the Jade Dragons. They were able to
I
make
can't
sure
afford
that Dardes
flight.
does not get AMC E-set or the Morgan.
check these
Of course, that does put
messages.
Nika back on the Lancelot, but Nika's been popping off
Okay,
on
I'm
pretty
done
much
with
every
this.
character he
All right.
plays. But thwarting Dardes, I think, was the main
Are
plan
you gonna
here
pick
from the
Cupid?
Jade Dragons.
You banned the Artemis to pick the Cupid, right? Like, I think that's probably what you were thinking.
A couple different options here. The Morgan is not one of them.
Because Artemis is a counter to
not.
Cupid.
King
So,
Arthur, if they want to take kind of a double pickup there, maybe put Nika on something tankier, and
That's
then have
true.
that Lancelot for the jungle, that would also act as an extra ban, at least
Oh,
over
they're not
towards
doing it.
Fine in that regard. But for now, it will be Heimdall.
they want the Heimdall in order to detect
for the
the
Oni
Morgan.
Warriors. That gets some consistency.
I guess
at
I
least
understand
over
that.
to the duo lane for Vote.
You could take Cupid and Heimdall. What do you think?
As well.
I have
Again,
a
plenty
buddy
of options
in
out there.
LA Marine.
Plenty of the top tier
douche.
supports too. It used to be.
You do?
Coming into this weekend where supports were getting picked up in the top two, you were grabbing your Yamojas, your Kepris, your
I'm Max.
Nirs, whatever it may have been. But it seems that with these two teams, they are much more concerned
Okay.
of getting some of these.
This is an important
backliners
game for the
in,
Warriors.
maybe
Like, they
some
can't lose
solo
this
lane
game.
Pickups as Hunbats and Heimdall the next two, and then
Yeah,
King
they're gonna
Arthur
take
comes
King
with the
Arthur.
Dragons. Don't imagine that gets moved to anything else.
Yeah, I think
Or
the King
Cupid.
Arthur lock-in pretty smart here. You already have given so many good transformations over towards Pagon with the Hunbats, but Vote had a phenomenal performance on the Heimdall, and now you're also giving some vision over
Do you want food
towards
this?
that Morgan when the stealth comes through. So that's going to be rough. Second wave of bans here, taking away the Ganesh. We are in a world where Yamoja and Kepri are just
being
being looked over, and
Hey.
Ganesh is what Neilma is not allowed to play here. It's just the matchup. This is what the set has done. The ebbs and flows. as
Scream's
we said.
thinking hard. He's like,
You know,
I don't know.
Looking at the beginning of this
I don't
set,
know, you guys.
Baron and Ganesh being targeted, no. But that's just where we have arrived. When Game 3 is on the line, the only Warriors have to show up, and they are going to.
They do have to show up.
Notably, saving Dardes' pick for
Time to
later
show
on.
up.
It doesn't look like the Jade Dragons are going to take any more shots at Dardes so far. Focusing out
Shot,
the Ganesh
shot,
ban.
shot, shot,
But
shot,
they do want
shots.
to make sure that they get this one right, and they will take away the Kepri. So now Neil is to go a little bit deeper into that god pool. Kabrakan, Kepri, and Ganesh are not available, but all of those bans also work towards PBM and add Baron.
I've never been to
mix.
Germany, though.
So PBM
I'd
can't
love
play
to go
that
there
or
one day.
Terra. So many support
There's
bans
a lot of people in,
coming
or a
through.
lot of places
But
in
notably,
Europe that I want to
the
visit.
Ymir still available. Not too many of these characters.
Italy and
really hate Ymir. I don't
France
think the
and
Heimdall, the
Germany.
Hunbats, or the
I'd like
Lancelot
to see
really
like
despise that Ymir, but
the
gonna
Norwegian
give you some
areas,
pressure in that lane.
like
Notably
Norway.
Cupid,
I
four
am
Panda
Yamoja.
Cat has still made it
Do
through,
not
and I mean,
forget.
I just assumed
Greece.
we were going to
I'd like to see
ignore
Greece.
Yamoja
That'd be
because
cool.
she has been just
That's where
completely
you thought wrong.
overlooked. And I guess turns out she's still pretty good and still can be picked up even after
They
all
finally
those
got
support
Yamoja.
bans.
I mean, there's something, you know.
I mean, they banned Baron, so,
A
I
slow,
mean-
a stun, a heal.
Yeah, I've got a
shield,
passport.
A movement speed buff or a knock away from your team, plus 2 giant walls that people. Yeah.
What is that like? All of the characters can do that?
No, no, that's just the one.
I haven't
that's
used
just,
my passport
that's just
since
the one god Yamoja.
And they're banned in Terra.
Seven,
No, I do.
18,
And they're
17,
giving up that one.
2017, I
I
think.
think the only Warriors were just like, hey,
Maybe
we
it was
don't
2018.
care about the Yamoja. She has been picked through, and Neil will
Nope,
just grab
pretty sure it's
the Ymir. I
2017.
think that is one of the smarter things that were open. Of course, Xing Chen also was available,
I don't know.
but
Maybe it was
Ymir's gonna
18.
bring that pressure
Might have
in
been
the
18.
middle lane we were talking about. And it will actually be the Merlin here for Dardes. Pagon has had a
Oh.
fantastic performance on
All
it.
right.
And now Dardes is going to get to play that Merlin.
Merlin and Ymir can work pretty well together.
Warriors. Last pick.
That
the
could be
Jade
good.
Dragons.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Hou-Yi. I don't know if it's going to be locked
I mean,
in. but
Cupid's
probably should
open.
be Panda
He's
Cat.
going Hou-Yi,
Whenever he wants to
so-
close out a set, has been going over to this Archer boy.
Well, we can go Berlin. It's the best city.
Put him on the Hou-Yi.
Okay.
We saw what he did against Hex Mambo in games 2 and 3. Got a
Like, I honestly
quadra
wouldn't
kill
travel
against
out of the
them in
country
second game
if I wasn't
to
with
close out
somebody,
that
you know?
one, tie up their set, and then eventually lead to victory in the very next one.
Oh, shit.
Would not be surprised one bit.
So,
if the Jade Dragons
um,
want to break the first
I have to have somebody who
winning
wants to
streak
go out of the
the
country
day.
or
We
who
are
already is
going into game
in
number
order for me to
9.
do that kind of
8
thing.
8 have all been victories from first
So,
picks.
it's kind of the only way that I can really see
And
those
this is a
places.
perfect Jade Dragon Dragons team composition to maybe try and combat that record for what the Oni Warriors have drafted. But kind of talk to me about the transitional period for the Oni Warriors throughout this game. Do they have that early game style of play? Do they have picks that can get them through the early, then kind of transition them from that early and get themselves towards the late game to be able
Scream
to find
didn't
their
even make
way
his
to
bed.
take
He's like, let's go.
Well,
I got
the
games to
Oni
play.
Warriors do have the Hun bats, so early game, certainly not in their favor. You want to wait until level 5 for
He's got that
Q4
whole
to get
wall
out.
right there. You
You
can
already
put stuff
have
on.
such a great performance on the
So
Hun
does
bats,
Neil.
I imagine
Like, what is
not
going
gonna
on?
be the biggest deal for the Warriors to sit back. Looking at the 2v2
Boys like are so bad at decorating.
area at level 2. Lancelot
He's got
Hun
this
bats are
big ass
definitely not
blank
one to
wall. You
fight
can put
King Arthur.
posters and stuff
Stay
on.
away, give up totem, and just say, you know what, we're
Mike's
going
got
to
it figured
farm
out.
another day, wait until Nika gets
Final
the
casing
win,
all right
finish
here.
online,
He's got some
then
cool
maybe
lighting and
shift his
stuff.
presence over
At
towards that
least.
duo lane, or that solo lane rather. On the flip side, though, I don't think that Scream has
See,
many
Mike's got
great
it.
opportunities
He's
to
got
look
it
for a
figured out.
gank up until Neil, like just the Ymir. That's your option. You can go over to duo lane because
Well, I'm not a horn dog. You don't have to worry about that.
If you start Blink,
Okay.
you're getting sent through the realms. Like there's
I mean,
no
most
way
guys
the
kind of
knockup
are,
into the ult is not coming
but
through.
that's
So
good.
I expect to see Scream hover around fine, okay, for
As
the
long as you wouldn't have, like,
early
expectations
12
of something, you
minutes
know?
of the game, first 12 levels of the game, I should say. Just sit around that solo lane. Go
But
for
I'd love to,
buff
like,
invades when
get
you
the
can.
fuck out of here.
Always be wary.
I feel like I'm
Because
just
Cubo
trapped
Fred,
in this room.
he's lurking.
And, like, I just can't
With
go
this
anywhere
Hun
because I don't
Bat,
have
he's
any
been on point
money.
with this set so far.
I've lost
We've
everything.
seen the
And
damage,
I'm kind
we've
of
seen
trapped
the plays
here.
that came from game number 2 for the Oni Warriors on this pick for Cuvo Fred. So the Oni Warriors definitely have some merit.
Oni
with
has
some
a better
of the
team
picks that they have
comp.
gone through right here. But I'm looking down the way. I mean, you're going up against Yamoja and
I-
King Arthur as this front
I
line.
don't-
Few guys that
I don't think so.
have to worry about kind of dealing with these Yamoja rivers as much.
I think the Dragons
only the
might.
Ymir and the Lancelot, if his stuff is down, maybe having to deal
They both
with
have
a
their merits,
Bifrost,
though,
at least
both
out of
comps.
Heimdall. So do
So-
the Jade Dragons with this Yamoja, is
I don't
this going
know.
to be enough to maybe force out something like a Phantom Shell out of the Warriors?
I definitely think so, because if not, it seems like the composition could just turn
They
into
both have
okay, we're
walls.
going
They both
for a
have
red tide on
CCs.
Neil,
They both have
and then just try and poke this Ymir out.
some
or
sort
just
of
look for a
damage.
Pick onto the Ymir, and now we're fighting 5v4. Sure, we wasted the rivers in the process, but Yamoja can just spam heals and be just as effective
Yeah.
as using that River's Rebuke for
Yamoja has
displacement,
heals.
rather.
Oni
So
Warriors don't really
I
have
think the Jade
heals.
Dragons got exactly what they wanted here.
The Oni Warriors are going to have to fight hard
You
if
lost
they want to
everything,
take
were
this to
you
a game
married?
number 5. Jade Dragons are one away from moving to the finals. Can they close it out? We'll throw it into game number 4 with Dave and Gore.
Jade Dragons fighting against
I
the
wouldn't normally
history
talk about
of
that,
the
but there's
day.
nobody here,
His
so
first pick
yes,
just won
I was.
all day long. Oni Warriors in first pick. Game 5 potentially looming unless the Jade Dragons can overcome the Game 2 curse, or the pick 2 curse.
And
Did I
when
say
that
first
ended,
pick?
lots
No, I
of
did say
things
first
went
pick.
wrong
I said that right. And then I
that
said
were unrelated,
Game 2.
and some things that were related.
Anyway,
And my
Jade
whole life
Dragons,
just
they're
got
in
totally
second pick this
destroyed.
time. Second pick
Everything I
is
had
the one
going for
very
me
much
just got
today.
ruined,
favorite
and now I
segment,
have
by the
nothing going for me.
What's that?
And then when I started getting back on my feet a little
Yeah,
bit,
that's like when
COVID
you
happened,
know your
and I
point
lost all
has
of my
just-
income sources.
You've gone on too long, and you're like,
And then the government came in and took the rest of my money from my bank account. So now I have nothing.
In what I'm saying.
They just
we go
totally
into game
fucked me
number
over.
4
Like
here
all
with the
aspects
Oni
of life
Warriors.
totally fucked me over. So
Trying
now I have
to bounce
nothing.
Back against the Jade
And here I am
Dragons.
talking to you
And
about it
Gore,
on stream.
start with Cubo Fred on the Hun bats.
Me
Boom.
too,
I'm
same.
liking
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
That
sucks.
It's been quiet games on the Nemesis.
At least you had the military to rely
and
on.
The one game on Hun bats looked really good, and then you left the Hun bats in the back.
You have a
pocket in
stable,
game 3.
somewhat
So I'd
stable
like the
life,
change
you
to
know.
Bring it back out here.
But would you
I don't have
say
anything anymore.
that you're loving it? That's the real question. Because
I'm not allowed to say that.
loved what he did.
I lost my schooling. I lost my
Pagon has the
residence.
Morgan this time.
I lost my people.
So
I lost
it's
my
not double pure
family.
evil anymore
Yeah,
for the
so
Warriors.
I guess like team fight wise,
I lost all my money.
wise for the Warriors.
I even lost my investments. My investments all turned against me too. All I have left are my
Early
cats.
play Cuvo pop-off potential wise. It's
My
still there,
kitties.
right? Like I mean, you can teleport in.
Look, he's level 2.
Maybe find absolutely insane farming from Cuvo. Yeah,
Anyways,
he's
not
in a, really
a happy
good spot
topic.
to some highlight plays and maybe show things off. Like you said, though, it's not unique.
So the Warriors have to win this if they
Pagon
want to continue in the
can become
tournament.
the Hun Bat, so if Cuvo starts popping off, that's an easy transformation to make.
the Hun bats.
You can also become Yamoja. You can also, and this one's a big one, become a King
But long story
Arthur
short,
or a
I don't really have
Lancelot.
anything left to
I think
lose,
there's a lot
so
of good options for you. If you're
I'd
able
gladly
to
travel with
transform
somebody out of the country who I
And
don't
like
know,
you said, it's
Because
that
I just
question
don't
of
really care
one,
anymore.
You know, second pick has just for
You know what I
some
mean?
reason today not been
That's
able
kind of the attitude.
to win. And so maybe
It'd
there's
be great
a
to
little
see
bit there,
Germany.
and also in mid.
Scream once again.
Maybe you're a serial killer, maybe you're not.
And the
Nope.
second dash from Scream.
Rip Dardes.
Means
Not a
first
good way to
blood
start.
the Jade Dragon.
Not a good
And
way to start.
That is a Scream that the Dragons haven't quite gotten yet this set. I mean, Scream has played some great games, don't get me wrong. But the level 2, level 3 immediate first blood Scream, waits till game 4 to show up.
Yeah, I'm talking first blood conquer, like highest amount of first bloods in phase 2. Like I want that Scream, and showing up, I think
There he was.
it's just brilliant for him. And again, it's a simple blink, dash, and a little bit of damage on top sprinkled in. Nothing too fancy about the play, but it gets you a first blood, and it gets you a first blood early. So now you're at a point where not only are you farming well, you've
No,
got
military
lots of
helped her
movement
more
on
than
because
me.
of the bounty.
Imagine get
You
a
an
free
extra
1,300 a
wave in
month the
mid.
last year. Yeah, that's
You
kind of
set
fucked.
yourselves up, but specifically set Pagon up
Pretty
to
fucked.
have a good lead. And like you said, Scream may be able to
I
do
used
a
to be in the
little more
military.
because when you look at the balance between them,
I don't
you've seen
usually
Q1
talk
on
about
this
that,
list a
but
lot,
I used to be in the military.
And it's a pick that has treated them well in the late game, right? When Cuvo is playing a late game nemesis, normally
So I have
we
a
get
good
to see
understanding of how the military
that go in their
decides to do
favor.
things.
Last game, maybe not so much. Scream plays this god all phases of the game. He kind of plays every god the same way, right? Where he's going to be aggressive, he's going to get in there. He might die, but he's usually getting kills in the process. It's a part of the reason, if you looked at it, he was, I believe, at the end of phase 2, highest kills in
The hot
league
branch.
and highest deaths in the league.
No,
I think maybe
not,
overtaken by
unfortunately.
Inbound at the very last week.
I was in
But
the
at the same
Navy.
time, I think
I
it's
wish
just
I
one of
hadn't
those things.
been,
He
but I
keeps it in
was.
parity. He sets up his team. He will go in. And I expect to see a lot of that.
I should have joined the Air
Yeah,
Force, but I didn't.
When your deaths are that high, you got to look at what you're doing outside of that.
And now, because of what
A lot
happened to me,
aggressive
it was
play.
all for nothing.
Right. First
I mean,
Scream,
as
it's
of
been-
right now.
It's been a lot. Since
But I
joining
had
the Jade Dragon
plans,
squad,
and I was following through
his
with those
team has not
plans, and
lost
now it all
Remember
went
the
to
only
shit.
Warriors win earlier on in this set. Only the second time since adding Scream the Jade Dragons have lost a game.
So I guess I should have just stayed in.
And I do think that does segue us nicely here, Gordon.
A segue?
Will keep us here over in the duo lane. At Panda Cat on this Ho Yi, because Ho Yi has actually had a pretty good win rate here in this
Yeah.
tournament.
Panda Cat looks really
Not
good on Ho
something that
Yi.
he's been able to boast
He's got those
in
ricochets.
weeks of past. But
He's got
Panda
them
Cat,
down.
a Ho Yi specialist, brings it out here for game 4, wants to end it now.
Yeah, I think
We all
this is
should have joined the
spot
Chair Force? Yeah.
where
It
he's
seems
gonna
like they
go
have it
find some
easy.
Fear No Evil in mid?
And it's
Oh my
the
God.
transformation from Pagon that drops the Fear No Evil, and Dardes at least turns around
least
one
he got
kill.
Scream.
It's the real Fear No Evil.
Oh, shit.
For Cubo Fred to even
The
up
rear-
score. That is
the
worth
real
it for the
Fear
Army
No
Warriors.
Evil.
You get Pagon and Scream in exchange for just Dardes. But Dardes has been slowed down here, Gore.
That was a good-
You want
that
to
was
be
a
able
good
to finish off
pickup.
that Warlock staff as soon as possible, get the stacks going, so it's great you turn around to kill, getting an assist. It's still delayed on getting those stacks.
I'm blown away at how deep they wanted to go for that kill. I mean, like,
Yeah.
2 people diving into
Core's blown away at how deep they wanted to go.
to get Dardes and like, almost knowingly having
Oh,
to trade
God.
with Pagon, right? Like, I don't think you go into that without it being
Okay.
a 1-for-1.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, that Cuvo was also right there and ready to respond. So a very interesting, but also Dragons.
I'm sorry, darling Jade Dragons winning this. That's fine. I don't care.
I'm gonna keep my eye on mid lane now.
They
just to
probably- I
see if
expected
any-
them to
any
3-0 'em,
transformation- Like I
so,
thought
I
it got a
mean,
little while before Pagon has that back up.
The
so
Warriors
let
are
me know
fighting a
if
lot
you
harder
see
than I
what
thought they
you
would.
So we can go back to
So,
what you were
good for
mentioning.
them, you know?
The Ho Yi and the pickup specifically for Panda Cat that has been
Whoop.
kind of a pocket pick as of late, right? Ho Yi into last year.
You go
didn't
deep?
look great.
Oh,
Earlier this
promise?
year, kind of vibing, not crazy good, not crazy bad, just kind of.
I've been in a mood lately. I've been so isolated that I haven't had like contact with people.
It was definitely
So like I haven't had
easier for him to show up because it was like, hey,
relations
you want
in a
box?
while.
Let's box. And it opened
I
up
used to have like a lot of relations.
Gotta use
Oh,
his
he's
ultimate
dead.
just to
Okay.
survive, but it won't help him out. That's a collapse in from the Jade
Alarm
Dragons,
time, and yes.
just simple mispositioning.
That's
from
my
Neil
chess
Mah.
alarm for
I'm
chess
not
games
sure
that I
What
play.
else you can really do there? I mean, Mike throws up the walls, and Scream walks forward, drops the ult, and at this point in the game, not nearly tanky enough to survive.
I am interested in
Yeah,
Neil,
get tanky, fool.
specifically his relics. If he has the shell there, it doesn't make a difference. But it's curious to see him go for the sprint this early on, as opposed to a shell early.
Why
to
did he
then
go for
upgrade
sprint?
quicker into something that deals with that exact scenario? How often is Mike going to be hitting walls like that? Maybe not crazy often, but at the same time, Mike's a nuts Yamoja, so it could be happening more than you would like.
Nuts.
And so interesting to see that he's
Smarty
gone for the
pants, that's
sprint early
hot.
on. You know, Scream's going to be applying
Thanks.
slows. You're going to get some as
I
well
like
from
to think
Panda
so.
Cat specifically when it comes down to like dropping.
I'm
the
pretty
suns
attracted to
and
brain
trying to
power.
get away from those. So like, it's not necessarily that this is something that is not useful.
More so than
but it is
physical looks,
surprising to
most
me
of the
that
time.
It was the first choice, and maybe not something to use later on when you're more than.
I
likely
mean, if
to
a guy or a girl is like super hot, though, I'm kind of like,
now, though, you
know,
find yourself
pretty
in a
simp
spot
for that. kind of thing. But I
Couple
mean,
of clean kills from the Dragons, couple of not clean kills.
I'm more so
from the
looking for
Dragons as well.
intellect.
I expect them to continue this kind of onslaught because
It's like
they've
I actually
got
have a
themselves
conversation with
lead.
them.
They put themselves in a spot where they've kept the Warriors on the back foot, and I think this is a comp that really plays into its own aggression, right? Pagon has his
Look
ult
at this
back
chess
up,
game
Scream's about
afterwards.
to have his. So you're going to be able to ult somebody as Scream, fear no evil if you're Pagon. You're going to be able to, pretty soon thereafter, use the walls from Mike to isolate somebody, and you're going to have to choose your targets carefully. Neil, pretty much the only one alongside the Lancelot that you're going to guaranteed get in there. Nika can still technically escape, but might take a little longer to try and get out, so might have a little more time to kill him. Neil's just stuck, and maybe that's really what it is like knowing that it's just him in danger.
Oh, the 1v1, it's happening. Panicat goes up and over the ultimate from Vote. I wondered if we would see some 1v1s.
He used his ultimate? I don't think I noticed that.
Over in what is now the solo lane, but the long lane on the map. Because Panicat loves to play aggressive on this pick. Drops the mark,
Yeah, he
looks for a
does.
stun, hits the stun, ultimate goes down immediately.
He's so aggressive.
Vote avoided the stun this time, but still wanted to ult in. Then Panicat has counterplay around the ult from Heimdall. But I will say, just a general feeling thing. When Panicat is playing like
Oh,
this,
shit. Oh,
you are
shit,
in a
dude.
bad spot in this lane. Now, Vote
Yeah,
has damage
okay, you gotta
to
go.
trade back, yes. And then
You
an
gotta
ultimate from Scream goes beneath the tier 1 tower.
You should've gone further.
Fred have the legs? No, because look, Mike peeling out so far on the back of this fight. And I'm not sure Newmont can go much further forward. Dardes is
Afterwards, because you know Jade's winning? Yeah, probably. That's actually what I was thinking.
Stun doesn't connect, but Fear No Evil
Oh, shit.
onto one,
Okay.
catches out Newmont, and Newmont into his ultimate, slows down
Ah.
what otherwise might have been his own demise in such an awkward back and forth
That was-
scrap.
yeah, that was weird.
Ends with only the 1 kill on the Vote.
But it
You
feels
like
like
that?
a good
Oh,
kill no
well,
matter what.
maybe.
And maybe there's an opening.
Maybe a little
Dardes,
bit.
by the way, beautiful flicker in the middle of that to make sure that he avoids Pagon. Opens up conversations for again, how good your reaction
What a
time
cock
is,
block.
things
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
really what it
Pagon gets
was.
that stun. Do they get the kill?
Really
Probably,
was.
because the damage output, things like that. Fear No Evil, maybe not as well placed as you would have wanted from Pagon, but they still open up a ton for their map. And specifically, like you said, the kill on to Vote gives Pandacat a lot of room to work with already, pretty high up, and double the stacks that Vote has on his Transcendence, but now has a tier 2 over the tier 1. Feels like it's a really good, just an open play for them. And I like that Scream's feeling proactive now, right? Even though that kill doesn't go his way, it's nice to see more choices on the map being made by the jungler.
Well, Pagon's put together a really nice game so far as well on this Morgan. Top net worth in the game. Closing in on almost 1,000 over Dardes, 800 or 900. And really, I mean, everyone on the Jade Dragons is above their counterparts. Even Polar Bear Mike is worth more gold than Vote right now. Vote has not been able to farm.
Okay.
He is 200 gold down from Mike and about 800 gold down.
Yeah, Vote's
from
been getting
Panda
kind of
Cat.
handled.
And Vote made the big early game kills happen earlier on this Heimdall. It is just not
I'm glad to
happened
see him on a
late
hunter,
here
though,
in
instead
game
of
4.
Poseidon.
Look, this is what Hou-Yi allows
Look at
you to
this,
do.
man.
Jump
Pandacat's
forward,
redonkulous.
find a
Look at
stun,
this.
Find an ultimate, find an ultimate. And
He's got the
usher this
ricochets,
Ricochet into the tier 1
dives
tower.
in, puts
I
his
love
mark
the
on
way,
him,
again, that they're playing
ricochet off the
beast
tower,
type from
drops the
Mike.
ult on him.
And that's one that's not meant
Jesus.
to find the kills. That's just meant to make
It's like
you feel
relentless.
right? Like if you step forward, it's going to be in a weird spot. Vote's like just uncomfortable in the health range. So this Trebuchet is going to be able to get a lot of work
Hey,
done.
you gotta kill the
Might
Trebuchet,
even
bro.
be able to
You
get
gotta
this
kill it.
tower if Mike and Panda play this as aggressively as they are.
What are you doing?
Yuma sends up his wall. Yeah, and look, Vote just with the mark of the Golden Crow on him has to back up. This tier 1 tower just going to go.
Gosh, that would have sucked.
Vote and Neil can do, and tier
You
1
gotta
tower
go.
does go
You gotta
down on
go.
the final rock of the Trebuchet.
Get in your
Go
Bifrost.
Panda and Mike. This is a
Dardes.
fantastic
Later.
opportunity for the Oni Warriors, though, because Dardes is in, out of mid. And tier 1 tower drops, but Vote does
Run,
not.
run, run.
Mike
Oh.
turns around to kill, but it'll be a 2-for-1 plus a
He
tower.
was almost out.
And Mike will drop to Cuvo Fred. What else is happening on the map, though? That's an odd number.
Too
fight for
aggressive.
the
They
Oni
threw. What
Warriors,
the fuck? Yeah.
because The Jade Dragons have numbers in mid.
Yeah, they can move wherever they want. I wonder if they could have
We're
maybe
expecting
committed harder
Dardes.
Pagon with ult, transform, maybe just a single kill onto Dardes, but still could have been a kill onto him. It's still good presence of mind, right? Again, 2 kills for the pressure of getting the tower, for getting the Trebuchet in a spot, and killing Vote again has given specifically Panda a hefty lead.
Nico
So
wants
hefty.
This fight for good reason. He's done a lot of damage to Scream. When the team needs him, Nika tends to step up. Would love to get a kill going now for the Oni Warriors, but Final K's got plenty of return damage, and it looks like Scream will be able
What the fuck, they trolling? Yeah. A little bit. We do a little trolling sometimes. Yeah.
I'm not sure the Oni Warriors want to go that far, and Blue Buff
There's a
just
little
now
bit of trolling.
respawning. Look at this. Panda Cat lurking over on left. Vote has beads. Uses
Lurky.
the ultimate to survive, and there's a fight happening now as Pagon is
Oh.
transformed into the Lancelot. And my
Oh,
goodness,
bye,
there are
vote.
1v1s everywhere.
Okay.
The Jade Dragons winning them all. A
Oh,
2v1.
okay.
We'll go
Oh
for
my god, the
Dragons
wall.
as well. And not the game 4
That
the Oni
sucks.
Warriors were hoping for.
Oh,
Nearly
shit.
5,000 gold
What game
behind
mode do you
12
play?
points.
And look, this
I
is,
play
this
any
is
of them.
about as classic Dragons as you get, right? It is aggressive, sometimes needlessly
I like
so,
Assault.
but they're
I
still
like Joust.
getting it done at the
I
end
like
of the
Slash.
day, right? It's sometimes trading out these kills, although not much lately.
Play all of them.
And then still being able to find a lot more gold in the value of your dive, finding something that is opening up even more conversations. for you.
Oh.
Cuvo, I mean, I like the play. but I
You're
don't
a
know
little
if this is gonna
too
work out
far.
for him.
Cuvo Fred.
You gotta
Does
go.
have the jump to get out, but
He's gotta jump
Panda
too.
Cat can reinitiate as well.
Dude, Panda's
Why not?
ridiculous.
Panda's feeling it right now. Fully stacked Transcendence to the 37 stats.
Assault's my favorite.
That
Cool.
Vote's got. 2 levels ahead
It used to be
of
like my
behind
most
Vote.
hated until
3
I learned
levels ahead
like
in mid for
all the
Pagon.
characters, you
The
know.
last couple of games Pagon has had fantastic.
But like
initiative
earlier on when I started
on
playing,
that Merlin.
like
Now goes to the more
the guy I was kind of with wanted to play Assault all the time, and I was like, but like I don't know any of the characters. Like he was the reason I started playing,
out of 8.
and like I didn't know any of the characters, and I was like, so we can play, and then I just get wrecked because I don't know how to use any of them. You know, I just get wrecked over and over and over, and I was like, this is great.
Not 3. 1.3
So I used to hate playing
thousand gold
Assault,
ahead
but now that I've learned
of
them all, I
Darkness
like
on the flip
Assault.
side. So tier 2 item or so.
Yeah.
It's a good learning
Gotta use the
opportunity.
sprint. Scream has used his
I
ult.
think Neil's dead.
Slow down this Ymir, and it's just such an awkward game state to be Neilma right now. There's nothing he can do.
Same, yeah.
The Jade Dragons are simply too strong in a
I like Joust a lot. I played a lot of Joust.
I'm going to piggyback on that. This is like
Because
the
there's like
worst game
less
when you
idiot
are a
team
support,
members to
because
worry
Neil
about.
has
You only have to worry
be
about
one
2
that's setting
others,
up
you know.
plays, good walls,
And
good
if you're
reads,
party with
things like
somebody, you
that.
only have to worry about
And
one other
there's
idiot.
Nothing
You know?
you can do. I mean, you're 3 levels down.
In
on
arena, you might have
life
4 idiots.
alone, so having to deal
So.
with someone who's level 14, level 13.
I like Joust a
on
lot.
the other side, it's just too much to handle. I mean, that's 5 to 6 level difference. You're
Assault's cool
gonna
though,
get
because it feels a
burned
lot.
by
It
all
feels
of
a lot more casual
in
in
any of these
Assault. Like
circumstances. So you can't really help your own
people
team.
expect you to
You
die.
can't really stay
So
alive.
it's okay.
So you feel useless, and you just need farm. But there's not really a good opportunity for the Warriors here. The Dragons, if they see
I mean, they're
that
down
you're
6,000
playing,
gold at
maybe
14
more
minutes.
timid
This
or
is
behind,
like haven't pulled
then
in
they have a
any
5v4.
Fire
If you're
Giants.
playing aggressively, they can just pick you off, and then they're playing a 5v4. Like it's one of the worst spots to be in because of how difficult it can
Jade's
be to
too
come back.
strong,
So
too
you're
true.
relying pretty heavily
Yeah,
on
especially
Cubo,
Panda Cat on
Dardes,
this,
and really on Vote. You know, Vote
Huyi?
0-3 right now, a big turnaround potential for the Heimdall could be what this team needs to get some farm, not only for the support.
I understand why he picked
for the whole-
Heimdall because of
Yeah.
the Morgan, but I don't think he
I'm
should
not
have.
sure how the Oni Warriors find their way back in here. And it's not even so much because
I don't think that's one of
the
his
Oni
better
Warriors
looks. I
can
think
do
he
it.
should have gone
I
like
think the Jade Dragons and their
Cupid
picks are so good at
or
continuing to
Chernobog
force
even.
the
I
lead
think
that
he looked
they've
good on
already got.
Chernobog.
I mean, every time Panda Cat sees Vote, it's a mark, it's a stun, it's a jump in. You know, I mean, there's no room for Vote
But,
to sit back and
yeah,
farm. And if Vote is
what you
sitting
gonna
back and
do?
farming, that means Panda Cat is somewhere else because he's not
What you
marking,
gonna
stunning,
do?
and jumping in.
What you gonna do when they come
So
for
Panda's
you?
just got to be somewhere else on the map. Same thing with mid, and Mike is also
Anyways.
a few levels ahead. And so the right side of
Uh-huh.
the map is as even as it's going to get for the Oni Warriors.
This game's
right
more
now.
calculated than your
It's not going
beauty.
much better there. You're going to lose your tier
Aw,
1 tower
I
over on
think.
right. You're hoping for a dropped ball somewhere now if you're the
You're
Oni
making me
Warriors.
blush.
And to
Why are
be
you
fair,
doing
we've
these
had
things
a
to
couple
me?
of those so far here in this set. Need to be a steal. Need to be a messed up team fight, a pick, an overextension, but
Messed up team
again,
fight. Yeah.
Jade
Let's
Dragon's
see it.
great
Let's
at
see a
bringing
messed
the
up team
to
fight.
you, and it's exactly what's happening to this tier 1 tower.
Aw,
Rivers
what a wall.
Rebuke
Good luck.
catches out Neilma. Dardes uses beads, flickers away. Panda Cat's already gotten the first onto Neil. Scream though.
Nika?
Jumped out by Nika. There's some legs
Nika?
for the
What
Oni
are we doing?
Warriors. But Nika's been unable to finish off the kill. A killing spree
Oh
for
my
Pagon.
god.
And the Oni Warriors
This is
come up
devastating.
empty-handed yet again.
I feel bad for
I
them.
mean, just debilitating. That's the only way I can describe it. Like, Vote
Because he
is
deserve
proxy
it.
farming.
Aw.
Vote's doing his best on the
Thanks.
map to try and
That's
get
really
something done.
nice.
They're going to lose a Phoenix. 15 minutes, 16 minutes into this
Jeez,
game.
they don't have a fire
and
giant.
It's not with a
This-
fire
this
giant.
is
It's
nutty.
not after a crazy team fight from the Warriors.
Bye,
It's the
Nika.
Dragons, as you said, bringing the fight to them. Look, I don't know if dragons have like superior senses of smell, but they can see the finals at
They
the
do.
minimum.
Yep.
And that's what they're looking for right now, Dave. I mean, this is the kind of play
Good job,
you get
Vote.
from a team that knows that they are on the cusp of being able to put themselves
Go get that left
into a
Phoenix.
very comfortable position.
I'll take a 16-minute fire giant, please. Say the
Yeah, why
Jade
not?
Dragons.
Why not?
And we'll take it to go.
Clutch, clutch,
Down
clutch.
to half HP. I mean, look. I mean, really, this might be the area. I mean, you gotta hope Neil
All right,
can make
Neil.
a steal happen, but he's just way too far behind to step forward.
You're level 9, bro.
And,
Can you just
SCC
leave? Like,
immunity
what are you doing
activated.
there?
Yeah. The
Like-
Madagascar bounces to Panda Cat there, who doesn't
Final
end up
case
getting
level
frozen.
16. What are you
That ends
doing?
up being a drop onto Neil
Oh,
as well.
Neil.
All 5 members of the Jade Dragons with Fire Giant at 17 minutes.
God.
One of the most brutal games we've seen today and really in the last couple of days here
Yeah,
at
this
Smite
is-
Summer Madness.
this is
Maybe
brutal.
the
That's
most
the right word
controlling
for it.
dragons we've gotten to see in a while. Like since Scream got picked up, it's something that's been interesting. And again, it's always fun to look at. Dragons, again, when you look at a majority of their games, if it's been sub 30 minutes since they picked up Scream, they've won it. If it's gone over 30 minutes, it's 50-50. They lost one yesterday. It was the first time.
So you like
they
subs,
lost
huh?
a
Is that what
game.
you were saying earlier?
Yeah, we might be sub 30 on this one.
Yeah, I think this one's falling pretty
Like, you know
heavily,
about,
and that's the look. And,
like
you know, this is
DS?
where you have to look for the Warriors' perspective. Where can they get in, and where is
You know what I'm
their
talking
win
about?
condition?
If I say DS?
And a lot of it, at this point, you're talking Phoenix defense.
I'll type
I'm not
it.
used to 17.5-minute Phoenix
Yeah,
defense
but Mike's
stuff.
got an Emperor's armor. Like,
That.
Ooh, boy, yeah, no, it's hitting hard. It really is. I think that you've got to find little plays like this, right? A little bit of gold there.
Hey,
for
look at that. They got a tower. Woo!
But you've got a Merlin who's good on defense, good burn. If Cuvo can get a good blink ult into the Dragons, the setup potential for the Warriors around a Phoenix line could be massive. But it's such a heavy if that
This
this
looks
has
fine.
to happen and ride on. And you're still
This is
defending
probably fine.
fire minions from mid, so it's
Yeah.
really awkward to try and 5-on-5 defense on left.
They should
if
split.
You don't pay attention
They should
there,
put somebody
then
in right
you're going
lane.
to take damage to your Titan. It's definitely one that the Warriors are not in an enviable position.
I mean, it's not like
Cortez
they...
with a laugh and a head
Okay.
shake, I think, describes what the Oni Warriors are feeling right now. This is an absolute onslaught from the Jade Dragons. There is no footing for the Oni Warriors.
They can't
Yeah,
fight into this.
Foregone the left side Phoenix in search of a fight, and the Dragons at least will pick up Neil. And why not? Pagon
You look fun.
transforms into Lantern,
Thanks.
transform.
So do you know what I mean when I say
19
DS?
minute
Is that like a thing that you're
siege
into?
for the Jade Dragons to advance their way to the finals. Remember,
It's
mid-lane
okay if you
Phoenix
don't know.
already gone. That
That's
happened a
fine.
few minutes ago. But why rush it? You've got so much time with a lead here in this game. You're going to make the Oni Warriors watch their
They still have a
fate
tower
happen
up,
to
okay.
11,000 gold at 19 minutes.
What the hell is happening?
There's a point where, again, it's maybe an opening. Man, 11,000 and a half.
Did Neil hit level 10
That's a lot
yet?
to deal with at
That's
this
what we need to
point.
know.
And it's just going to climb, right? Another 1,500.
Oh,
from tier
Neil's level
2.
10.
This is a Dragons team.
Double
that
digits,
if this
baby.
team shows up, no matter who they play, I don't know that you can do much against it. And you need a Hail Mary to make this go back in your favor.
Last chance for the Oni Warriors, but looks like the Jade Dragons quick enough on the draw to back up.
I probably do, but I might be
Needed wall
stupid.
from Neilma there,
Oh, okay.
otherwise Hugo Fred maybe
I
the
mean,
last
if
to
you,
go
if you were
down
into that, then you'd probably know what I was
for the
talking about.
Onis.
Good
Decent
freeze.
freeze. On to fine, okay. Nika's got the initiation.
Oh, okay.
This is your
Bye,
chance.
Nika.
If you're the Oni Warriors, can you even get the kill onto Nika? Yes, the Jade Dragons can. But the Oni Warriors, they are
Neil's
reeling
dead.
now on the back of this fight. Scream is
All
got a
right.
double kill.
Well,
The Jade Dragons
hey, Vote hit somebody.
have ripped apart the Oni Warriors in Game 4.
Good luck, Evo.
And it
Good
looks
luck.
like they'll continue to do so. Vote is left alone now with
Hey, he
Final
made
K
it.
and a few.
Okay.
Middle Phoenix respawns. Low health bars on the Jade
Oh,
Dragons.
Vote got him.
Vote picks up one. Cubo Fred back in, but it'll just be the one for the Oni Warriors.
Phoenix goes down. Fire minions were on the Titan for a little bit there. And
I'm
it's a world
into
where
it.
There's a little more health on the side of the Dragons. They
He
just
did.
walk into the Titan room and end that. Luckily, the Warriors, they now live in
DS
a world
is Dom
where
sub.
they can at least fight back, right?
In
Look,
a world
20 and a half minutes.
where you can at least fight back.
It's like a type of BDSM relationship
And the world is against you.
And you're down.
That's
or
not-
scenario.
Gold at 20 minutes.
Can the Warriors fight back?
It'll take a moment from one of the greatest to ever do it. Camera pan to Dardes on the Merlin, please.
Yeah,
It'll
right.
take a moment from one of the greatest to ever do it. The Merlin.
As he backs.
Step up and makes the play happen. Dardes level 18, 233.
Actually,
Okay, that's hot.
7 on Neilma.
Yeah, I
To
think
the
it's hot.
extent,
I
though,
like
and
it.
actually riding on that. So Here's what I'm going to say. Left side, pushed up comfortably. 30 seconds till the Fire Giant comes back.
Gore,
Right
God
side,
bless you.
you're going to start pushing up. Look, you got to fight for him somewhere. And this is semifinal, man. We got to
I
give
know,
him
it's
where
such a
it is.
sad way to end.
I know, you got it.
Competitive
They got to do
games,
something.
We can't let it end like this.
This is so rough.
And so that's why I'm putting
Neil has
my
2
hope
items.
in the Warriors.
You're right.
And my
He has 2
hope
items.
in Cuvo Fred.
1
That
relic.
blink has 30 seconds.
Come on, man.
15 of that's going to be burned waiting on the FG. Fear No Evil up. Dardes up. Vote up. They got to kill around
Okay,
that.
Neil might get a second relic.
It sounds a little look, it sounds a little
He got a second
condescending,
relic. Woo!
because it's a very small feat. But it's still something
Almost
that's
higher
going
than
in their
homemade
favor. I
backing.
think they can turn
Yeah,
that
I
into a
know.
little bit more. Fire Giant,
Almost. Almost.
Again, wild to think about the fact that it's 22 minutes and this is the second one of the game. But I think this is a good spot for them to try and fight.
They probably could have ended,
You
honestly.
have to have someone defend.
They're just playing it safe.
That's
But
the
they probably could have
unfortunate
ended
side.
already.
And nothing to deal with.
At 20
Lucky
minutes.
it's the guy I highlighted, Darda's the one back clearing minions.
In a world where Cuvo has no Merlin.
And the second Fire Giant goes
Well,
down.
he's trying to save the left
To
Phoenix.
the Jade Dragons.
That hasn't happened yet.
Unless a miracle play happens, but
No.
your mage is out of the fight. Blind OK has run down
Jesus.
Vote 4. The opportunity is escaping. Neilma under threat of going 0-8 here in Game 4. Will reach that point of a rampage.
This
for
makes
Panicat.
me feel sad for them.
Mika gallops away from his base.
Oh
Mike's
my
got a wall.
God.
And the
Go,
Jade
Nika, go.
Dragons flex their
Go, Nika,
muscles
go.
more in Game 4.
Woo!
And they've booked themselves a date with the
Yep.
Camelot Kings and the Smite Summer
It's okay.
Masters Grand
Dardas has
Final.
After
this.
3 really well-played games. I mean,
It's
like you
Dardas
said.
up again.
Dardas is on point.
In a world where Dardas is the last hope. No, I think in
Wow.
a 4-game set, 3
That
games.
is ridiculous from the Dragons.
Games 1 and 3, where the
King
Warriors
Arthur?
look
Yeah,
to
King
be
Arthur is way too
incredible,
OP.
even though they find losses.
Oh, Dale's back already because he's only level 12. So he respawned already.
They looked a couple of weeks ago. Should be proud.
That is unbelievable.
Jesus.
Dragons
We're
playing with their
farming
food
kills.
for a little bit.
Yeah, we're
so
farming kills.
I'll instead go back to
okay.
the analogy I was
Oh,
gonna
oh.
make. And a lot of that is just that this game after,
Let's go,
after those
baby.
3 that were impressive. No way did they do that. They had to get it. It took a little while.
Well,
They
all right.
For a second.
This
They were
one
fucking around
was,
there.
After competitive games, this one was what would happen if you actually took a legitimate, just single warrior.
Ouch.
And
Ouch,
put it up
ouch,
against
ouch.
a literal dragon on the other side. Battle of the Mascots, that guy got torched just like they did in
Yeah, that's like Skyrim, the one dude at the beginning who's fighting against the dragon. That's exactly what happened.
He's making a Skyrim reference.
And, you know,
Woo!
I don't want to rewind the clock too much.
I love
the Elder
Skyrim.
Warriors should be
It's one of my
proud how they
favorites.
fought
Yes.
In games 1 through 3, really.
I've gotten re-addicted to it recently.
Wonder if a couple got away from him. Think back to game 1. It's a Fire Giant
Yeah.
steal that ultimately tilts that game back towards the Dragons. Game 3, you're back and forth all game long. You get a Fire Giant, not able to end it. Oni Warriors, they should be proud of how they stepped up in a few of the games this set. Unfortunately, unable to close out enough of them. The Jade Dragons versus the Camelot Kings. What a finals we've got for
He's
you
railing them
tomorrow.
more than I would
And the
rail
Jade
you.
Dragons take the semifinal in 3. We'll go back to the
I want to
tape,
be
though.
railed.
This one down.
That
Thank you
sounds
so much. Jade
wonderful.
Dragons will be your second team to move into the grand finals tomorrow, as mentioned, against the Camelot Kings.
Nice
The
shirt,
Oni
J-Mac.
Warriors, while their run to the grand finals has ended, they'll drop down into the 3rd place match to face off against the Tartarus Titans as well tomorrow. So 2 matches ahead of you guys.
Oh
but
shit, mute me.
To break down that
Nope.
one, I mean, this is just,
I want more of it.
This is the Jade Dragons that we've come to know ever since Scream has come on this roster. The ones that from minute 1
Oh,
until
at
the
least they
very
made
end
it to
of the game,
four
they are
four
just
games.
W-keying
They didn't
at
just get,
you,
3-0'd.
beating you
So.
up, taking your lunch money, taking your buffs, taking everything that you own at this point. And this is the kind of play style that comes out in game number 4 for them to find that win, Trelly.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting from the Jade Dragons in game number 1, but they finally got to that point where they felt confident enough where they could run the game like this. So many to highlight. Of course, Panicat getting aggressive on the Ho Yi was what I expected from the
Ho-Yi?
get-go. Pagon popping off on
Seeing him
Morgan,
play
as you would
Ho-Yi makes
expect,
me want to
and
play
then taking
Ho-Yi.
it away from Dardes. Definitely
He's
put
just
a
too
wrench
good.
in the Oni Warriors plan. Something
He's
you gotta
too
be prepared
good.
for. If you play something well, it's going to be banned away, or in this case, taken away. And Pagon, he can play the Morgan just as well at this point. So Scream getting off to a great start on the Nemesis as well, having some early pressure in his back pocket. And I've already hyped on how good Final K has been playing, so I'll talk about Polar Bear Mike the Walls with
The
the
Walls?
Rivers of Buke on this game. Well, I said that Neil Ma probably would want to focus that shell.
Dude's
Start
level
sprinting.
9 right here.
Never got to
Okay.
the point where he could actually get a Phantom Shell online. It was just too much pressure coming from the Jade Dragons.
Unfortunately for Neil Ma,
Jeez.
with the Dragons recognizing that, hey, this is the Ymir, doesn't have an Aegis, doesn't have a Beast, doesn't have a Phantom Shell.
That was fun,
Just go ahead and
darling.
pick on this Ymir the
It
entire game
was.
through. I believe it ended game 0 and 9.
It should
Almost
be a
0
good
and 10
good
there,
finals
so
tomorrow.
Neil Ma not able to really get much going there. I mean, we're looking 20 minutes, and Neil is barely at the level 10 mark by that point.
Yeah, that
through,
was
well,
that's
just about
terrible.
everybody
Oh,
on
and
the
9,
train's
man.
hitting that level 15 to level
2.5
19, 20 mark
items.
at that point through.
Shit.
7 and 3 for Scream to end the game. 6 and 1 for Panda Cat. 5 and 1 for
Neil
Pega.
needed to
All
stop
3 of the
stepping up
carries
like that.
popping off in the kills
Like, look at his
department for
gold.
the team. Even
His
Bonner getting
8,000
a few
gold.
kills of his
Come on,
own
man.
out there. Jade Dragons, your second
That's really
team
bad.
to move into the grand finals, and this time it's up against the Camelot Kings. This should be interesting because we haven't had the opportunity yet to see what the Jade Dragons can do against the Camelot Kings with their new roster. We've seen them face the Tartarus Titans. We've seen them face the Oni Warriors. We got to watch them face off against the other teams as well throughout there. So now getting to see what the new 3rd seed Jade Dragons was go up against the number 1 seed Camelot Kings.
Gotcha.
This should be a very, very fun grand finals to watch tomorrow, Charlie.
Yeah, when you said 3rd seed, I thought you meant like 3rd string. I
Oh,
was
no. 3rd seed, like as in like 3rd as far as the standings.
Yeah,
were
they went from
concerned in
6th
the
seed
schedule.
out of
That
8
makes more sense to
in
me.
the last
I'm
week to
extremely
3rd seed,
excited to see
and
how
then
they
in
perform
3rd seed they went to the
Camelot
finals
Kings.
in the
You said
tournament.
We haven't gotten to see
It's
yet
kind of
how it
crazy.
performs in that environment. And also,
Final you tomorrow.
Are we gonna get
You
Game
just setting
4
me up.
Jade
Yeah.
Dragons or
I mean,
Game
everything
1
is a
Jade
setup, right?
Taking a look at the
It's all a
brackets and
setup.
the journey these two teams have
That's
made
why I can find
to get
sexual
to the
innuendos
grand
and everything that
finals.
Goremizer
Started all
says.
the way back yesterday, 2-1 for Camelot Kings,
Meow.
3-2 in their match against the Titans.
Meow.
And now they'll be facing off against
What's
the
up,
Jade
baby?
Dragons, who had a 2-1 against Hex Mambo and a 3-1
Meow.
against the Oni Warriors. So that will be your grand
I got
finals
your butt.
matchup. The final 2 teams for the Phase 2
Meow.
Summer Masters event. And then the Tartarus Titans and the Oni
You're good at
Warriors
it.
in that 3rd place
Thanks.
matchup. Best of 3 for 3rd place, a best of 5 for the grand
I
finals.
do pride
All of
myself
that
on my ability to be
taking
lewd.
place tomorrow, starting off, if I'm not mistaken, at 11 a.m. You are not going to want to miss out on this event, where we will crown our true Phase 2 champion.
That is insane. I'm so excited to see that matchup.
So excited.
The Camelot Kings have been playing super well, but going the distance in most of their matches, right? They have been following the Jade Dragons. We're on a streak of just blanking these teams. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Hex Mambo come in and
Add an E.
now up against
My
the
English is
Warriors.
bad.
It's
Yeah.
close to
That's
being
not
a
good.
possible 5-game set. Of course,
Get
not
good,
game
scrub.
4, but earlier on in these games, could have went either way, and I think, as Dave highlighted, if Pagon doesn't make that clutch Fire Giant steal, maybe we're looking at a differential here. So either way, if 2 teams
Look
that
at
have
this
shown
shirt.
they can
Oh my
carry
God.
through these games and just have no competition and/or
Where does he find these
can also
shirts?
lose a couple games as well.
You never know what kind of Jade Dragons we're going to get, what kind of Camelot Kings that we're going to get. It's been 9 games of Smite through our semifinals to bring us to our final 2 teams in the grand finals. And we
At least
also
you
get a
recognized that
third
you needed an
place
E,
match that's gonna be
so.
between the Oni
And an
Warriors
apostrophe.
and the Tartarus Titans. That is all going to start off at 11 a.m. with our 3rd place match between the Titans and the Oni Warriors. And then after that, our grand
11
finals,
a.m., huh?
the way to send off Phase 2 of the Smite Pro League.
Which is 8
The
a.m.
Camelot
for
Kings,
me.
the number 1 seed, only dropped 2 sets through the entirety of Phase 2 up till this point against the Jade
And it's like,
Dragons, who had a
what,
struggling
like
Phase
4 or
2,
5 p.m.
made
for you?
one change at the very end of the phase and have looked
I think it's like 5 p.m. for you.
since that point. This will be a true clash. of
Maybe
the
4
Titans in that
p.m.
grand
No,
finals.
maybe 5 p.m.
Well, the Titans are going to be for 3rd and 4th
All right, I
place.
knew as soon as I said it, I knew that you were going to make a call like that.
And then after that, you're telling me that Summer Masters is over?
Then Summer Masters is over.
We're not going to have the cool set anymore?
I don't think so.
What time is it in
unfortunately.
Germany right
Are
now?
we still going to be able to dress like we're
God, I
dad's
hope-
on vacation?
I hope so.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
Is
I'm
it
sure
midnight
I'll
or is it
find
1
out.
a.m.?
I'm going to wear the shorts anymore, but
Yeah, no more flip-flops on set.
yeah, probably no more flip-flops. We'll probably unfortunately lose Pepper up there. You're going to have to go away. We'll have to lose Marty, who's over back there as well. So might be losing a few
Marty.
friends, but make sure that you are tuning in tomorrow, 11 a.m. EST, as we kick off 3rd place and the grand finals of the Smite Summer Masters. On behalf of myself, Charlie Castor's production, everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
The grand finals. That's even bigger than the finals. Beach it. Yeah, Super Scrub. Maybe I should move to Russia so I can also get fucked by communism. No, don't do that. That doesn't sound enjoyable. Not at all. 1 a.m.? Alright, so you're 9 hours. Thought it was 9. At least I'm getting fucked. I mean, yeah, but you could just do it yourself, you know, rather than letting Russia do it. That wouldn't be too great. I mean, I don't know. Probably not, right? I imagine communism sex is not great, but oh my god, what happened? Okay. GG's. The fuck is this? Hello from Sunday. Hey, Buxy. It is Sunday for you, isn't it? It's midnight there. You're just in time to see me play this really terrible game of chess. Should I put on some music? Wait for it. Okay. LMAO of true. I'm assuming you're getting Og? No, I'm not getting Og. I'm going to be playing some Smite because it's Smite Night. Because it's still Saturday here, you know? So, I'm going to play some Smite after I do a couple chess moves. Like, probably just these two. Yeah, I know you meant off. So this should be pretty easy because I have 2 moves to choose from, and this one looks bad. So I mean, right? I mean that's easy. I don't want to go here or here. I lose my pawn, so that's probably bad. So I can go here. It doesn't really matter what I do here. He's probably not going to let this pawn get to here. So, I mean, you could just, I feel like this is the right move to go here. In case I go here to clear a path. And if I go here, it's the same deal. So once I go here, I have to go here. I go here, and I have to back off. Or not. It kind of makes him fuck around a little bit, which is kind of good. Okay. Because he doesn't want to go to a draw, right? So, like, he's got to get his knight involved. He'd probably do it here. Because then I can't push the pawn without him taking it. B8 was mate? Oh, probably. I mean, B8. Wait, down here? I don't know if you're playing black or white. Should be white. Yeah, I'd rather be white in this game. But I'm not. I'm pink. It's close to mate. B1, C1. Make up your mind. Regardless, I don't think I want to move here. So, I mean, this feels okay. I don't want to block the pawn, but I'm in check, so... Wait, am I in check? Oh, I'm not in check. I should just push the pawn. Meow! And he's probably going to go here. I'll have to move. C1 is now mate. If I move here. Is it though? Is it? Yeah, go white. I wish. I got fucked over in this game because I made a move out of order. I was half asleep and I made a move. Probably more than half asleep. And I had this whole idea of what I was going to do. And it was a really good setup. And I made the moves one move out of order, and I just sacrificed a piece for nothing. Like I just blatantly just sacrificed a piece. I didn't even notice. I just wanted to go to sleep, so I just made the move and totally fucked myself over. Yeah, it's not quite mate. But he is in a perilous situation. He has to keep me in check or protect his knight, or both, ideally. But I can get this queen, right? So he has to be careful how he does things. I feel like that's a good move to block this and protect this. It's not a check, but you know, I can't advance this and I can't protect it, so. And he should sacrifice his knight here. Or he could take it with the knight. I mean, whatever. So, oh, if you're black, you're fucked? Oh, I know I'm fucked, yeah. I'm more than half drunk. Wish I could help you. Oh, it's fine. I don't really need help here. I'm probably going to lose this. I just want to see if I can maybe get a draw out of him. Because he's made some suspect moves. It made me wonder. So, I think that he might fuck up, but he probably won't. I mean, he's got a knight and a queen up on me. But he probably should be wary of this. And he might fuck up because of that. So I think I'm just gonna advance the pawn, to be honest with you. You might go here. I don't really want to go here because he can put his queen here. He also could just put his knight there because it attacks the pawn. And then here. And then here. I'm sure I can find lots of good moves for him. This one just does not look like a good move. So I think I should just advance the pawn because it puts more pressure on this square. It draws his focus away from the king and more on the pawn. So we'll see what happens. I meant in chess sense. Oh. Yeah. Racist. I'm just kidding. I got friends in LA. What part you in? I'm currently located like close by East LA. A little bit east of East LA. Or southeast. I don't remember exactly. The move to make is resign? Nope. Nope. This is the move. That's the winning move right there. He'd be like, oh no, what do I do? And I'm going to be like, huzzah. And he'll be like, oh, I'm scared. And I'll be like, you should be. And he'll be like, fuck, I should move here. And I'll be like, I know. And then he's in check, you know? That's what's going to happen. So I'm just going to push the pawn and see what he does. I don't want to block the pawn. I don't want to move here. So that's easy. Boop. Winning move. Game changer. Got it. Yeah, I'm playing with Hope. This is Hope chess. Oh God, why do you guys always see these moves, these games where I'm like getting my ass handed to me, Buxy. Like I don't lose very many games, and you're seeing these games where I'm losing. Like, hold on, I need to redeem myself for a second. Like, if we look at my profile of like games that I've played recently, like look at all these wins, right? There's a couple losses here, lots of wins. There's a loss scattered in here and there. You're seeing all these games where I'm getting my ass handed to me. Feels bad. This guy's a 2100, so I mean, yeah, I figured he'd bring the king back because you don't really need to do this. He could have done this like 5 moves ago. He didn't need to go take this pawn. Like, you could have just kept pushing here. He's like, no, I'm going to go take this pawn first. Okay. Like, you didn't need to do that. But here we are. I'm sensing a pattern here. Of me losing. Yeah, I'm just such a bad chess player. He did join at the wrong moment. Yeah, but you know what? Look, it's the same. It's the same as yesterday and the day before. Because Buxy has been in my stream, like, recently. And, like, when I do my chess games, it's always these games where I'm losing. Yeah, see, he saw this one yesterday. I'm really not that bad. But he always sees these games where I'm losing. And he missed the ones where I'm winning. Okay. Oh, by the way, Buxy, for that game I also can't last night, I opted to make the rook move. It was against... Who was that against? Oh, this guy. And he moved the bishop. Yep. So I opted to move the rook instead of the pawn. Which is good. He probably did that so I don't go here. But I think I'm gonna push the pawn. Could go here. Oh, he's got the bishop on it. If I do this and he goes here and I go here, he could just take and then take. So that's no bueno. I could ignore it. That feels bad, but I can ignore it. It's the same outcome, but I mean, at least he's in check though. Anyways, we'll look at this some other time. I got this other game to do. Next move is push the pawn. Yeah, probably. Bad luck chart, bro. No, I was losing those games before you showed up. I've been losing those games for like the last 20 moves, so. Yeah, that's true. So maybe your bishop to c3. Yeah, I think I might. To f3. I think you might f3. Okay, so this guy is just being crazy. I don't really have any recourse. So I can move here, he's just gonna fuck around. I can move here. He's gonna fuck around. I can move here, he's gonna go here, and I'm gonna be like, oh no! And he's gonna be like, hello! And I'm gonna be like, fuck! That's pretty much how it's gonna go down. So, yep. No real recourse in this game. What I can do is move here, and 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 then go here and here. I probably have enough moves to do that before he gets a queen. Yeah, let's try it. I can't even get past the queen. Yep. Huzzah! There we go. No problem. This is fine. He's just gonna stay here and let me do this. See? This is how this goes. And I'll protect the pawn. He'll be like, oh, that's scary. And he'll go back. And I'll take it. And he'll be like, oh yeah? Well, check. And I'll be like, nope. And he'll be like, oh, okay. And he'll go back. And then I'll push. And then I'll just be like, checkmate. Checkmate! Dunzo. Hey, Marky. I can't really help you. I'm good at smite and fighting. That is, in this situation, useless. That's fine. I don't need help. I don't need help to lose this game. There is a potential for a draw situation if he fucks up. I don't think he'll do it. But instead of me moving here, if I were to go here and he goes here, and then I go to opposition, which is what this is called when you have king versus king with one square in between kind of thing. His move is to go here, and then I would go here. And he can't really move away from this because I'll take it. But if he goes here, then that's stalemate because I can't move. So I suppose I should go here because there's a chance he'll fuck up and go here. He doesn't need to do that though. He's a 2100 player and he'll probably just do this. So he's probably not going to fuck up. And then, like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Watch him protect it. I wouldn't put it past him to protect it. So, yep. Come on, Restream bot. We got this. He'll just push the other pawn. Yeah, no, I know. It's fine. So I'm going to go here just in case he fucks up. Even if he does fuck up, he doesn't have to maintain the fuck up. He can just move out. I'll be like, oh. So, I mean, like, he can always push this and sacrifice, you know. Hey, Liz. What is it? You need food? Because I gave you food like 5 minutes ago and you ate like one bite and walked away. So, not highly motivated to give you more food, right? Alright, I'm going to go here. Maybe he'll fuck up. Are you ginger or white? I'm so confused. Do you mean in real life or do you mean in this game? So, if 1A is in the bottom left corner, then I'm playing white. And if it's H8 in the bottom left corner, then I'm playing black. Also, it's whatever side's on the bottom. My name's on the bottom, so I'm playing the white pieces. Hey, Marquis, this is our game? This is our game. I can't play this one on stream. I mean, I can. It doesn't really matter. Haha, you fell for it. You fell for it, you punk. Oh, good. I'm glad he didn't hear that. Oh, no. Okay, I can't show you guys what I'm planning. It's too good. It's too good of a plan. It's not for human eyes. I can't let Marky see this. So, because Marky can't know my evil plan, I can't show it to you. But I have an evil plan. What did I do, though? You moved this pawn. You fell for it. You succumbed. Well, that makes more sense. I thought I was on drugs. Yeah. You might be on drugs, too, though. You never know. Could be both. And you're like, oh, okay. All right, you ready? I'm not going to show you my evil plan, but I'm going to do my evil move. Ha-ha! Wait, where's the... Fuck you. Here you go. There's my evil move. I'm so good at this game. Wow. The fuck game is this? It's a 7-day game. I don't even know what game this is. Marky came. Yeah. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at making people you know, without being too lewd on stream. I'm pretty good at that. What? I don't know what this game is. How do I have these pieces in the middle? What is my queen doing? Okay, so we have a modern defense, right? Okay. All right, so we're doing... Okay. Oh, this game. Wow. Oh, yeah, that's hot. It is, right? I like it. I like it a lot. I don't think I would do that again. Why would I do that move? Was I gonna take the... No. Okay, I don't like that I did that. Now that I look at this another time, I think I would have rather done this to push the bishop here. Yeah? Oh, well, I guess I can understand why I took it. Because then I can put pressure on the bishop. Well, regardless, that's not what happened. So, I did that. He took it. I did that to develop castle. He did that in order to prevent the knight from going here? Question mark? Okay. Okay. So I want to push that pawn, maybe. Intriguing. Weird game. How many more games do I have? Should I just do these later so we can do Smite? Because I have some time for these. Oh, I remember. I didn't want to move here because it blocks the bishop. I'm cheering for Marky because you're too hot. Thanks. You can cheer for Marky. I'll cheer for him too. He's probably going to win that game, honestly. I was fucking around too much. Playing very cavalier. Because it's an unrated game. So when games are rated, I take it more seriously. Like, this is rated. So if I lose this, I lose 24 points. Because this guy's very far rated below me. 500-point differential. So I take it more seriously because I don't want to lose. But when I'm playing an unrated game, I do like really cavalier moves sometimes. Just to see like what happens. Sometimes just I want to see what my opponent does. And so I do that. And that's our game, Marky. Yep. Getting forked. Intentionally sacrificing the rook instead of the bishop. Stuff like that. But I got that pawn. Whoop whoop. Is this still an opening? It could be. Oh, look at that. There's still one game. Rook times c3. That's interesting. I wouldn't have considered that. We should take it with the queen, right? So you don't mess up the pawn structure. And then you take with the knight, which exposes the queen to the attack. Double attack, actually. Please tell me there's more to this. Yeah, now you got 2 pieces on it. So you move the pawn. What? I don't think I would do that. I think I'd rather put the pawn on the knight here. If you want to take this, you can take this. The Masters games have like some pretty crazy progression sometimes, so I don't usually follow their moves. Well, now you blocked it, so. Now you're going to attack with the pawn, probably. Yep. Well, the knight is hanging. Oh, I guess it's not. It's got it. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I don't... That's interesting. I don't know if I'm going to do that. That seems a little crazy. So, I mean... Oh, what are you guys saying? You're lucky she's fucking around, if you say so. Meow. Okay, let's do this later. I have time, and I need to get on Smite, right? So, I posted a new picture. I'll show you guys that. Hey Siri, set a timer for 7 hours.
Okay, your timer is set for 7 hours.
Thanks. That's not the one I posted today. What is this? Oh. Hey, when I get like text advertisements, like somebody texts you like they know who you are to your cell phone and it's like an advertisement. Like, how does that happen? Anyhow. Alright, so I'm gonna log into Smite and see what this thing is. show you the picture I posted. There's one I posted today. Is that you? Yeah. I thought you knew that. You looked at my Instagram. I don't know, bro. I know how to kill, protect, and pre-produce. Pre-produce? Wonderful capture. We'd love to feature you on our brand as our ambassador. Please send me a message for more details. Ambassador for what? Yep, thanks. No problem. Meow. Meow. What do you want, baby? Meow. Meow. Stretcho? Any more food? Is that what you're waiting for? Okay, hold on. Hold on. You want food too? Alright, both these cats are bugging me, so I guess something's going on. You're staging a coup? Is this a coup? Watch your step, please. Hey, get out of the way. Psycho. Here. What's this? Oh, it's food. Oh, what is this? Oh, look at this food. Want some too? Okay. I should probably feed my turtle too. But I mean, I fell asleep with her light on last night. So she has a light that I turn on and off, right? For UV and stuff, daylight. So when I woke up at like almost 8 o'clock in the morning, her light was still on. So like I turned it off. So her light hasn't been off that long. But like now it's already 4:30 p.m. And I'm like, well, it's too early to turn her light back on. But it's, you know, what am I going to wait till it's nighttime to turn her light on? I guess I can make her nocturnal. Okay, let me see. Yep, too much crazy pussy here. I know. What kind of turtle? I think she's a red-eared slider, an aquatic turtle. Alright, this is... What is the game? Classic Joust. Oh! That's fun. I want to play Classic Joust. Alright, so you want to play Classic Joust with me? Red-eared slider, yeah. Well, gonna go teach my friend's kid chess, or try to. Alright, Marky. Well, feel free to lurk and hang out. Nighttime is the right time for light time. Did you just come up with that, Bugsy? That's pretty good. No invite turn, offended. I'm on Willow Model TTV. Oops, hold on. I clicked on the wrong thing. What did I do? What have I done to deserve this? I'm on this account on Smite. I don't know your account name. But let me let me feed them real quick. Let me feed my animals because I don't want to wait till it's like really late to turn on my turtle's light. So I should probably turn it on before the sun goes down, you know? So if I get into Smite now, I'll forget all about it and I won't do it. So let me go do that real quick and I'll be back in just a moment, okay? And feel free to add that account on Smite and I'll send you a party invite when I get back. Okay, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Back attacks. See? Back attacks. Alright, what did I miss here? Oh no, my turn. Okay. That's pretty clever, Bugsy. I like that. Alright, so... God, I remember I used to get like 200 likes per day, like on my, like 200 likes when I posted something in a day. And now I'm lucky if I get like 30. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. I didn't change anything. I don't post as often anymore, but still, it's like, come on. Get like 15% of what I used to. Lame. Alright, let's pause this. Let's pause it. That's a cute mask. Anyways. Let's put on the thingies. We need viewer count and different goals. I'm going to leave the camera off because it's not plugged in. And I'm going to have that off. I need to put Smite capture. That one. Audio goes to here. I need to make this larger. Look over there, X. Gotcha. Accept. Edit note. Today is August 13th. 8/13/2022. From my Twitch chat. Okay. Sent you an invite, I believe, if it worked. I gotta change the audio settings. Hold on. Have my audio settings turned off so I can do my viewer ads. I gotta fix that. Let's make this right here. There we go. Add me and invite me. I did. I did. I done did it. Let's make this full screen, please. Apply. Alright, there we go. You have a party invite you must respond to first? Oh, fuck. Alright. It expired. Okay, well I can't respond to it if it's expired, so... I can't send you an invite. Because I've recently attempted to invite this player to my party. You shouldn't have sent me an invite! Because now I can't add you. So you might have to try adding me again. Alright, let me set this up so we are actually watching Smite instead of this window capture. Alright, we got it. Oh, I need to change the title. Hold on, shit. I know I was forgetting something. Because we're not watching the tournament anymore. So, let's make the title... Smite Night. Time for Smite Night while it's light? I don't know. It's hard to come up with titles all the time. Okay. Category's the same. Category. Good. I fucked up, but I'm hot and ready. Good. Except for the fuck up part. Alright, title's good. Title's good. Alright. Okay. How am I going to send you an invite? I don't know how to do this. I have a party invite I must respond to, but I can't respond to it because it's gone. It expired. You sent it to me while I wasn't here. And now I can't send you an invite. I keep trying, but it won't let me. I keep saying I have a party invite I must respond to first. But I can't because it's expired. So, yep. Wow, wow. I wonder why they didn't do voting for the last 2 games. Well, we can afford this now. Oh yeah. Huh.
Say, they're full of organs, aren't they? An ally has been slain.
Restarting this game as a cock block?
It's wild
Okay.
out there.
No problem.
Quadra kill.
Oh, my stomach hurts a lot. Oh my god.
They didn't know what hit him.
Let's do Rocco. Sounds fun. This doesn't matter. I like the TV one, but I haven't done this one in a long time. Let's do that one. So, this account is level 28. It's my newest account. You know Newport Beach? Yeah, I do. I know Newport Beach. I did a photo shoot there, actually. The Sparrow. Cool. Let's see if I have Nike unlocked. How do you spell Nike? With an N? I do. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Sparrow Academy. I gotta decide which thingies I want from this. Which thingies do I want? And when should I use this booster? And do I want to get gems here or get a skin? So I have all these other accounts because they feed my main account with gifts, right? So from daily logins I get gems, or from different events I get gems. And then I buy my main account gift skins once I have enough gems. So that's like part of why I have all these accounts, right? And so I'm debating if I want to get like a skin on this account with this present, or if I should just take the gems in order to feed my main account. Seems like getting the gems is kind of lame. Like, here's gems. I don't even know how many it is, but I mean, whatever. That's where your boyfriend lives? He said East Coast LA sucks, but I disagree because you live there. You mean West Coast? Or do you mean East LA? East LA does kind of suck. I used to live on the west side. I used to live in Palms area, and I used to live in Culver City. And then when my life got fucked over, I was no longer able to continue living there. And I got forced into moving in with somebody who I knew, who lives all the way the fuck out here, because they happen to have room for me. And that's where I ended up. I don't want to be here, but that's where I am now. So I'm on the wrong side of LA, but that's where I am. So yeah, I don't know if I want to get gems or if I should just It's not like there's a rush on getting gems. I should just get like a cute skin, you know? Okay, not boyfriend. LOL, I'm not gay. But I love gay people, LOL. When I see BF, I think boyfriend. I don't think best friend. Even if you were gay, I wouldn't care. I mean, I'm into boys and girls. So I could have a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Did you relog yet? Oh, that's not who I meant to click on. Maybe I have to relog. Well, that's hot. Yeah. And girls are very hot. Look at this skin. That looks creepy. There's an ant literally crawling across the screen of my computer. Are you serious? I hate these fucking ants. Oh my god, they drive me crazy. I'm putting this food away. I deleted you, then gonna re-add? Why? Don't delete me. Unless you're talking about your party. If you're talking about a party invite that you sent, then you just need to disband your party. And then I can send you an invite. But I don't even see you online anymore, so. But we gotta play some classic jousts. You might actually be familiar with it if you played in Season 4. I didn't play in Season 4. I started in Season 3. And I played for like 2 months with that guy. And got like destroyed in the game, but you know. And then for some reason I got back into it in Season 5 for like a month. And then I realized why I quit, because gamers are assholes. And I didn't want to play with gamers anymore. And then I started watching some streamers in Season 6. And I was like, oh, you know, this fight was fun. You know, maybe I should just not worry about the people so much and just play the game for the game. And some of the streamers kind of made me feel that way and kind of got me back into it. And then I started playing in Season 6, and I've been playing since then. Oh, hey. Hey, Strider. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Strider raid. You started Season 1? Holy shit. There's supposed to be an alert, Strider. I don't know what happened. I set up an alert on Streamlabs, so there's supposed to be an alert, but I appreciate the raid. Maybe it's like late, you know? Sometimes it gets bored and it's like, you know, maybe I'll alert you later. Happy Saturday to you too. Look over. Are you online? Should I relog? I can relog. Has Coffee been online at all? I haven't seen Coffee on here in forever. I guess not. Yeah? Streamlabs likes to fuck up, so I don't know. Alright. I wish my stomach wasn't killing me. What did I eat? A brownie. I ate a brownie. That'll do it. That was very sweet. Hold on. So my cat keeps walking. Oh, my cat keeps walking across my mouse pad to come sit on my lap while I was watching the SPL games. And it's like there's cat hair all over my mouse pad. And then when I play the game, I get cat hair up in the mouse lens, and then my mouse acts erratic. That's really fun. What account am I adding, love? The one that's on the screen. You already added it. Just let me know when you're online and I'll send you an invite. If you are online and I don't see you, then I probably just need to relog because I don't know what's going on. Oh, there you go. I thought you already sent me a friend request. It deleted the note that I made. Ugh, that's annoying. I have to remake the note? I can't believe it does that. Why would it delete my note when you delete me? Oops. How do you type again? Whoops. This fight hates us? Yeah. You have a party invite you must respond to first. Seriously? Wish you hadn't sent me a party invite. I clearly don't have one. Are we ever gonna get a stream where we actually get to see you, LOL? Yeah. You can look at some of my past streams before my USB hub broke. And you'll see my camera on. But, until I can get the camera back on, like, I have to choose between the headset or the camera. So, headset kind of wins, you know, so I can communicate. But ideally, I'll be able to get the camera working again soon. That would be nice. She has done that, but is too hot. Let me relog, because it's clearly not going to let me invite you to the party, so I'll just relog. Oops. Oopsie, I broke it. Okay. Look at my Instagram post from today while I relog. Boop, 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 boop. Copy that. Just can't be 100% certain that you're actually female if we can't see you. Really? You don't think I'm female? I mean, you can look at my past broadcasts if you want. They're still on there. You know, the internet's full of weirdos? That's true. And they all want me to prove myself all the time. But it's whatever. I don't worry about it. I mean, kind of weird that I have this username on so many places and I post pictures all the time and, like, you know, talk like a girl and look like a girl, but not a girl. But yeah, it's whatever. Everybody doubts everybody all the time. Hi! What's up, baby? We live in a very anti-trusting world these days. Thanks to technology. Meow. Meow. Okay, dude with tits and a nice ass, play Smite with me? Okay. 1 second. I've just encountered enough others who lied. Well, that's my Instagram right there. Why does it reset my settings every single time? Like my resolution setting, it resets itself every single time I log out. I don't know why it does this. It never used to, and now it does. Hey, you're standing on the cord. Stop. Are you serious? This cat. Oh my god. Okay, I got it. Okay, got you the invite. Let me change this back to the game. Game? Game? I guess I'm gay. Now retract my past statement. Oh yeah, your boyfriend? Yeah, I know. Hey, where's my stream? The fuck? Why is it a black screen? What's happening? All I did was log out and log back in. Are you serious right now? Okay. I made it hidden, then I made it visible again, and now it works. Stupid. I have so many technology problems, it's like actually absurd. Alright, so we're doing Smite Night. Play 3 games of Smite Night, play 5 games any mode. And we're trying to get, I just want to get this done, so. I'm probably going to do this on 2 accounts. But this would be pretty easy to do because classic Joust is a lot faster and kind of fun. You're smart. Thanks. That was fast. Let's go, Smite Night. Do do do. Do 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 do. Might be too drunk for this. I don't care. It's fine. Doesn't matter if we win or lose, you know. What? What? Oh no. Oh no, we have to wait again. You're level 154? Wow. I think my main account's like around 120. I think it might be like 119 or 18 or something. The game knows, yeah. I'm level 28 here. Pretty awesome. Do you have any pentakills in this account? Let me see. Nope, 3 quadras. Unfortunate. Oh right, this is the account where it wasn't counting my matches. It's really weird. This is like the only account where that's happened, where like I was playing matches and it wasn't counting them as matches played for like a long time, and then it just stopped, and then it started working. It's really strange. Like I played a lot more than 2 arenas, you know. Really weird. 2 days. You're a noob? I believe you. Play 2 games, play 3 games, deal 30,000 player damage. Egyptian, warrior. Oh, do I have Baba Yaga unlocked? If not, because I'm going to main Baba Yaga, right? Is that what I decided? How do you spell Baba Yaga? Is it with like a B? Maybe? Okay. So I'm going to lock Baba Yaga. Baller! Don't pull up Smite Guru? Yeah, I don't really care about that. It's fine. I'm not sure what this account will look like. I know my main account looks like really bad. Because that's the account that I learned how to play on, you know? Like, I'd never done any gamer type games, like anything that used WASD. Like, I'd never done that before until I played Smite on that account with somebody who knew how to play and didn't really teach me very well. Just expected me to just play. And I didn't know what I was doing. But I'd never played like a keyboard and mouse type game ever until Smite in Season 3. So my stats look really, really bad on my main account. Jasmine, you gotta go, baby. You can't sit here, okay? I'm sorry. Because you kept stepping on the mouse. Like, you know? Look, you're doing it again. Stop. You're killing me, Smalls. Baba Yaga. Oh, this is 5v5? Can you... Jasmine. Please. What are you doing? Get out of here. You like my octopusy? You have an octopusy? Jazz, baby, seriously, what are you doing, man? I love you too. Deuces. Okay. Skin anyone? I have skin. Like that? Use coconut oil. Ah, glorious. Okay. Cuckoo, Cryptus, Mulan, Baxura, Kumba. I don't think I remember that this was 5v5. But, whatever. I feel like that's kind of weird on the classic Joust map. But I guess we're gonna do it. So, oh, look at all these expert level players. You're all like level 10 plus, and I'm like level 2 on Baba Yaga. That's good. Yeah, it's my thing, I guess. I have on Smite maybe Secta. Secta. Holy shit, that's loud. Whoa. There we go.
It is afraid I don't bite back. Now stay with us until we find our own grave. To think what I can do with this.
Okay. Be careful.
Oh. I forgot we had a Baron. I walked into my house. That's fine. Should I play it on Smurf account? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Because my main account is like around that level, you know? I'm not saying I'm like expert level by any means. Don't take it!
Oh, wondrous.
Oh, wondrous. Need help with that, Zablanque? I'm on the way!
Ooh, yeah, this is a strong one.
Whoa, what is my mouse sensitivity set at? Holy shit. Hold on. This is a crazy town. Wait, wrong one. 12. I think I usually have it like at 8. But, okay. I'm gonna go with this. See if I can get used to it. Oh, don't ignore me. Don't ignore me. Oh god. Okay, the mouse sensitivity is too high. I gotta lower it. Jesus. Is that better? I feel like that might be better. Okay. That's better. I think it's the mouse buttons. Like my cat steps on the mouse sometimes and there's like a button that changes the sensitivity by like a certain percentage. I don't really know why.
I'm on it.
Gotcha. Whoa. Okay, chill, lag, chill. That was weird.
Now leave me alone.
You rock.
Thanks. You sure are.
Okay.
Ultimate is down.
Gotcha. I love Baba Yaga. She's so unpredictable. Boop. Pokey poke. Just poking. Oh, I missed. I missed my poke. Disregard. On that one.
Ultimate is ready. Attack. Enemy has been slain. Why would I do this like weenie?
Yeah, you like that? You like that move on? Whee!
Baba knows best.
She's so fun. I need to go back, right? Not yet. Let's stay. Oh! Oh! I didn't quite reach. Unfortunate.
On my way.
Keep going, Vulcan. Don't turn around. Oh! That was really close. The Mulan almost killed that Vulcan.
Which way?
I basically saved his life.
Be right back.
Yes.
Falling back. Stepping away for a moment.
I'm going for double
returning
bump.
to base. Okay.
Okay. Oh, this is a great,
My magics can be done with sticks.
Oh shit, my mouse is still like really sensitive.
They focuses do pack an extra punch.
Whoa, it's too much. How do I make it not sensitive?
Get out
Touch
of the
right
way.
lane.
An ally has been slain.
Sorry.
Ultimate is ready. Why were they all dressed like weenies? An enemy has been slain. They have chosen Bundy approves. You have much to prove. Hello? Now leave me alone.
Oh, there it goes. There we go. This is the setting. Jeez, this mouse is like, it's getting fucked. I got fucked then when I'd rather be F by you. Oh, it happens. Sometimes you have to, you know. Sometimes you just have to fuck, you know? What are you gonna do? It's really hard to build stacks here. Whoop. Oh. Oh, lag? Oh, god damn it. That sucks.
I leave the house and this happens.
I'm lagging? Question mark?
Misfortune for you. An opportunity for me.
No problem.
Why were they all dressed like weenies? Get out of the head. Don't worry. Baba Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
Misfortune for you. An opportunity
Misfortune for you. Good beats, Vulcan. Why did Vulcan's just beats right here?
Okay.
What was he doing? He's like, oh god, I'm running away. Beads. Beads! Hi.
Ultimate is ready.
We have a King Arthur? I don't think I knew that. Oh shit. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Job fulfilled.
Oh, I thought he was gonna walk into it. Where's my house? Why is my house all the way back at the Titan? What is happening?
Be right back.
My house got stuck at the Titan. Hey, house, why are you so stupid? Okay, yeah, there's all the stacks I wanted. Okay, good. I died to camp. Oh, rip. That's embarrassing.
Ooh, to think what I can do with this. Whoa.
Hello.
Leave me alone.
Garbage Day is a very dangerous day.
I'm going for loot buff.
Be careful.
I know.
Hey, you took my blue buff.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, don't worry. Baba Yaga will handle it.
What are you guys doing here? I leave for 2 seconds and the tower's under attack. What's going on?
No problem. You rock.
I'll defend. Baba knows best, dearie.
Baba knows best, dearie. Okay.
Ooh, weird. This is a strong Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready. Yes.
Oh, wondrous.
Wondrous.
Ultimate is down.
Misfortune for you. And opportunity for me. Hello.
Hello.
Now leave me alone.
Oh, you might get him.
An enemy has been slain. Just like the way I drive, you can drive yourself. It's wild out there.
Thanks.
Oh, walked right into that.
I really want to go to Choky Chicken right now. Double kill. It's wild out there.
I foresee
Jasmine, are
crossing
you seriously
blades.
squeezing in there again? I'm behind them.
These ingredients make.
Oh, she sees me. Never mind. I want to attack, but I don't want to attack.
No problem. You rock.
Be right there. Thanks. Sure are. Something. My magic can be done with sticks and stones.
I'll attack later. How's that sound? That's good. That's good.
On my way.
What is the house doing? My house won't follow me.
Take this jungle buff.
It's just staying here. It's supposed to follow me and it's not following me.
Yes.
That's really not helpful. I need it to follow me so that way I can get the heals from it. Kind of annoying.
Be careful.
Ooh, look how much damage I did to that guy.
Why were they all just like weenies?
Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks. Oh shit. Oh, I couldn't dodge it.
Which way?
Oh, behind us.
Behind us.
I leave the house if this happens. Ally has been slain.
Oh, I couldn't reach him. I tried so hard.
Ooh, weird. This is a strong one. I'm on it.
I'm on it. Oh, hi, Worldwide. Sorry, I miss you. I'm busy defending. And defending from my cat, sitting on my arm, that's controlling the mouse. That's pretty fun.
On my way.
Oh, wondrous. Thanks.
Oh shit. This is fine. Everything's fine. Good job, Falcon.
Enemy has been slain.
Yes.
A twofer.
Oh, it hit me. Rip. Rip. I didn't think that was gonna hit me.
Be right back.
Okay. Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. Let's get some more cooldown and some pen. Maybe get mana instead of that. I'm still level 11. Alright. My house isn't joining me. I don't know how to get my house to come with me. But it's just staying here.
Yes.
It's really obnoxious. It must be broken in classic mode or something.
Ooh, yeah, that's a strong one. Yes.
Yes.
Ultimate is ready. Misfortune for you, an opportunity for me.
Misfortune for you. Uh-oh.
Today is a very dangerous day.
Oh. Did a bunch of damage to him, but I didn't finish him.
Why were they all dressed like weenies?
Oh! Come on.
Teach me the ways.
Oh, wondrous. Job fulfilled. A reward you shall receive. Don't worry. Baba Yaga will handle this.
You
I foresee a crossing of blades. Get out.
Oh, the guy did so much damage. See how much damage this did to her?
Oh, wondrous.
An enemy has been slain.
A job fulfilled. A reward you shall receive. Ooh, yeah, that's a strong one.
Defend right lane. Defend middle lane.
Okay. Ultimate is ready.
Gotcha! I do so much damage to this Cryptus. It's a little ridiculous.
Why were they all dressed like
Damn it, can't get any kills.
Sure are. Something.
Oh! The tower dive. Oh, what is this? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Behind us? Bakasaurus behind us. Turns out. Who would have thought? Okay, I'm gonna triple stack. Or should I use Soul Reaver? Come on, House, follow me, man.
On my way.
Nope, it's just sitting there. Fuck you, House. Fuck you, motherfucker!
On my way.
Yes. Okay. That's too
I'll take this. I'm doing okay on mana these days, so...
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready. Oh, wondrous.
Oh, wondrous. Oh, hi! Surprise! Surprise! I'm just poking. That's what we do. Do a little poke. Do a little poke sometimes. Over the wall, poke. A little bit of poke. What are you doing? Getting poked? Oh, that was a lot of poke. That was a whole lot of poke. Oh, got her again. One more poke. She's like, alright, I'm gonna stop standing here. Good idea, Mulan. Oh. A little bit of poke. Hi, Kumba. What you guys doing? What's the Bakasura doing? Oh. Alright, no problem.
Don't worry.
Garbage day is a very dangerous day. You have slain an enemy.
Got these jukes? I'm going this way.
A twofer.
I kind of want to go back in.
Triple kill.
Sorry.
It's wild out there.
Sorry.
Don't
Cancel
worry.
that.
I'll defend. Baba Yaga will handle this.
Hi. Oh no, I missed! No! I thought I had That's really unfortunate. He was down to 1 HP. I couldn't finish it. Damn it. Feels bad. Feels pretty bad. Poke me. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get some poke on.
Baba knows best, dearie. Be right back.
Cancel that.
Cancel that.
On my way.
I see you, Kumba. I see you.
Behind us.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, fuck!
Enemy has been
See how much damage that just did to me? Oh my god. I walked right into that ultimate from Cuckoo and got 1,000 damage on me.
It's wild out there. Why were they all dressed like weenies?
Okay, maybe we should stop tanking the Phoenix, maybe.
Be right back. Falling back.
Falling back to Blanque.
No problem.
Oh. Woo!
My magics can be done with sticks and stones, but fancy schmancy
going for
focuses
Jungle
do
Pop.
attack
Be
and
careful.
on my way.
Okay.
Wish the house would follow me. Some bullshit that the house doesn't follow me. I'm gonna keep saying it.
Hello, Witchblade. Alone.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm so fast right now. Holy shit, look how fast I am. Whee! Hey, Los Mancards. Los Mancards.
On my way.
Los Mancards. Surprise!
You rock.
Yeah. I'm so fast. This is ridiculous. Okay, ultimate. Let's go.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh, I didn't hit the right person.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, look how much damage I'm doing to her. Hey, can you stop, dude? Get off me. I'm so fast.
Misfortune for you. An opportunity for me.
No, where he is.
That's too bad.
Be right back.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not level 20. Oh shit, I can't even get my cooldown. Fuck! Well, alright. I guess I'll do that another time. I was gonna upgrade my starter item, but I'm not level 20, I'm level 19, like a douche. Okay. Cryptus, get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Go ahead and pop out. Go ahead, I dare you. See what happens? See what happens? I told you to back out of here. Crazy.
Thanks.
Curses. Yes.
Don't worry. Baba Yaga will handle this. Ooh,
About to attack this cuckoo from behind.
Get out.
Ah! Bye. He's gonna keep following me.
Ultimate is ready.
Hello.
Baited.
Why were they all dressed like wings?
Baited.
Sure are. Something.
Oh no. Whoop. Hello. Whoop.
Enemy has been slain. You don't like the way I drive, you can drive yourselves.
That was good rhythm.
That was a good game. Baba Yaga is so fun. Oh my god. I don't know why my house isn't working though. That's so frustrating if the house isn't gonna follow me. That was really weird. You were so fast? Yeah. With the itemization and then the speed buff, it was kind of crazy. I was zooming. Zoom, zoom. Hey, look at us go. 7-1-17. Okay. I didn't get to finish my starter item still. I didn't get to go back. So I was kind of missing out a little bit there. But triple stacked build. See, this is plus 8% movement speed. Imagine if I built Doom Orb here instead. Yeah, the house is stupid. I don't know why it was just sitting there. It was really weird. I hope it's not like a match thing. I mean a game mode thing. Look at us carrying. I'm just kidding. Our team is good. Oh, he wasn't building tanky. I assumed that the Baron, the way he was playing, I thought he was building tanky. I guess he wasn't. Huh. Alright. Okay. Zoom orb would be NASCAR stats? Yeah. The zoom orb. I needed some lifesteal, but that's what the house is for. It's supposed to heal me, but the house wasn't following me. If the house does it again, I might have to build lifesteal. You got TPS? Top DPS? Yeah, I think you did, right? Yeah, that was second. But I had top minion damage and top ward placement. There you go. And really high KDA. Like, kind of ridiculous, actually. 24 KDA. That's a little ridiculous. I was too fast to get picked off. The Bakasura kept trying, though. He kept coming from behind us and trying to get me. He was sneaky, sneaky. Good ward slub. Thank you. Yeah. Gotta place those wards, right? Oh, I got a flip. You carried. A little bit. Sneaky fuck. Baba's just so fun. Can't help but carry on Baba. Let's do a flip. Let's do the last corner. What's that? Oh, loading screen. Cool. Boom, 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 boom. We have to do 3 of these, is that correct? 3 games of Smite Night. Alright. Alright. I'm pretty sure this counts as one of the quests, so if we complete this, I think I'm done completely. And this is night 5 of 6, that'd be good. Then I wouldn't have to worry about next week on this account. Hi, chat? Chat? Question mark? Sometimes my chat's just lurking. Just fine. Where's the leaderboard? Okay. Yeah, I wonder why they're doing 5v5. I wonder if it's just because it's Smite Night. Because Classic Jobs is supposed to be 3v3. Which is why I wasn't level 20 yet. 7 people lurking. Hi, loves. Maybe, yeah. Get some lurkers sometimes. I think it's from that raid earlier. I think some of them were lurking when they raided. Which is awesome. It's Smite Day. It's Smite Night. Smite Day. Psh. Psh. Should I run back the Baba again? Actually, seeing that Cuckoo made me want to play Cuckoo. So let's play Cuckoo. Oh, look, I have the noodle skin.
It's noodling time.
I didn't know that. Cool. I haven't played Cuckoo in a minute. I don't think I have this skin on my main account. Or morning for you. It's still nighttime for you, effectively. It's after midnight, but it's still nighttime. To me, morning doesn't start until like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Maybe 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Here, I have a reverse booster. I'm a noodle. Bum, 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 bum. 3 mages. Look over there. Look at that good Cullen. Yikes, he's scary. Uh-oh, they have a Hell and a Cupid. With Odin. Huh. If they're good, this is a pretty scary draft. Compared to what we have. Okay. We'll see. I'm a noodle. Oh my god. Yes, but are they good? I don't know. They could be. A good Jorm scares you? Yeah. I really like Jormungandr. I haven't really been doing like Guardians lately, but I got into a Guardian fix a while back, and I got really into Guardian, or into Jorm.
Who's with me?
Very, very much into him.
It's time to get wet.
I guess beats. All right.
Good luck. Thanks. Good luck. Awesome.
How do you say I need the jungle buff? V S B.
I'm going for jungle buff.
Okay, that was close. It was close.
Minions have small. Let's practice.
Oh, he still got it. I didn't think he was gonna get that.
Yes. No problem.
No problem. Hello, team.
Be careful. I'm on it. Be careful, right?
Oh, nice job. Nice job, Anubis. Oh, who's this? Sir Cat? Get out of here.
Don't worry, he's got your back. Why were they all dressed like queenies?
Careful, Zablocke. Aw, rip.
Fun times. Yes. Be right back.
Well, I'm hitting them all, but I'm not doing any damage. They're like 12, 12, 12. Okay. That's fine. Oh my god, am I lagging? I'm lagging.
Your middle tower is under
That was a bad time to lag.
Be right back. Okay. Yes. On my way. Woohoo! Yes. Nice job. Be careful left. On my way.
Oh, I think I might have got the Circuit. I got her. I zoomed. Oh! That's so close, though. I got her. Or Anubis stole it, but I had her. Hey, what is this lag? I think it's my mouse. My mouse is broken.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
I really want to go to Choky Chicken right
Be
now.
right back. Bye.
Bye. Bye. I can't even my ult didn't kill that guy. Feels bad.
May be hollow, but I'll keep you all afloat.
I need at least one mana potion. Can't go out in the world without a mana potion.
On my way.
Where's the music? Where's my music? Oh my god.
Garbage days are very
Oh, no!
dangerous days.
I'm here. Oh, there's a field of love. You're dead.
Don't like the way I
Unfortunate.
drive, you can drive yourselves.
Ow. Bro, chill. Can you chill? Get out of here. Got him.
You rock. Thanks. On my way. Sorry.
Oh, I saw that. I was about to go in on there, and I saw Circuit show up.
Okay. Sorry. Check this out.
Oh shit. Oh shit. She found me.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, damn it, lag. Aw. Maybe I got Circuit or Odin, whoever it is.
I leave the house and this happens. An enemy has been slain. A tooth.
Damn it, my mouse keeps fucking up. I forgot about that. I don't notice as much in Skyrim.
Garbage days are very dangerous days. You don't like the way I drive, you can drive yourselves.
Let's practice safe swimming.
The lag, the lag! I should probably go back, but I mean, you guys are chill, right? I don't know. I don't want to leave you guys here alone. Uh-oh.
Why were they all dressed like weenies?
Oh, I didn't do enough damage.
Very dangerous day.
Oh, careful, careful, careful. Ah! Oh, they're crazy.
No problem. You Be right back.
Gotta go. I can't handle this. I can't handle this. It's too stressful. I'll come back later when things are less stressful here.
It's wild out there.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, my mouse is really fucking up.
On my way.
It really is. Hey, Zablanka, you're looking very low in health.
On my way.
Look how much damage I just did with that. Wow.
No problem.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Hell. She tried to get retribution. I don't think so, Hell.
You impress. Cancel that.
Got her? No?
Why were they all dressed like weenies? Double kill.
Retreat. Just kidding. Gotta keep you on your toes. You rock.
I'm building stackies.
Enemy has been slain.
You better back down.
Where'd she go?
Ally has been slain.
Oh, I did so much damage to her. And Anubis keeps getting all the kills. They keep getting low.
Be right back. Okay.
That's fine.
Teach me the ways.
Nice job.
Just getting all the assists. All the assists. That's fine. I'm good at assists. Careful, Poseidon, it's dangerous here.
Garbage day is a very dangerous day.
Baited.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. Hell! On my way. Attack. Careful. On my way. Attack.
Let me know when you see somebody. That's what I'm waiting on. Oh, this field of love was perfect. What an asshole.
Why were they all dressed like weenies? An enemy has been slain. Why were they all dressed like weenies? Double kill.
I am trying to build stacks here, you guys. I just can't get my stacks done.
You impress. Cancel that. Okay. Thanks.
This guy's really cool.
Sorry. On my way. Silence, fleshbags. Thanks. Yes. Be right back. Get flashed. Group up. Attack. Have fun.
Let me listen to somebody who's rude. I love listening to rude people. Oh, apparently I missed.
Yes.
There you go, Anubis. You're welcome.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Flash you later, buddy. Silence, flashbacks. Thanks, you rock.
What? I hit... That sucks.
Sufficient experience. Cancel that. Thanks. Be right. Silence, flashback. I am the alpha here.
Why were they all dressed like weenies?
Okay, I do want to get Poly, but I also need more cooldown, and I need some pen. So, we could just... I think we should prioritize Poly, and we can come back and get Spirit of Deso later, I guess.
I may be hollow, but I'll
I guess.
keep you all afloat.
Doesn't matter. I'm literally still building stacks. The stream and game's so different, lol. Yeah, I'm getting weird lag. It's not cool. I think it's my mouse though. I don't know. I get lag in the game, but then I also get like mouse problems. My mouse is kind of broken, so I don't notice it when I'm not playing Smite though.
Please? Have fun. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Aye. Be right on. Retreat!
Nice try, Circuit. Nice try. She tried really hard to kill me just now.
It's wild out there.
I still need 4 stacks. Like, I just can't get these stacks.
The middle phoenix. Attack.
Why were they all dressed like weenies?
Come on, mouse, please. Please work. God, this mouse sucks, man.
Sufficient experience.
I hoped I wouldn't
Sufficient
end up fighting
experience.
such a silly shooting hillbilly bloodshed.
Deleted. Yep. Just like the Cullen. What's up, Lucy? The Cullen was not a very friendly nor team player type of a person. So no commendation for you, Cullen. Drayshawn323, which is an area code in Los Angeles. So it's probably some douchebag from Los Angeles. Zodiac Wheel Deathmark. Ooh. Cool. That Jorm tried so hard to kill me there. I know. I was doing so much damage to him with my Polynomicon proc. It was kind of ridiculous. I never got to finish my stacks. This team would not let me get fucking stacks no matter what I did. I just couldn't get stacks. But whatever. I'm only carrying the team. Why would you let me get my stacks, right? Whatever. That Circuit kept trying to come at me, man. She tried to come at me 3 different times in that match. That I can remember. Wow, my build was really far behind. Yeah, that's what I figured. Anubis and I doing the same player damage. She's getting all the kills after I do all the damage. That's what I figured. Did top yes? Yeah, I probably did. Yeah, I did. Without my stacks. Imagine if I had finished my stacks. I've been hitting way, way harder. But no, My team wouldn't let me get my teamwork. That's the kind of team we had, though. So let's watch out for Drayshawn, Murtrax, Cowman. Should I go back to Baba Yaga and see if the house works?
Baba Yaga.
Hopefully it works. I hope it works. Oh, that's all fake mages, yeah. You're too good? No, not really. I'm playing characters that I'm very good at. Like, Cuckoo is somebody I'm pretty experienced with. Oh, we're going on to the chalk. Chock-a-lock. What's wrong, Jasmine? Are you not comfortable? Because I'm not comfortable either. Yeah, I'm not. You can stay there, I don't care. You like my Jason mask? Oh my gosh, that's creepy as fuck. Look at that axe. Ding. That'd be scary. Good Halloween costume. Oh, fuck you, J Juicy. What a douche. What a douche. Ripskis. Ripskis. Gamers are so stingy with their commendations. Zodiac Wheel Deathmark. What Deathmark am I currently using? Your toast? Let's use the Zodiac Wheel. See what it looks like. Boom, 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 boom. Chalk my best homie, but I'd rather be Hunter. Chalk's pretty cool. I don't really like play too many warriors. I remember Chalk though. We can play a couple of assaults after this if you want. We just have to do 3 of these. Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga.
Different people this time. I hope they're just as friendly. I've had my most Pentas with X-Vault. That's cool. I'm trying to remember, but I think I might only have 3 pentakills across all of my accounts. I actually don't know if I have one on my main account. I might. I don't remember. But I think I only have 3. I'm pretty sure it was Rama, Artemis, and Scotty. And I don't really play Rama or Scotty very often, if ever. I have played Artemis a number of times. Are you leaving? Alright, bye. Thanks. Oh, I can move my arm again. Wow. Thanks, Jasmine. That's so nice of you. There you go. Have a booster. Friendly, talkative people. Boop, 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 boop. I don't fucking know how you got a penta with Rama. Yeah, me neither. I told you we lost that game too. I'm pretty sure I was like 15-2 by the end of the game and we lost. I was like, okay, well, I did what I could. I think it was on stream actually. Might not be on on the video playlist for Twitch anymore, but it's probably on my YouTube channel somewhere. I don't know which day it was. It was during the Dharmic event, which is why I was playing Rama. This Cupid has 4 stars, so that sucks. A good Cupid can be very, very dangerous. Scylla, Discordia, Sobek, Bologna. Hopefully my house works this time.
Okay, that's too bad.
Let's go, house. Follow me, house. House? Fuck you, house. Oh! Oh! It heard me.
Yes.
It heard me. It's following me.
Please.
Thank God.
Exceptional.
Come on, mouse. Yeah, I had to click like 4 times to get the mouse to work just now. So I think it's a mouse problem. My ping is also like above 100, but I mean.
No problem.
Come on, man. I had to click 4 times for that ward. What's the Scylla doing? There's minions on our tower, so... What is our team doing? Come on. Man, this mouse. Yeah, my ping is like around 130, and my mouse isn't working most of the time. So, this might not work out so great. But I'm trying.
Yes. My apologies.
No problem.
No. Ultimate is ready. Cancel that.
Ooh, this is a strong one.
Oh, I missed. Look at that, my house actually joined me this game.
Get out of the Ooh, this is a strong one.
The Pele's attacking my house. I'm just pointing that out there, that the Pele is attacking my house currently. So that bodes well for us. Oh God. Got him!
Okay. I'm the greatest. Yes. Out of luck. Ultimate is ready. Be careful.
I'm on it.
Ultimate is ready.
Man, I wish I have to click 3 times every time I want something to work. That'd be really helpful. Unfortunate. Ow.
Yes.
I need 1850. I have 1600. But I'm like, out of health and out of mana.
Thanks, you rock.
Watch this. Oh, she didn't die. Damn it. I thought I had her. I thought my sneaky attack had her. Oh, almost.
Take this jungle. Thanks. Be right back.
They need help mid lane. They're getting fucked. And not in a good way.
With sticks and stones, but fancy schmancy focuses do pack an extra punch.
Yes.
Wow. Probably should have done that a minute ago, Cthulhu. When I was using my ultimate, that would have been helpful. Oh, I almost had the soul back, but no, I didn't.
I foresee a crossing of blades.
Oh, okay. Give me those Stacky's house. I'm glad my house joined me this time.
Ultimate is ready. Attack middle lane.
Oh, I got you. I got you. I got you, Bologna. That guy stole 2 of my kills. Hey, you're dying to the tower. I guess Pele felt like dying? I don't know. Like an apple. No. I don't think so.
On my way.
The whole team just left, and like, I'm here by myself against all of them. They didn't coordinate that, they just all left. Okay, man. Our team's not as good this time.
Cancel that.
Aw.
Ultimate is down.
Oh shit. Hi. Okay. I love Discordia. Playing against her though? That hurts. God damn it, Discordia, we stop.
Ultimate is ready.
God damn it, Cribdus. Okay. 150 ping.
Goodbye.
God, I have to click like 3 times. Look, I'm clicking and nothing's happening. There we go. Okay.
Are phenomenal. Thanks. You rock.
I wish my mouse worked. Oh, it worked the first time. Woo! Feels good. Boop. Okay.
Yes.
There we go.
Be right back.
Oh, there's a balloon over here, looking at the red buff, and she left.
If you don't like the way I drive, you can drive yourself. Why were they all dressed like weenies? It's wild out there.
Hey, house, follow me. Thanks.
Ultimate is ready.
Ooh, weird. This is a
Ultimate is ready.
Don't do it, Sobek. Don't you do it! He did it. He did it. I told him not to do it. I told him not to do it. Oh! I hit her when she was in her stealth. It was a blind shot. I was like, she's probably right around there. Blind kill.
I shall protect them. Thanks. Cancel that. You are phenomenal. You rock.
Oh, god damn it, my mouse. No, my mouse. It let me down. My mouse let me down really hard right there. I had the kill, but it wouldn't click. It wouldn't click. Oh, that's upsetting.
Cancel that. You are phenomenal.
Woohoo! I still have to keep it with it. Oh, Baba.
Middle lane. Attack middle lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Goodbye.
I foresee a crossing of blades.
Be right back.
You guys are fine, right? You don't need me for this. I gotta go. I'm taking an ass ton of damage, but I'm not getting like anything finished.
I'll leave the house if this happens.
It's okay though. Doesn't matter. Let's go Spear Desert.
Can be done with sticks and
Let's get more
stones,
healing so I don't have to
but
come back so
English
often.
Mensa focuses do pack an extra punch.
Hello, house.
Garbage day is a very dangerous day.
Come on, I'm clicking. God damn it, I had to click like 3 times to get that to go. Ah, so frustrating.
An ally has left the game. That's too bad.
We'll actually probably do better now that she's gone. Because that Pele was really bad. Just focusing on your ass. Boop. Taking this. Let's go.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Get out of the pen.
Cthulhu, chill.
Take this jungle buff.
I already have a yellow buff.
Ultimate is ready.
The Cupid's like, oh, never mind. Zoned out.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, I'm hitting him. I'm hitting everything I have.
Dangerous day.
Oh, shit.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Do you want to surrender? I mean, I don't normally surrender, but I don't really care.
Phoenix has been destroyed.
To think what I can do with this.
Your Titan is under attack.
I don't think so.
No.
This is a strong one.
Damn, she does a lot of damage. And you get Aegis.
Attack middle lane.
Oh, I couldn't finish her. She was so low. I'm doing so much damage, I just can't finish anybody.
For you, Rose greetings.
Like that hit me. Sure that hit me. Sure it did. Maybe it hit me in lag world. Not the real world. Just lag world.
Yes.
It's wild out there. If you don't like the way I drive, you can drive yourselves.
Titan's under attack.
Why were they all dressed like weenies?
Whoa.
What snake?
On my way. Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
You rock.
No more Mr.
Really?
Nice Guy. Teach me the ways.
I got you, Chalk.
It's wild out there.
Be careful.
A twofer. What the hell? No.
Come on, man. I have to click like 12 times? Jesus fuck. So obnoxious.
Be right back.
Ugh. I can't dash like right away. I have to like keep clicking and clicking. Oh fuck. Where's the Sobek, man? I'm just trying to back, and Sobek's like, what you doing? Okay.
My magics can be done with sticks and stones.
I leave the house
but
and this
Faceless
happens.
Mentally focuses do pack an extra punch.
Should I get lifesteal? No, I've got my house. Okay. Bing. Oh, she didn't die? I thought she was gonna die. Apparently not.
Ultimate is ready.
Get out of the way.
Doing lots of damages. Gotcha. You sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to do this? Oh god, I landed in a field.
Today is a very dangerous day. Ally has been slain.
That Cthulhu skin's really cool.
Be right back.
Cthulhu. Don't push up too far. Yeah, the Pele fucked us, yeah. I mean, she was doing really badly. She had 0 items, and she was just attacking my house half the time. So, I don't think she knew what she was doing.
Ooh, to think what I can
So her
do.
leaving actually helped us out, because now we can not split experience with her, and we can not have her feeding the enemy team, so. You wouldn't think 4v5 would be better, but it actually is better. Oh, thanks a lot, Charybdis. What the fuck? Who does that? Why would she do that to us? Oh, the house body blocked me. Oh, you got my kill.
Goodbye. My apologies.
It's okay.
On my way. You are phenomenal.
Ooh, yeah, this is a strong one.
Retreat. Retreat. Ultimate is ready.
I keep hitting the Scylla. She must be getting mad.
Ultimate is ready.
This is a strong one. Get out of the way. My magics can be done with sticks and stones.
Sorry.
Fancy schmancy focuses an extra punch.
On my way.
Did they see us? Yep, they do. Answers that question. Careful behind us.
I shall protect them. No, I'm the
I leave the house and this happens.
My apologies.
Garbage day is a very dangerous day. You have slain an enemy. It hit me.
You are phenomenal. Titan's under attack.
I've got these jukes. I got these jukes. Got jukes for days. No. Oh no. How did I live? I don't know, but I lived. All right, we gotta save the Phoenix. So much for that.
Phenomenal.
Why were they all dressed like weenies?
You are phenomenal. Awesome. Ultimate is ready. Big I'm on it.
I'm on it. Okay, we gotta watch out for this Cupid. Cupid's dangerous. He's tried to kill me like 12 times now. Man, this fucking Cribdus, man. Stop stealing all my kills.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. Yes. Great effort. Great effort.
Yep. I'm glad Pele left. We would have lost if Pele stayed, I think. Hey, Lucy. You're killing it. Thanks. Or I kiss you right now. That was a good one. Crib just kept taking all my kills, but that's okay. I guess you can have some of them. Reporting the Pele. And she was 0-8, I was 8-0. I didn't die that game? How's that possible? I was like diving in between all of them and like juking around and I never died? That's insane. That doesn't even compute. How's that possible? Dude, look how much power I have with this build. Wow. The HP 5, the MP 5, the manas. This is a really, look, 30% pen, 12 flat. Dude. It's okay, you have a beautiful mouth. Thanks. I've never really liked my mouth that much, to be honest with you. Never really liked my face that much. But, funny enough, I became a model. Look at these damages. What? What? Okay. Hey, top wards though. I got you. KDA 21. Alright. So, We can do assaults if you want instead of more of these. The 5v5 is kind of weird, but it's kind of fun seeing the classical Joust map. We got 60 worshippers. Wow. So it's up to you. You said assault's your favorite, so we can do assault if you want. You my ward, darling? Oh yeah, I make a really good ward. I just stand around and observe. I'm really good at that, at standing around and watching. That was a long match, actually. Wow, 60. Cool. Oh, cool. Get the Season 9 caster pack. You do like assault? Good. So we can do any mode? Yeah, so we can do that. Assault. Assault and battery. I mean, what?
An ally has been slain.
This could be a long game. Quadra kill! Killing spree! That's a grand slam! You got all four!
Oh, you're on easy street now.
That's Dolson.
Don't take it too hard. Look at him next time.
It's always the teammates, right?
Let's use it. Oh, I meant to check if that counted as a thing. Ah, it didn't this time. Last cycle, the oh, you might be on an ad break. Meow. 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 Why is your butt wet? Are you licking your butt? Alright, okay. Welcome back from ad break. Last cycle of Smite Nights, when you completed this milestone, it counted as a quest for this one. But this time they fixed it, so it didn't count. Because I was like, oh, well, if this counts, this will go to 8, and then I just have to finish this, and this will be 9. But nope, I have to do 2 more. Which means I'll have to do at least one next Smite Night, which I think is the last Smite Night. Better get a quadra? Yeah, right. I said I had like a few quadras in this one. I just never get the penta. I have 3 quadras here. 3 quadras and 3 godlikes. Coincidence? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Thor? Oh shit. Good luck. Oh, I get to be Thor in a wedding dress. Which one is that? Valkyrie Bride.
Thor. I mean, Freya.
Freya. No, I definitely do not want that one. Somebody tried to trade me Cullen. Who did you get? You got Naza? We have an on her. We have like all physical except for Eset. Okay. They have also the same thing except for Anubis. Do we have a healer? I guess Eset's kind of our healer. Well, it looks like you're expert level Naza, so I guess this is fine. I don't ever play Thor. I don't usually play assassins or warriors that much. So, I mean, and the ones I do play are like kind of limited. So, quadra kill on Thor? I mean, I don't know. Arachne's your best jungler? I like Arachne. She's cool. I don't know if I do like that well with her, but she's cool. She's fun. I like her spiders. I'm losing my voice, and I need a cough drop before I start coughing into the microphone.
Yes, I do. How do I say? Hello there. Have a good time. Let's just get my hammer back.
You said it needs to carry? Yeah. I'll give you food after this, baby. Okay.
Finally, that fool dropped Mjolnir right on my lap. On my way. This bride's got pride.
Look at this guy wearing a wedding dress. That's cute.
Hello there.
Hey! That's not cool. That was not cool.
Okay.
I was just doing a jump party, and they're like, oh, let's kill the Thor.
On my way.
What a bunch of assholes.
Where are my cats? Have you seen my cats?
Yes.
What does this 3 do? I don't play this guy. Whoa, wait, I'm reading. I don't have time for this, hold on. Oh, the spin thing. Okay. Yeah, no, I know what I'm doing. It's fine. Woo! Ah! Oh my god, I'm out of abilities. Long cooldown.
Be careful.
I'm on it.
Oh no! Oh fuck, fuck. Ah!
I might have had a little too much mead. Hello there.
Thank you. Whoa! 15 health? I'm fine. This is fine. 15 health. This is normal. I got an achievement for it.
Ultimate is down.
How do you say, V...
Not a problem.
S-H-H-S?
I'm building stacks.
Oh, cancel that.
Cancel that.
VHS.
Need healing.
There we go.
Things are kicking up. First blood. That's not a good look. For
Stop
them.
dying.
Now I need even more healing.
That was pretty awesome.
Whoop. I'm going in! Let's get crazy! Woo! I need to go back, you guys. I was out of health. Out of mana.
On my way.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Now, do I want to upgrade this now? What is this? Damage enemy god ability gain a stack of weight at 2 seconds. Next non-ultimate ability damage. Enemy god gets 24% of his cooldown instantly refunded. Okay. I think I like Vigor better. But maybe not now. Let's do Hydra's
Do you
first.
think Freya's necklace looks nice on my pecs?
Get this and get this, and now we're good to go.
On my way.
What are you looking at, Jasmine? You're freaking me out. Jasmine's staring at something that's like behind me, and she's freaking me out because there's nothing there. You see a ghost? What the fuck are you doing? Okay. This cough drop is good as fuck. Who needs help? You need help? That's right, get wrecked, bitch!
Oh yeah! This bride's got pride.
Like that wall? Want some more? Oh shit. Watch out for that. Ah! I'm trying.
Enemy has been slain. Later.
Hello there.
Hello.
Should I go kill this cleaner? You guys gonna go in? Nope, that's it. Alright, we gotta go, guys. We gotta go! We gotta go, I can't stay here. Ah! I'm taking the tower, I gotta go! Oh.
Yes.
Oh, the wall. That was a great wall I did. Hey, get off me, dude. What is this guy doing? Hey, Jasmine.
Retreat.
Wow.
Okay.
What, baby? What do you want? Hmm?
Be careful.
Ah! Ah!
Just the whole bouquet of oopsie daisies.
This bride provides.
This bride provides. It's okay, I can finish Hydras.
Not a
Got
problem.
30% cooldown.
No, you rock.
That's why I invited you.
This could be a long game.
I didn't get to get my ult off.
On my way.
I can't reach there from with my ultimate, can I? I don't think it has that much that much range. Or does it? What's the Hachiman doing?
Cancel that.
What's the Hachiman doing? Besides dying. Ah! Oh fuck. Oh god damn it. Well, I didn't die somehow. I don't know how that's possible, but I didn't die.
Alright, you're nuts.
There you go. Get out, Kukulan. I saved you. Get out. I stunned him with my walls. My stunning walls.
This bride's got pride.
I dove into like all of them and still managed to live. Boop. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I'm on it. Group up.
Look at this wall. Oh, she went in the wall. Ah, fuck. I tried to wall off the cleaner and she got into the wall. So she was able to escape even though I walled her off. That sucks. Unfortunate. Could do Heartseeker, but...
Retreat! Retreat!
I feel like we need Brawler's beat stick. That'd be helpful right now. Let's get Brawlers first and then... I mean, maybe Glad Shield first, right?
Yes.
Don't they sell that Glad Shield? Here we go.
Yes.
Trigger once per enemy. I mean, That would help.
Killing spree.
And it gives me my last 10% of cooldown. You know what? Let's go. Let's do it. I'm into it.
Wow, that's
Any
like
beats.
one more than
Enemy
one.
ultimate down.
3 down. That's a
On my way.
triple kill.
Oh man,
I'll
they've gotta be
defend.
sweating now.
Your middle tower is under attack. If only Thor was here to reclaim his hammer.
Ah! Boom, bitch! Get wrecked! I saved the Kakulin.
It's okay, friend. Brush it.
This bride's got pride.
I mean, I got it. I did it. And that was it. Okay.
On my way.
What was it building? Glad shield? I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm doing it.
Not a problem.
Jasmine, what are you doing, baby? Hey, it's alright. Here. Need the food?
Yes.
Hey, hey. Psst. Hello? Your food's over here. Jazz. What's this? Oh, there you go. That's your food. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. What are we doing? I don't have enough for Glad Shield. I'm gonna come back later.
On my way.
I'm sure I'll be back here shortly. On my wedding dress, Thor.
An ally has been slain.
Oh man, we're getting wrecked, huh?
Ultimate is ready.
Wow, that's like one more than one.
Man, it's always the teammates, right?
Not a problem.
You better run! You better run! Okay, I'm out. I'm out. I'm leaving. Woo! I can't kill them.
Deicide? That's like.
Oh my god. I thought the ESET was out. I guess not. India, thanks, look over. I need 100 more gold. I could sell this. Or a couple. Yeah, rough. Yeah, it's a rough game. I don't really Thor either. I'm just having fun diving into people. But I'm not doing enough damage to kill anybody.
Do you think Freya's necklace looks nice on my way? I like to do my own decorating.
Yeah, see what happens, Kleena? You see what happens?
Oh, you're on easy street now.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Call me impressed. Just a quick trip down the aisle. That's why I invited you. Ultimate is ready.
Triple kill.
Not a problem.
Killing spree.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he got away. Oh no! I blocked out my team!
Shut down.
I blocked off my own team with my wall.
This bride got my veil got in her eye.
Okay, this tower is no joke, right? I'll tank it. Let's go. Let's go, tower. Little bitch tower. That's what I thought.
Call me impressed.
Is that the on her thing? Oh, it is. I was wondering what that was.
You rock.
Retreat. That's why I invited you.
Oh, you are going to.
Look at that. Look at that wall.
Here comes the bride.
Oh, your chair is just
Without my
Well, I got a kill. I mean,
Retreat.
something.
Two of them. That's more than one.
I'm on it.
Get it? Like the myth line.
I'm returning to base.
Not a problem. No, no. You rock.
For Pleat's sake. That's why I invited you.
Alright, what was I gonna build? Oh, brawlers, yeah. We need brawlers. That'll be helpful.
Oh,
Get more
you're
pen.
going to need the luck.
Everybody's got this healing. Oops. Beep boop. The Hachiman's doing too much damage.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
The ferocious execution, your next base
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Damage towards marks and taking times. Okay.
On my way.
That's a three-piece
You
combo.
did well. All right, you're not. Ultimate is ready.
No, you rock.
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
No, you rock.
Wow. Call me impressed.
No, you rock.
Oh, yeah. Just a quick trip down the aisle. Sit down 5. A 10 is here. No one outshines me. Ready.
Haha!
Oh, you're on easy street now.
Later.
Pride.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Another check. Not a problem.
Oh, I missed! No!
Oh, hey, we got a team this time.
Wow. Call me impressed. Thanks.
No.
Trip down the aisle.
I mean, I'm just gonna ult on him, right? I'm just gonna ult him.
Retreat.
An ally has been slain.
Not a problem. No, you rock.
This is fine.
No, you rock.
Wow, that's like one more than one.
Set him up
one
and
more
knock
than
him
one.
down. It's a deicide.
I could do Heartseeker. Let's do Heartseeker. Fuck it.
On my way.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
I think I love you. You don't know me that well yet. What if I'm crazy? I could be crazy.
Be careful. Group up.
They're all like, they're like, oh shit. What's this Thor doing? This Thor's fucking crazy. Let's get out of here.
Ultimate
Yes.
is ready. This bride's got pride.
That was pretty awesome.
Group up. Group up.
Another
We don't need it. Leave it.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate ready.
Oh, you're fucked now. Told ya. Oh no! I couldn't kill him. He's got too much lifesteal. Fucking Anubis. Oh my god, he did 1388 damage to me. That sucks. I had him going. I had him going. you guys finish eating already? Alright.
Could be a long game.
That can't be good.
Ruh-roh. You guys got this. You don't even need me. I don't even need to return. You guys got this without me.
Retreat!
Finally,
Ultimate is ready.
That fool dropped Mjolnir right on my lap. On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Retreat!
This bride's
the
got
ward,
pride.
teleport.
This bride's got pride.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh, our team's not doing very well, huh? Our reset's okay. I didn't realize they were getting wrecked so often.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Hey there.
They're like, okay.